I, Wei Xiaoming, was lying on the ground, muttering to myself in my heart. This is really too difficult. Earlier, I had taken a solid hit from a psychic shock. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster wasn't paying attention, I even shuffled into the corner, terrified that it would notice I wasn't actually hurt. That monster had been wreaking havoc all over the base, but it was so confident in its own powers that it didn't even bother to finish off its victims. It's been more than 2 years since I transmigrated into this world, and only today have I truly gained control over this body. What rotten luck. But I still have to thank the original owner of this body. If it weren't for his consciousness taking the blow, I wouldn't have had the chance to survive here. Reflecting on my previous life, I realized there wasn't much worth reminiscing about. Even the Naruto storyline, I only managed to fill in the gaps through fan fiction. I truly don't understand how I ended up with the privilege of transmigrating like some kind of protagonist. Since arriving in this world, I haven't had control over this body. On one hand, the original owner's spirit was too resolute. On the other hand, his very existence was destined to be that of a tool. Even having taken over this body, I couldn't escape the fate of being a tool. This tool even had a super cool codename, Weapon X. That's right, this is the world of X-Men. Colonel William Stryker, the notorious villain who has been taken down by countless transmigrators before me, is even more formidable and ambitious in reality than in the movies and novels. His Weapon X program, which involved modifying mutants into weapons, was only the tip of the iceberg. There are far more projects going on behind the scenes. The original owner of this body was a product of one of those weapon programs. This particular program involved extracting the genes of powerful mutants and cultivating them artificially. Starting from infancy, these subjects were subjected to mental conditioning by Mastermind, turning them into effective weapons. Compared to the wildly varying abilities of natural mutants, the standardized and modularized Weapon X market had much greater potential. The genetic source they chose was none other than the famous Magneto, Eric Lyncher. The program went through 3 generations. The first generation relied entirely on cloning, successfully producing 10 individuals. But clones are, after all, knockoffs. Their abilities didn't reach Magneto's level of strength, and the forced acceleration and excessive use of their powers caused rapid aging. If frequently sent on missions, an entire batch would die within 2 years. Maintaining them with drugs was too costly, even more expensive than cultivating new cells from Magneto, so the first generation plan was scrapped. The second generation was an improved version of the first. To extend the clones' lifespans, they reduced the use of catalytic agents during cultivation and increased the time for fetal growth. However, it's possible that Magneto's blood was drawn when he was already older, because the clones still aged rapidly when using their powers. Even so, the return on investment for this batch of clones was relatively high. Unfortunately, the scientist in charge of the cloning project had a brain lapse and conducted a comparison experiment. Some of the clones weren't brainwashed and inherited parts of Magneto's personality, leading them to rebel as they grew up, causing major losses to the base. After this incident, all mature clone weapons were purged, leaving only 1 embryo in cultivation. This was the 3rd generation Weapon X, this body I now inhabit. Those mad scientists were still pretty deranged. This surviving individual wasn't just a simple clone, but a product of genetic engineering. They obtained samples of Lady Deathstrike's blood, fused them with Magneto's genes, and cultivated an embryo. This individual developed like a normal human fetus. At the time of the 2nd generation clone rebellion, it was still being nurtured in an artificial amniotic sac and wasn't affected. Later, the original owner was born like an ordinary baby and underwent accelerated growth. During this time, Mastermind continuously implanted suggestions and provided training, turning him into a killing machine. The original owner awakened his abilities at the age of 16. Because he inherited the genes of 2 mutants, he possessed 2 abilities: rapid self-healing and magnetic field manipulation. Like the earlier clone predecessors, his powers were weaker than the original gene donors, but the lifespan issue had been resolved. After the project encountered successive issues, Colonel William Stryker terminated it, leaving the original owner as the only surviving individual. 2 scientists gave him the name Kent Clark, combining their own surnames. The timing of my consciousness merging with this body was quite coincidental. I should have been able to gain dominance, but it just so happened that Mastermind's first mental conditioning of the original owner interfered with me, preventing me from fusing with the body. However, with the original owner's consciousness acting as a shield, I wasn't controlled either, becoming something like a secondary personality. In this state, I couldn't influence the outside world and could only passively receive information, like watching a first-person movie. To avoid losing my sense of self, I repeatedly replayed my own memories, until just now. Not long ago, William Stryker led several Weapon X units on a surprise attack, successfully capturing Professor X. He brought the professor to the dam base and had his son, Jason Stryker, also known as Mastermind, implant illusions into the professor's mind, controlling his thoughts. Stryker's goal was to eliminate what he saw as scum, mutants. With Professor X and a mindwave device forced from Magneto, he could pinpoint mutants worldwide and kill them all on a mental level, cleansing the world. In this life-and-death crisis, the X-Men and Magneto's group joined forces to attack this U.S. military base. Among them was an especially striking man of Eastern descent, radiating protagonist vibes and entangled with several beautiful women from the X-Men, living the dream life. During the dam assault, he displayed multiple abilities, including curved gunfire and psychic storms, mowing down American soldiers left and right with unparalleled clearing power. As a sniper, I hadn't even had the chance to use my metal manipulation ability before I was struck by one of the psychic storms. Only then did I realize just how ruthless this fellow Chinese compatriot was. I'd spent 2 years as an adult soul, struggling to overcome the original owner's consciousness and Mastermind's tricks, yet he obliterated both with a single psychic storm, finally giving me my freedom. Lying on the ground, pretending to be a corpse, I reflected on the style of Infinite Flow protagonists and came to a conclusion. He's definitely an Infinite Flow protagonist, no doubt about it. Honestly, I really admire Infinite Flow protagonists. Putting everything else aside, just the ability to integrate different power systems for various worlds is enough to make most people jealous. The gap between people is larger than that between humans and dogs. Human origins differ across worlds, and power systems can only be wielded by the people of that world. Yet Infinite Flow protagonists can seamlessly master everything from Chinese martial arts like Wing Chun to gun kata and curve shooting, to Taoist techniques and magic, and finally even achieve enlightenment in primordial worlds. Through the Immersive, as I, Wei Xiaoming, was groggily about to fall asleep, a sudden thought popped into my head. If I remember correctly, according to the original plot, this dam is going to be destroyed in the end. Even if William Stryker survives, he won't be able to compare my body to anyone else's. Why not escape now and start a new life? The moment this idea emerged, it was like a tiny hand scratching at my heart, urging me to flee this wretched place and embrace the freedom of the outside world. I lay on the ground, listening carefully. No footsteps nearby. This was my chance. Just as I got up, I saw a face so strikingly handsome it could charm both men and women alike. It was the protagonist. He could levitate as he moved, which explained why I hadn't heard any footsteps. When he saw me, an enemy who should have been incapacitated by his psychic storm standing up again, a flicker of surprise and a hint of disdain crossed his face. Both of his hands held long, straight-edged blades. Judging by the direction he'd come from, he must have taken them from the lab where Wolverine was modified, and the blades were undoubtedly made of adamantium. I couldn't help but mentally complain, how unoriginal. Using such a high-grade metal, like adamantium, to make cold weapons? What's next? Using it as a flying sword for cultivating immortality. Though I scoffed inwardly, I didn't dare take any chances. I quickly shouted, "Hey, fellow countrymen, don't shoot. I'm on your side. I'm a transmigrator too. If you don't believe me, I can recite the crosstalk for I Want to Transmigrate, or even a poem, I swear." Finally gaining control of his body, it would be such a waste to get sliced down by him now, and who knows if I'd even get another chance to transmigrate. But this protagonist clearly didn't have the patience to listen to me finish. For one thing, I hadn't spoken out loud in ages, so my Chinese accent sounded bizarre. For another, there's no room for a second transmigrator in the same world. Transmigrators are blessed with plot armor, gaining benefits through foresight and knowledge. Having someone else to share the cake with? Unacceptable. He immediately decided to kill me. Perhaps he had expended too much of his psychic energy earlier, as he didn't use his psychic storm again. Instead, he used telekinesis to control one of his blades, sending it at me like a flying sword. The blade was infused with immense psychic energy, breaking the sound barrier instantly and leaving a sonic boom cloud behind. He was confident that I wouldn't be able to block an adamantium blade. I couldn't dodge the supersonic flying blade with my neural reaction speed, but as long as I acted faster than him, I'd be fine. Instead of trying to use my magnetic field manipulation to deflect the blade's trajectory like other ability users might, I decided to directly target his body. After all, my magnetic control might not be stronger than his telekinesis. So, I used my ability to cut through magnetic lines of force, generating a powerful current out of thin air that struck him. His body wasn't strong enough to withstand the electric shock. He was instantly knocked out, collapsing to the ground as his telekinesis faltered. His hair stood on end, and his muscles spasmed as the electrical current disrupted his nervous system. Phew! I exhaled deeply, still shaken as I turned to look back. The blade had embedded itself into the wall, with only the hilt visible. I used my powers to pull it out and grip the hilt as I walked toward the protagonist. If I hadn't been half a second faster with the electric shock, causing the blade to graze past my ear, I would have been the one lying on the ground now. Fuming, I said, "I honestly wanted to hold on to your coattails, but you tried to kill me first. Don't blame me for being ruthless." I waved the blade around, hesitating for a long time, but in the end, I couldn't bring myself to kill him. Instead, I gave him a hard kick and began searching him. Who knows, he might have something like a storage ring. I need money for my future life, and an infinite flow protagonist is bound to have loads of gold and treasures on him. Since I didn't have any legal identity and was too lazy to work, I'd rely on money to pave the way forward. In the end, I found a USB drive on him. Just as I slipped a beautifully crafted ring off his finger, the ring began to vibrate, creating ripples in space. Before I knew it, I was transported out of this world. In the vast universe, matter occupies only a small fraction of space. There are celestial bodies like black holes, stars, and planets. Planets suitable for the propagation of life are rare, requiring young stars, the right distance between planet and star, and abundant planetary resources, all factors that restrict the emergence of life. When life advances to the stage of civilization, it can modify environments to suit its needs, but planets still hold immense importance. Take the Skrull Empire from the Marvel Universe, for example. Once one of the three major empires of the cosmos, on par with the Kree Empire and the Shi'ar Empire, its homeworld was devoured by Galactus, and the royal family was lost along with it. Without a leader or a homeworld, and lacking the power to overwhelm other factions, the Skrull Empire fractured into 500 or 600 splinter groups. Some of these factions are strong, relying on their shape-shifting abilities to infiltrate and find new planets as bases. Others are weak, akin to refugees, relentlessly pursued by Kree squads and forced to wander the cosmos. On this particular day, a medium-sized Skrull ship was traveling through space, heading for a planet on the outskirts of the Shi'ar Empire that was barely suitable for habitation. The planet's environment was mediocre, its resources and strategic location unimpressive, making it an ideal place for these long-wandering refugees to rest, so long as they weren't discovered by other factions. But their dreams were shattered. A light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flying recklessly through space. In its vague, humanoid outline, it collided with the Skrull ship, punching a hole right through it. The ship didn't explode upon impact. Having reached the level of interstellar civilization, Skrulls designed their ships with hull breaches in mind, incorporating watertight compartments. When the ship was damaged, an energy barrier immediately sealed the hole, preventing pressure imbalances and protecting the crew while repairs could be made. When I regained consciousness, I found myself surrounded by a group of green-skinned beings armed with guns. They wore black combat uniforms, had pointed ears, and their faces were covered in wrinkles resembling the texture of Yeezy sneakers. I thought to myself, Skrulls? So this really is the Marvel Universe. But which version? I raised the adamantium blade, I'd taken from the protagonist and declared to the scrolls, "This ship is mine now." Redirected to Planet C-53 Water Blue Star. Water Blue Star is the Marvel Universe's name for Earth. For me, Earth, with its hidden dragons and crouching tigers, its abundance of opportunities, is a much better place to lay low and grow stronger than some unfamiliar alien empire. The scrolls burst out laughing at my words, as if watching a monkey in a zoo pull off some absurd stunt while chattering nonsensically. Even though I just punched a hole in their ship and clearly wasn't someone to mess with, they didn't seem too concerned. The universal language of the cosmos obviously wasn't English, so it made sense that they couldn't understand me, especially since I was speaking Mandarin with a regional accent from a different universe entirely. I grinned and said, "Perfect. If you can't understand me, then I won't feel guilty about what I'm about to do." Wielding the blade, I charged forward. It didn't take long before the ship was redirected, setting course for my new destination. I, Killian, was standing on the rooftop of this hotel, the cold wind howling as it stripped the warmth from my body. I leaned on my cane, shivering uncontrollably. Today was December 31st, 1999, the last day of the old millennium. After tonight, at the stroke of midnight, humanity would step into a new millennium and a new century marked by technological explosions. To celebrate this final day of the old era, big names in the tech world had gathered in the Swiss capital, Bern, for a technology exchange conference. In reality, it was just an excuse to attract investments. After all, no matter how much money and resources you threw into scientific research, it was never quite enough. An hour ago, I had approached Tony Stark with my research materials, brimming with confidence. My admiration for him was through the roof. I just wanted to show him my work, hoping he would recognize my talent, invest in me, and help me complete my research. But that guy had his attention entirely on his companion, Maya Hansen. Sure, she was the perfect blend of beauty and brains, but in his eyes, I had become nothing more than a lame, ugly burden. He dismissed me with a simple, "Meet me on the rooftop in an hour," before heading back to his room with Maya to discuss research. With my appearance, a printed t-shirt paired with a cheap jacket, I looked like the stereotypical amateur scientist. Amateur scientists are a joke. Arrogant, they latch onto some theoretical knowledge and begin researching blindly. Their methods are sloppy, their logic inconsistent, and even someone as despicable as Fong Shimin would mock them. Even if they somehow stumbled upon something significant, it had either have already been disproven, already been applied without their knowledge, or been shelved by capitalists as a long-term technology reserve, squeezing profits from it bit by bit like toothpaste. An hour passed, and Tony Stark never showed. I knew in my heart that he wasn't coming. Tonight, and likely forever, I would never get the chance to meet him again. I was nothing but a joke. My physical disability had always left me with deep insecurities, and my research was my way of compensating for that. But with my hopes now shattered, my insecurities exploded into the open, pushing me to the brink of extremism. I hobbled over to the edge of the rooftop with my cane, leaning over to peer down. The sight of the ground below made my head spin. I hesitated, debating whether to jump and end this absurd life of mine. At that moment, the clock struck midnight, ushering in the new millennium. Fireworks lit up the sky, and cheers erupted from the crowd below. The despair in my heart suddenly transformed into hatred. I swore to take revenge on Tony Stark for humiliating me. I wouldn't rest until I had destroyed everything he had. As if to affirm my resolve, the dim moonlit sky suddenly brightened. It turned out to be a meteor drawn in by Earth's gravity. This meteor had come from outside the solar system, bypassing Jupiter's gravitational pull and avoiding being intercepted by the moon, plunging straight toward Earth. It engaged in a final battle with the atmosphere, its outer layers burning away rapidly in the friction, emitting a dazzling light. The meteor streaked across the night sky, as if celebrating the arrival of humanity's new era. It sliced through the atmosphere, traversed half the Earth, and ultimately crashed into a small town in Kansas, USA. The immense impact obliterated the town, leaving it forever in the old era. Every year, countless meteors fall to Earth, bringing tens or even hundreds of tons of material annually. But most burn up into dust during their friction with the atmosphere, and very few make it to the surface. Given that 71% of the Earth's surface is covered by oceans, and the land area humans inhabit is relatively small, even fewer meteors are ever discovered. This meteor, which destroyed the town, was a once-in-a-century event. It was named after the town it obliterated, Little Town Meteorite. As soon as the meteor fell, specialized agencies were dispatched to retrieve it. Some trace elements on Earth were brought here by meteors over eons. Unsurprisingly, this was an iron meteorite, and its metallic composition was exceptionally high quality, almost as if it had been artificially refined. The best alloys on Earth barely surpassed in strength, and even then, only when produced in small batches in labs with no regard for cost. Analyzing this metal could push the boundaries of many technologies limited by material constraints, further solidifying the U.S.'s leading position in various fields. But the meteor brought more than just benefits. It also brought disaster. The destruction of the small town was only the beginning. Accompanying the meteor were extraterrestrial life forms known as xeno-insects, whose threat to humanity was far greater. These creatures were entirely green, shaped like insect cocoons with wrinkled skin. Their limbs bore some resemblance to humans, but were asymmetrical. The xeno-insects had the ability to mimic, able to transform into any person's appearance at will, even copying their memories. Their physical strength far surpassed that of humans. After mimicking someone, they could immediately kill the person they mimicked and use special acidic secretions to destroy the evidence. With the help of humanity's advanced transportation systems, it didn't take long for countless xeno-insects to infiltrate human society. Their exposure was purely coincidental. One xeno-insect, while mimicking a human, underwent a medical examination. The doctor discovered physiological differences from normal humans using medical equipment and reported it to the authorities, leading to the discovery of the xeno-insects. As the saying goes, if you see one cockroach in your home, there are hundreds more hiding somewhere. By the time that first xeno-insect was discovered, human society had already been riddled with their infiltration. Before the xeno-insects were exposed, there was already an urban legend circulating among the public. If one day you see someone who looks exactly like you, you're not far from death. That's your double, and it'll kill you and take your place. The U.S. government began internal audits and discovered that many high-ranking officials had already been replaced. While the president himself was still human, his reputation was too damaged to run for re-election, and he stepped down after his 4-year term. The newly appointed President's Secretary of Defense was a hawk, and under his leadership, the war against the xeno-insects began. However, the influence of special interest groups demanded the U.S. maintain its global dominance, so its foreign wars didn't cease either. Even the World Trade Center couldn't escape being destroyed by its own people as part of a larger scheme. This war dragged the U.S. into a quagmire. Beyond the foreign conflicts, the war against the extraterrestrial life forms was no smooth ride either. Rooting out the xeno-insects hiding among 285 million Americans was no easy task. Whenever the xeno-insects sensed danger, they would switch their mimicry targets. Individually, the xeno-insects were incredibly powerful. In their cocoon-like state, human military forces could still eliminate them, albeit at a cost. But once they advanced far enough to molt and emerge as adult insects, they became even more formidable, moving so fast that the human eye couldn't keep up. Desperate, the U.S. changed its strategy, focusing on enhancing the combat capabilities of individual soldiers. Many previously underfunded projects, due to lack of results, were revived. Programs like recreating the super soldier serum that had once produced Captain America or Oscorp's human enhancement serum were given renewed attention. Wearing a modified gas mask, Wei Xiaoming sat in a small roadside diner, engrossed in a book on human anatomy. This book was a beginner's guide, thorough and concise with colorful illustrations, and priced at $81.40, a fantastic value for quality. I was the only customer in the diner. Both the front and back doors were guarded by men in black suits and sunglasses, their demeanor screaming, "Keep out." It was obvious the diner was temporarily closed to the public. The staff, including the waitress and the chef, had been ushered into the kitchen, where a kind-looking middle-aged man was keeping an eye on them, ensuring they didn't overhear anything they weren't supposed to. Unlike the intimidating man at the doors, this man radiated warmth. With just a few kind words, he put the staff at ease, chatting and even laughing with them. In fact, the chef had gone out of their way to prepare breakfast just for him. The bell above the entrance jingled as the door opened, and a tall, bald black man walked in. He was a fan of black, from his tight combat suit to his leather trench coat, even down to the black eye patch over his left eye. He walked straight to my table and sat down across from me. Glancing at the cover of my book, he remarked, "Reading a book like that before eating? You've got some unique hobbies." I closed the book, extended my hand toward him, and said, "My name is Kent Clark, Experimental Subject Code X03-01B. I arrived in this era as part of the X program to save the universe and humanity. The knowledge in my brain is too advanced, so I need to study the basics to organize it properly. Also, the atmospheric environment of this era is vastly different from mine. Human physiology has changed as well, so I require a specially designed breathing mask to function normally. I am a genetically engineered being, developed in an artificial womb and accelerated with catalytic drugs. My body and learning abilities are far superior to an ordinary human's. After mastering key technologies and information, I travel to various points in time using a time machine to safeguard humanity's existence. After arriving on Earth, I used advanced technology to track down SHLD's digital traces online and managed to get in touch with Nick Fury, the then director of the agency. As an outsider with no tax records, no medical history, and knowledge spanning computer systems, communications, genetics, weapons development, and manufacturing, I needed a reliable organization to take me in if I were to make use of my skills. I owe this opportunity to both the original owner of this body and that group of Skrulls. The original owner's superpowers allowed me to seize their ship, and I had also swiped a USB drive from the Infinite Flow protagonist. The USB contained an immense amount of data, not only the X-Gene research material from the base, but also technology he had collected from various timelines, like the exoskeletons and nanobot tech from G.I. Joe. While much of it couldn't be applied due to differing universal rules, it gave me plenty of ideas. With my enhanced neural reflexes and a learning capacity several times greater than before, I could absorb in a day what most university students would learn a year. With this cheat-like ability, I fully exploited the Skrull technology. I applied high-dimensional research principles to them, which ultimately led to the creation of the xeno-insects. The Skrulls' mimicry talent was extraordinary, and their ship's database held technologies from multiple civilizations, which was the foundation of their survival as interstellar refugees. Different civilizations developed along different technological trajectories, with varying starting points in physics, leading to vastly different outcomes. The Skrulls relied on their racial adaptability to combine the strengths of these technologies, ensuring their survival. Some factions even developed weapons capable of defeating a weakened Galactus. All I needed to do was make my story sound plausible. After all, Nick Fury had no way of verifying the future. Nick Fury ignored my outstretched hand and said, "I'll admit, your computer skills are impressive. Breaking through our defenses to make the word hello appear on my office computer was no small feat, but that doesn't prove your claims. SHLD's mission is to protect global security. If there were an organization inheriting the Nazi legacy, we would have known about it." Of course, he was withholding something. The message I'd sent him wasn't just a greeting or a hint about Hydra. It also included a passage. "In my timeline, SHLD's records state two theories about how you lost your left eye. The first is that you were a soldier in the Vietnam War and lost 95% of your vision in your left eye to a grenade blast, requiring the removal of the eye and its replacement with a bionic implant. The second is that you were blinded by a cat scratch during some playful teasing. It was this tidbit that had secured me this meeting. Otherwise, a king of spies like him wouldn't bother with a nobody like me. In novels, the protagonist might show off a bit of superpower and attract the attention of Coulson, Black Widow, or, with a bit of luck, Agent May. That's pure fantasy. A global organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't send an 8th-level agent just because some nobody displayed abilities they shouldn't have. I withdrew my hand and said, "The sacred hegemony of cyclic evolution, SHC for short, or you could just call them Shocker. It's not unlike how the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division abbreviates to S.H.I.E.L.D. I picked up a pencil and an order pad from the table and sketched a logo, a large eagle with outstretched wings, its talons clutching a globe. This was Shocker's emblem, a modified version of the Third Reich's insignia. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he looked at it. The design was so crude, it resembled the emblem of a low-budget movie villain. The Führer may have failed twice to get into the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, but he was still an art student. If he saw how his legacy had been reduced to this, he'd probably rise from the grave out of sheer indignation. I continued, Shocker inherited the Third Reich's legacy and specializes in human enhancement technologies, basically a type of super soldier. Using near-divine techniques, they fuse animal and plant traits into human cells, then brainwash the subject to create monstrous beings with combat capabilities rivaling tanks. However, the Führer was too obsessed with his idea of human purity and only valued weapons like the Sturmgewehr assault rifle. Even as the Empire crumbled, he refused to employ super soldiers that deviated from the human form. That left the technology for those who came after. Nick Fury interrupted. That scenario is highly unlikely. He had been exposed to the hidden corners of the world and knew far more than the public could imagine. The most mature human enhancement technology on record was the super soldier serum. Only Captain America had successfully undergone the process, with the Red Skull being a close second. Both technologies originated from Dr. Erskine's work. There was no other method with a higher success rate. Besides, he added, if Hitler had access to such technology, he would have mass-produced super soldiers after the defeat at Stalingrad. Even if it didn't change the tide of war, it would have at least disgusted the enemy. While talking to Nick Fury, my Wei-Xiuming's thoughts drifted to the aftermath of World War II. Back then, the CCCP in the United States had divided up the Third Reich's legacy. The Third Reich had been obsessed with black technology and occultism, accumulating a vast amount of advanced technology, but for various reasons, much of it was never applied. For example, the founder of HK later worked as an engineer in the Mauser factories of the Third Reich. The CCCP took away most of the technical equipment, while the U.S., through Operation Paperclip, recruited the majority of the Third Reich's technical talents. Leveraging the resources of a superpower, they systematically tested technologies that might otherwise have gathered dust in storage. For instance, humanity's first space journey was achieved by the CCCP, and the first moon landing was accomplished by the United States. It's hard to believe these milestones weren't influenced by the division of the Third Reich spoils. After all, modern space rockets owe their origins to missile technology from World War II. The CCCP's first carrier rocket was modified from an intercontinental ballistic missile, and the V-2 rocket developed by the Third Reich was the first missile used in actual combat. Furthermore, the three countries with the deepest research into the human brain were Germany, Japan, and the United States. The first two obtained key data through human experimentation during World War II, while the U.S., in addition to plundering knowledge, also harbored war criminals in exchange for talent and data. If a related technology did exist, even if it ended up following war criminals to South America, there would still be traces left behind, whether in the form of rumors, fragmented notes, or records from those familiar with it, especially in the field of human enhancement. I said to Nick Fury, nothing is impossible. The real world doesn't need logic. Could you have imagined a week ago that today you'd be sitting face-to-face with someone claiming to be from the future, discussing threats to the global order and humanity's future? I stopped speaking, hoping he'd pick up on my point or start filling in the blanks on his own. Instead, he just stared at me silently with his one good eye, and all the lines I'd prepared in my head suddenly seemed useless. After what felt like an eternity, Nick Fury finally spoke. You've got 5 minutes left. After that, this meeting will be officially logged. Say what you need to say now. I was stunned. Why is it that other protagonists get his endless patience, but with me, he's already running out of time? Without hesitation, I switched into long-winded mode. The new millennium marked the acceleration of humanity's extinction. In my era, humanity was the only civilization left in the universe, and the population had plummeted to terrifyingly low numbers. At that time, SFLD's director, Klein, proposed the Reversing the Future initiative, led by Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. The second-generation Iron Man, Morgan Stark, provided funding and technical support, and together they launched the project. Humanity faced threats from xeno-insects infiltrating society through mimicry. Vampires who had a love-hate relationship with humans. The Akashic records that stored the memories of human civilization. Desire executors who manipulated human cravings. Energy cores from the far reaches of the universe. Catastrophic problems caused by magicians. Powers from Helheim's underworld. Hostile artificial intelligence. Disasters left behind by historical sages. The collapse virus that twisted reality. And digital worlds. The Pandora's box containing planet-destroying energy. And time travelers who plundered the past across timelines. Compared to those threats, Shocker wasn't even remotely terrifying until they invented their history-altering machine. I stopped talking and picked up the pencil and order pad again, sketching something as Nick Fury waited. After a while, I pushed the drawing across the table to him. This time, the drawing was far more intricate than Shocker's crude emblem, but its content was chilling, a human head formed by 9 coiled serpents, with a massive eye in the center. I said to him, "This is the supposed leader of Shocker. No one has ever seen their true form, and even within Shocker, there are only vague mentions of them. This drawing is based on those descriptions." Using my precise motor control, I had recreated the appearance of Shocker's leader as depicted in the crossover film Kamen Rider Den-O vs. OOO. I can't reveal anything more. I'm not even sure what kind of world this is, whether it's the past of my timeline or a parallel world with similar features. Perhaps in my timeline's past, there were people like me who traveled back in time and triggered a cascade of monstrous events, much like how the Terminator series kept spawning sequels up to its 18th installment. I plucked a strand of hair and tore off the page with Shocker's emblem, handing it to Nick Fury. "Take this for analysis. My genetic sequence has clear artificial markers derived from Shocker's technology. If you find similar signs elsewhere, you'll know to keep an eye out." I added, "I'm done talking. Feel free to ask questions. But before you do, what are your plans for me? Will you make me a warrior to fight against enemies that this era's heroes and technology can't handle? Or will you have me work on upgrading your tech?" Nick Fury waved his hand, signaling for a gloved agent to package my hair in a sealed bag. Once the agent left, he finally responded, "You can stay in SHLD's Science and Research Division. If you claim to know so much about advanced technology, it's better to put that to use. A scientist capable of mass-producing Captain Americas is far more valuable than a single Captain America." His arrangement served 2 purposes. First, he wanted to use my knowledge to strengthen SHLD's technological reserves. Advanced technology was essential for an organization dedicated to global security. Second, he wanted to keep me, an unpredictable variable, under close observation. And crucially, if I wasn't lying and did possess advanced technology, the patent royalties alone would be a massive financial boon. Nick Fury had been redirecting some of SHLD's funding from the World Security Council to build his secret bases and hire independent agents. If he were ever replaced as director by someone more fiscally conservative, a forensic accounting team could easily label him a corrupt embezzler. But with patents in play, he'd have some financial cover. I waved my hand dismissively and said, half-jokingly, "Do you think none of the disasters I mentioned involve S.H.I.E.L.D.? How many unknown artifacts are hidden in your warehouses? Not even your predecessors had a full grasp of what's in there. In my era, when the Avengers were active, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was still a nobody." Honestly, I was tempted to agree. S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty of fascinating items, like the obelisk that activated inhuman genes, alien artifacts left on Earth, and most importantly, the Tesseract containing the Space Stone. That was one of the 6 fundamental forces of the universe. Forget about its potential as an infinite energy source. Just deciphering a portion of its spatial authority could lead to breakthroughs. The arc reactor's new element, developed by Howard Stark, came from his research into the Tesseract, though it remained unrealized due to the technological limits of his time. If I could study it for a while, I might even be able to replicate technologies like the storage systems seen in Kamen Rider belts. Westerners really lack imagination. Whenever they think of spatial technology, it's always about portals. Have they never read wuxia novels? Aren't storage rings way cooler? But under surveillance, some of my plans would be difficult to execute. For example, Shocker's monstrous creations don't exist in this world, but with my technology, I could make them, or even become Shocker's leader myself. I, Norman Osborn, stood proudly within Oscorp Industries' research facility in New York State. The year was 2006, 6 years after the Kansas Little Town meteorite incident. Brimming with confidence, I addressed a group of representatives from the Department of Defense and the military. This is the Night system developed by Oscorp Industries' Industrial Division to counter the Xeno insects. When worn, the user gains strength and speed comparable to that of the Xeno insects, but it requires exceptional physical conditioning. According to our experimental data, the acceleration process subjects the user to extreme physical loads, so the ideal candidate would be among the very best of active fighter jet pilots. Beside me, within a display case, stood a humanoid suit of armor approximately 2 meters tall. Its design was sleek and streamlined, with a base of black flexible material overlaid with red plate-like armor. Between the plates ran golden energy conduits, giving the suit a strikingly refined and advanced aesthetic. At that moment, a lieutenant general spoke up in a displeased tone. "Norman Osborn, our time is valuable. If all you've invented is this armor of questionable utility, there was no need to drag us out here." These people knew full well the level of my collaboration with the military. Oscorp Industries had been working with them for years to recreate the miracle of Captain America, yet my so-called human enhancement serum had yielded no results, despite consuming a budget large enough to fund a regional war. But the past 2 years had been extraordinary. The emergence of the Xeno insect had upended all of America's plans. The military's upper echelons had been infiltrated by the Xeno insects, forcing the cancellation of all foreign operations. Funds originally allocated for foreign wars were redirected to research and countermeasures against the Xeno insects. Hollywood depictions of the invincible U.S. military were, after all, fictional. In the face of this extraterrestrial enemy, they were utterly inexperienced. The Xeno insects always appeared in densely populated urban areas, where the use of weapons of mass destruction was heavily restricted. Current standard-issue infantry weapons were almost entirely ineffective against them. The military had no choice but to cast a wide net, commissioning multiple industrial corporations to develop specialized solutions. From project inception to today, there had been minimal time to produce results. Oscorp Industries was the only company to deliver a functional product thus far. Even though they had little hope, the military representatives still showed up. I quickly responded, "The Night system has already been fully calibrated and is ready for practical application. Data can only tell part of the story. Actual performance in real-world scenarios is far more convincing." I wasn't bluffing. I was a man willing to take risks. I had injected myself with my unfinished human enhancement serum, and I had personally worn the Night system. Thanks to the surgical enhancements I'd undergone, I was able to fully utilize its power. I had every confidence in this product. A lieutenant named Sonorn was selected to test the armor. He was a tall, white male and a former EP-3 reconnaissance pilot stationed at a U.S. base in Japan. After the Xeno insect incidents, he had been reassigned stateside. He was the perfect embodiment of the protagonist archetype in an American blockbuster. Under the guidance of Oscorp staff, he donned a specially designed, tight-fitting anti-G suit and stepped into the display case. The temperature inside was low, causing Sonorn to shiver briefly. The moment he entered, the built-in weight and infrared sensors activated. Detecting the presence of a user, countless fine beams of light formed a net that scanned Sonorn from head to toe. Based on the data, the Night system made mechanical adjustments to better fit his physique. Once the adjustments were complete, the armor was disassembled into components by 10 mechanical arms, which then reassembled it onto Sonorn's body, contouring perfectly to his form. In less than a minute, a finely armored mechanical warrior stood before us. After the assembly and self-diagnostic checks, the Night system activated. Lieutenant Sonorn exclaimed excitedly, "This feeling, it's incredible!" As countless Night system user instructions flashed across the retinal display, Sonorn realized that all his senses had been heightened. The text, which would normally appear as a blur due to its speed, was now crystal clear to him. He could even see the movement of dust particles in the air. Despite the thick armor, he could hear everyone's heartbeat outside the display case and could distinguish between them. He truly felt like a superhuman. And it wasn't just an illusion. Suddenly, an alarm sounded within the armor, audible only to Sonoran. Beep, beep, beep. Xeno-insect detected. A person in the crowd was highlighted, with a list of their data displayed alongside them. Sonoran didn't understand the technical jargon, but through the system's feedback, he deduced that someone among them had been infiltrated by a xeno-insect. He stepped out of the display case and approached the highlighted individual with an imposing presence, shouting, "Captain Patrick Horneck, identify yourself." Captain Patrick's expression twisted into an unnatural grin. "So I've been discovered. In that case, neither this armor nor its developers can be allowed to remain." As he finished speaking, he reverted to his xeno-insect form. Unfortunately, it was a fully developed adult. This xeno-insect resembled a grotesque fusion of human and spider. Standing over 2 meters tall, it had a humanoid silhouette, but its face was adorned with 3 pairs of asymmetrical black, glassy eyes. Its hands had transformed into insect-like claws, and 4 pairs of limbs curled menacingly along its ribcage. Its entire body was covered in a grayish-black exoskeleton interwoven with spiny protrusions. The military personnel reacted quickly, sensing the danger and scrambling to back away from the xeno-insect. However, they knew that with the creature's capabilities, escape was futile. Before they could take a second step, the xeno-insect activated its special ability. The world seemed to slow to 1/64th of its normal speed. The xeno-insect moved freely, its actions invisible to the naked eye, its speed unmatched. The moment the xeno-insect revealed its true form, Sonoran sprang into action. Following the user instructions, he slapped a button on the side of his waist. The armor's external energy conduits lit up with a red glow as a surge of immense power radiated from the energy core at his waist, spreading through the conduits across his body. The surrounding air ionized from the excess energy, creating countless tiny electric arcs that crackled and popped faintly. Sonoran exclaimed in delight, "I can see its movements, and I can keep up with it." The xeno-insect, whose speed could previously only be captured by high-speed cameras, now moved at a pace Sonoran could track. Though still fast, its actions were now within human perception, and Sonoran could fully keep up. By the time the fleeing crowd took their second step, many of the display cabinets in the hall had shattered. Sonoran, clad in his armor, had slammed into the wall of Zone C. Struggling momentarily, he failed to get back up. His armor radiated intense heat, distorting the air around him. On the other side of the room, the xeno-insect that had threatened everyone lay dead on the ground. Its exoskeleton was shattered, limbs torn apart, and green viscous fluids pooled around it. It looked as though it had been run over by a truck, utterly destroyed. Humanity had claimed its first victory against the xeno-insects. Voiceover sat in the mysterious laboratory within Oscorp Industries' industrial research facility. Despite its importance, the lab had little of the high-tech aesthetic one might expect. It was essentially a large, cluttered space with cables strewn haphazardly on the floor, tools and equipment scattered without order, and areas demarcated only by black and yellow caution tape on the ground. The only things that looked remotely advanced were a few automated devices. Otherwise, it resembled a small car repair shop. Yet any item casually lying around in this lab could be a groundbreaking military product. For instance, the display rack held a golden red suit of Iron Man-style armor. Next to it was a black suit of armor hanging from a chain, its chest adorned with a red bat emblem, and its head sporting sharp, bat-like ears. One glance was enough to tell that the owner of this lab was no ordinary individual. This lab was the most heavily secured area within the research facility, with access limited to just 2 people, myself and Norman Osborn. In one corner of the lab, foam board walls sectioned off a few makeshift rooms furnished with desks, chairs, and basic utilities, serving as offices and rest areas. Wearing a white lab coat and a specially designed gas mask, I sat in a chair, repeatedly reviewing footage captured by high-speed cameras. I couldn't help but exclaim, the experiment was a success. While the xeno-insects were powerful, their physical durability was still lacking compared to later superheroes and villains. Their super speed was their most troublesome trait, but as long as one could match their speed and had enough attack power, they could be dealt with. The Demonstration Knight system armor didn't even come equipped with weapons, Yet Lieutenant Sonoran had successfully taken down an adult xeno-insect using only his fists and feet. However, the physical load on his body had exceeded its limits, causing him to pass out and crash headfirst into a wall. Norman Osborn, fresh from his meeting with the Department of Defense, stood beside me, enthusiastically praising my work. "Dr. Clark, your brilliance is unparalleled." Lieutenant Sonoran had been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. It wouldn't be long before he was hailed as a hero in a massive propaganda campaign to inspire the American military and citizens living under the shadow of the xeno-insects. The Knight system had already attracted the favor of several key figures, and within a few days, contract orders were expected to roll in. With America scaling back its foreign wars, profits from military-industrial ventures had plummeted. The Knight system was poised to make Oscorp Industries stand out, and all of this was thanks to me. The key to it all was my advanced understanding of genetics. The Osborn family had a genetic defect, and Norman had poured massive funds, along with military investments, into finding a cure, nearly bankrupting Oscorp Industries in the process. 5 years ago, I had appeared out of nowhere, recommending myself and claiming I could use Oscorp's resources to complete a groundbreaking research project. Norman's sharp eye for talent recognized the potential of Dr. Kent Clark, the alias I had assumed, and he agreed to collaborate with me. With my help, Oscorp Industries experienced explosive growth, expanding into fields like computing, communications, automotive technology, weapons development, digital content, distribution networks, cloud computing, renewable energy, and advanced materials. The company quickly captured significant market share, pulling itself back from the brink of bankruptcy. When the military delivered limited samples of xeno-insects, I used them as a foundation to develop a human enhancement project that ultimately repaired Norman's genetic defect. With someone as talented as myself, Norman Osborn wasn't about to let me go. He kept promoting me, providing me with any equipment or funding I needed. He even diverted resources from other projects to support my work. Nearly the entire R&D department at Oscorp revolved around me. When the Department of Defense opened bidding for projects related to the xeno-insects, Norman directly allocated an entire research facility to me. In just a few months, I had delivered a finished product. Wearing my specialized gas mask, which distorted my voice to sound like a movie villain, I said, "Mr. Osborn, before we sign any contracts, there are 2 things we need to discuss. First, Oscorp's accounts show $16.2 billion in expenditures this year. Publicly, you'll need to attribute this to the development costs of the Knight system. Considering what the military is willing to pay, we'll set the price for each suit of armor at $620 million. Norman cautiously replied, "Of course. The B-2 stealth bomber costs $1.3 billion per unit, and when you factor in our D, the average cost per plane is $2.4 billion. Our armor is a groundbreaking product. $620 million is a bargain." Smiling, I opened a file containing the full suite of weapon configurations, upgrade templates, and final design schematics for the Knight system. Products of this caliber would never be released in their entirety right away. Selling a lower-grade version or prototype first would allow us to profit from transitional models while giving us a legitimate reason to request additional R&D funding from the Department of Defense. Once they experienced the benefits of the Knight system, there was no way they'd refuse further investment. Norman nodded in agreement. "It's just like selling cars. The real money is in the after-sales service. Maintenance, repairs, and user training for the armor will all be managed by Oscorp. Even a single ordinary screw could be sold for $20,000, and it wouldn't be excessive." I continued, "Second, users of the Knight system will need a certain level of physical enhancement. Without it, even the best fighter pilots will just end up as expendables. The enhancement process should be a separate project, with a per-person cost of $3 million, not including room and board." As I finished speaking, I found myself reflecting. I had once been a model socialist youth under the red flag, and now I sounded like a greedy capitalist. It was like the transatlantic slave trade, where slave traders incited wars between African tribes, sold weapons to both sides for profit, and then bought prisoners from the victorious side. Sigh. I had an even more fitting analogy, but back in 2018, when I wrote it on a certain platform, it was censored. The setback left me disheartened for 2 years, so I won't bother bringing it up again. It's clear enough. The Xeno insects don't even exist in the Marvel Universe. I created them by modifying a group of Skrulls aboard a spaceship. That so-called meteor that destroyed a town? It was actually their ship, disguised with layers of meteor-like debris. After Norman Osborn left, I Wei-Xioming, opened the drawer of my desk, pulled out my ID card, and swiped it on the authentication device. Once verified, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a passage to the hidden laboratory. The passageway had extremely high sterilization efficiency. By the time I reached the end, my body was guaranteed to be free of any microbes. Exiting the passage, I changed into a protective suit with the help of the security staff before stepping into the Human Enhancement Lab. The lab was brightly lit, with multiple light sources creating a shadowless lamp effect, leaving almost no shadows. Dozens of researchers in protective suits hovered around a transparent life support chamber. Some monitored and analyzed data from the instruments connected to the chamber, while others prepared and injected solutions based on the data. Inside the chamber floated a man, his eyes tightly shut, a breathing mask strapped to his face, and numerous cables attached to his body. His muscles twitched constantly, clearly undergoing a human enhancement experiment. This lab's project was what I truly cared about. It was the key to my own power. While the mechanical experiments in the external lab produced epic-defining products, they were essentially my toys for relaxation, indulging my inner child. They weren't particularly useful to me. I could feel in my gut that infinite flow protagonist wouldn't let me off so easily. Those types of protagonists are notoriously vengeful. To them, anyone who isn't a young, attractive woman is just a tool. Losing face to me would definitely prompt him to come after me. If I were a character in a novel, I'd undoubtedly be the protagonist's nemesis. Killing me would be his ticket to greatness. Unlike me, trapped in this world, he could freely hop between worlds. Who knows how much stronger he'll be the next time we meet? To prepare for the inevitable threat, I had to be fully ready. As for the innocents caught up in my plans, what did they have to do with me? Perhaps due to intellectual property restrictions, the longer I stayed in this world, the weaker my powers became. When I first arrived, I could easily seize a Skrull spaceship. But after landing on Earth, my abilities were reduced to the level of the original Weapon X, leaving me reliant on the advanced technology from the Skrull ship and the X-gene research from the Infinite Flow protagonist's USB drive. Even without superpowers, my physical capabilities were at the peak of human limits. But in the world of American comics, standing at the top of humanity isn't nearly enough, unless you're Batman. The genetic gap left me unable to use the standard enhancement methods of this world. So, I developed my own path, inspired by the concept of magnetic field rotation from the Hong Kong comic Sea Tiger. Magnetic field rotation isn't a martial art. It's a superpower that can be strengthened through training. In X-Men comics, Magneto also uses a similar method to enhance himself, magnetizing his body to increase strength, endurance, and neural reaction speed to 15 times that of an ordinary person. Since I carry part of Magneto's genes, this method of enhancement was a perfect fit for me. Unlike the classic web novel protagonists who recklessly use themselves as test subjects, pioneering techniques on their own bodies and turning themselves into a hodgepodge of power systems, I cherish my second chance at life. Even with a weakened version of self-healing abilities, I wasn't willing to take the risk. I only had one life. What if I failed? After recruiting Osborn, I had plenty of volunteers for experimentation, as well as professional staff and equipment to assist me. Once a viable method was developed, I could safely enhance myself. Upon my return, my lab assistant immediately reported, "Dr. Clark, the test subject is in optimal condition. The second phase experiment can begin at any time." Taking the tablet from his hands, I reviewed the test subject's data. His stats were nearing the human limit. Nodding, I said, "Excellent. Once the technology is mature, it'll only cost $18,000 to enhance a homeless person to this level, with an 80% success rate. Human enhancement technology is ready for commercialization." The assistant hesitated before adding, "Dr. Parker has been filing complaints. He claims we're using his technology for the second phase experiments without permission." Dr. Parker's full name was Richard Parker. He had been researching the genetics of spiders and other organisms at Oscorp, aiming to cure genetic disorders in humans. When he was on the brink of success, He deliberately stalled his progress to prevent the technology from being weaponized. Before my arrival, Richard Parker's project, along with the Human Enhancement Serum, had been Norman Osborn's last hope. Despite the lack of results, Osborn had poured massive funding into them. After I showed up, Parker's golden days came to an end. Resources were reallocated, many project teams were dismantled, and researchers who couldn't keep up with my pace were either eliminated or reassigned to assist me, filling in experimental data and reducing production costs. While Parker's team and project were spared due to his son, Peter Parker, their funding was slashed. I even directly used his unfinished experiments, leaving him in a pitiful state. Glancing at the test subject's data, I replied, "Don't worry about him. How's the preparation for the second phase experiment? Xeno-insects have infiltrated our research base. If this continues, we'll eventually face the threat head-on. We can't expect the boss to suit up in the night system and fight. That would make him a glorified security captain. We need to complete experiment number 2 as soon as possible to ensure we have our own defensive capabilities." The assistant responded, "The biological entity is still being cultivated. We need to wait for it to mature before extracting its bodily fluids. Cultivating specific genes costs significantly more than enhancing homeless people. It'll take time." The second phase enhancement experiment, as we called it, involved replicating the process that turned Peter Parker into Spider-Man. Using Richard Parker's cross-species gene fusion technology, we combined the subject's genes with those of a specific organism, cultivating a biological entity containing the desired gene sequence. After several generations of optimization, the entity's bodily fluids would be extracted and injected into the donor. Through a process akin to an immune response, the donor would undergo a transformation beyond human limits. Richard's choice had been spiders. He spent a fortune from Oscorp perfecting the technology and even incorporated Parker family genes into the cultivated spiders. Years after his death, his son Peter was bitten by one of these spiders during a tour of Oscorp Industries, gaining superhuman abilities and becoming Spider-Man at the cost of Uncle Ben's life. However, I wasn't interested in creating superheroes. My methods were far more straightforward and brutal. Using data from the USB drive, I replicated the incomplete teleportation device from the Fly. By placing the test subject and the cultivated biological entity into the device, I could merge their genes with a single press of a button. The computer handled the fusion, and the enhancement process was complete. As for the possibility of the test subject mutating into a monster, first, the biological entity already shared some of the test subject's genes, so the changes wouldn't be drastic. Second, that was exactly what I wanted. What's a Kamen Rider story without a bit of tragedy? After finishing my day's work, I, Wei Xiuming, returned to my dormitory located in a corner of the research facility. Despite my grand ambitions, I had little concern for my quality of life. My body was highly adaptable to temperature, so clothing was just a formality. As long as I had a comfortable bed to sleep on and meals that were nutritionally balanced to sustain my daily needs, I was content. But Norman Osborn didn't treat me with such indifference. My meals were meticulously planned by a team of 10 nutritionists, with ingredients sourced from specific farms. To ensure freshness, some were even flown in via private jet. I had casually mentioned wanting to try jianbing guoda song, a Chinese pancake roll with scallions, and the next day, authentic Qiuzhang scallions appeared on my table. While my clothes weren't from luxury brands, they were all tailored to fit me perfectly, with a variety of styles and colors. My dormitory, though nominally just a dorm, was furnished to the standards of a 5-star hotel. Norman even went as far as purchasing a seaside villa for me, handing me the keys and encouraging me to relax there whenever I felt burnout from research. With a boss like this, what researcher would even think about leaving? It reminded me of how Shocker's leader recruited Dr. Death. During the late stages of World War II, Dr. Ivan Tavanovich, known as Dr. Death, lost his sister in a tragic accident. He froze her body using advanced technology, dedicating himself to researching resurrection techniques. At the time, he was a biologist working in the Auschwitz laboratories, and his fate after the war's end was predictable. Shocker's leader seized the opportunity to fund his research, relieving him of all worries, and in doing so, secured one of Shocker's 3 key officers. Pulling out the key to my dormitory, I swiped it through the lock but didn't enter immediately. Standing at the doorway, I said coldly, Your infiltration skills are pathetic. Nick Fury, the bald-headed man with a natural knack for stealth, switched on the room's light, his single eye scrutinizing me. My team searched all over South America and found no trace of the sacred hegemony of cyclic evolution, he said. After the Third Reich's defeat, many remnants fled to South America, leveraging the regional instability and their wealth to gain influence. Some even established miniature Third Reichs. If Shocker truly existed, their base would most likely be in South America, hence Fury's statement. Over the years, Fury had largely confirmed my identity. During our first encounter, aside from himself, the seasoned spy, he had a team of 30 psychologists, sociologists, and behavioral experts analyzing my every word and action. Back then, my demeanor had screamed inexperienced youth, someone who had stumbled into a world that only existed in records and was trying to appear profound by leveraging their knowledge of history. Later, when they analyzed the strand of hair I had given him, it became evident that my genetic sequence bore artificial markers. Some segments were entirely unrecognizable, with biologists concluding they didn't belong to any organism on Earth. Fury had placed me within Oscorp Industries, a major tech conglomerate with promising projects, but whose stock prices were plummeting due to key projects yielding no results. Shareholders were pulling out, and S.H.I.E.L.D. took advantage of the situation to acquire a portion of the company's shares, becoming the second-largest shareholder and gaining indirect control over some patents. In the original timeline, Oscorp's CEO, Norman Osborn, would eventually use his unfinished human enhancement serum and the company's weapons to become the villain Green Goblin. But my intervention had not only saved Oscorp Industries, but had also fused Norman with locusts embedded with fragments of his own genetic material, curing his hereditary disease and significantly enhancing his physical condition. However, the long-term effects of this change remained uncertain. During this time, the technologies, ideas, and knowledge I displayed went far beyond what could be described as genius. Human capacity is finite, and society progresses continually. No individual, no matter how extraordinary, could excel in all fields at once. Not everyone could be Tony Stark. Learning is an endless process. Even Tony Stark needed to convert talent into strength and was occasionally stumped by his father's notes. Yet, I showed no signs of formal education. The existence of someone like me, along with an equally mysterious mentor, couldn't have gone unnoticed. The only plausible explanation was time travel. What was common in the future could easily be the cutting-edge pursuit of this era. This was why Nick Fury had genuinely investigated the existence of Shocker. Unfortunately, Shocker was a fabrication of mine. Even Hydra, which bore some similarities, was too entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point for him to make any real progress. I, having been created as a weapon, was physically imposing. Despite Fury's height of 6 feet 3 inches, 1.91 meters, he didn't seem tall compared to me. Standing face to face now, he had to tilt his head back, nostrils flaring, just to meet my eyes. After practicing the magnetic field rotation technique, energy surged into my body like a breached dam, empowering me beyond imagination. To accommodate this influx of energy, my body had grown significantly larger. For a time, I had even broken through certain limits, pushing my fragile human frame to the brink of collapse under the strain of my powers. I had to take immediate measures to slow my rate of growth and stabilize myself. Even so, my current height of over 2 meters, 6 feet 7 inches, and my heavily muscled physique made me look nothing like the stereotypical scientist. I entered my room, which had been specially modified to accommodate my height, and sat on the sofa to spare Nick Fury the strain of craning his neck. If your people can't find any trace of Shocker, it's because they're incompetent. An organization capable of planning the future and rewriting the past wouldn't be Shocker if it could be easily discovered. I continued, the appearance of the xeno insects is proof that what I've said is true. Moreover, I've uncovered what might be traces of Shocker. Fury's single eye flashed with suspicion. Other than my 7-day annual retreats to my seaside villa, I rarely left the research facility, which was practically a small city in itself. With agents monitoring me and minimal interaction with the outside world, how could I possibly discover the whereabouts of an organization he himself couldn't find? I, Wei Xiaoming, looked Nick Fury straight in the eye, keeping a serious tone as I said, Richard Parker, a biologist employed by Oscorp Industries. His research focuses on reptiles, attempting to integrate their biological traits into humans to cure genetic disorders. I've obtained partial data from his experiments. The bodily fluids of those specially cultivated organisms can transform humans into superhumans. But genetic conflicts occur later, causing the user to mutate into a monster with the traits of the combined organism. Doesn't that sound familiar to you? I've mastered this technology. In my era, scientists had already cracked it. It was no longer Shocker's exclusive domain. To address the xenoinsect problem, I replicated this technology using the science of this era, as well as the techniques used to create me. However, Richard Parker, using only his own team, has brought this cross-generational technology to near perfection. Based on his research, the technology is almost mature, but he keeps claiming it's still in development. It's like the mass energy equivalence equation. Today, even elementary school students can write E equals mc squared, but in Einstein's time, it required groundbreaking thinking and rigorous calculations to derive it. The Cold War's end ushered in a new era, and the nature of warfare changed. Information became the most critical factor in military operations. With the right information, even a small country could sink a superpower's fleet in its harbor. Even those seemingly invincible special forces in American movies, capable of soaring into the heavens, fighting mutated creatures, and taking on alien invaders, would struggle to defeat a small nation's border troops without satellite intelligence and powerful fire support. I controlled information so ambiguous it was indistinguishable from truth, and in certain areas, I dictated the interpretation of that information. What I said, others had no choice but to believe. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before saying, I'll handle this matter. Richard Parker wasn't just a biologist. He was also a SHIELD agent recruited by Nick Fury himself. His wife, Mary Parker, was also an agent, and they had met through SHIELD missions. Recently, after having their child, Richard had stopped working as an active agent. But he had voluntarily contacted Nick Fury. Because of me, Oscorp Industries' confidentiality measures were top-notch. My human enhancement experiments were known only to the researchers and the test subjects, completely hidden from the outside world. But Richard, relying on his experience as an agent, had pieced together the clues, especially after I took his experimental data. Richard understood the immense potential of his research. If it were abused, he'd be a sinner in the eyes of humanity. To prevent that, he was willing to destroy his own life's work. Logically, Nick Fury should have mediated between us, proving our identities and clearing up the misunderstanding. But as the king of spies, Fury was too suspicious to take such straightforward measures. The Parkers would eventually leave Oscorp Industries with their research data, adopt new identities, and continue their work or start new projects under SHLD's protective surveillance. Looking at Nick Fury, I continued spinning my tale. If you take action against them, make sure it's nothing fatal. The head of Shocker's Human Enhancement Project, Dr. Death, wasn't originally part of Shocker. He was a biologist whose research shifted from human enhancement to resurrection after the accidental death of a close relative. Shocker's leader provided him with ample funding and test subjects, securing his loyalty. Remember what I said before? It's like how the Terminator movie series was ruined by feminism and political correctness. Perhaps it's my presence in this era to save humanity that distorted the timeline, leading to humanity's eventual destruction. Nick Fury remained silent. When it came to time travel, no one but me had the authority to speak on the subject. Moreover, I had a tendency to inadvertently leak information. It was like how the Chinese use idioms in everyday conversations. Certain phrases, seemingly ordinary, are derived from ancient texts passed down for millennia. They're concise yet rich in cultural depth, reflecting the heritage of a civilization. To Nick Fury, the things I casually spoke of as someone from the future held immense significance in this era. Even my offhand remarks contained hidden layers of information. For instance, Fury was now certain that Coulson would become the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and that he would live to see retirement. The Avengers Initiative, which Fury had drafted years ago after being inspired by Captain Marvel, would be executed and succeed in my timeline, with the Avengers playing a pivotal role in humanity's survival. I pressed on, Aside from Shocker, how's your investigation into the other threats I mentioned? Vampires, sorcerers, highly advanced artificial intelligence. If you discover any signs of them, notify me immediately. The corresponding night systems must be developed in advance to ensure they're perfected. In my era, the technology behind the night system was nearly mature, but recreating it in this era is equivalent to starting from scratch. Nick Fury frowned. Develop corresponding night systems? There are different versions. Fury had researched the night system experiments, which was one of the reasons he had come to see me. Honestly, the night system's capabilities had surprised him. It was like someone in the steam age trying to imagine landing on the moon. It defied expectations. If it weren't for his past encounters with aliens, space battleships, and individuals capable of repelling entire fleets, his typically stoic face would have betrayed much stronger emotional reactions. The night system's wearer, the military pilot Sonoran, was just an ordinary person. He hadn't been injected with super soldier serum or gained powers through a high-energy engine explosion. Yet, by donning the armor, he had achieved miraculous strength. Miracles are extraordinary precisely because they're rare and unrepeatable. But what Fury valued was the ability to mass-produce and scale power. Even though Sonoran had to be rushed to the hospital due to physical overload, the accomplishment far outweighed the cost. I nodded in agreement. That's right. The night system will emerge again in this era soon enough. To avoid complications, I haven't revealed its true name or designation. Its original developer was a prodigy with abundant resources. The first iterations of the night system were purely mechanical, balanced in all aspects but excelling in none, making it vulnerable to specific enemies. Over time, the developer collected data on his adversaries and upgraded or redesigned the night system for individual or species-specific threats. However, due to outdated information and incomplete data, the newly developed systems were often countered by their intended targets. By the time the night system was perfected, the disasters caused by those enemies had usually been resolved, leaving the finished versions to gather dust in a basement. Wei Xiaoming, was still in the middle of my conversation with Nick Fury when he suddenly dropped some news. S.H.I.E.L.D. has found traces of vampire activity. In fact, we've been monitoring them for a long time. You were right. Human history and vampires are deeply intertwined, so much so that it's indescribably complex. If we act recklessly against them, the resulting upheaval could rival an economic crisis. He continued, you might not know this, but World War II was sparked by an economic crisis. Capitalist giants hoarded resources and exploited the world, which eventually lit the fuse for a war that involved 2 billion people and claimed 90 million lives. Now, with nuclear deterrence in place, World War III won't break out easily, but humanity can't afford to remain under the shadow of war. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to prevent major threats, from extraterrestrial beings like the xeno-insects to any person or entity that disrupts human society. Vampires, as described in myths and novels, are predators of humanity. But millennia of entanglement have made them a part of human society. Even the religious texts that discuss the origins of humanity mention vampires as the firstborn of the first man and woman. Furthermore, with the advent of firearms, especially after the technological explosion of World War II, the threat posed by vampires has greatly diminished. No matter how strong their regenerative abilities, they're not capable of rebirth from a single drop of blood or reversing time. Under heavy firepower, they're no match. And let's not forget their weakness to sunlight. The highest temperature humans have created now exceeds the core of the sun. Replicating the specific parts of sunlight that harm vampires isn't out of the question either. When it comes to vampires, doing nothing results in constant minor issues, but taking action could be catastrophic. However, I had no interest in treading carefully. I wanted to stir the pot. Like a high school lecturer selling books on the side, I passionately declared, garlic, silver, crosses, holy water. What if one day these things, whether proven effective or mere myths, stop working on vampires? Humans can develop vaccines to prevent diseases and have even eradicated smallpox. Vampires, who've evolved alongside humanity, wouldn't they use similar technologies to eliminate their weaknesses? They're a long-lived species. Some individuals have witnessed humanity's journey from the steam age to the space age. They have wealth and ambition. And since vampires are a different species, What acts as a vaccine for humans might serve as an evolutionary serum for them. When that happens, a stronger, faster, nearly invincible breed of vampires could emerge, and humans would become nothing more than slaves and livestock. My fervent words made Nick Fury's brow twitch, though his dark complexion made it hard to discern his expression. I added sarcastically, "Oh, my apologies if that upset you. As a black man, you have a history tied to slavery. In the era of vampire dominion, humanity won't be divided by skin color. Everyone will be part of the slave class." I continued to spout nonsense, and since I held the ultimate narrative control, Fury had no choice but to take me seriously. He suppressed the urge to curse and asked, "What materials do you need this time?" Ever since the discovery of the xeno-insects, only a few adult specimens have been killed. Whenever a xeno-insect corpse was obtained, various factions scrambled to acquire it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to secure one through technical means from a biochemical lab, and had placed most of it in Oscorp's labs. That was what I had wanted. I had claimed the Knight system required for development, but in reality, I was simply analyzing the evolutionary progress of my first test subject. The results showed that even as a prototype, the xeno-insects were highly advanced bioengineered creations. Of course, it wasn't long after receiving the samples that I produced the Knight system to counter the xeno-insects, along with a series of detection devices. This was why Fury asked the question. I replied, "I need a hybrid. He's the child of a vampire and a human. There's no record of his conception, but he possesses the superhuman strength, speed, senses, endurance, and regenerative abilities of a vampire. However, his human side makes him immune to silver and sunlight. He's even a vampire hunter." Fury's eye immediately narrowed as he thought of someone, Eric Brooks, codename Blade. Among vampires, he was known as the Daywalker. If necessary, Fury wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice him to eliminate a greater threat to humanity. I spread my hands and explained, "He's the wearer, and I'm the supplier of the armor's materials. Time travel doesn't allow for transporting too much matter. Beyond a certain threshold, the energy required to transmit each additional gram increases exponentially, and the likelihood of failure skyrockets. To save costs and improve success rates, technologies that this era can't yet achieve have been encoded into my genes. When specific sequences are decoded and combined with enemy-specific samples, they become a source of power. The Knight system's acceleration capabilities were essentially the Skrull's higher-dimensional mechanical enhancements in a new form. But framing it as a tragic tale of heroism made my contributions seem even more critical. Fury stared at me with his single eye for a long time. With half my face hidden behind my gas mask, he couldn't glean much from my expression. In truth, he was debating whether to reveal information about artificial intelligence to me. The most advanced AI at present, JRVS, was created by Tony Stark, the prodigy of Stark Industries. If a rogue AI capable of threatening humanity's future were to emerge, it would most likely originate from him. But SHIELD's founder, Howard Stark, was Tony Stark's father. This familial connection, along with SHIELD's stake in Stark Industries, meant they couldn't afford for anything to happen to Tony. Tony Stark's situation was directly tied to Stark Industries' stock performance. When he was active, the stock prices soared. If there were no tabloid headlines about him for 2 days, the stock would drop by several percentage points. This involved billions of dollars, which were a vital source of funding for Fury's secret bases and maintenance expenses. Many expenditures that couldn't be accounted for in SHIELD's official budget relied on this stock's performance. I understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. is nominally a global organization, but its main area of activity is in the Americas, and its funding comes from allocations by the United Nations Security Council, essentially controlled by the 5 permanent members, often referred to as the 5 big powers. S.H.I.E.L.D. is both too important and too unstable, making the 5 big powers uneasy. They want to control it by restricting its funds while also constantly inserting their own people into it. SHIELD's executive director, Maria Hill, is the highest-ranking plant in the organization. She is a special appointee, directly overseen by the Security Council, and regularly evaluates Nick Fury and his leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, however, understands this situation perfectly. To placate the Security Council, he pretends to know nothing. allowing Agent Hill to carry out her activities. Privately, though, he manipulates the situation, feeding her false information to demand more funding from the Security Council for his secret bases. But Nick Fury isn't just any ordinary leader. He's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the king of agents, and extremely cautious. Even when I provided almost flawless evidence proving my identity, he secretly and openly investigated me for over a year. This old man is so principled that he refuses to eat diagonally cut toast, leaving even Deadpool exasperated. How could someone like him tolerate being controlled by others? Using the Security Council's funding as a foundation and leveraging the intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Fury cleverly navigated the complexities of the American financial system to acquire stakes in several corporations and conglomerates. This supported his independent spy network, separate from S.H.I.E.L.D., with Stark Industries being one of the biggest contributors. As a shareholder, he could purchase equipment at insider prices, but he would bill the full market price. The profit difference would come back to him as shareholder dividends, allowing him to benefit from both ends. This is why Stark Industries cannot afford to fail. Nick Fury is indeed highly capable. The previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a Hydra agent, and under his leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. was practically on the verge of being renamed Hydra. Any other director would have been kept in the dark and rendered powerless. Yet, even in such a situation, Fury was able to detect that something was wrong within S.H.I.E.L.D., proving his qualifications as an agent. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was dissolved, he managed to regroup the remnants and, relying on his independent system, continued protecting Earth. He was more than qualified to be a director. One day, Nick Fury stared at the object in my room, a structure with a mechanical and technological aesthetic resembling the head of a giant robot. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "The Knight system, exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D. This is what we agreed upon, and I'm here for it. The procurement will go through the proper channels, the accounts will be balanced, and I'll even handle the legitimate tax avoidance procedures for you. But don't try to fool me with experimental prototypes meant to deceive the military. Your handcrafted computers contain a whole series of upgrade plans, including the final form." I panicked immediately, like a kid caught playing with a phone by their parents, and anxiously asked, "When did you figure this out?" He replied, "When you visited a pirated website to watch free Star Trek. If it weren't for the agent monitoring you, your computer would have been hacked, and all your data would have been turned into someone else's moneymaker. Based on your viewing history, you're particularly interested in Star Trek, The Next Generation, especially Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Enterprise. You've watched his scenes countless times." "Resigned," I said. "By human age standards, I'm only 8 years old. Having a hobby is perfectly normal. And let's not forget, as a genetically modified being, I'm still protected under the laws for minors." Nick Fury looked at my heroic, myth-like physique and probably thought to himself, "Asterisk 8 years old? Are you kidding me? Asterisk." Even though my magnetic field manipulation makes me immune to environmental conditions, I feigned a cough and said, "You'd better change your infiltration methods. Your skills are impressive. You managed to disable and block my room's surveillance equipment without triggering the alarms. But that move exposed you. My room's alarm system was designed with my era's thinking in mind. It constantly sends a nothing happened signal to my phone. If the signal is disrupted or destroyed, it triggers an alert on my phone." I added meaningfully, "Sometimes when nothing happens, that's when something's really wrong." At that moment, a few signals came through Nick Fury's hidden communicator. I realized that the task he had arranged in advance was complete. The mature alien insect corpse stored in the biotech lab had been retrieved. His mission to distract me was over, and he was about to leave. From my perspective, his expression seemed off when he left. I probably struck a nerve with something I said. After he left, I activated the air purification system. Only after a long time did I remove my gas mask, revealing my Asian face. I wear this thing all the time because I can't stand other people's body odors. Since arriving in this world, especially on Earth, I've discovered that my enhanced senses are not entirely a blessing. Take my sense of smell, for example. The body odors of people with different skin tones are like biochemical weapons, often accompanied by a strong musk. It's tolerable right after they shower, but once they sweat, the microbial fermentation smell gives me a headache. And people here, men and women alike, love wearing perfume. The mix of pungent odors is unbearable, especially in poorly ventilated indoor spaces, making the gas mask essential for me. With Osborne industry support, the first upgrade I made was to this device. The latest version allows me to isolate external air while breathing normally for half an hour. My magnetic field manipulation allows me to survive without breathing, as it can extract necessary substances for my cells from the surrounding environment. Still, I'm used to wearing the mask, only taking it off when I'm alone. Muttering to myself, I said, "I've laid it all out for you, Nick Fury. Whether you understand or not is up to you. I'm only 8, my worldview isn't fully formed, and my sense of morality and ethics is still weak." Then I shouted, "Optimus Prime, pull up my action plan list." The decorative piece Fury had been staring at for so long came to life. It was my personal computer, shaped like Optimus Prime's head, with computational power surpassing this era's most advanced supercomputers. It utilized projection screen technology from a Skrull ship, which I usually use to watch shows for entertainment. Its power indicator glowed a faint blue, and its interactive system spoke in Optimus Prime's deep, gentle voice. "Optimus Prime is pleased to serve you." The robot's eyes projected beams of light, forming a virtual screen in mid-air with an intricately detailed, tree-like action plan. One major branch was specially highlighted, marked with a bat silhouette and annotated with the word vampires. I, Dr. Death, sat in an abandoned factory somewhere in New York, dressed in a white suit with a cloak that was black on the outside and red on the inside, giving me an odd appearance. I was leisurely enjoying some neon squid jerky with a Rebird beer, waiting for someone to arrive. It was evening, and this area was full of abandoned factories. The electrical systems and lighting had long since broken down, leaving the factory shrouded in shadow, with only a few spots where sunlight could still filter through the windows. Before long, the last rays of the setting sun vanished, and a group of elite bodyguards formed a human wall, escorting a middle-aged man in a tailored suit into the factory. I raised my beer in a gesture of acknowledgement and said, "Mr. Bill, welcome, and Mr. Victor as well." Then I continued drinking as if I didn't care. The middle-aged man, referred to as Mr. Bill, gestured with his hand, signaling his bodyguards to spread out. They swiftly and methodically searched the factory with tactical flashlights, positioning themselves at key locations. Should negotiations fall through, their priority would be ensuring Mr. Bill's escape to the bulletproof car waiting outside. Mr. Bill walked straight over to me, placing a briefcase that was handcuffed to his wrist onto the table. He asked, "Where's the item we discussed?" He was the complete opposite of me. His hair was neatly combed back with pomade, and his suit was impeccably tailored, clearly bespoke and high-end. He was the epitome of an elite, successful man. Meanwhile, the beer in my hand and my awkwardly mismatched cloak instantly dragged down the class of the scene. My white suit was wrinkled and obviously cheap, my hair disheveled, making me look more like a lunatic than someone worthy of a personal meeting with a man like Bill. I laughed heartily and said, "It's been here all along." Mr. Bill nodded, entered a password to open the briefcase, and turned it toward me. Inside wasn't anything particularly valuable, just a tablet connected to some external equipment. In this era, where even Wi-Fi hadn't been widely adopted due to patent disputes, this tablet, with its full signal bars and video call capabilities, was a technological anomaly. On the screen appeared an aging face, a noble-looking old man with skin so pale it seemed he had never seen sunlight. His deep blue eyes exuded a chilling air. "Dr. Death," Victor's voice came through the speakers. It didn't match his elegant appearance, as his tone was filled with impatience. "You claim to have something of critical importance to the bloodline. I'd be more than willing to trade for it. If it's truly as valuable as you say, I can offer you an oil field as compensation." The so-called bloodline refers to vampires, and Victor, with whom I was speaking through the tablet, was a pure-blood vampire. Among vampires, his status was second only to the 13 pure-blood elders. However, second only still meant being subservient. Under the weight of their authority, Victor had always been unable to realize his ambitions. Vampires are immortal beings. The saying, "There are no 60-year-old crown princes," is a joke in their circles. In their society, power always rests with the strongest pure-blood vampires. The stronger they are, the longer they live, and some have even mastered secret methods of extending their lifespans over the centuries, maintaining their grip on power indefinitely. Victor, consumed by a desire for power, had no choice but to obey. He remained suppressed and full of resentment, yearning for strength and a way to overthrow the 13 elders. That's when I, claiming to hail from Shocker, approached him, claiming to have something that could change the balance of power in the vampire world. In Victor's memory, there was only one thing capable of doing what I described: the Book of the Blood God, written by the blood deity Medola. It contained magic exclusively usable by vampires and methods for self-evolution. Obtaining it would allow Victor to ascend instantly, trampling the 13 elders beneath his feet. The Book of the Blood God had always been in the possession of the vampires, but very few knew its exact whereabouts. Victor had always believed it had been lost, and that I had somehow acquired it. This misunderstanding was rather delightful. Unable to contain his excitement, Victor sent his human emissaries to negotiate with me, arranging this meeting at the factory. As for the price of trading for the Book of the Blood God, Victor couldn't care less. To an immortal species facing humans with an average lifespan of less than a century, the advantages were obvious. Their extended lifespans turned their collections into antiques, constantly appreciating in value. The land they owned became priceless as economies developed. And then there were the wealthy individuals. Once they amassed wealth and power, their next pursuit was longevity. When technology was less advanced, becoming a vampire via the embrace ritual was the best way for them to extend their lives and continue enjoying their riches and influence. Vampires, of course, are not benevolent. These wealthy individuals often had to offer up the majority of their fortunes for the chance to become low-ranking vampires. With this strategy, vampires didn't need to conquer or colonize. They achieved their initial capital accumulation effortlessly. In modern times, with capital becoming increasingly important, vampires not only had capitalists willingly flocking to them, but also learned how to use their resources to make money. Their centuries of experience gave them razor-sharp instincts. Even if they couldn't keep up with the times, there were always people willing to serve them in exchange for wealth, power, or extended life. Today, the ties between capitalist groups and vampires are intricate. Saying all capitalists are vampires might be an exaggeration, but it's not far from the truth. Nick Fury's prediction that dealing with them could cause economic turmoil and a global crisis was, unfortunately, quite accurate. As a high-ranking vampire with wealth surpassing that of some small nations, Victor offering an oil field was nothing to him. Compared to the power and status he'd gained from obtaining the Book of the Blood God, this was trivial. I set my beer down on the table and said, "Mr. Victor, you've misunderstood. What I have might not be exactly what you think it is." As soon as I finished speaking, the previously dark factory was suddenly flooded with bright lights. The abrupt change in brightness caused temporary blindness for everyone except me. Mr. Bill, being a vampire, let out a scream and quickly raised his arm, the one not cuffed to the briefcase, to shield his face. On the screen, Victor also instinctively flinched, fearing sunlight. "Relax, it's just ordinary lighting," I said with a faintly mocking tone. "What I'm referring to, the thing that can change the balance of power among vampires, is right in front of you." Mr. Bill, not feeling the searing, corrosive pain of sunlight on his skin, lowered his arm, looking at me with a puzzled expression. I, Vampire Bill, glanced around and noticed that the upper section of a partition wall in the factory had been replaced with a glass panel. On the other side of the glass wall, the once abandoned large industrial equipment was gone, and the space had been renovated. The concrete walls were reinforced with soundproofing material, bulletproof steel plates, and flexible cushioning, making the defenses, aside from the bulletproof glass facing Dr. Death, comparable to the pillboxes from World War II. Through the observation wall, both Victor on the tablet and I could see the scene inside. Several individuals wearing masks and tight combat suits were preparing near a shooting range. They were equipped with lightweight, skeletal exoskeletons that mimicked human bone structure, blending seamlessly with the white patterns on their black combat suits. In their hands were various firearms, clearly ready for experimental testing. At the center of the shooting range stood a metal bed, to which a man dressed like a street thug was securely strapped. His body was tightly restrained by bindings, and several drips were continuously injecting various fluids into his veins. This street thug was, in fact, a vampire, though neither a pure-blood aristocrat nor a rare hybrid like Blade. He wasn't even one of the human elites turned into higher-status vampires by purebloods. The genetic fusion between humans and vampires is incomplete. When humans are embraced and turned into vampires, remnants of their human genes linger. As a result, vampires born from humans are naturally inferior to purebloods, and the lower the rank of the vampire who turns them, the lower the status of the resulting non-pureblood vampire. The one strapped to the iron bed was the lowest of the low. Social hierarchy is inevitable. Even a genius with individuality, creativity, and high intelligence, placed among tens of thousands of others in a city of their own creation, would ultimately become just one cog in the machine, either an oppressor or one of the oppressed. And among vampires, hierarchy is determined by bloodline. Aside from methods like blood magic or the blood of progenitors, a vampire's social status is decided at birth. Just as wealth creates dietary disparities among humans so vast it seems like they're two different species, vampires face similar divides. Lesser vampires are forced to drink the blood of homeless drunks laced with cheap alcohol, while higher vampires have far more refined tastes. Their food sources are specifically bred for consumption. The gender, ethnicity, parental genetic background, and blood type of these sources are determined at the embryonic stage. Not only that, but factors like their birth year, education level, vaccination history, physical fitness, artistic sensibilities, psychological state, and daily diet are all carefully monitored. Even the hormones secreted during their psychological changes before being fed on are meticulously controlled. If higher vampires wish to change their palate and become vegetarians, there are dedicated laboratories to synthesize artificial blood. As for this inferior, non-pure blood vampire, even I, a high-ranking tool who could be sacrificed at any moment, couldn't be bothered to consider him as anything more than a disposable test subject. Judging by the setup, he was about to become ballistic gel for testing weaponry. At this moment, Dr. Death began to speak. I discovered a miraculous plant in the Amazon rainforest of South America. The locals call it the blood orchid. The flower of the blood orchid contains a peculiar substance. When inhaled by a living organism, it breaks the organism's natural limits, granting it unlimited evolutionary potential. The pythons near the blood orchid evolved into titanobole-like giants because of it, but this peculiar substance is highly toxic. While it promotes biological evolution, it can also kill the host. Local shamans, after generations of trial and error, developed a superhuman serum by neutralizing the blood orchid's toxicity with extract from various plants, insects, and minerals, a serum reserved only for the tribe's chieftains. When Shocker learned about this, we obtained a formula at the cost of that entire tribe's lives. Using modern technology, we analyzed and optimized it, further neutralizing the toxins with extracts from mammals, amphibians, and insects, ultimately creating a serum similar to active cells. I call it Amazon cells. Dr. Death chuckled as he continued. Injecting these cells enhances a biological organism, exponentially increasing strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities while extending lifespan. Hearing, vision, and even a sixth sense surpass their original limits. And the species most suited for Amazon cell injection is vampires. They already possess superhuman longevity, strength, speed, and healing abilities. With the injection, they'll ascend to even greater heights. The fusion of the two creates a new species, which I call Fangire. Perhaps noticing the displeased expression on Victor's face, being repeatedly referred to as merely a vampire, Dr. Death altered his tone. Silver weapons, garlic, sunlight, and even holy water is touted by the Vatican. None of these will be effective against Fangires. Mr. Victor, now witness a miraculous experiment. In the adjacent room, the experiment began. A figure in a white lab coat and hood pressed a gun-like injector to the unconscious vampire's neck, delivering the dark brown serum into his carotid artery. Once the injection was complete, the figure quickly stepped aside, exiting the room through a door in the corner, leaving only the test subject and the armed combatants behind. Within less than 30 seconds, the unconscious vampire suddenly awoke. His crimson eyes widened as he scanned his surroundings, baring his sharp fangs and letting out a feral growl to intimidate those watching. His body began to tremble violently, the spasms intensifying until even the metal bed bolted to the floor started to shake noticeably. Even through 3 layers of bulletproof glass, I could hear his agonized roaring. On the tablet, Victor showed no sign of disgust. On the contrary, he seemed intrigued. I, meanwhile, stood there silently, ensuring the briefcase was angled perfectly for Victor to observe the scene from the best perspective. With a deafening boom and a cloud of thick smoke, the mutation was complete. The vampire, once human-like in appearance, had transformed entirely. His height had increased dramatically, and his body was now covered in a material resembling insect carapace, segmented into vibrant, stained glass-like panels reminiscent of church windows. His face no longer resembled anything human. His upper face now consisted of 2 enormous compound eyes, while his lower face had morphed into a grotesque, fong-line maw. Bone-like spikes jutted out from his arms and back, resembling the appendages of an arthropod, giving him the appearance of a humanoid spider. Dr. Death raised his beer, his sinister grin widening as he said, "Congratulations, the experiment was a resounding success. To Shocker's continued greatness, cheers. Let me tell you something. The mutagenic effects of Amazon cells on biological organisms are always accompanied by high temperatures. Why, you ask? Well, it's practically compressing the process of developing an embryo into a mature organism into just a few seconds. All the transformations happening in that short span consume a tremendous amount of energy, which is released as heat in a flash. Some of that heat is carried away by evaporating moisture, but the rest radiates outward into the surrounding space, causing the air to violently expand. Take that low-level non-pureblood vampire, for instance. During its transformation into a fong-ire, it shed nearly all of its previous limitations. The needles injecting glucose, saline, anesthetics, and highly concentrated proteins into its body were literally pushed out of its muscles, with the puncture wounds sealing up instantly. The restraints holding it down ignited from the heat and were snapped apart with one struggle, leaving it fully exposed. However, it was still bound to the metal bed by high-strength alloy handcuffs and leg irons. These restraints had been cleverly designed to latch onto the joints of the fong-ire, which are its weakest points for exerting force. Combined with the iron bed, it was completely immobilized, unless, of course, it had the guts to break its own limbs. Otherwise, escape was impossible. At this point, Dr. Death, nibbling on a piece of squid jerky and sipping his beer, gave an order to the combatants, "Begin the tests." What were they testing? Naturally, the strength of this new fong-ire. As a control group, another vampire, this one not transformed, was pushed into the room, also strapped to an iron bed. Unlike the newly evolved fong-ire, this vampire hadn't been injected with anything and wasn't unconscious. In fact, it had been complaining incessantly to the combatants pushing it. But Shocker's combatants are artificial beings. They only take orders from Shocker executives, devoid of fear or emotional responses. Even if faced with 25 Kamen Riders at once, they would charge forward wielding their weapons, confronting the grim reality head-on. The vampire's threats and bribes meant nothing to them. They simply positioned it next to the fong-ire and left. Realizing this wasn't going to end well, the vampire started cursing, determined to get the last word before its demise. The experimental protocol devised by Dr. Death was as simple and brutal as it was crude. Sunlight, garlic extract, silver weapons, crucifixes, and even holy water, as promoted by the Vatican, were all brought into play. The results were as direct as they were striking. By the end of the tests, several batches of control group vampires had been swapped in, while the fong-ire, aside from showing signs of agitation, remained virtually unaffected. Even the sharpest silver weapons couldn't leave so much as a scratch on its exoskeleton. Dr. Death then announced, "Next up is the final test. Live ammunition. Small caliber pistols, submachine guns, automatic rifles, and shotguns. All were fired by Shocker combatants, whose enhanced physique and use of shooting platforms minimized recoil, ensuring that nearly every bullet hit its mark on the Fangire's body. Yet, the majority of the bullets only left superficial marks on its exoskeleton. A small number managed to penetrate the defenses, but all they did was cause the Fangire to howl in pain. Even the so-called equalizer of all beings, the shotgun, loaded with specialized slugs, no less, only elicited a few screams. The sheer resilience of the Fangire's body was evident. Dr. Death remarked, and this is just a Fangire transformed from the lowest grade vampire. The stronger the vampire subjected to Amazon cell injection, the more formidable the resulting Fangire becomes. What's more, once the transformation succeeds, they can freely switch between their combat form and their normal form. They retain their human appearance and won't trigger aversion from their original race. Victor, eager to gain more power and expand his influence within the vampire hierarchy, couldn't afford to appear as a monster. Compared to vampires, who possess long lifespans, humans, though short-lived, are far more creative. Vampires are a parasitic civilization, dependent on human society for survival. As such, their rulers cannot afford to appear monstrous. A monster with a human heart is far less trustworthy than a monster with a human face. Take the citizens of the United States, for example. They could accept a president who's black, a spy, or even a fool because they elected them. Even if new policies led to skyrocketing unemployment and millions going bankrupt, they wouldn't complain too much. That's their democracy. But they absolutely couldn't tolerate a president who wasn't human. If that were ever revealed, the people would feel like slaves to an alien race. Either the president would be disappeared in the name of political correctness, or the American populace would be wiped out. Marvel Comics portrayed this idea perfectly. After they redefined mutants as non-human, any mutant president in the comics faced nothing but assassination attempts or backlash from disastrous policies. Before Victor could respond, the Fangire's compound eyes flashed red, and it began struggling with all its might. Then, with a sickening crack, it forcibly broke its own bound limbs, detaching them from its body and leaving itself almost limbless, a writhing, human-shaped stump. It fell off the iron bed and onto the floor. No sooner had it landed than its exoskeletal appendages rapidly expanded, propping up its body. Through the bulletproof glass, it glared viciously at Dr. Death and me, shouting, "I'll kill you both." Thanks to the recent surge in vampire-themed novels and films, which portray vampires as noble, elegant, and irresistibly charming creatures, even this lowly vampire likely enjoyed a bit of fame. In nightclubs and similar places, there were probably people fawning over it. Some of those brainwashed by feel-good education might have even thrown themselves at it after learning its identity. But within a single day, it had become nothing more than meat on someone else's chopping block, transformed into a monster and tormented as an experimental subject. Now it wanted revenge. It wanted to tear apart those who had done this to it. With its four appendages moving rapidly, the Fangire charged at the bulletproof glass. But with its limbs gone, its weight had decreased. Combined with its injuries, its first collision only left a crack in the observation window before it was bounced back. The bulletproof glass held firm. On its second attempt, however, it achieved its goal. Two of its appendages struck like window-breaking hammers, shattering the glass into countless shards as it lunged toward the seemingly frail Dr. Death. Although I, Bill, am merely a tool to this Fangire, who had been a low-ranking vampire only moments ago, I was a figure of high standing. Even after transforming into another species, its innate sense of hierarchy remained. Instinctively, it avoided me. But Dr. Death? He's no pushover. I, Wei Xiaoming, disguised as Dr. Death, one of Shocker's 3 top executives. The real Dr. Death is not only the mastermind behind Shocker's monstrous transformations, but also an incredibly powerful squid-like mutant himself. Under the enhancement of my magnetic field manipulation, my strength is even more terrifying. Originally, I had intended to use genetic samples to cultivate clones of myself, letting these clones act as shadowy masterminds to stir things up behind the scenes. But the plan fell apart. No matter how thorough the preparations were, or how every possible error was eliminated, all I ever ended up cultivating was a twisted, deformed mass of flesh. For a while, I even suspected it wasn't grown from my genetic material. I stopped attempting to clone myself and instead modified that chunk of flesh which shared my genetic sequence. I fused it with a mechanical life support structure that I could remotely control via a brainwave amplifier. Since its biological structure was identical to mine, I could channel my powers through this Dr. Death avatar when necessary. However, its biological components were too fragile. Using too much magnetic field power would cause it to collapse. I swept back my cloak, clenched my right fist, and channeled my power. The sleeve of my suit vibrated with the force. As the charging Fengire lunged at me, I dodged the spear-like appendages and threw a punch directly at its torso, shouting, "Electric Surge! Sea Tiger Explosive Fist!" The punch landed squarely on the Fangire's body, and the surging force of my strike exploded within it, blasting the vampire apart from the inside out. Its body was pulverized, and its flesh, blood, and shattered exoskeleton sprayed outward in the direction of my punch, decorating the factory walls with a grotesque display. The fragmented exoskeleton clung to the walls, forming a bizarre, stained glass-like mural. Even under the influence of Amazon cells, the Fangire's resilience was extraordinary. Despite being blown to pieces, the scattered fragments of flesh began converging toward a central point. Within a minute, a vaguely humanoid shape had reformed. Though it resembled a flayed monster from a horror movie, its bodily details gradually refined as the flesh continued to coalesce. In no time, it seemed it would be fully restored. The electric surge is a prerequisite step before mastering magnetic field manipulation, a phase that all superpowered individuals must go through. Though I've mastered magnetic field manipulation, I still experience the electric surge stage. According to the Sea Tiger comic, electric surge involves using one's consciousness to induce high-speed friction between bodily cells, generating electricity. After trying countless methods without success, I ultimately achieved this through precise control of my magnetic field. Fortunately, the use of different electrical currents for medical treatments and physical conditioning is well documented in human physical therapy, with mature theories and practical applications. This allowed me to pass through this stage smoothly. Thanks to this, my power grew incrementally, giving me precise control instead of merely destructive force. Otherwise, with magnetic field manipulation's ability to extinguish life on a cellular level, even the electric surge alone would have completely obliterated this world's first officially debuted Fengire. Under the force of my punch, its cells would have faced only one outcome: utter annihilation. As for the Sea Tiger Explosive Fist, I'm no prodigy like Bai Junlang from Sea Tiger, who could develop his own martial arts path with just beginner books and movies. Instead, I relied on modern technology, collecting data from 127 traditional, modern, and military combat styles worldwide. By combining biomechanics, scientific principles, and my own capabilities, I simulated and developed a unique martial arts system tailored to myself. While I can't perfectly replicate the stunning martial arts of the four founders in their original glory, I can produce a reasonably close imitation. I looked at Victor on the tablet screen, still emanating the aura from having obliterated the Fengire moments ago. In a firm, unquestionable tone, I asked, "Mr. Victor, do you think this can change the balance of power in vampire society?" Truthfully, if it weren't for the grand boasts I made to Nick Fury that I now needed to fulfill and the opportunity to recoup some funds, I wouldn't bother dealing with vampires. After all, while they might not literally suck the marrow from your bones, they aren't far off. Manufacturing a species like the Fengire and conducting human experiments is straightforward. Just scout out some filthy, chaotic bars, and you're bound to find low-level vampires hunting for prey. Send in enough operatives to cover enough ground. It's that simple. Victor replied, "Interesting. It's been 10 years since I've seen something this fascinating. I'm willing to trade an oil field for the Amazon cell data." Like any shrewd player, he was skeptical about using such untested technology on himself. However, that didn't stop him from wanting to claim it as his own. If the success rate was high enough, he could use the Amazon cells to create an elite squad loyal to him. After all, if humans can brainwash and train assassins and soldiers, like the infamous Winter Soldier, vampires surely have similar or even more efficient methods. Power struggles are never gentle or peaceful, and among the long-lived, they are even more brutal. In ancient times, emperors, paranoid about maintaining their thrones, wouldn't even trust their own flesh and blood, while grooming heirs they simultaneously guarded against them, fearing rebellion and a forced abdication. Victor viewed military strength as a necessity, not only to prepare for overthrowing the 13 elders, but also to guard against anyone below him plotting to replace him, just as he was plotting now. Realizing he'd taken the bait, I smiled and said, "This technology represents my life's work. I'm not handing it over to anyone. The only thing I'm willing to sell is the final product. I can offer customization options, such as filtering the process through bats for a result more aligned with vampire aesthetics." The toolman Bill tilted the tablet toward me, allowing Victor to face me directly as he asked, "Then what exactly do you want?" The internal conflicts within the vampire hierarchy have been simmering for decades, even centuries, and have reached a boiling point. The disparity in individual strength has long suppressed any voices opposing the 13 pureblood elders. But as we enter the new millennium, everything began to change. Beyond the alien insects brought by meteorites, advancing human technology has started to challenge vampire power. Those seeking longevity no longer pledged loyalty to the vampires, but instead turned to research and technology, producing innovations that made the vampire's position increasingly precarious. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. Amid this unprecedented upheaval, the rigid order of vampire society began to waver. Everyone wanted to challenge authority, and Victor, being the one most likely to seize power, was the most impatient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been lured out by my message. Without hesitation, I said, "Money. A lot of money." Victor responded decisively, "I have a weapons dealer in Latveria, a human named Doom. He will handle the transaction with you. I want enough Amazon cells to transform 40 individuals. Negotiate the price with Doom." Let me tell you a funny story. There's this joke about high-dimensional alien beings descending upon Earth, only to discover that the planet is completely dominated by capital. Humanity, in this scenario, is nothing more than the slave of capital. Human civilization is built on oil, coal, and their byproducts. Think about it. What part of our daily necessities, from clothing to food, housing to transportation, isn't tied to these two resources? Hundreds of millions of people rely on the oil industry for their livelihoods. Whoever controls these resources essentially holds the lifeline of the global economy. Take the energy tycoons, for instance. As long as they control the oil supply, even in the middle of a desert, they can build the most prosperous cities in the world. To maintain their power, capitalists use every trick in the book. They bribe scientists, manipulate public opinion, and aggressively propagate the narrative that oil is a non-renewable resource, suppressing any claims that oil could actually be a renewable mineral. They also suppress alternative technologies, attacking innovations like renewable energy and high-capacity batteries. It's no different from when cars first appeared. Carriage companies went on a propaganda spree in newspapers, claiming cars were unsafe and too slow, fearing they'd lose their business. Even Tony Stark faced backlash when he abandoned a weapons business to enter the renewable energy market with his arc reactor technology. Energy giants targeted him, causing Stark Industries' stock to plummet. If it weren't for his backing from S.H.I.E.L.D., strong ties with the military, Stark Industries' status as an established corporate giant, and his own prodigious talents, not to mention the positive exposure for being a hero, his wealth might have evaporated entirely. When I, Wei Xiaoming, took over at Oscorp, my maneuvering shook up the entrenched interests of these old capitalists. Products they had planned to gradually roll out to dominate the market were suddenly dumped into the marketplace all at once, disrupting their carefully laid plans. Take mobile phones as an example. Back when the average monthly wage in China was around 100 yuan, a mobile phone cost over 20,000 yuan, with an additional 6,000 to 8,000 yuan for a network connection. Later models with displays and color screens were just as expensive and slow to update. Then one day, phones suddenly became affordable, and new models were released at a rapid pace. Why? Because China mastered the technology to produce them, leaving the capitalists with no choice. And let's not forget, these capitalists intentionally designed products to be short-lived, forcing consumers to buy new ones. Oscorp itself was once targeted by these capitalists, but thanks to its backing from S.H.I.E.L.D. as a major shareholder, it weathered both overt and covert attacks. Oscorp managed to stabilize its footing by expanding its market share. Why am I so intent on turning vampires into humanity's public enemy? It's simple. I covet the technology they've hoarded that could propel human civilization forward by leaps and bounds. Only by eliminating them can I seize these advancements for humanity, upgrading our foundational industries, and triggering a technological explosion. In this regard, I genuinely have humanity's best interests at heart. Even without mentioning the knowledge I've gleaned from the Skrull ship, the data and blueprints I obtained from the USB drive of an infinite flow protagonist are enough to put me at the pinnacle of the technological world. Just a small portion of it is enough to develop the Night system with ease. That said, civilization thrives on the clash and exchange of different ideas. The Earth in the Marvel Universe already has incredible technology and immense potential. In the future, when the three major galactic empires are long gone, Earth's civilization will shine brightly, creating devices as advanced as wristwatch-sized time travel mechanisms. After Bill and the others left, I, posing as Dr. Death, rolled up my sleeve to inspect my right arm. The flesh and blood had been completely shattered and vaporized, leaving only a metallic skeleton and some electronic components. Even a single punch, delivered with just the electric surge level of power, was too much for this avatar to handle. Suddenly, my vision went dark, and my body froze as if the power supply to a machine had been cut off. In the 5-star dormitories of Oscorp's RD Center, the real me, Wei Xiaoming, removed the helmet, its indicator lights still blinking, and muttered to myself, first, the alien insect sample was stolen, and now someone managed to sneak into my room without a sound. Oscorp's security system needs an upgrade. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure appeared in my room, a bald woman with a complicated expression. She must have entered at some point without me noticing. She wore a peculiar monk's robe with a yellow hooded cloak draped over it, and had a serene, kind smile on her face, resembling a wise and virtuous guru. It was the Ancient One. The Ancient One is one of the most iconic tutorial NPCs in the Marvel Universe, rivaling figures like Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Coulson. Her title as the Sorcerer Supreme is renowned, and she's a master of magic. In the Marvel world, ordinary people rely on mutation, the wealthy rely on technology, and the truly intelligent delve into magic. Figures like Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, and even Tony Stark as the Sorcerer Supreme in an alternate timeline have all mastered magic to incredible levels. Each of them is a genius with unparalleled intellect. While characters like Storm and Scarlet, which are also considered magic users, their powers primarily stem from their mutant abilities, which are then fused with magic to achieve great strength. As for me, I've walked the path of technology thanks to the generosity of the Skrulls and the USB drive from an infinite flow protagonist. My abilities are also slowly developing, but magic? Without a teacher to guide me, I'm completely clueless. Stephen Strange was able to learn magic because the Ancient One had already secretly observed and evaluated him, understanding his character and potential. She may have even used the Time Stone to glimpse his future before confirming him as her successor. Then, after Strange's car accident left him in despair, the Ancient One guided him to Kamar Taj, setting him on the path of magic and earning him the unfortunate nickname Dr. Crippled in the industry. Now look at me. Due to copyright issues, I'm technically from the same multiverse, but a different universe. My soul has nothing to do with the Marvel Universe, and my body even contains mutant genetic structures. These factors combined mean I'm fundamentally incompatible with the rules of magic in this world. Moreover, in a way, I'm an intruder in this universe, a reluctant proxy for some dimensional demon, conveniently falling under the jurisdiction of the Sorcerer Supreme. It's clear the Ancient One didn't come here with friendly intentions. I shouted, "Magnetic field rotation." Ever since I arrived in this era, armed with foreknowledge of events and a reservoir of advanced knowledge, everything had been smooth sailing for me. Even Nick Fury, that one-eyed schemer, had been left confused and manipulated by the half-truths I fed him. But aside from the time when my magnetic field powers surged uncontrollably, causing unexpected changes to my body, this was the first time I truly felt fear. Fear of the unknown is the deadliest kind. In the face of the mysterious Ancient One and her unfathomable magic, I had to tread carefully, very carefully. It felt as though a nuclear reactor had ignited inside me, and a massive power began to flow through me, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed, ready to obliterate everything in its path. For the first time, I fully activated my magnetic field rotation power without holding back. 3 intricate energy patterns silently surfaced on my forehead and cheeks, and the air around me seemed to freeze under the sheer pressure of my unleashed power. My white lab coat fluttered, though there was no wind. The Ancient One, standing mere steps away, didn't make any obvious moves, but somehow managed to pull the distance between us. The space around me suddenly unfolded like a kaleidoscope, twisting and turning like a Rubik's Cube manipulated by invisible hands. Left, right, forward, backward. Layers of space rotated, split, and recombined into ever-changing, chaotic forms. Before I realized it, she had drawn me into the mirror dimension. This isolated battlefield ensured our fight wouldn't affect the outside world, while simultaneously cutting off any route of escape for me. I couldn't help but think, the mirror dimension. If I'd known this trick a few years ago, maybe I could have pulled off the Rider Wars. But I quickly pulled my thoughts back to the present. Whether I could even make it through this encounter was still in question. The original 3-dimensional space had morphed into something resembling a 4-dimensional state, and Earth's gravity had become chaotic, shifting unpredictably with the movements of the space around me. If I consider the direction above my head as up, I couldn't even guess which way gravity would pull me with my next step. While my electric surge ability allowed me to walk vertically on walls, these disordered gravitational shifts left me with a splitting headache. The chaotic spatial layout alone could disorient an average person, rendering them immobile. Without a foundation of knowledge in spatial mechanics, navigating this realm would be impossible. And even with my full focus, constructing a real-time mental model of this ever-changing space was a monumental task. If my mental processing speed couldn't keep up with the Ancient One's manipulation, I would find myself at a significant disadvantage. The Ancient One finally spoke. An otherworldly traveler, I bear you no malice. The moment you arrived in this universe, I received a revelation. You are not a threat I must expel. But despite her words, her actions showed little goodwill. A portal ignited with golden sparks opened behind her, and with a graceful leap, she vanished into it. In the next instant, she reappeared behind me. The original host of this body, Kent Clark, had survived countless life-and-death battles and possessed an exceptionally sharp sixth sense. After mastering magnetic field rotation, my senses have been enhanced to a near-supernatural level, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. The moment the Ancient One appeared behind me, I sensed her presence and threw a punch with everything I had, shouting, "Sea Tiger, explosive fist." This punch was the strongest I could muster at my current level, combining the raw power of magnetic field rotation, equivalent to 50,000 horsepower, with a torrent of emotions. The loneliness and frustration of Kent's captivity, the joy of his release, the fear of being exiled to this universe, and the countless lies and schemes I'd employed to achieve my goals. All these emotions coalesced into this one strike. The power radiating from my punch caused air molecules to accelerate under the influence of magnetic fields, generating crackling currents of electricity that lashed out in all directions. The sheer force of the Sea Tiger explosive fist was awe-inspiring. My punch landed squarely on the Ancient One. She held up 2 golden magical shields, overlapping them to withstand the blow, but they shattered under the force of my attack. She took the punch directly, yet didn't disintegrate into pieces. Instead, she dissolved into a mass of illusionary fragments that coalesced elsewhere. There, completely unscathed, Ancient One stood, watching me with amused curiosity. In this ever-shifting space, our perspectives were entirely inverted. From her vantage point, I was standing upside down. Moreover, aside from her main body, there were over a dozen duplicates of the Ancient One scattered around, all focused on me. The one I had just obliterated was nothing more than a magical projection, leaving her true self unharmed. Worse yet, there were still many more duplicates lying in wait. I cursed inwardly, careless. It's the form of Icken. This technique had been shown off in Avengers: Infinity War, when Doctor Strange used it against Thanos. with its starting pose resembling a thousand-armed bodhisattva. The technique could produce tangible magical clones, earning it the nickname Marvel's Shadow Clone Jutsu. I had read about it, of course. Despite my full-strength punch, I had only managed to take out one harmless clone. From every angle, I was at a disadvantage. Compared to Doctor Strange, the Ancient One had centuries of experience in magic. Her spells were far more refined and required no lengthy incantations or complex gestures. She cast magic as effortlessly as splashing water, and her reserves of magical energy were vast. Unlike Strange, who could cast a few spells before looking like he'd need a week in bed. The result? No matter how strong I was, capable of pulverizing cruise ships with a single punch, I could only manage a stalemate when fighting her magical clones amidst her barrage of spells. I couldn't even touch her true self. Moreover, her constant spatial disruptions left me struggling to keep up. The chaotic environment interfered with my movements and calculations, throwing me off balance. Though her clones were just that, clones, they acted as fully independent entities. Each could cast spells and was psychically linked to the others, coordinating with perfect synergy. They overwhelmed me with their teamwork. Some clones attacked from a distance with energy whips, while others restrained my movements with the crimson bands of Sidorak. The remaining clones split into two groups. One group created portals with their bare hands, allowing their allies to teleport freely for surprise attacks, while the other wielded the rings of Ragador in one hand and the sword of Ashani in the other, functioning as sword and shield warriors. These clones used portals to close in on me, delivered devastating strikes, and vanished before I could retaliate. Their hit-and-run tactics were executed with the precision of master assassins. Even Thanos, wielding the Infinity Gauntlet with 2 Infinity Stones, would have struggled against such tactics. Thankfully, my enhanced magnetic field powers and the regenerative abilities granted by my death gene allowed me to withstand their relentless assaults without being reduced to a pile of meat. But the constant attacks were draining my stamina, and I couldn't afford to let this continue much longer. I roared, "Magnetic Field Skyblade." My fingers spread wide, then quickly clenched together, compressing the magnetic field into invisible blades of energy that slashed out in all directions like they were free of charge. The sheer sharpness of the blade lights seemed to slice through the very fabric of space itself. The Ancient One's magical clones dared not confront this overwhelming force head-on. One by one, they dove into portals to evade the onslaught. Some scrambled to control the portals, desperately redirecting the sky blade's energy elsewhere. A few unlucky ones were struck by the magnetic field blades, unraveling into illusions and returning to the main body. When the energy of the sky blade ran its course, 2 portals opened on either side of me. From them emerged 2 magical clones wielding the holy sword of Ashani, each aiming the shimmering magical blade straight at my ribs. By now, after this chaotic battle, I'd grown far more adept at utilizing my magnetic field powers. No longer did I rely solely on signature moves to carry me through fights. Every movement I made, every flick of my hand or step forward carried the force of magnetic field rotation. My progress over the last few months of trial and error paled in comparison to what I'd learned in this single encounter. After all, there was no mentor to guide me in mastering magnetic field rotation. It's an entirely unexplored power system. The path ahead was nothing but darkness, and I had to carve my way forward step by step. I knew I wasn't like the 4 founders from Sea Tiger, whose natural talents in martial arts were practically divine. Almost every named martial arts move in the Sea Tiger trilogy could be traced back to those 4. And let's not forget, I've been given a second chance at life, so I cherish it dearly. I don't take risks lightly and prefer to proceed cautiously, step by step. But being overly cautious isn't always a good thing. It's easy to miss opportunities. On the path of martial arts, a lack of ambition and the absence of a fearless drive are grave mistakes. I took a step forward to create some distance, then spun around and grabbed the magical sword that pierced out of a portal behind me. The sharp blade of magical energy sliced through my palm, splitting it open to the point where the hardened bones of my fingers were visible. Blood gushed out in rhythm with my heartbeat, pumping out in spurts. With a single hand, I yanked the magical clone out of the portal, clenched my empty fist, and smashed the clone into nothingness with a loud boom. Then I shouted, "Ancient One, you came to find me. Does that mean you've seen my future? So what is it? Am I destined to become the great demon king who destroys the world?" As soon as my words left my mouth, the Ancient One dismissed her form of Icken's spell, and the magical clones returned to her main body. The ground beneath my feet began to shift, rearranging itself into a massive circular platform that resembled an arena. The Ancient One's true form appeared, standing at the other end of the platform. The amulet on her chest opened, revealing the green glow of the Time Stone. Overflowing magical energy from the stone gathered around her wrist, forming a magical ring that resembled the face of a clock. The inscriptions on the ring rotated in rhythm with the flow of time. The Ancient One, with one hand clasped behind her back in the posture of a grandmaster, began walking toward me. She said, "Otherworldly traveler, whose true name is Kent Clark, you know far more about the hidden realities than I expected." Internally, I cursed. How could I forget about the Time Stone? Doctor Strange, with only a rudimentary understanding of magic, managed to figure out the time loop trick. He not only reversed the destruction of the Sanctum Sanctorum, but also drove Dormammu insane with an endless cycle of repetition, forcing him to retreat. The Ancient One, as his mentor, must have devised countless more ways to use it. For all I knew, she might have already put me in a time loop without my awareness, running through our battle countless times. She could have thoroughly analyzed my abilities and fighting habits, laying out strategies from A to Z to defeat me with minimal effort. It's like something straight out of Groundhog Day, Edge of Tomorrow, or the first episode of Rick and Morty's fourth season. And if the Eye of Agamotto wasn't just a container for the Time Stone, but the genuine artifact from the comics, then things were even worse. The original Eye of Agamotto was a treasure on par with the Time Stone. In Marvel's magical system, most spells involve bargaining with higher-dimensional magical deities. Through meditation and incantations, practitioners establish a connection with these beings, earning their favor to wield their power. The three Vishani, Ashtar, Hoggoth, and Agamotto, are omniscient and omnipotent ancient gods of white magic. The lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme descends directly from Agamotto, and the Eye of Agamotto is rumored to have been crafted from his own lost eye. I took a deep breath to calm my racing heart, steadying myself for the grueling fight ahead. Then I asked, "So, Sorcerer Supreme, what exactly did you see in my future?" The previous battle had pushed me to my limits, physically and mentally. Though I could still hold on, this was the first time since arriving in this universe that I truly touched the edge of my capabilities. The Ancient One clasped her left hand into a seal. A red magical shield appeared in her left hand, the Rings of Ragador, while her right hand wielded the Holy Sword of Ishani. She approached me with quick, purposeful steps, only to suddenly vanish and reappear by my side, slashing diagonally with the sword. I'd fallen for this trick several times already. This time, I raised my arm to block the strike and countered with a Sea Tiger explosive fist from my left hand. The Ancient One sidestepped my ferocious punch with ease, her movements unhurried. She said, "There are only two futures where you exist. In the first, you deceive everyone, stealing the spoils of victory and sacrificing all life in the universe to ascend to godhood." Her coordination with the sword and shield was impeccable. Her strikes were perfectly timed, always deflecting my attacks and aiming for my weak points. The techniques she used were strikingly familiar to me. Tai Chi. Those concepts I couldn't quite grasp before were now clear as day, demonstrated through her use of sword and shield. With her performance, I understood them instantly. Now that I knew her techniques, things became much simpler. Traditional martial arts often hold back a secret move as a trump card. Knowing how a technique generates power gives me a way to counter it, which is why old masters always keep one or two moves to themselves for emergencies. I began to rein in my power, no longer recklessly unleashing full-force attacks. Instead, I focused on control, only releasing energy at the moment of impact. This conserved my strength and reduced my rate of energy consumption. My fighting style also became more fluid. Whether it was Bajikwan, Xingyiquan, Wing Chun, or even boxing, I let the situation dictate my moves, aiming for deadly precision with every strike. As the saying goes, skill is no match for brute strength, and raw power can overcome 10 techniques. This principle holds true in martial arts. Even professional combat sports categorize fighters by weight class. When I go all out, my height increases to 2.5 meters, my muscles swelling like mountains. In this state, I could almost overwhelm the Ancient One through sheer physical dominance. But she had magic on her side. Whenever the tide of battle turned against her, the space around us would shift and distort, forcing me to recalibrate my footing before I could resume the fight. Wei was just about to counter the next move when the Ancient One suddenly withdrew, her magical shield and sword vanishing in an instant. Her figure flickered and shifted through spatial displacement, retreating just beyond my attack range, creating a buffer of distance. She said, "That's enough. I've seen enough to evaluate your strength. There's a second possible future in this world with your presence. In it, you're defeated by a hero from another dimension. All your actions, your hidden schemes, are laid bare, and you become an irredeemable supervillain." I already suspected that the infinite flow protagonist wouldn't let me go, but hearing it confirmed that one of the two predetermined futures involved him cutting me down to pave his own path, ignited a furious storm in my heart. He's the one who harbored killing intent first. This long-standing sense of crisis, now validated, made my blood boil. My hair stood on end, as if charged by my anger, a literal crown of fury. The Ancient One, unfazed, continued in her measured tone. "The critical divergence between these two outcomes lies in whether or not I chose to meet you after learning of your existence." I exhaled deeply, forcing myself to calm down, and tore off my bloodied, shredded lab coat. If I'm someone capable of sacrificing all life to pave my own path, why would the Sorcerer Supreme allow that future to unfold? Seeing the tattered, blood-stained coat in my hands gave me pause. The reality hit me. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't just a master of magic. She was also highly skilled in close combat and weaponry. Every injury I sustained had been precisely aimed at joints and vital points critical for movement. Wounds that, while not fatal, would have rendered me half as effective in battle. Since this body's creation, I'd never been so severely injured. If not for my dual-layered self-healing abilities stacked on top of each other, capable of nearly reversing time within my cells, I don't know how many times I would have died in this fight. The Ancient One, who wielded the Time Stone, surely knew my condition. After testing me, she must have understood my limits and realized that my brain and heart were my only true weak points. Yet, she had spared my life. This in itself revealed much. She had forced me into a death match, yet deliberately held back. It was as if she were feeding me moves, teaching me. Still, I couldn't shake a lingering sense of irritation. The Ancient One casually waved her hand, creating a tiny point of light. That point rapidly expanded. I raised my hand dismissively and said, "I understand the Big Bang Theory. No need for a demonstration. If you have something to say, just say it. I can keep up with the concepts." The Ancient One nodded slightly and said, "This universe has existed for 13.8 billion Earth years. In this vast expanse of time, life has gone through countless cycles of renewal. Even on a tiny planet like Earth, over its 4.55 billion years, the rise and fall of life and civilizations have been a common occurrence. To the universe, life itself is insignificant. The only ones who consider life precious are the living themselves. When people talk about protecting the Earth, what they really mean is preserving the fragile ecological environment that sustains their existence. The Earth, as a celestial body composed of iron, oxygen, silicon, and other materials, remains unaffected by human activity. In the end, it's just a ball of rock and metal. The world does not operate according to human will. Even if the universe were to be destroyed, it would eventually be reborn, just a process of matter migrating and energy transforming. Despite my body's resilience to heat and cold, I couldn't suppress a shiver. The Ancient One's straightforward words struck a chilling chord. It was a stark reminder of the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of individual life. I'd experienced this firsthand, having traversed galaxies and witnessed the immensity of the cosmos. My magnetic field training, which involved sensing the pulsations of the universe, only amplified this feeling. Perhaps as a defense mechanism, I had buried these memories deep within me. But now, with just a few words, the Ancient One had dredged them back up. The essence of a universe is chaotic, unbridled madness, and fragile life tries to measure it with the limited understanding it can muster, like using a clock to define an unknowable concept of time. The Ancient One spoke with calm detachment. The essence of life is an endless pursuit of evolution, a constant effort to surpass its own and its species' limits. This is the prevailing theme of the world, the aspiration of all intelligent beings. I, as the Sorcerer Supreme tasked with protecting Earth, may not be the best person to say this, nor do I have the authority to decide for all life forms. But becoming a part of divinity is not necessarily a bad ending. In my mind, I screamed, "Asterisk, is it me who's gone crazy? Or is it this world?" Asterisk, I had always believed that, as a behind-the-scenes manipulator, my actions had already crossed the moral boundaries of humanity. But now, it seemed that apathy and inaction could sometimes be even more terrifying. The Ancient One continued, "Most importantly, while you are from another dimensional world, you and we exist within the same macrocosmic universe. Our worlds are parallel universes, with the potential for future convergence. That so-called hero, however, has no connection to our universe at all. He is a complete outsider. The being who gave me this revelation said that witnessing the birth of a god within the multiverse is far preferable to letting an outsider reap all the benefits. My actions are guided by this revelation." I pieced together her words and began to grasp the situation. This body of mine, Kent Clark, Weapon X, though a genetically engineered being, was a native of the X-Men universe. While Marvel's cinematic rights to the X-Men had been mismanaged and sold off, the characters were still products of the same company. Especially with the Marvel Cinematic Universe's massive box office success, Disney had the financial clout to buy back those rights. After all, the inciting incident for the heroes saving the world in Avengers Endgame was triggered by nothing more than a rat. In this timeline, mutants would inevitably emerge in this world. As a mutant by origin, I was considered one of their own. No matter how much trouble I caused, I was still family. It's like Magneto and Professor X. Despite their lifelong ideological battles over the future of mutants, they would never truly want the other dead. In fact, they'd be devastated if the other were gone. As for that infinite flow protagonist, having heard the Ancient One's reasoning, I lower my guard. According to the comic book lore, when I was exiled to this world by the infinite flow protagonist's plot armor, one or several of the 5 cosmic entities must have noticed me. The entity that gave the Ancient One her revelation was undoubtedly eternity, the embodiment of the universe's totality of time. To such beings, who can witness infinite dimensions being born and destroyed, the lives of a single universe are merely a minor cost. The Ancient One turned her palm, and the chaotic mirror dimension rapidly restructured itself. In an instant, everything returned to calm, and we found ourselves back in my Oscorp dormitory. When faced with a life-threatening situation, human potential can be absolutely extraordinary. Like the story of that mother who, in a surge of adrenaline, lifted a car off her trapped son. It's a testament to how desperation can unlock incredible strength. The Ancient One, despite having her share of rebellious students like Caecilius and Baramordo, clearly has a solid teaching methodology. While most of her disciples can't reach her level, she knows how to push people to their limits. Take Dr. Strange, for instance. During his early days training in Camartage, his rigid way of thinking prevented him from mastering the portal spell. So the Ancient One simply threw him onto the summit of a freezing mountain, where low temperatures and suffocating hypoxia forced him into a do-or-die scenario. Under that pressure, Strange broke through his mental barriers, not only returning to Camartage, but also making rapid progress on his magical journey, eventually earning the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. The beating Wei Xiaoming took just now from the Ancient One had a similar effect. Being pushed to the brink of death and forced into an all-out fight was transformative. Up until now, the martial arts techniques I compiled and summarized with the help of supercomputer were something I could use, but hadn't yet fully mastered. With the power of magnetic field rotation, Most of the opponents I encountered were defeated in a single move, leaving no room for growth. But now, I wouldn't go so far as to say I could utterly dominate the version of myself from 30 minutes ago, but I'm confident I could defeat my past self while sustaining only recoverable injuries. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme, I said, bowing respectfully. The doors of Kamar Taj will always be open to you. All of its archives and knowledge are at your disposal, she replied, returning the bow with a mage's salute. Then, with a wave of her hand, she opened a portal and disappeared without another word. I stood there dumbfounded. You say Kamar Taj welcomes me, but you didn't even leave me an address. Turning back toward my desk, I noticed a piece of white paper sitting there. Written on it was an address, the Sanctum Sanctorum in some corner of New York. The next morning, I was already seated in a room at an office building in the industrial park, waiting. I'd long since replaced sleep with meditation during my cultivation. Reflecting on my battle with the Ancient One, I found that not only had my experience deepened, but my magnetic field rotation power had also grown stronger. However, without proper measurement tools, I couldn't precisely gauge how much stronger. Sitting next to me was Norman Osborn, who, with his locust-enhanced genes, looked as energetic as ever despite sleeping only an hour a day. After all, he wasn't even human anymore on a genetic level. The reason we, the two top executives of Oscorp, were waiting here was that today was the military's scheduled handover. The first batch of Night System wearers had been selected. They were set to undergo physical enhancements and subsequent training here in the industrial park. They needed to master the operation of the Night System, which costs $620 million per unit, and do so without injuring themselves in the process. As for how many wearers there would be, that was still unclear. Even a cutting-edge aircraft like the B-2 bomber was so expensive that the U.S. military couldn't afford to buy many, let alone something as advanced and costly as the Night System, especially when its pilots required additional human enhancement. The costs, along with maintenance and repairs, were likely straining whatever budget the military could allocate. Norman Osborn received a phone call, and his expression immediately darkened. "Dr. Kent," he said, addressing me, "the military has only sent 5 Night System wearers. One of them is Lieutenant Sonorn. 5 people, far below his expectations. The Night System's development costs were astronomical, with over $10 billion in R&D expenses already spent. Oscorp had been counting on a significant military order to cover the deficit and make a profit. With only 5 pilots, that dream was dead in the water." I waved my hand dismissively, my gas mask ensuring I maintained an air of mystery. "This isn't entirely unexpected. If the Night System won't turn a profit, we'll simply pivot to another product. Those massive corporations and U.S. government agencies are already at their wits' end dealing with the insectoid problem. If the Night Systems alone aren't enough to tackle the issue, we'll sell them the technology to expose insectoids in disguise. Currently, identifying insectoids requires specialized medical equipment, which is not only prohibitively expensive, but also requires professional operation. The equipment must be housed in designated quarantine zones, and even then, its use carries minor health risks to humans. Prolonged exposure might even lead to cancer, though this has yet to be confirmed. All of these limitations hinder efforts to identify insectoid infiltrators. If Oscorp were to launch a user-friendly, non-invasive detection device for identifying insectoids, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes to major corporations and government agencies. As for the high price, making it inaccessible to the general public, well, the U.S. is a free and democratic nation, after all. The people here have the freedom to be replaced by insectoids. Ordinary citizens being mimicked wouldn't cause much of a stir. It's the government officials and corporate elites being replaced that would have the most significant impact. Compared to Dr. Erskine, who is purely a scientist, I'm more of a businessman. I understand the importance of rolling out an initial product, followed by incremental upgrades. And I know how to tap into the psychology of my clientele. Take the super soldier serum, for example. A scrawny, emaciated man is placed into a coffin-like chamber, injected with enhancement serums, and bombarded with radiation energy. When the process is complete, he emerges a towering, muscle-bound hunk whose physique would make even female officers blush as they touched his chest. The only hitch in this Hollywood-like sequence is the subject's agonized screams as their body undergoes extreme transformation. A weaker-willed test conductor might hesitate to proceed, but the subject, driven by ironclad determination, grits his teeth and endures, completing his metamorphosis. It's a scene straight out of a blockbuster. Or consider something as mundane as pathogen testing. A healthcare worker takes a quick sample from a patient's tonsils using a swab, a process lasting less than 2 seconds. The sample is sent for testing, and the patient simply waits for the results at home. Yet, there are always oddballs who think such a quick and convenient test isn't worth its $180 price tag, projecting their dissatisfaction onto the entire system while ignoring essential costs like equipment wear and tear and labor expenses. It's like those relatives with entitled children. One of their kids spotted my prized Gilgamesh figure and my limited edition Amazon's belt from Bandai. They generously threw down $200, expecting me to hand them over. That $200 also included compensation for their son, breaking my half-built Strike Freedom Gundam model. In their eyes, it's just a bunch of plastic toys. So how could it possibly be worth more than $200? Never mind the costs of licensing, design, molding, raw materials, packaging, storage, shipping, and, of course, necessary profit margins. I, Wei Xiaoming, watched through the broadcast system as the 5 Night System candidates, after undergoing surface cleaning and disinfection, entered the Human Enhancement Laboratory. Speaking into the broadcast system, I said, to the 5 future Night System wearers, thank you for your service to humanity. Heroes are often lonely and endure great pain, and the process of transforming from an ordinary person into a hero is full of trials and tribulations. You've earned this opportunity out of millions, and I am genuinely impressed and grateful. I thought to myself, asterisk grateful? More like opportunistic. Who would fight for this if there weren't benefits involved? The U.S. military isn't exactly the people's army. Asterisk take Lieutenant Sonoran, for example. He became a hero after single-handedly defeating an insectoid during his first official deployment in the Night System. The military's PR machine turned him into a household name. If he ran for president, he'd undoubtedly be a frontrunner. Several companies had already invited him to join their ranks, offering cushy high-level executive positions where he'd essentially be paid a fortune just for showing up. Sonoran wasn't naive, though. He knew his hero status was thanks to the Night System, and he didn't let the praise go to his head. When he learned that the selection process for Night System wearers was highly competitive, he pulled some strings to secure a spot. Not that it was entirely nepotism. The U.S. military's propaganda had been so effective that even those in charge of the selection process were swayed. When they saw the name Sonoran, the national hero, they approved him without hesitation. Besides, he was a skilled pilot with excellent physical fitness and a strong reputation. It would have been surprising if he hadn't been selected. The 5 individuals now strapped to the surgical tables had all been chosen under similar circumstances. Each of them saw this as a chance to become a one-in-a-million superhero, dreaming of being the next Captain America, celebrated across all 50 states. If Captain America were alive today, his income from likeness rights alone would place him on the billionaire rankings. Products featuring his image would generate annual profits surpassing the pre-tax revenue of many corporations. Before coming here, these 5 candidates watched archival footage of Steve Rogers being injected with Dr. Erskine's serum, transforming into Captain America. They figured they could endure the 1-minute enhancement process if it meant becoming the next American icon. They envisioned themselves fighting insectoids on television, writing books, signing endorsement deals, and going from excellent soldiers to wealthy celebrities. After all, in America, money equals freedom. The wealthier you are, the freer you become. Though they'd have to share the glory and profits with the other 4, a fifth of that pie was still substantial. Captain America's rise was a 1 in a billion fluke. The Red Skull's assassin managed to infiltrate the experiment site and smuggle in a gun without arousing suspicion. The security checks somehow missed it. Dr. Erskine, fearful of his serum being misused, committed the formula to memory instead of writing it down. When the assassin shot him, the formula died with him. The completed serum was also destroyed, leaving only Steve Rogers' blood samples as the basis for reverse engineering the super soldier serum, a process with an extremely high failure rate. Just recently, an Air Force general's attempt to replicate the serum ended in disaster, turning the scientist into the abomination known as the Hulk. So when a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this comes along, of course, they're going to seize it. Little did they know that I'm a thoroughly unscrupulous scientist. The initial human enhancement process I developed cost the lives of nearly 100 homeless individuals to refine, but it's now so streamlined and cost-effective that the total cost is just $18,000 per person. With the right equipment and a well-rehearsed protocol, even a high schooler could operate the machinery to turn an ordinary person into a superhuman. But to impress the high-ranking officials observing the process, I made it deliberately convoluted. I pressed the button to initiate the enhancement sequence, and the lab sprang into action. The staff took their rehearsed positions, strapping the 5 candidates onto upright surgical tables and attaching various electrode patches to their bodies. The monitoring equipment displayed an array of complex graphs and metrics resembling stock market charts, along with simplified 3D models indicating their organ conditions. Next, automated devices precisely inserted syringes into their veins, slowly injecting the serum into their bodies. Data streamed in real time to the monitors. Whenever there was a significant fluctuation, the staff would report it, and as the lead scientist, I would make the necessary decisions. In reality, the substance being injected into these 5 elite candidates was nothing more than glucose. Their accelerated heart rates and other physiological responses were perfectly normal. Anyone getting jabbed by a needle would experience a quickened heartbeat due to psychological effects, let alone being strapped to an upright surgical table and injected with an unknown substance. But since I claimed it was a human enhancement serum, no one questioned it. After all, I'm the expert in this field. Just like how the U.S. Secretary of State once held up a vial of what was likely just laundry detergent and declared it a weapon of mass destruction, justifying an entire war. The U.S. wields the mightiest military budget in the world, greater than the next 10 nations combined, and its economic power, backed by a war-driven global financial system, ensures that no one dares to question its actions. It's like getting a tooth extracted. In some countries, wisdom tooth removal is straightforward. The dentist takes a quick look, orders an x-ray if necessary, and administers anesthesia. If it's a simple case, the whole procedure takes less than a minute. Then there's Japan, where getting a tooth pulled feels like an imperial treatment. Nurses speak in hushed tones. The surgical table's elevation is announced in advance, and every movement is slow and deliberate. If the procedure takes a while, the nurse will even turn on Tom and Jerry for you to watch during the process. As long as the dentist and nurse don't turn into elephants or elephant beetles, the experience is downright luxurious. Of course, excellent service comes at a cost. Dental procedures in Japan can be several times more expensive than elsewhere. I injected each candidate with a single dose of glucose. The staff busied themselves reporting data and adjusting instruments, dragging the process out for 2 hours. Amazingly, the onlookers didn't suspect a thing. After all, expertise is specialized. Medical students spend years in school, with textbooks stacked to the ceiling of their dorm rooms, and even then, they're just starting out. Expecting this group of military personnel to understand human physiology data? You'd have better luck expecting America to elect an undercover spy as president and watch the country descend into chaos. As the night system enhancement process was in full swing, shocker, still a fledgling organization with fewer than 10 members, was also getting to work. Meanwhile, the remote-controlled proxy of mine, posing as Dr. Death, had officially begun negotiations with the vampires. I can't help but complain about Nick Fury. Ever since I casually mentioned Blade, the vampire-human hybrid, he's been obsessively monitoring him and running endless tests, as if Blade had some unique significance. Little does Fury know, I only mentioned him to forcefully align elements of the Marvel Universe with Kamen Rider. After all, isn't it fun to blur the lines? People say there are no worms in the Marvel Universe, but they seem to forget the Skrulls, who have abilities eerily similar to those of the worms. And in an era where interstellar travel is as simple as driving from one city district to another, advanced biological modification tech is everywhere. Just look at Rocket Raccoon. The deal between Dr. Death and Victor, the vampire aristocrat, went smoothly. The vampires sent a representative, an arms dealer from a small Eastern European country. This kind of arrangement wasn't uncommon. It's like slave trading or the way the U.S. manipulates countries for their resources. For instance, if the U.S. wants access to a particular country's minerals, they'll stir up internal conflict using capital. Arms deals are one of their tools. As the saying goes, those who wield weapons often find reason to use them. Holding a deadly blade naturally makes one want to test its sharpness, let alone firearms, which not only offer destructive power, but also bring wealth and control. When a superpower subtly encourages such chaos, promising logistical support and backup firepower when things go south, it's no wonder smaller players jump at the chance. Official arms dealers rarely get involved directly. They support intermediaries, like this Eastern European arms dealer, who are tasked with handling the dirty work. The lion's share of profits still goes to the big corporations, while these intermediaries pocket scraps, barely covering transport costs. The most important part? Conducting transactions via overseas companies allows for tax evasion. Even though this arms dealer could have the Amazon serum delivered to Victor within 2 hours after the deal, on paper, the entire transaction took place overseas. This dealer's name was Doom. Not that Doom, though the name certainly caught my attention. He didn't look like the stereotypical arms dealer. Instead, he had the air of a university scholar, exuding an intellectual charm. His attire was tasteful, though his receding hairline betrayed his age. If not for that, he could have graced the covers of fashion magazines. The deal took place in an abandoned warehouse near the docks, not the same one as before. Transporting goods by ship was far more convenient than risking inspections on the road. As usual, shocker combatants in black combat suits and lightweight exoskeletons wheeled out portable thermal cases bearing the shocker insignia. Doom's men took over from there, carefully packing the cases into wooden crates cushioned with foam panels and bubble wrap before loading them onto the ship. They'd been explicitly warned not to open the cases prematurely. Anyone who had tried that in the past either died mid-transaction or was eliminated by Doom himself. Dr. Death didn't bother checking if the funds had been wired to the account. Instead, he seemed genuinely intrigued by Doom. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the name Doom holds immense significance. Dr. Doom, the God Emperor himself. I couldn't pass up the opportunity to plant seeds for a future legend. I said, "Mr. Doom, have you ever considered working for me? I can offer you unimaginable power, far greater than anything the vampires can promise." Though Doom wasn't the same as Victor Von Doom, even the name alone was enough to stir my imagination. I could practically see the potential for a new Dr. Doom, a shocker-engineered version. After all, I've made a career out of forcing Marvel elements into Kamen Rider lore. Doom didn't outright reject me. After all, I was directly involved in dealings with his boss. He'd heard that Victor himself had sent his personal envoy, Bill, to negotiate with me last time, which was a clear sign of how seriously they took me. Offending me wouldn't end well for him. Instead, Doom replied, "My homeland is a small Eastern European country called Latveria. It's a poor, landlocked nation, surrounded by countries that block its access to trade routes. Due to its geographic location, Latveria has always been impoverished. It has few natural resources, mountainous terrain, limited arable land, and most of its population lives below the poverty line." Doom continued, "Latveria has had 2 relatively prosperous periods in its history. The first was during the Third Reich's expansion. At the time, feudal Latveria was powerless to resist and had no choice but to surrender. It became a staging ground for an invasion of the USSR and saw a brief period of development. Many Latverian people found work and earned decent wages, and agricultural produce could be sold to the military or traded for canned goods. The apples from the mountains were especially prized. The first time I ever tasted alcohol was from our family's homemade apple cider." As he said this, Doom's sharp, slightly green-tinted eyes flicked toward me. He was no fool. He had likely deduced the connections between Shocker and the Third Reich. The second period of relative prosperity came after World War II, when Latveria joined the CCCP. In those days of fiery idealism, the Soviet Union spared no expense in building up its member states. Latveria enjoyed a brief reprieve from poverty, and for the first time, its people were no longer mere serfs to the nobility. But after the collapse of the CCCP, Latveria was left with almost nothing. Life for its people plummeted once again. Those who had been overthrown returned to power, restoring the monarchy. My father disappeared during one of those turbulent periods. I was raised by my mother, and the income from farming barely sustained us. It was enough to keep us fed, and I might have lived my entire life as a farmer. But my mother didn't want that for me. She scrimped and saved to send me to school. When her income wasn't enough to pay tuition, she turned to the magical relics left by my Romani grandmother and became a fortune teller, charging for her services. Eventually, she became so obsessed with magic that it drove her mad. She died during one of her so-called magical experiments. The cruel irony is that, at the time of her death, I had just received an offer of admission from the State University of New York, along with a full scholarship. With that money, I could have taken her out of Latveria and given her a better life. At university, I majored in engineering and physics, excelling in both fields. I eventually earned a doctorate. That's when one of Victor's men approached me. He needed an overseas representative for some of his ventures. Compared to the greedy fools he'd been working with, I was a much better candidate. Doom paused for a moment, clearly avoiding revealing certain details that were likely business secrets. He then added, "All of my subordinates are Latvian. This job, though morally questionable and complicit in countless deaths, allows them to provide a better life for their families and gives their children a chance at education, a shot at breaking free from poverty. If I were to work for you, Victor would simply replace me with someone else who would build their own team. And because I know too much, Victor would undoubtedly eliminate me, my subordinates, and their families to tie up loose ends." Doom was a man devoid of empathy, much like those powerful figures who discard emotions such as sympathy in their pursuit of greater strength. To deal in arms, particularly while working for a vampire lord, one needed a heart of stone. Those vampires portrayed in movies as madly in love with humans? That's just propaganda engineered by the vampire elite to soften human resistance. Without some hidden hand pulling the strings, do you think those once unknown writers would suddenly be inspired to write such tales? Doom himself knew that his story wouldn't sway me, the so-called Dr. Death. After all, I'm the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to use vampires as experimental subjects. Even the lowest tier, non-pureblood vampires are still vampires. And I was certain Doom was lying to me. Thanks to the power of magnetic field rotation, I can roughly sense a person's psychological state. I'm highly attuned to emotional fluctuations and can almost immediately tell if someone is lying. Unless, of course, it's someone like Nick Fury, whose professional training renders him emotionless in my perception. I can't tell if it's his exceptional emotional control or some piece of S.H.I.E.L.D. black tech at work. Doom may just be a middleman, but anyone dealing weapons to vampires can't possibly be a good person. Whether he truly wanted to improve the lives of the Latvian people or not, becoming an arms dealer, whether by choice or coercion, is not something a good person would do. The fundamental difference between good and evil lies in having moral boundaries. It's like a certain hero movie where the protagonist infiltrates a gang involved in human trafficking and drug smuggling. Using his skills and courage, he eliminates rival factions, strengthens the gang, and earns the trust of its leader, who adopts him as a son. But when it comes time to take down the gang, the protagonist doesn't hesitate to turn on his adoptive father, disregarding all personal bonds. If not for his status as the protagonist, with decades of heroic imagery built around him, he could easily be seen as a cold-hearted opportunist willing to do anything to achieve his goals. I handed Doom a smartphone. "If you ever change your mind, use this phone to contact me. Its battery can last 3 years on standby without charging. I hope you'll take the time to think it over." If Doom's backstory and personality weren't such a perfect fit for Dr. Doom, I wouldn't have bothered with him. But once the idea of crafting my own Dr. Doom took root, it was like a wildfire in spring, impossible to suppress. With the Ancient One explicitly granting me access to the mystical archives of Kamartaj and my own technological prowess already among the top tier on Earth, I was in a unique position. The Iron Man-inspired power armor I developed surpassed even the higher-ranked suits in the Mark series in many aspects, except for energy efficiency compared to the arc reactor. If the industrial foundations could be upgraded, my designs would become even more formidable. I envisioned creating a supervillain who seamlessly combined magic and technology. I added, "By the way, there's something I'd like Mr. Victor's help with." I pulled a photo from my pocket showing a man and a woman in lab coats, Richard and Mary Parker. I need these two dealt with. I've already compiled their itinerary. I'd be grateful if Mr. Victor or Mr. Bill could assist me. A shocker combatant handed over a refined briefcase. Unlike the vaccine containers adorned with Shocker's logo, this case featured gilded, antiqued engravings. As a token of goodwill, I'm gifting Mr. Victor 2 of my latest Amazon cells. Their power is several times that of the standard variants. To suit the vampire's aesthetic, these cells were cultivated using South American vampire bats of the same species. The effects are identical. I had prepared 2 identical vials, not out of boredom, but to dispel any suspicions Victor might have. If he decided to test the serum, he could pick one at random. Of course, if Mr. Victor isn't interested in helping a nobody like me, consider these cells a gift. Truthfully, my desire to eliminate the Parkers stemmed partly from the fact that they were, in some ways, my competitors. But I wasn't particularly hell-bent on killing them. After all, Spider-Man's path is paved with tragedy. The death of his parents, Uncle Ben's sacrifice, it's all part of the hero's journey. A Spider-Man without those defining losses would be like a Batman who never witnessed his parents' murder in Crime Alley. Without those moments, who knows how their futures would unfold? It's like how Flashpoint in the DC universe, triggered by the Flash saving his mother, led to a crisis and yet another reboot of the entire DC timeline. Doom accepted the briefcase, the photo, and the itinerary, nodding solemnly. I'll relay the request to Mr. Victor. At an airport, Richard and Mary Parker sat on a bench with their luggage, waiting for their flight. Dressed casually and carrying several bags, they looked more like honeymooners or an ordinary couple on vacation than scientists. Their conversation revolved around travel plans, a stark contrast to their lab coat-clad appearances in the lab. After my warning to Nick Fury, he began the process of relocating the Parkers. This wasn't a simple matter of hiding them somewhere under new identities. That would have been too conspicuous. The Parkers went through formal resignation procedures, with all lab materials, equipment, and personnel handed over per protocol. Norman Osborn initially resisted letting go of a pair of researchers who had cost him billions, but he was ultimately overruled. Oscorp's largest shareholder wasn't Osborn anymore. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't usually interfere with company policies, their occasional words carried weight. I allowed the relocation to proceed as a gesture of goodwill. To protect his old friends, Fury gave the Parkers new identities, reactivating their agent status and increasing their S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance. Few people now had access to their files. Their journey was meticulously rehearsed, accounting for every possible delay, traffic jams, accidents, to ensure their safety at all times until they boarded the plane. In the air, S.H.I.E.L.D. fighter jets escorted the flight, with 3 planes shadowing it the entire way until it landed safely. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in various disguises surrounded the Parkers, ranging in height, weight, and appearance. These weren't the stereotypical handsome or beautiful agents from the movies, but forgettable faces you'd overlook on the street. My words are always riddled with insinuations and metaphors, and Nick Fury, with his spy instincts and formidable deductive skills, managed to extract meaning from my almost nonsensical comments. On an emotional level, he desperately hoped that my experiments with Shocker's monstrous creations wouldn't involve his old friends. I, Mary Parker, leaned my head against my husband, Richard Parker, and whispered softly, "Darling, do you really think leaving Peter with Ben's family is okay?" The bustling terminal was filled with footsteps and the sound of announcements over the intercom, effectively masking my voice. With my training as an agent, I could ensure that no one else would overhear our private conversation. Richard patted the back of my hand and lowered his voice to reassure me. "Ben and May are good people. They'll take great care of Peter." I sighed, realizing he wasn't understanding the deeper meaning behind my words. Spending so much time immersed in research had dulled his instincts as an agent. His thinking had become much more straightforward. Perhaps, when it came to me, he didn't want to analyze my words for hidden layers. Maybe he thought that would be too exhausting. When Peter had just learned to walk, Richard's research had reached a critical stage. We spent most of our time in the lab, barely seeing Peter at all. If I hadn't insisted that Richard take 1 day a week to spend time with him, we might have become nothing more than distant, unfamiliar figures in Peter's memory. After receiving Nick Fury's order to relocate, we knew that for at least a year, we wouldn't be Richard and Mary Parker anymore. Instead, we become a different couple, with legitimate identities but completely erased from the public sphere. This meant we wouldn't see Peter for an entire year, not even a single phone call to hear his voice. If Fury were feeling particularly generous, he might assign an agent to secretly take some pictures of Peter for us to see. Before leaving, Richard had called his brother, Ben Parker, to explain that we were undertaking a classified experiment and wouldn't be able to contact the outside world for at least a year. He asked Ben and his wife, May, to continue caring for little Peter. Ben and May, who had no children of their own, readily agreed. Richard also entrusted Peter's education to them, confident that their kindness and integrity would ensure Peter grew up to be a noble and courageous young man. Soon, our flight was called for boarding. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stationed around us subtly moved into position. They blended into the crowd, appearing as ordinary passengers queuing up for boarding with no visible communication among them. However, they kept us securely surrounded, ready to react to any unexpected situation. The plane took off without incident, and both we and the agents breathed a sigh of relief. On a passenger flight, the number of people on board is fixed and, aside from the flight attendants, no one moves around the cabin unnecessarily. Suddenly, a young man seated by the window spoke up. "This is my first time on a plane like this. It's really fascinating." His comment immediately drew the attention of those nearby, including us and the agents. A few agents, feigning the need to stretch after sitting for a while, discreetly reached for S.H.I.E.L.D.-issued weapons. These specially designed tools were capable of passing through security checks. Though their stopping power was limited in a confined space like an airplane cabin, they were effective at neutralizing targets without causing damage to the aircraft. The young man was a classic example of European features: pale white skin, dressed sharply in a crimson shirt and a deep black suit. He was strikingly handsome, with jet black hair, but his skin was so unnaturally pale that it appeared devoid of life. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, his complexion gleamed like a gemstone. He looked exactly like the kind of vampire image that's been carefully crafted in recent years to improve their public image. In reality, this man was indeed a vampire, named Salvatore, a loyal follower of Victor and one of his most trusted subordinates. In fact, Salvatore was more reliable than the humans who were willing to die for Victor. Even among long-lived species, there are limits to their lifespans. For vampires, the higher their status, the longer they live. Victor's lifespan was long enough for him to orchestrate power struggles and conspiracies, but Salvatore's time was almost up until a few days ago. Victor had sought out Salvatore, who was in a state of dormancy, and brought with him a briefcase. Opening the case, he revealed 2 vials of serum and said, "Salvatore, this is the future of our kind. You are my first and most loyal follower. I want you to witness this new era with me." Without hesitation, Salvatore accepted the offer, injecting one of the serums into his decaying body. Within minutes, he was reborn. His youth was restored, his lifespan extended indefinitely, and his condition was better than ever. His combat abilities far surpassed their peak, and with time and sustenance, his strength continued to grow. Most importantly, the weaknesses that had plagued vampires for centuries, silver, garlic, and sunlight, no longer affected him. Vampires have wealth, so developing a sunscreen that blocks ultraviolet rays wasn't difficult. However, such products were expensive and had limited effectiveness. Salvatore had only used them a few times, and the experience was akin to bathing in molten lava without getting burned. But now, Salvatore no longer needed such measures. He could walk freely in sunlight, wear silver jewelry without hesitation, and expand his diet to include human foods like garlic-seasoned steak. When entering battle mode, Salvatore could transform into a monstrous, non-human form resembling an exoskeleton fused with bat-like elements. His appearance became both dazzlingly iridescent and terrifyingly grotesque. In this state, all his abilities were amplified several times over, and his regenerative powers, already a point of pride among vampires, became terrifyingly potent. However, this form came with a price, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at his sanity, driving him to the brink of madness. His most intense craving? The flesh and blood of his fellow vampires, a compulsion that nearly drove him insane. Victor was unaware of these side effects. He was thoroughly pleased with Salvatore's transformation and believed that injecting himself with the second vial of Amazon cells would grant him the same incredible power. He then assigned Salvatore a mission, the request passed on by Dr. Death through Doom, to eliminate the Parkers. Salvatore agreed without hesitation, and deep down, he had already decided not to return to the vampire clan alive. This is truly ironic. Salvatore, as a vampire, restrained his hunger for his own kind and actively sought death just so he wouldn't become a monster he couldn't recognize. Yet, some humans envy the power and long life of vampires so much that they willingly serve them, yearning for the chance to be embraced, even at the cost of losing their ability to walk in sunlight and turning their food into their own kind. Take this situation as an example. Salvatore's plane ticket had been provided by one of those vampire worshippers. There was no need for deliberate arrangements, which would have risked S.H.I.E.L.D. detecting something unusual. Instead, numerous unrelated humans, following orders, purchased tickets for various flights. Once the Parkers boarded their flight, they handed over the corresponding ticket to Salvatore. People like this have an old but fitting nickname, ghoul worshippers. Salvatore's odd behavior caught the attention of the flight attendants. A flight attendant, a woman who had been a beauty when she joined the airline 30 years ago, walked over and asked, "Sir, is there anything you need?" Salvatore, the former vampire, smiled, his handsome face exuding a charm that momentarily made the flight attendant's heart skip a beat. But what he said next sent chills down her spine. "I need to kill 2 people, and then kill myself." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately tensed, their muscles coiled like springs. However, they wouldn't act unless Salvatore's actions directly threatened their mission objective or collateral people under their protection. Their training dictated that the mission always comes first. Allowing personal feelings or intervening in unrelated matters during a mission was an unforgivable mistake, a lesson learned through the blood and tears of countless predecessors. Even if they managed to survive the mission, they would face disciplinary action, be reassigned to desk jobs, and have their salaries halved. All those little side hustles, creative ways to skim from operational budgets, would be gone, leaving them struggling with their car and mortgage payments. The Parkers, too, weren't the type to meddle unnecessarily. Though they hadn't been agents for years, their fundamental training was still intact. They wouldn't risk complicating the situation by drawing attention to themselves. Before the agents could act, an air marshal disguised as a regular passenger stepped forward, pointing a taser at Salvatore. "Sir, please remain in your seat and put your hands where I can see them." But Salvatore had no intention of complying. He smiled again, and then his body began to change. With a burst of scalding steam, Salvatore transformed from a human into a monstrous figure, a humanoid bat primarily dark red with streaks of black. The sudden expansion of air caused a loud blast, shaking the otherwise stable airplane and triggering alarms. The passengers in the nearby seats didn't even have time to react before the high-pressure steam scalded them, leaving their bodies cooked and blistered. The flight attendant and air marshal were blown back, colliding with walls or seats, while some flammable objects began to ignite. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into action. They quickly pulled the Parkers and other mobile passengers out of their seats, guiding them away from Salvatore. Meanwhile, they drew their weapons and aimed at the nightmare-like humanoid bat now slowly rising to its feet. But their weapons, designed to restrict movement without damaging the airplane structure, were incapable of inflicting effective harm on someone like Salvatore. The bullets rained down on him like droplets of water, utterly ineffective as he advanced. One S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had his weapon swatted away by Salvatore, and his arm was snapped in the process. Before he could even scream in pain, Salvatore grabbed him by the throat and lifted him to his mouth. Those enormous fangs pierced his neck, and moments later, the agent's lifeless, desiccated body was discarded onto the floor. Salvatore wiped the blood from his lips and lamented. What was once a delicacy now tastes like water from a rusty pipe. Then the bloodbath began. Unarmed humans stood no chance against a vampire, let alone one as powerful as Salvatore, a pure-blood noble further enhanced by Amazon cells. The cabin was filled with screams of terror. Some passengers, paralyzed by fear to the point of forgetting their instinct to flee, swung whatever they had in their hands at Salvatore in vain before meeting their end. The confined space of the airplane offered nowhere to hide. The passengers tried desperately to escape, but there was no place to go. Commercial airplanes don't come equipped with parachutes, not only because there aren't enough for all passengers, but also because anyone who jumped out would be sucked into the engine and shredded. Even an emergency landing was impossible. The nearest airport along the flight path was still half an hour away, not to mention the time needed to coordinate with ground control. Meanwhile, in my Voiceover's personal mechanical lab at Oscorp's Industrial Park, I was sketching designs for a new project. Setting down my pencil, I pulled a phone from my pocket. The screen displayed an incoming call from an unknown number. My phone was custom-built, bulletproof, with a hidden and encrypted number that even the world's top scammer couldn't reach without the correct dialing protocol. Only a select few people had access to my contact information, including Doom, Norman Osborn, the heads of Oscorp's various labs, and Nick Fury. I answered the call, and a calm, polite male voice came through. "Is this Mr. Kent Clark? My name is Phil Coulson, and I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D. Your number was given to me by Nick Fury, who said you'd trust me if I introduced myself. Do you have a moment?" Glancing at the freshly designed Night System prototype, I replied, "Of course. If Fury told you to call me, then it must be important. What's this about?" "I'm not entirely sure," Coulson admitted. "Fury didn't share many details. This is above my clearance level. However, I've been authorized to tell you that it involves one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s failed missions. Fury wanted me to invite you to a specific location, saying it's related to something you once warned him about." "Understand. Where should we meet?" I stood, grabbing the gas mask on my desk and shrugging on my white lab coat as I spoke. "There's a vehicle waiting in parking zone B2 of the Oscorp Industrial Park. It's hard to miss. You'll recognize it when you see it," Coulson replied. After hanging up the phone, Voiceover couldn't help but form a theory. It was likely that the vampires had made their move on the Parkers, and, judging from the situation, they had probably succeeded. I didn't bother hiding behind excuses like it's for the sake of the plot, or the writers didn't know how to handle the Parkers storyline. The truth was straightforward. The technology Richard and Mary Parker possessed stood in my way. In the Sea Tiger world, strength was tied to mental clarity. The stronger the mind, the greater one's power. To grow stronger, one had to find their true self and remain unshaken by distractions. The purer the intent, the greater the strength. That purity could stem from love, hatred, extreme selfishness, or ultimate selflessness. After learning of my future from the Ancient One, I became certain that my future would unfold as I desired. The fear I once harbored due to the infinite flow protagonist was gone, and for the first time, my mind was steady, unshaken by outside interference. I stepped onto a high-performance hoverboard, a prototype shelved due to its demanding requirements for users, and flew directly to Zone B2. There I spotted Phil Coulson waiting alongside our designated aircraft. Compared to a few years ago, Coulson still carried the same approachable demeanor, though his receding hairline betrayed the passage of time. I had anticipated that Nick Fury would want me to head to the destination as quickly as possible, expecting perhaps a helicopter. But what I found waiting was a Quinjet. This aircraft, capable of supersonic flight, vertical takeoff and landing, stealth, and even underwater travel, was a marvel of engineering, a true strategic asset. It was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trump cards that allowed the organization to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining global peace. And that was without mentioning their stockpile of mushroom bombs and other weapons Fury likely couldn't even count. Once the Quinjet took off and entered stealth mode, I glanced at Coulson, one of the village heads of Marvel's proverbial tutorial village, and asked with interest, "Mr. Coulson, I hear you're a big fan of Captain America?" Coulson looked surprised that I'd opened with such a question. He nodded and replied, "Yes, Captain America is a hero to all of humanity." "Oh, cut it out," I interrupted, sensing through my magnetic field ability that his emotional response was minimal. It seemed the old popsicle, Captain America, hadn't been unearthed yet. "The image of Captain America you have is just a product of propaganda. He's nothing more than an enhanced human with regrets and loneliness in his heart. Don't hold him to the standard of a perfect saint." Hearing this, Coulson immediately grew cautious. As one of Nick Fury's most trusted confidants, Coulson knew more than his rank as an agent suggested. Fury had even told him that I was a man from the future, emphasizing that Coulson should remember every word I said, as they might contain hints about the future. For me to casually bring up Captain America, a martyr in the fight for humanity's freedom, must have had some deeper significance. Coulson speculated whether Captain America might still be alive, soon to re-emerge as a superhero, only to lose public trust due to personal conflicts. But then he dismissed the thought. Captain America had died battling the Red Skull, a Hydra-enhanced soldier. This was the official story, and Coulson had no reason to doubt it. But what if that narrative was incorrect? Still, Coulson didn't treat his speculation as fact. Reality wasn't some detective manga, where every word was a clue. He simply filed my comments away in his mind, intending to report them to Fury when the time was right. After I abruptly shut down the Captain America topic, Coulson and I remained silent for the rest of the flight. The usually composed Coulson seemed restless. Part of it was the discomfort of traveling at supersonic speeds. The other part was his desire to extract more information from me. I, on the other hand, was entirely unbothered, using the time to mentally flesh out my fictional shocker organization, weaving in elements reminiscent of Hydra to make it more compelling. At that moment, I realized I'd fallen into a mental trap, likely a result of the fanfiction I'd read before my transmigration. Hydra sought world domination, a goal that didn't conflict with mine. Why not collaborate with them? Or, more accurately, exploit their resources to further my ambitions? After all, saying "Hail Hydra" was just words. The Quinjet landed at a military base, not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s iconic Triskelion headquarters as I had anticipated. Upon arrival, Coulson didn't accompany me further. Instead, several lab coat-wearing staff members came to escort me. After undergoing familiar disinfection procedures, I donned a hazmat suit and passed through several layers of isolation and security doors before finally meeting Nick Fury himself, also dressed in a hazmat suit. In the center of the room stood a coffin-like apparatus. Occasionally, bursts of light would shine through its transparent top, illuminating the surrounding area. Using my abilities, I could sense that the essence of this light was destruction. While the protective casing significantly reduced its lethality, prolonged exposure would cause burns. A direct, unprotected hit at close range would severely damage my body. The intermittent flashes indicated that something inside the device was being continuously destroyed and regenerating. Most likely a biological entity with extreme regenerative capabilities. "Clark Kent," Fury began, his voice heavy. "You were right. Richard Parker and Mary Parker have met with misfortune." "Can it be confirmed?" I asked, deliberately pausing before continuing slowly. "Are they missing, attacked, dead? And if dead, where are the remains?" "It's confirmed," Fury replied, his tone somber, the weight of losing old friends evident. "They died in a plane crash. The entire crew and passengers perished, including 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assigned to protect them. Their bodies are in the morgue, stored in another section. Genetic testing has verified their identities," he said, handing me a file. "But before the crash, most of the people on the plane were already dead. The perpetrator is the thing inside that device." I quickly flipped through the autopsy reports and took a step closer to Fury, standing beside him to peer into the coffin-like device. Inside was a mass of indistinct, bloody flesh. I, Wei Xiaoming, stared at the mass of flesh within the containment unit. Though it resembled nothing more than minced meat scattered within the device, it was still biologically alive. The fragments continuously attempted to coalesce, eventually forming a humanoid shape with limbs and indistinct facial features. If someone were to refine the details and overlay a skin-like substance, the entity would be nearly indistinguishable from a human. But just as the shape began to come together, a blinding white light flashed, scattering the newly formed humanoid back into fragmented flesh, splattering the interior of the sealed containment device. The scattered bits of organic matter, seemingly conscious of their failure, began to regroup yet again, striving to reform into a human shape. However, just as success seemed within reach, another flash of white light obliterated their progress. It was eerily reminiscent of the myth of Sisyphus from Greek mythology, endlessly rolling a boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down every time he neared the summit. This cycle of torment had likely repeated countless times before my arrival, with Nick Fury, like an indifferent god of Olympus, observing the entity's continuous failures without emotion. Nick Fury gestured toward the coffin-like device in front of us. This equipment is a failed prototype. The light beams it generates are extremely lethal to biological organisms. Even with minimal energy input, the beam can instantly dismember a full-grown blue whale into pieces. However, it's highly impractical. It has a short effective range, cannot be weaponized, and its dispersion in the atmosphere poses a threat to the user. For now, it's only usable in controlled, sealed environments like this for experimental purposes. But it serves perfectly as a prison for this creature. The light fires roughly every minute, and while it can't kill the entity outright, it significantly delays its ability to regenerate. The analysis results of the flesh sample were included in the file Fury handed me. Many sections were marked with question marks due to inconclusive data, but I could immediately recognize what this was. After all, Amazon cells were my creation. They were derived from the dissection of the X-gene segment in my own cells, the portion belonging to Death herself. Through induced mutations, I had engineered the Amazon cells. The flesh in front of me belonged to a human, or, more precisely, a vampire, who had injected one of the Amazon cell vials I had prepared specifically for Victor. Combined with the inherent regenerative abilities of vampires, this resulted in an almost time-reversing level of recovery that even startled me as its creator. I turned to Fury, my tone skeptical. Where did you capture this thing? Don't tell me you found the vampire's base. Judging by its regenerative capabilities, this must be an individual of considerable rank. Fury looked at me sharply. What? His voice carried a note of surprise. You're telling me this thing is one of the vampires you mentioned? Not just that, I replied, exhaling deeply as I pulled a few pages of the report from the file and handed them to Fury. It's more terrifying than that. Fury glanced at the pages, his expression tightening as he scanned the data, filled with technical jargon and gaps in analysis. The sheer number of question marks on the pages only added to his frustration. This vampire's regenerative ability is far beyond what I know of even the noble class, I explained. Look closely at the cellular analysis. It's pointing to something very specific. You should recognize it. Fury frowned, pointing to a few of the graphs and diagrams. This creature's biological state is highly unusual. Half of its characteristics match known traits of vampires in our database. But the other half of its genetic structure has significant similarities to your own. While we can't fully analyze the exact structure, it's clear enough. If you hadn't already explained your background and capabilities, I'd be inclined to believe that you created these vampires. I nodded slowly. War and the drive to reproduce have always been key factors in advancing human technology. In the ongoing battles against Shocker and other global threats, we've adapted and learned from their strengths. My very existence as a weapon is proof of this. The reason this vampire became so powerful is due to the presence of Amazon cells, something I thought would be nearly impossible to encounter in the wild. You need to contact the World Security Council as soon as possible. This is a serious threat. Fury didn't seem surprised by my admission. After years of observing and analyzing my behavior, he had constructed a psychological model of me with an 80% accuracy rate for predicting my actions. Turning to Fury, I asked, "Can you tell me where this vampire was found?" "In the wreckage of the Parker's plane," he replied. "When the plane crashed from high altitude, combined with the fuel leak and subsequent fire, the vampire was trapped in a cycle of destruction and regeneration. The immense energy consumption slowed its healing abilities, allowing SHIELD agents to capture it. During transport, however, it killed and consumed several agents, rapidly recovering its strength. I didn't ask how Fury's team managed to subdue the vampire again and lock it into this containment device. That was Fury's secret to keep. What mattered to me now was whether my warnings about the threat posed by Amazon cells had stirred Fury enough to trigger a global vampire extermination campaign led by the world's 5 major powers. Feigning contemplation, I cleared my throat and began delivering the pre-planned narrative I had constructed during the flight. Amazon cells have 2 documented origins in the database. The first traces back to Shocker's branch in Japan, established during the Axis alliance with the Third Reich. On the surface, this branch operated as a pharmaceutical company called Nozomi Pharmaceuticals, specializing in bioweapon development. Amazon cells were one of their creations. While primarily intended for weaponization, their original purpose was to extend human lifespan and eliminate organ transplant rejection. According to intelligence, the initial research into Amazon cells was commissioned to prolong the life of Nozomi's corporate chairman. The weaponization applications were a secondary outcome. Fury silently dismissed this possibility. Japan was now entirely subservient to the United States, following its every command. S.H.I.E.L.D. had more insight into Japan's internal affairs than the Japanese government itself. After our first meeting, Fury had already ordered an investigation into Japan. After all, the U.S. had sheltered and protected many Japanese war criminals in exchange for technological advancements. Who knew if some of them still harbored ambitions, possibly collaborating with remnants of the Third Reich? During World War II, the relationship between the Third Reich and Japan was ambiguous at best. After all, it was Japan's actions that ultimately provoked the U.S. into joining the war. Wei Xiaoming continued, the second type of Amazon cells originates, unsurprisingly, from South America's Amazon rainforest. Their true origins are unknown, but they were developed by Shocker's Dr. Death. Beyond the original life forms created by these cells, they can be classified into three distinct types. The first type, designated alpha, involves transplanting original Amazon cells into human hosts. This dramatically enhances human physical capabilities, but the instability of the human body often causes the cells to mutate, making them highly infectious. They can infect other life forms or even invade entire ecosystems, potentially allowing Amazon cells to dominate the planet's biosphere. The second type, Omega, is engineered by embedding human genetic sequences into Amazon cells to grow entirely new organisms. This is the most powerful application of the cells, but it also carries the risk of mutation and contagion. I paused, deliberately crafting an air of tension. My voice filtered through the gas mask to sound ominous. The third type is Sigma, a militarized application. Sigma involves implanting Amazon cells into recently deceased human corpses, reanimating them. Simply put, it's the resurrection of the dead. My words visibly rattled Nick Fury. He likely remembered what I had said earlier about Dr. Death, the Shocker scientist responsible for human modifications. I had mentioned that Dr. Death joined Shocker after receiving funding to research resurrection technologies for reviving cherished loved ones. The fact that Amazon cells could achieve resurrection meant that Dr. Death had succeeded in his experiments. But could the dead truly return to life? Fury's thoughts likely drifted to the Parker's remains in the morgue. Though he quickly suppressed the notion, such thoughts were disrespectful to the deceased. I continued, resurrecting the dead is taboo. It delves into unexplored realms of the human soul. The resurrected retain memories from their previous life, but their personality is profoundly altered, as if they were entirely different individuals. Beyond their ability to see and hear, they lose physical sensations like pain, and their thought processes become mechanical. They're more akin to humanoid robots, usable only as weapons. Will vampires inevitably transform into these so-called fang vampires? It's hard to say, but compared to a planetary-scale cataclysm, their threat is relatively manageable. Humanity has the capacity for immense destruction, and with enough sacrifice, these fang vampires could be dealt with. However, things become far more complicated if Amazon cells are involved. The most frightening possibility is that Amazon cells within the vampires could mutate, becoming infectious. Humans are fragile and possess boundless potential for evolution. If infected by mutated Amazon cells, they could rapidly transform into unknown life forms. Based on the current evidence, I said, emphasizing my words to make sure Fury understood, these fang vampires are an evolved form of vampires who injected Amazon cells. Your data already proves this. But fang vampires are no longer the same species as their progenitors. Without natural weaknesses, they're far more dangerous. And if the mutated Amazon cells become infectious, their threat is on par with a level 4 biological lab containment breach. I leaned in slightly, my tone growing more severe. The U.S. military's bioweapons labs have long been researching ethnically targeted viruses. They even tested one in 2004. The aftermath was catastrophic. Millions infected globally, with death tolls in the hundreds of thousands. What I'm telling you now is that mutated Amazon cells are 100 times more terrifying than that virus. Finally, I delivered the decisive statement. Vampires are the only known users of Amazon cells to date. Even if the cells don't mutate, the existence of vampires as a breeding ground for a species capable of threatening humanity is reason enough. They must be eradicated entirely. Nick Fury, a man of action, made his decision swiftly. Leaving the lab buried 20 meters underground, he boarded a Quinjet to head to his next destination. During the flight, he removed his hazmat suit, replacing it with his iconic leather trench coat. The Quinjet landed at the Triskelion Shield's headquarters. Fury took a secret route to an undisclosed location, leaving me in the care of Coulson, who escorted me to a waiting room. Fury, meanwhile, stepped into an office where an elderly white man with gray hair was waiting. This man was none other than Alexander Pierce, former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, head of Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. division, and the liaison between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council. Pierce's role as a double agent who rose to become the leader of the opposing side was the stuff of legend, almost like a dark joke that had come true. Known for his cunning, Pierce was a key figure in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history. As Fury entered, Pierce rubbed his temples before addressing him, looking visibly fatigued. Time is short. You mentioned a global crisis. Let's hear it. Pierce had only recently been briefed on Shocker and the impending future calamities. While the insectoid threat wasn't exactly a secret among the upper echelons, the evolution of vampires into fang vampires had thrown him into a spiral of concern. Hydra, for the moment, remained in hiding, and external chaos posed no immediate threat to it. But Pierce knew that Hydra's eventual plans required a thriving, prosperous world to dominate, not one ravaged by disaster or devoid of humanity. After all, Hydra couldn't survive if humanity went extinct. After learning of the situation from Fury yesterday, Pierce, who held level 10 clearance, had pulled up every piece of intelligence on me. He spent the entire night piecing together my profile and actions. 6 years ago, Fury had secretly met with someone and organized a search in South America, but nothing had come of it. Even so, the operation had left Pierce in a cold sweat. Fury's investigation had targeted the convoluted evolutionary supremacy of Shocker, a group with a background in post-World War II development that heavily mirrored Hydra, particularly the Red Skull's faction. Luckily for Pierce, Fury hadn't connected Shocker to Hydra and instead focused on remnants of the Third Reich in South America. If Fury had initiated an internal investigation, complete with interrogation devices, Hydra's secrecy might have been compromised long before it was ready to emerge. Pierce had been the one to promote Fury to director, recognizing his unparalleled skills as an agent. Under Fury's leadership, S.H.I.E.L.D. had grown stronger, allowing Hydra to parasitize its resources and expand. But now, this decision had backfired on Pierce. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s compartmentalized intelligence, designed for security, now left him blindsided. Worse, Fury had uncovered Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had the resolve to cut off the infected limbs, even if it meant crippling or destroying the organization entirely. Having stayed up all night reviewing intelligence, Pierce had only just fallen asleep when Fury's call woke him. This crisis was too significant to ignore. It required Pierce, as the liaison, to report directly to the World Security Council. As Alexander Pierce, the bridge between the World Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D., I've always maintained decent relations with both sides. But when even Nick Fury, a man who thrives on paranoia and caution, declares something to be a global crisis, then all the usual red tape becomes irrelevant. Nick Fury pulled out a device resembling a USB stick and plugged it into the desk. A holographic screen appeared in the air, and 3 video clips began playing sequentially. The first video showed a heavily armed military unit engaging a humanoid bat-like creature outfitted with an exoskeleton. It was over in seconds. The soldiers were utterly routed. Their weapons didn't even faze the creature, let alone disrupt its movements. The scene was beyond brutal. Carnage might not even do it justice. The footage had clearly been edited to emphasize the bat-like creature's ferocity, conveniently omitting how the military eventually subdued it. The clip ended abruptly, leading straight into the second video. The second clip featured a scientist explaining the physiological and cellular data of the fanged vampire. At first, the presentation was digestible, but as it delved into cellular structures and biochemical properties, it devolved into a mess of technical jargon. My head started pounding. This wasn't my area of expertise. If Wei Xiaoming were here, he'd probably scoff and explain it all in layman's terms, given that his knowledge far exceeded that of the scientist on screen. Both Fury and I pretended to follow along, nodding as if we understood, but the takeaway was clear. This creature's body and cells were leagues beyond anything humanly possible. When the video ended, I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to stay awake after an entire night without sleep. So, what's the connection between this and the vampires? I asked, trying to suppress my growing irritation. The third video answered my question. The footage showed a figure clad in a hazmat suit and gas mask, speaking at length. I didn't even realize when Nick Fury had recorded Wei Xiaoming's spiel about the Amazon cells and their dangers, let alone how he had edited and repurposed the footage. The more I listened, the more uneasy I felt. The implications were increasingly damning. My thoughts quickly turned to Daniel Whitehall, a direct disciple of the Red Skull. His rank within Hydra was higher than mine. Whitehall had transplanted cells from an inhuman with regenerative abilities into himself, allowing him to remain youthful since World War II. If someone were desperately researching ways to restore youth and extend life while being tied to remnants of the Third Reich, it would almost certainly involve him. When a video touched on resurrecting the dead, my temples began to throb. I had serious doubts that Wei Xiaoming didn't already know about Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. The resurrection of consciousness into a digital format was a privilege once reserved for Arnim Zola. Zola had been a loyal scientist under the Red Skull, extracting energy from the Tesseract to develop advanced weapons. After being imprisoned post-war, he succumbed to cancer in 1972, but managed to upload his consciousness into a supercomputer hidden in a classified S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New Jersey. To this day, Zola's digital mind remains operational. As a digital entity, Zola had masterminded Project Insight, a plan to identify and eliminate threats to Hydra's interests. The project was progressing steadily and was expected to yield results within the next 7 years. If resurrection technology truly worked, Zola would undoubtedly be the greatest beneficiary. If not for Fury briefing me about Shocker and planting ideas in my head, I might not have made these connections from Wei Xiaoming's revelations. But now I couldn't stop my mind from racing. When the video ended, Fury doubled down. Vampires have only been able to coexist with humans because of their numerous weaknesses. They rely on humanity's strength to survive, but they've always sought ways to overcome their vulnerabilities. Most sunscreen companies on the market are backed by vampire-controlled interests. Obvious once you think about it. Amazon cells give them a way to overcome their aversion to sunlight, silver, and other weaknesses, making them as powerful as main battle tanks. If that happens, the best-case scenario for humanity is servitude to fanged vampires, scraping by as their slaves. Seeing my visibly strained expression, Fury added, "The surface issue is vampires and fanged vampires, but the real threat lies with Dr. Death, the man providing Amazon cells to the vampires and the Shocker organization backing him. Against them, we can't afford to show mercy. If we catch them in an airport, we execute them in the terminal. If we find them in a restroom, we drown them in a toilet. Not a single one can be left alive to prevent a resurgence. I'll report this to the World Security Council and notify you of the outcome." I nodded, feigning agreement, but inside, my headache was worsening. I politely saw Fury out before returning to my desk. My concern wasn't just Fury's uncompromising stance. It was the potential fallout if he discovered Hydra's resemblance to Shocker. That could spiral into an unending nightmare. And then there was the World Security Council. As I thought about the council, a holographic screen flickered to life in my office. The projection split into 5 panels, each displaying the upper body of one of the 5 representatives from the world's major powers who constituted the council. Thanks to Wei Xiaoming's mix of truths and half-truths, the council members' expressions were a study in contrasts, as Fury's report concluded. Setting aside the usual geopolitical intrigues, the vampire-related crisis was the real issue. Vampires' entanglements with human society were akin to the complexities of financial markets, interwoven corporate interests with stakes in everything. The sheer number of individuals profiting from these arrangements was staggering. Even within Hydra's various factions, numerous companies maintained close ties to vampire interests. If I wanted to emulate the Red Skull and consolidate absolute power within Hydra, I couldn't afford to disrupt these vested interests. Over time, many Hydra leaders had strayed from the organization's original ideals. They had become complacent, content to hoard power and indulge in luxury. The Red Skull, for all his flaws, was at least driven by a grand vision of world domination, not personal gratification. But the newer generations of Hydra, raised in peace and prosperity, were undeniably a lost cause. As I, Nick Fury, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling the liquor in my glass, I couldn't help but feel the weight of recent events bearing down on me. The last few days had shattered the limits of what I thought I knew, pushing the boundaries of my imagination. For someone like me, who had seen the unimaginable, even I found myself retreating to the comfort of alcohol to steady my nerves. When Pierce had dismissed me, I immediately called for Coulson to bring Wei Xiaoming to my office. I needed answers only he could provide. As I waited for their arrival, I stared out at the skyline, wondering what kind of world Wei Xiaoming had come from. What kind of future could produce a man like him? When Wei Xiaoming entered my office, I turned to face him, holding my glass in one hand. From my pocket, I retrieved a small device and activated it. This little gadget distorts sound waves within a set radius. No one outside this office will be able to hear our conversation, I explained. Reading lips wouldn't help either, not when Wei Xiaoming had never once removed that gas mask of his. I studied him carefully, wondering if he really knew the answers I was looking for. Unsurprisingly, he deflected my question with a rhetorical one of his own. Nick Fury, if you had a time machine and could go back to before World War II, would you assassinate Hitler to prevent the war and save an entire generation of young lives? I paused for a moment before responding. No, I wouldn't. Time is too unpredictable. Given the geopolitical and economic conditions of the time, World War II was inevitable. The Great Depression created internal pressures that nations could only resolve by turning to external conflicts, and war was the easiest solution. Even if I had the ability to time travel without interference, the outcome would still be the same. Our side, the side of justice, would win. But if I meddled, who knows what might happen? America's rise to power was built on the foundations of 2 world wars, profiting as the neutral party, siphoning Europe's gold reserves, and drawing in the best minds. The battlefield never reached American soil. Wei Xiaoming nodded. Exactly. Imagine how desperate the future must have been for someone to take such a risk, to break the continuity of time by sending the most advanced weapon of their era back to the past. What kind of dire situation would warrant that? I turned off the sound wave distortion device, my expression darkening. You may as well tell me that in the future, communism prevails, the so-called free world, led by the U.S., is torn apart by its own undercover president, and you were sent here to accelerate that process. You've got a hidden talent for humor, Wei Xiaoming replied with a faint chuckle. Now, do you have any other business with me? If not, I'd like to get back to the lab. Time waits for no one, and I have work to do. By the way, do you have any updates on the human-vampire hybrid? I downed the rest of my drink in one gulp, set the glass aside, and said, the night system candidates have been selected. One of them will be here within a minute. At that, Wei Xiaoming's tone shifted slightly. Speaking of a night system, SHIELD might not be able to field a fully functional knight, after all. The materials necessary for the system's development have gone missing. What? When did this happen? My brows furrowed deeply. SHIELD was in charge of security at the Oscorp Industrial Park, which allowed me to come and go freely. Even a Quinjet landing there didn't raise suspicion. If something had been stolen under such tight security, it could only mean there was a mole. What exactly was stolen? I demanded. The body of an insectoid, Wei Xiaoming replied. Insectoids are semi-higher dimensional life forms. Their bodies contain superluminal particles, which allow them to move at speeds beyond human perception without friction or air resistance. These particles are essential for the Knight system's acceleration modules and for enhancing the wearers. He continued, after the first insectoid was defeated, its body was immediately recovered and used to extract materials for further development. We managed to get just a few samples before the body disappeared from the biolab overnight. It vanished without a trace. My security team investigated, but found nothing. We had no choice but to take the loss in silence. I scrutinized Wei Xiaoming, who stood over 2 meters tall, and asked if we had another insectoid body now. Could production continue? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s limited technological capabilities had yielded little from our research on the insectoids. Even the Skrulls, with their advanced biology, could only note the structural similarities between insectoids and their own kind, speculating that they might be branches of the same evolutionary tree, like gorillas and humans. If it were up to me, I'd rather hand the research over to Wei Xiaoming. He'd at least know how to make use of it. But Wei Xiaoming shook his head. It's too late. There's no point. Even if you gave me an insectoid body now, developing the Knight system would be like restarting the entire project from scratch. The superluminal particles dissipate rapidly after an insectoid dies. There's no way we'd be that lucky. He added, besides, with the current candidates and the intelligence network formed by insectoid detection equipment, dealing with the insectoid threat is manageable. It just means a lot of overtime. I said nothing. For the first time in my career, I felt like I had outmaneuvered myself. At that moment, the person I had summoned arrived at my office door, and there were certain things better left unsaid. A burly man in combat gear entered the room after being granted permission. I introduced them. Dr. Kent Clark, the developer of the Knight system. Brock Rumlow, captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rapid response team, and my chosen candidate for the Knight system, though that's now on hold due to unforeseen circumstances. I almost laughed out loud at the irony of the situation. Working for S.H.I.E.L.D. was hard enough, but Fury's job? It was a nightmare. His predecessor had been a Hydra operative, and now, unbeknownst to him, his chosen candidate for the Knight system was Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones, one of Hydra's most loyal soldiers in the comics, and a recurring foe of Captain America. Fury wanted to give this man incredible power? That was too much. Rumlow, who had been fully prepared to become a knight, looked visibly thrown off. He had no idea what had gone wrong. After all, he was Hydra's hand-picked candidate, and Hydra had pulled every string, from psychological manipulation to falsifying records, to ensure his selection. To be told last minute that he was out, he couldn't take it. I spread my hands and said, if the Knight system won't work against the insectoids, I have another plan. It's just a bit more primitive. Then I leaned in close to Rumlow, my eyes gleaming. Do you have the courage to surpass the limits of human potential? I am Wei Xiaoming, and when I stood in front of Rumlow, that guy was probably overwhelmed by the aura of this colossal figure that I exude. It was like a minor villain encountering the Demon King. His face practically oozed fear, almost spilling out of the screen. Cold sweat poured off him as if it were free, and I could imagine his inner monologue going something like, which parallel universe did this big bad guy come from? I started introducing the Knight system to them. Hey, the Knight system wasn't originally about fancy external armor. The inspiration came from Dr. Death himself, and it took the route of human enhancement. Our first hero, a super macho man with full-body mechanical modification. Except for the brain and respiratory system, the rest of his body is entirely bionic prosthetics. Each metallic muscle fiber can unleash 80 kilograms of force. How badass is that? The motor system is controlled by a quantum computer made from biological materials, and it can even regulate brain hormone secretion to suppress negative emotions like fear. Psychic powers? Forget it. The energy source is a cold fusion reactor, capable of running for 100 years. Talk about endurance. It's practically a perpetual motion machine. The internal system is filled with LCL solution to supply oxygen and nutrients to the biological parts, cool the organs, and provide remarkable shock resistance. The artificial skin on the outside is even more insane. It can withstand temperatures of up to 6,000 degrees, block all kinds of detection methods and EMP attacks, maintain constant temperature and humidity, and even secrete artificial sweat, making it look exactly like real human skin. Talk about cutting-edge technology and hardcore innovation. Built-in sensitive components generate bioelectric currents, allowing the user to retain the sense of touch. In combat mode, this skin can instantly harden into armor, impervious to high temperatures and impacts. Even the earliest version had a punch force of 60 tons, a kick force of 90 tons, could jump 25 meters, and sprint 100 meters in 1.5 seconds. That's speed and strength. It's basically a super scion. Later versions added anti-gravity engines and low-temperature repulsion particle generators, enabling supersonic flight and outer space operations. The only weak point? The face. But even that was equipped with an energy weapon capable of firing high-temperature flames, the legendary face-mounted Gatling gun. After hearing all this, Rumlow's face turned green. He stared at Nick Fury with pleading eyes, like he was silently begging, "Boss, save me." Nick Fury, who clearly didn't want to lose face in front of his subordinates, couldn't resist pulling out a drink and taking a swig. I imagine he was thinking, "What the hell is this monstrosity? I need to calm my nerves." Seeing the situation, I subtly shifted my position, using my massive frame to block Rumlow from Nick Fury's view. I said, "We're on the side of justice, you know. After the brain and lungs are removed during modification, the rest of the body is cryogenically preserved. After retirement, the organs can be transplanted back, allowing them to return to being human. Isn't that humane?" Then, I leaned in and whispered to Rumlow, "This is your inescapable destiny, Rumlow. Becoming Crossbones is written in the stars for you. Hail, Hydra." Only he could hear those words, like a mysterious curse cast upon him. Then I turned to Nick Fury and said, "If you agree, I could design an even more powerful third-generation prosthetic for your capable subordinate here, complete with 26 special abilities. It's practically a cheat code." Nick Fury, clearly overwhelmed, said, "Let him go. This is too inhumane." Hearing this, Rumlow bolted like he'd been pardoned, glancing back at me with a complicated expression as he fled. He was probably calculating how to report this to his higher-ups at Hydra. Given the complexity of the situation, a mad scientist like me wanting to turn him into a machine, it was probably best for him to let the intelligence analyst sort it all out. Once the office was down to just me and Nick Fury, his one eye suddenly took on a sharp glint. After activating a jamming device, he asked me, "Can your technology create fully intelligent robots that look exactly like real humans?" I thought for a moment and replied, "Creating them isn't hard, but making them indistinguishable from humans is a cost issue. Many weapon systems would have to be removed. Weight, height, stride length, everything would have to match human standards. You'd also need to add systems for breathing, eating, and excreting. It would cost even more than full weaponized modifications. It's basically a bottomless money pit. Plus, bioenhanced humans are primarily controlled by human brains, so they're immune to electronic viruses, except for something like the collapse virus. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that some modified individuals wanted to keep the habit of smoking, we wouldn't even need to transplant the brain." Nick Fury poured himself another half glass of liquor and, using the glass to obscure his lips, said, "Make 2 robots that look like me. Use the portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s profits from Oscorp Industries to cover the expenses." Although he often had his old acquaintance Talos impersonate him, there were some matters he didn't want the alien to know about. After all, Talos was an alien, and there was always a lingering sense of unease. I said, "All right, but you'll need to make time for a physical exam. I'll need fingerprints, internal organ data, iris scans, as well as samples of sweat, saliva, cells, and hair. If necessary, I can even record swear words and design a fake death system to make them more lifelike. This is practically crafting a super substitute." Nick Fury took a sip of his drink and asked, "Were the modified individuals voluntary?" I organized my thoughts and said that guy's energy system was destroyed. The designer hadn't considered the risk of being shot down. After falling from high altitude, he suffered a spinal fracture, lost control of his bladder and bowels, and couldn't move anything below his neck except for one arm, which wasn't even fully functional. Without magic or a miracle, he'd never walk again. As a warrior, he didn't want to be a cripple. And with extraterrestrial enemies threatening the universe, he agreed to the modification surgery and became a war machine. Originally, the designer wanted to retain part of his digestive system, so they could have drinks together after the war, but he refused because he'd almost caused trouble once when drunk. He's definitely a man with a story. I was pondering human prosthetic modification. Can this really work? Nick Fury remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. The Avengers initiative had long been set into motion, but finding suitable candidates was proving to be a rare challenge. I had my eyes on two individuals, but looking at the threats we're currently facing, and those we'll face in the future, those two, as mere elite-level humans, simply wouldn't cut it. We needed individuals with off-the-charts combat power. The more we could recruit on the level of Captain Marvel, the better. A full premium package was the way to go. Wei Xiaoming chimed in, "Sure, this can work. If you don't want to risk your healthy-limbed subordinates, then ask the disabled ones, those who rely on medication or medical devices to survive. I bet they wouldn't refuse the chance at partial prosthetic enhancement and the opportunity to stand tall again. It'd be a total comeback for them. Besides, there are other types of knight systems tailored to different enemies, kind of a targeted treatment approach, though it has its limitations. There's also injecting special particles into the human body, granting immense power through that method. There are plenty of paths to explore. Prosthetic modification takes a militarized approach, and compared to random serums or drugs with unpredictable results, human modification is far more reliable. At least it won't produce a bunch of uncontrollable monsters." I was getting pretty tempted by his words, but I couldn't make a rash decision. I raised my hand to turn off the jamming device and spoke into the communicator, "Agent Coulson, come to my office and take Dr. Kent Clark back." Wei Xiaoming reminded me, "That half-human, half-vampire hybrid. I want his power." I added, "Agent Romanoff, bring Eric Brooks and his father to the office. Tell them someone capable of completely eradicating the vampire race is here." Eric Brooks, better known as Blade, had quite the backstory. His mother was bitten by a vampire while she was pregnant with him. The infection reached him in the womb, turning him into a half-vampire, half-human hybrid. His mother didn't survive. Later, Blade was adopted by Whistler, a vampire hunter. Because of what happened to his mother, Blade bore a deep hatred for vampires. Under Whistler's guidance, he learned all the skills needed to become an exceptional vampire hunter. As an adult, Blade relied on the superhuman abilities and regenerative powers granted by his vampire bloodline. He frequently infiltrated vampire dens, killing them while rescuing humans who had been targeted. Whistler acted as a support team, developing silver-coated weapons and a serum to suppress Blade's bloodlust. If Blade were ever captured, Whistler, despite his age and frailty, wouldn't hesitate to storm in to rescue him. Recently, individuals claiming to be agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. approached them. Whistler, being well-informed, knew what S.H.I.E.L.D. was, unlike others who dismissed it as an urban legend. They didn't resist and allowed themselves to be taken to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At the headquarters, Blade underwent a comprehensive examination with countless tests, almost as if they were about to slice him into samples for analysis. However, Whistler figured that if S.H.I.E.L.D. had any ill intent, they wouldn't have been so polite from the start, so he decided to stay put. After all, not even vampires would dare provoke S.H.I.E.L.D., a global organization. That would be like strolling unprotected under the sun. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, compared to their booby-trap-laden base, was infinitely safer, like an enhanced security version of their home. For Blade, the tests were nothing. Even invasive procedures like liver biopsies only required a few hours of rest for him to recover. Compared to the injuries he sustained fighting vampires, those tests were child's play. Vampires fought ferociously to survive, and Blade's wounds from those battles were far worse than a mere biopsy. The key detail was this. Someone had told Blade that they were brought here to completely eliminate the vampire race. Blade's hatred for vampires ran bone deep. He even despised the part of himself that was vampiric. Beyond taking regular injections of serum to suppress his bloodlust, he resented the regenerative ability that others envied. His vampire hunting wasn't just about revenge. It carried a hint of self-destruction. After a few idle days, Blade and Whistler were escorted to an office by a stunning female agent. Inside, 3 men were waiting. The tall man in the white lab coat immediately aroused Blade's suspicion. Whether it was due to his hybrid physiology or some protagonist-like sixth sense, Blade's instincts were razor-sharp. The female agent, though beautiful enough to be a deadly temptation, struck Blade as a venomous spider. Entering her web would mean becoming prey. And the man in the white lab coat? He felt like an ancient beast, his power dormant yet palpable. If awakened, he would undoubtedly bring about destruction on a biblical scale. I looked Blade up and down. This black man's outfit was almost identical to mine, a black combat suit with a black leather coat draped over it, and sunglasses worn day and night. The difference? Unlike my shiny bald head, his hair was thick and styled with personality. The key moment was when Blade became instantly wary of me, like an old mountain goat catching the scent of tiger. Even though the tiger hadn't revealed itself or let its scent waft over, the goat could still sense the danger. I said, "This is Dr. Kent Clark. He's leading the plan to completely wipe out the vampire race. He'll also oversee the technical aspects of the subsequent operation." As soon as I finished, I realized something felt off. Me, the mighty director of S.H.I.E.L.D., personally handling such a trivial matter as vampires? Since when did that happen? But then I thought about the vested interests involved behind the scenes, not to mention the Amazon cells capable of altering Earth's ecological balance, and it all made sense. I let it go. After they left, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie emerged from a secret passage. Coulson, barged straight into Nick Fury's office today. Back in the day, I was the one responsible for delivering Wei Xiaoming and Blade to the Oscorp industrial base. But now, compared to who I used to be, I'm a shadow of my former self. Look at me. My face is weathered with age, my hairline has retreated almost to the back of my head, and my left hand has been replaced with a high-tech mechanical prosthetic. To hide this obvious giveaway, I wear a black deerskin glove, but when I walk, the mechanical texture still shows through the gap between the glove and my sleeve. As soon as Nick Fury saw me, he poured himself a drink, filled another glass for me, and asked, "What's your assessment of this Kent Clark? Is he really one of us?" I picked up the glass, downed it in one gulp, and maintained my usual calm demeanor as I replied, "Director, I can't answer that question. In the past of my world, there was no such person as Kent Clark. No insectoids, no shocker, no vampiric brood, no Amazon cells. I've never even heard of these things." Nick Fury responded, "But these things are very real in my world." I continued, "That's why I think Tony Stark's time travel theory is complete nonsense. The places we accessed via quantum tunneling weren't the past of my world at all. They were parallel universes, maybe even multiple parallel universes. The world of Kent Clark, or, to put another way, the future of this world, is in such a dire state that they're willing to risk breaking the laws of time and space to act." When I suddenly appeared in front of Nick Fury a few days ago, he initially thought I was a fake, either an insectoid or a Skrull impersonator. But after I presented evidence to prove my identity, he finally accepted that I had come from the future. I explained to him, there's a major villain in the universe named Thanos. Driven by his twisted notion of universal balance, he went around causing havoc, collecting the 6 Infinity Stones, and wielding their power through the Infinity Gauntlet. With a snap of his fingers, he could grant one wish, and that wish wiped out half the life in the universe, turning them to dust. Many heroes tried to stop him, but they all fell along the way. Even Captain Marvel couldn't do anything. After achieving his goal, Thanos retreated to the planet he'd prepared for his retirement, destroyed the 6 Infinity Stones, and died himself. 5 years later, Ant-Man emerged from the quantum realm and proposed a theory of quantum tunneling to travel through time. The Hulk and Iron Man worked together to make it a reality. The Avengers, in an effort to bring back the half of life that was lost, planned to retrieve the Infinity Stones from the past and use them to snap everyone back into existence. Nick Fury asked, did they succeed, or are they still working on it? Hearing this question, I, an experienced agent, couldn't hold back my tears. They flowed freely as I replied with sorrow. They failed. If they hadn't, it wouldn't be me standing before you now. Somehow, the Thanos of the past discovered the people traveling through time. Using their time travel device, he arrived in the Avengers era and, before the heroes could return, led his army to destroy the Avengers base. Everyone left behind was slaughtered. The heroes returned with the Infinity Stones, only to find ruins and the bodies of their comrades and loved ones. Even Nick Fury's single "I welled up with tears," as he could clearly imagine the despair of that scene. I wiped my tears, steeling my resolve, and said, but we didn't give up hope. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided significant support to the Avengers. The technical data for the time travel machine had been backed up, We rebuilt a quantum tunneling device and planned to reverse the future. Nick Fury asked, "Why are you here this time?" "The Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, which is now called the Tesseract. I need to take it. I'm gathering all 6 stones to destroy Thanos and his army." But given the current situation, while Nick Fury trusted me, he couldn't just let me walk away with the Tesseract. As much power as Fury wielded as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Tesseract wasn't something he could simply hand over. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a one-man show. Even embezzling funds required a good excuse. The World Security Council constantly scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D., and U.S. agencies wouldn't allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to monopolize such a weapon of mass destruction. The final agreement was this. Research on the Tesseract would continue, conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, but the facility would be located in an underground research base of NASA, with security handled by U.S. personnel. According to the principles of time travel, no matter when I activate the device to return to my time, it will always be the next second after I left. So Nick Fury decided to keep me here as an advisor for now. From the beginning, I made it clear that time travelers couldn't reveal too much about the future to people of the past, as it could disrupt the fabric of time and space. This aligned with what Wei Xiaoming had said earlier, so Nick Fury didn't question it. The more I learned about this world, the more I realized how different it was from mine. While some people and things had counterparts, this world had far more anomalies than my own during the same era. I began to suspect that this was a parallel universe. I took another sip of my drink and said, "One thing is for sure. Kent Clark is indeed from the future. Though he doesn't explicitly say so, he uses metaphors to describe events. Some of these things happened in my time as well, and anyone familiar with the details can match them to corresponding events. For instance, a man whose energy system failed and who fell from a great height, fracturing his spine. I talked to him while we were building the time machine. But in my world, the details were different. His outcome wasn't as tragic. After surgery, he recovered enough to walk normally, and with his suit, he could still fight on the battlefield. Becoming a cyborg wasn't a necessity." Nick Fury nodded lightly. I guessed he was recalling what Wei Xiaoming had mentioned about time travelers who cross timelines and plunder the past. My experience was eerily similar. A few weeks later, on a certain night, I once again donned my white lab coat and gas mask. From a building near a nightclub that catered to vampires, I opened a violin case and took out a mechanical bat small enough to fit in my palm. This mechanical bat looked like a toy. Its overall design was smooth and had no sharp edges. Its mouth featured 2 fawn-like hollow injection needles, and its deliberately unbalanced proportions gave it a somewhat cute appearance. The plastic-like coating on its surface further added to its toy-like feel. This is Kivit, the transformation device for the BioArmor Knight system, Kiva, a biomechanical life form I introduced. To use it, you insert its fawn-like injectors into the artery on your wrist. The toxin cultivated inside will circulate through your bloodstream in 20 seconds, transforming your cells into metallic structures and granting you immense strength and durability. Your punching power and resistance to attacks will range between 6 and 8 tons. Additionally, it will create special organs inside your body to synthesize a vampire-targeted serum. When injected into a target during combat, it's a guaranteed kill. Very few vampires can withstand a blow from you, even without the serum. After explaining, I handed the transformation device to Blade, Eric Brooks, and reminded him, "Remember, once you transform, make sure to attach it to your waist. Your brain can't handle the prolonged strain of the transformed state. Its biocomputer will help share the load and regulate the toxin levels in your bloodstream based on your physical condition." Blade, wearing his usual outfit, looked down at the device and asked, "Why me?" "Because you're a half-vampire. Only someone with vampire physiology can survive the toxin before their cells are fully metallicized. And because you're a hybrid, you can provide the biological structure needed to synthesize the anti-vampire serum." I explained, my tone growing more enthusiastic and exaggerated. "Because you consider yourself human, you won't betray us after gaining this power. And because your hatred for vampires runs so deep, you'll endure the pain of transformation to take them down." Blade eyed the device skeptically and said, "Human? I've never really thought about that. I just hate the vampire part of myself. The same power that gives me this extraordinary physique also killed my mother. I snapped my fingers and said, "Precisely. That's proof you're human." Humans don't question whether they're human, and they reject the non-human parts of themselves. Hey, Doc, what about all those people who willingly turn into vampires and serve them as lackeys? How do they count? It was Whistler speaking, Blade's foster father. He had been entangled with vampires for decades. Experienced, fearless, and knowledgeable about weapons and tactics, his advice was always reliable. I answered seriously. Those who willingly serve vampires and mark themselves with their slave insignia have abandoned their humanity. They may look human, but they no longer have a human heart. We call them the Ghoul Clan. Then I turned to Blade and said, "Go. Use slaughter to test your inner self and see if my night system works as it should." Meanwhile, Willis Dorff, an ordinary college student, was living a life that could only be described as mundane. He was the stereotypical bookworm you'd see in movies. Awkward, introverted, and terrible at socializing. He could barely string together a coherent sentence when talking to girls. If it weren't for his decent looks, he probably wouldn't have had a girlfriend at all. But because of his personality and his habit of spending too much time in the library, his girlfriend had recently broken up with him. Determined to change himself, he decided to start with improving his social skills. On a Saturday night, following the advice of some bad influences, his so-called friends, he changed his outfit, ditched his glasses for contact lenses, and styled his hair in what was supposed to be a cool way before heading to Nightclub Street. Willis had always looked down on places like this, thinking they were a waste of time and money. But with his friends egging him on, he took a brave first step. Sure enough, his new look made him instantly popular. Before he could even say a word, an attractive blonde girl approached him to chat. The blonde was fiery and hit all his aesthetic preferences. Within a few lines of conversation, she had him wrapped around her finger. After plying him with a few expensive drinks, his reason and logic were completely gone. The girl held his hand and said she'd take him to an even better pub. Willis, of course, couldn't refuse. She led him down the street, occasionally engaging in intimate gestures that made them look less like strangers and more like a couple in the throes of a passionate romance, despite having just met an hour ago. The pub's location was discreet, with its entrance hidden behind a restaurant's kitchen. Most people would never guess it was the gateway to a nightlife venue. The restaurant staff recognized the blonde and let them through without stopping them. But beyond the final door, a tall black man in a suit stood as a barrier. The blonde raised her hand, still holding Willis's, and exclaimed excitedly, "He's my boyfriend." The tall man didn't respond. He silently opened the door, allowing them inside before locking it behind them. Smirking faintly, he muttered to himself, "Another one bringing in their own food. I wonder if tonight we'll gain a new member or just have more cleanup to do." After locking the door, the man turned around and noticed another black man standing not far away. Despite the heat, this man was dressed in a black leather coat, which bulged slightly from the thick layers of clothing underneath. Even in the dimly lit kitchen, he wore sunglasses. It was hard to tell if he could even see anything. The sight of him immediately reminded the doorman of a certain legend. A vampire who hunts vampires, immune to sunlight and brutally efficient. The Daywalker. And the Daywalker's appearance was exactly like the man standing before him. "I am Willis." The moment I stepped into this hidden nightclub, I felt something was off. The design style was completely different from anything I'd seen before. It carried a kind of nighttime splendor and mystery, as if the designer was an alien. The aesthetic contrast made me feel uncomfortable, like I had crossed over into another dimension. The soundproofing of this nightclub was absurdly good. Standing outside, you wouldn't hear a single thing. When the doorman, that tall black guy, opened the door, I caught a glimpse of it. It was solid metal, at least 5 centimeters thick, like something you'd see in a bank vault. Was it meant to keep the nightclub's secrets inside, or to keep external dangers out? But inside, the place was lively and full of energy. With a beautiful girl by my side and alcohol coursing through my veins, I subconsciously ignored all the oddities. It's easy to lose reason in a crowd. The wild, chaotic music, the people moving rhythmically to the beat, and the girl pulling my hand and urging me to dance. It all overwhelmed my senses. My deeply buried instinct to conform was triggered, and I became like a wind-up toy, dancing involuntarily. After dancing for a while, I was drenched in sweat, feeling like a completely different person. It was as if I'd shed the shackles of my old self and been reborn. I even began to wonder if my previous life had been wasted. At that moment, the blonde girl let go of my hand and hopped over to the DJ booth nearby. She took the microphone from the DJ and began announcing something loudly to the crowd in the dance floor. The DJ turned off the deafening music and switched to a more mellow tune. This music seemed almost magical. Its change in tempo immediately calmed the previously wild crowd, as if signaling a halftime break in a game. I, however, was still caught in the inertia of movement, awkwardly twisting and turning for a few more seconds before coming to a stop under the gaze of the crowd. I felt like a ridiculous clown, my toes curling with embarrassment. The DJ booth was in the most prominent spot in the nightclub. Standing there, the blonde girl was visible to everyone. She pointed at me, now feeling utterly mortified, and shouted, "He's my boyfriend for tonight." A spotlight conveniently shone on me, pulling me out of my frenzied state and back to my naturally shy personality. The crowd around me tactfully parted, leaving me standing alone in the spotlight. The blonde girl continued, "His name is Willis. He's 23 years old, has no bad habits, doesn't do drugs, doesn't smoke, and only drinks in moderation." As soon as she finished speaking, the DJ played a short music clip, and the crowd cheered enthusiastically. I stood there utterly baffled, completely clueless as to what they were celebrating. Once the excitement died down, the blonde girl said, "Willis doesn't exercise much, so his blood circulation isn't great. But with the stimulation of alcohol, moderate activity, and the hormones released from social interaction, his body is now in peak condition. His blood will taste exquisite." As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted into an even wilder cheer, their fervor filling me with an inexplicable dread. It felt like I had stumbled into some kind of savage ritual, and I was the helpless sacrifice. In that instant, everything clicked. Both my ex-girlfriend and the so-called friends who had pushed me to change had matching tattoos I'd seen on the nightclub's outer wall. My presence here tonight wasn't a coincidence. It had been meticulously planned. My ex-girlfriend's relationship with me and my friends befriending me were all part of the scheme. Terrified, I let out a scream and stumbled toward the exit, only to be blocked by a human wall. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed by fear, I lost all control of my body. The once charming men and women around me now bore twisted, monstrous expressions. Their pupils changed colors, their fangs elongated, and their faces were filled with greed and hunger. An adult human has about 4,000 milliliters of blood. Considering the number of vampires in this nightclub, draining me dry 10 times over wouldn't be enough to satiate them. Someone like me, a prime specimen, would usually be reserved for the high-ranking vampire aristocracy. The lower-tier vampires could only dream of tasting blood like mine. Even with the help of human collaborators, the Ghoul Clan, it wasn't easy for them to find someone like me, lure me to this vampire nightclub, and set up this elaborate trap. Even then, none of them would get their fill. At best, each vampire might get 2 sips to sample the flavor. Why? Why? I sobbed uncontrollably, fully aware of the horrific fate awaiting me. "Someone please save me." The blonde girl leapt down from the elevated DJ booth. The height was enough that even a professional stunt performer would need to roll to absorb the impact, but she simply bent her knees slightly and landed gracefully. Not even the heel of her high-heeled shoes broke. This was practically superhero-level stuff. She pushed her way through the crowd of vampires, reached down to pick up my trembling, sobbing self from the floor, and gently wiped the tears off my face with a tissue she produced from who knows where. Her voice was soothing, almost maternal, as she comforted me. "Don't worry, don't be scared. Fear makes your blood taste worse, and we wouldn't want that. You've been chosen very carefully as tonight's meal. Ruining your flavor in any way would be a disgrace." Hearing her words, my legs gave out again. She caught me effortlessly with her seemingly slender arms, holding me like I weighed nothing more than a handbag. Then her eyes changed color, her fangs extended, as she gripped my neck, pulling me toward her mouth. She, as the one who had lured me here, was entitled to the first taste. Just as her sharp fangs were about a centimeter from my skin, a massive shadow crashed into the dance floor. Several vampires were caught off guard and struck down, sustaining injuries severe enough that even their regenerative abilities would require a long time to heal. The shadow was the tall black man who had been guarding the door. He was a non-pure-blood vampire turned from human, generally looked down upon by others. But his intimidating appearance allowed him to mingle among the lower-tier vampire circles, acting as a bouncer to keep out unwanted troublemakers. Now, however, he was writhing like a slug sprinkled with salt. His body rapidly dissolved, turning into a puddle of goo that evaporated into nothingness. The figure responsible for his death casually closed the nightclub's door behind him, sealing off the space. It was clear he intended to turn this into a locked-room battle against the vampires. But even if this was the legendary Daywalker, facing so many pure-blood vampires, there was no guarantee he'd make it out alive. I'm Blade, Eric Brooks. After taking down the doorman, I used Kivit to bite into my left wrist, and the toxin synthesized by this biomechanical bat was injected into my body through its hollow fangs. Wei Xiaoming had told me that the bodily transformation would take about 20 seconds, but the moment the toxin touched my bloodstream, the mutation began. I could feel my bones, muscles, and blood vessels dissolving rapidly, only to be restructured into a new form thanks to the regenerative abilities of my vampiric physiology. The transformation began to spread from the wound on my left wrist, rapidly covering my entire body. My limbs were metallicized, my skin hardened into plates that gleamed with a metallic sheen, making me look like I was clad in some kind of sleek, futuristic armor. The flexibility of my joints remained intact, while the fine hairs on my skin transformed into rigid bristles, akin to the coarse hairs on the abdomen of an insect. Even with just my left arm transformed, the surge of power was beyond anything I had imagined. In my previous battles against vampires, I had to rely on silver-coated weapons, firearms, and garlic extracts, tools specifically designed to counter them. But now, with nothing but my bare hands, vampires were no longer a match for me. With a casual swing of my arm, the vampire charging at me was sent flying back into the crowd, faster than they had come at me, like a schoolgirl running out the door with toast in her mouth, only to be hit by a speeding truck. For vampires, though, such injuries weren't fatal. Even if they were charred to a crisp by sunlight, as long as they hadn't been completely reduced to ash, they could recover by consuming fresh blood, like using a medkit in a battle royale game. The vampire I had struck quickly picked himself up and prepared to charge at me again. It wasn't that he wasn't scared of dying. Faced with me, Blade, the Daywalker, doing nothing was essentially a death sentence. I've never spared a vampire in my life. My reputation as a relentless vampire slayer had even reached the ears of the 13 pure-blood elders, who'd placed a ludicrously high bounty on my head. Tonight, I wasn't carrying my usual weapons, and for him, this was a rare opportunity. If he were lucky enough to kill me, he'd be set for life. From then on, high-quality blood bags like Willis would be a regular part of his diet, no longer a once-in-a-lifetime treat. But just as he was halfway through his charge, he suddenly stopped. Something felt wrong. In his entire existence as a vampire, he had never experienced anything like this. Looking down at the spot where I had struck him, he saw his flesh and bones melting into a frothy, bubbling liquid, the decay spreading rapidly. Within moments, his entire body dissolved into foam and evaporated. The same fate awaited the other vampires. None of them could withstand even a single blow from me. Any that I struck had their bones shattered, their wounds festered and decayed, and they dissolved into froth in no time. After fending off the first wave of vampire attacks, my body completed its transformation. Standing there, I looked less human and more like a being from another world. My entire body was encased in a black, metallic exoskeleton, its angular design exuding a mechanical elegance despite being biologically derived. My face, in particular, had undergone the most dramatic change. My head had taken on a bat-like shape, with a pair of crystalline compound eyes covering most of my face. If the vampires hadn't witnessed the transformation with their own eyes, they'd probably think I was wearing a fully enclosed mechanical exoskeleton. But this was the Marvel world, and it followed its own rules. My transformation didn't affect my clothing. My outfit remained intact, untouched by the change. The armor didn't burn through my clothes or cover them. I was still wearing my original attire, and the high collar of my coat preserved a hint of my usual mysterious flair. The sight of me in this new form left the vampires visibly shaken. For a moment, none of them dared to approach me, but I wasn't feeling great myself. The higher the degree of metallicization, the more my brain felt like it was being corroded. The pain was excruciating. There was a time when discussions about human brain capacity were all the rage. Some amateur scientists believed Einstein's high IQ was due to a higher utilization of his brain compared to ordinary people. They fantasized that if humans could use 100% of their brain capacity, they'd attain godlike abilities. But this is a complete misunderstanding. Even the parts of the brain that seem unused are vital for basic functions like breathing and movement. In my case, as my body transformed into its bioarmor state, the strain on my brain became unbearable. The pain signals from my nervous system were a clear warning. I needed to do something to change my situation. Following Wei Xiaoming's earlier instructions, I attached the transformation device to my waist. The little bat immediately connected to the muscles, blood vessels, and nerves in my abdomen, suppressing the toxins' further spread and sharing the computational burden on my brain. My compound eyes lit up with a faint red glow, and the world around me changed. It was as if I were looking at a high-tech display screen. Everything in my field of vision was processed as data. Every object within view was reconstructed into data models, including the vampires. Simplified outlines of their forms were simulated hundreds of times in mere seconds, predicting their movements. All I had to do was react to their actions and counter accordingly. Even if someone without my combat experience were to transform, they'd achieve results in a few seconds that would take others decades of training to master, maximizing efficiency while minimizing effort. What followed was my massacre of the vampires. Compared to my earlier fights, this time my actions were swift and efficient. To put it in gaming terms, my previous battles were like ranked matches where I relied on counter mechanics, superior gear, and experience to win. Even in tough situations with skilled opponents or uncooperative teammates, I could turn the tide with plot armor and Whistler's backup. But now, transformed, it was as if I were playing against bots in a practice match, armed with maxed-out gear. Even standing still and auto-attacking, I couldn't lose. Killing a fish in real life would have been more challenging than this. My performance left Whistler, who'd been monitoring everything from behind the scenes, utterly stunned. The sheer destructive power I displayed was beyond anything he'd ever imagined. I am Wei Xiaoming. Just 3 minutes ago, the nightclub was as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Now, all that remains is the faint hum of the sound system, while the vampires have all melted into puddles of foam. Poor Willis was curled up in a corner, trembling like a frightened quail, terrified that someone like me, clearly not a normal human, might turn my attention toward him. Blade's battle with the vampires had been nothing short of intense. The synthetic venom was capable of dissolving vampires, but unlike silver weapons or sunlight, it didn't reduce them to ash instantly. Blade's face was splattered with vampire blood, his hands and chest drenched in crimson, making him look like some kind of blood demon, a truly terrifying sight. He opened the door and glanced at Willis's neck, confirming there were no bite marks. Then, in his usual gruff tone, he said, "Get out of here and learn to have some self-awareness. Don't think you're so irresistible that a random, beautiful stranger would approach you just for fun. Don't fall for it so easily." With that, he stepped aside to make way. Willis, his legs weak from fear, scrambled and stumbled out of the nightclub, likely swearing to himself that from now on, he'd dedicate his life to academics. Girlfriends? Not worth it anymore. Watching all this unfold from behind my screen, I picked up my communicator and said to Blade, "Brooks, check the southwest corner. The scanners show the building's structure isn't solid there. It might be hiding a secret door." Blade responded, "Understood." Then he flicked the blood off his hands and headed toward the designated area. When he knocked on the wall, a hollow thud echoed back. It was noticeably thinner than the other walls. With a single punch, he smashed through it. Behind the wall was a large room, starkly different in style from the nightclub. It was immaculately clean, devoid of the colorful lights and chaotic atmosphere of the bar. Cool, sterile lighting from rows of overhead fixtures illuminated the space, which was spotless. The room was mostly empty, save for a series of large cabinets connected by cables. These cabinets were clearly high-tech, humming softly with the sound of machinery, their indicator lights blinking rhythmically. A wave of heat rushed out from the hole Blade had punched, hitting him like a furnace. The ambient temperature was over 60 degrees Celsius, enough to make it unbearable for a normal human to stay there for more than a few minutes. One of the tech personnel monitoring the operation from their computers exclaimed in surprise, "A supercomputer matrix?" He recognized it immediately, having worked with such systems before. The fact that a supercomputer was stashed next to a vampire hunting nightclub was a red flag even the most oblivious person could notice. I said, "Leave 4 people to guard the tech team. Everyone else, load your weapons and follow me to the site." With Whistler, a seasoned vampire hunter, on our side, SHLD support team had their weapons upgraded. Unlike the handmade bullets and throwing knives Blade and Whistler used before, the squad's silver-tip bullets were now mass-produced to standardized specifications by SHLD's Weapons Development Division. Each team member was also equipped with handheld solar lamps, ultraviolet grenades, silver-coated daggers, and body armor reinforced with silver alloy plating. The squad leader picked 4 members to stay behind and protect the tech personnel, then led the rest out. Whistler, despite his snow-white hair and beard, still sported a set of 8-pack abs. He patted one of the team members on the shoulder and said, "Kid, give me your gun. You won't be needing it here." Of course, the team member refused. Protocols didn't allow it. I intervened. "Give him a gun." The team member checked the chamber, then handed the gun to Whistler, along with all the magazines he had on him. Meanwhile, Blade discovered 2 doors in the supercomputer room. One led to a larger, brighter space where rows of glass panels encased what appeared to be fragments of ancient texts, protected from oxidation and decay. The fragments were inscribed with vampire script, the kind that differed significantly from their modern language, like the gap between Old English and Modern English. Even centuries-old vampires might struggle to read it, let alone recognize a single word. The other door led to a small, sealed room with a grotesquely obese man, weighing at least 800 pounds, sprawled on a custom-made couch. Surrounding him were over a dozen monitors, and he was typing furiously on a wireless keyboard resting on his massive belly. This man was undoubtedly a vampire. Even if his obesity was due to a sedentary lifestyle, the sheer amount of blood he would have had to consume to maintain that size would have cost countless human lives. "He's here! He's here!" The obese vampire shrieked in a high-pitched voice, his hands still flying over the keyboard. "He's going to kill me." One of the monitors directly facing him displayed the upper torso of a Caucasian man. Blade recognized him instantly. Deacon Frost, the highest-ranking non-pureblood vampire, and someone who's even crueler to humans than the purebloods. "Daywalker," Frost said calmly, his tone composed despite the situation. "Looks like you've found a way to turn yourself into a monster. Funny thing is, so have I." He smirked. "Pearl, tell him." The obese vampire, apparently named Pearl, protested. "Frost, we've spent so much time and money on this. Just telling him would be too easy." Frost shrugged indifferently. "It doesn't matter. Even if he knows, the famous Daywalker isn't getting out of there alive. Besides, once he knows, the knowledge will be worthless." "The Book of Erebus, the fragments you saw in the other room," Pearl began, sneering as he explained to Blade. "A legendary magical text said to be written by the blood god Magra himself. The ancient script has been lost to time. Even Frost can't read it. But human technology came to our aid. With specialized programs and a supercomputer, we've been slowly decoding and translating it, unlocking its secrets bit by bit." Blade glanced at the screen, where characters were rapidly being analyzed and compared, but he couldn't make sense of any of it. He hadn't been educated in vampire culture. It was a clear divide between non-purebloods like him, who were turned from humans and grew up in human society, and pure-blood vampires, who were steeped in their own language and traditions from birth. Though they were all called vampires, the differences were stark. Just moments ago, Pearl continued, his grotesque grin widening. "The Book of Erebus was fully decoded. I've sent the translated data to Frost. It won't be long before he wields the power of the blood god to rule over all vampires, and then the entire human world. I am Wei Xiaoming, and the current situation couldn't be more intense." That bastard Frost was as arrogant as ever, boasting that once he acquired the blood god's power, Vampires would overcome their weaknesses to sunlight, silver, and garlic. They'd gain the ability to infinitely convert humans into vampires, reducing humanity to nothing more than livestock for the bloodline. Even worse, he was selling this method to other vampire leaders, convinced that even if Blade managed to escape today and take him down, it wouldn't matter in the long run. Crash! Blade smashed his fist into the monitor, shattering it. But Frost's face reappeared on another screen, his mocking laughter echoing through the speakers. "What are you waiting for, Pearl? Do it," he sneered. The 800-pound Pearl let out a grotesque laugh, tossing the keyboard off his belly. He roared, "Daywalker, today will be your last. I've been dying to taste you." Through Blade's scanner-enhanced vision, Pearl's stats were laid out in precise data points. One number in particular was rapidly climbing, his body temperature. In an instant, it surpassed 100 degrees Celsius. The water in Pearl's massive body began to boil. An explosive wave of heat burst outward, sending Blade flying several meters back. The surrounding monitors shattered, sparks flew everywhere, and the flammable wiring caught fire, filling the room with choking smoke and the acrid stench of burning plastic. Blade wasn't injured, though. He stabilized himself mid-air and landed firmly on his feet. He glanced toward where Pearl had been, now obscured by smoke and flames, and the sound of heavy footsteps grew louder with each passing second. Emerging from the haze was a massive creature over 2 meters tall, standing upright like a humanoid beast. Its thick, calcified skin resembled layers of overlapping rhino armor, adorned with bizarre patterns in rose red, lemon yellow, and lake blue. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its feet resembling the three-toed hooves of odd-toed ungulates, and its forearms were tipped with tusk-like spikes jutting from its joints. Its face was even more horrifying, with a protruding snout and 2 pairs of jagged tusks curling upward along its lips, resembling the grotesque face of a wild boar. This monstrosity was a fusion of human, rhino, and boar traits. Blade's biocomputer at his waist immediately issued an alert. "Extreme danger. Evacuate immediately." The creature's stats were off the charts, completely overwhelming Blade's. The destroyer of the kingdom of propulsion. That's what this form is called. The creature growled in a deep, resonant voice. "Or you can just call me Pearl." As it turned out, Deacon Frost had been working with Victor secretly. Victor had provided Frost with several vials of Amazon cell serums, and in return, Frost had shared the decoded data from the Book of Erebus with him. Pearl, who managed Frost's archives and oversaw the translation of the Book of Erebus, had been given one of these serums to enhance his survivability in case of emergencies. But after the injection, Pearl's taste changed. Human blood no longer appealed to him. Instead, he began craving the blood of other vampires. Conveniently, the pureblood vampire nightclub next door provided him with a steady supply of food. Every so often, he'd snatch a vampire or two, and no one noticed, likely assuming they'd fallen victim to vampire hunters. After all, vampires killed with silver weapons disintegrated into ash, leaving no trace behind. This, of course, was all my doing. Human emotions are influenced by hormones like phenylethylamine, norepinephrine, and dopamine, the so-called love chemicals. These hormones don't last forever, which is why no romance can sustain itself indefinitely. When I was developing the Amazon cells, I made some adjustments, causing injected vampires to experience a hormonal imbalance. This skewed their senses, making them perceive their own kind as tastier than humans. However, Pearl's massive fat reserves amplified the serum's effects, transforming him into an incredibly powerful fongire, a fusion of vampire and Amazon. Perhaps his strength stemmed from his pure-blood vampire lineage, or maybe he had gained magical knowledge from deciphering the Book of Erebus. Either way, his power far exceeded the thresholds I had originally set. To put it simply, even with Blade's metallicized, armored form, he was no match for Pearl. Blade's strikes, powerful enough to surpass the destructive force of standard firearms, couldn't penetrate Pearl's calcified skin. The venom in Blade's fingers and bristles, designed to dissolve vampires, had no effect. It wasn't even clear whether the venom would work on a fongire like Pearl. By the time my team and I arrived at the hidden vampire nightclub, the sight before us was grim. Blade had been hurled into a wall with such force that the steel-reinforced concrete had caved in, leaving half his body embedded in the wreckage. Not even getting hit by a car would have been this brutal. The squad leader radioed the team member left behind on the monitors. What the hell happened? The response came through, shaky and uncertain. There was an explosion. Blade's monitoring equipment was destroyed, and the surveillance techs got blasted by the noise. They're temporarily deaf. Enough talking. I cut in, waving dismissively. If something can hit Blade this hard, it's obviously a serious threat. Whether we knew about it in advance or not doesn't matter. We deal with it. Here's the plan. The moment you see that creature, point your weapons at it and unleash everything you've got. Whistler didn't join the squad. Instead, he hurried over to Blade's side to check on him. Brooks, how are you holding up? Are you still conscious? Blade was in bad shape. He'd taken several direct hits, and if it weren't for his metallicized cells, he would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Cracks ran across the exterior of his armor, and his internal organs were damaged, unable to keep up with the toxin's corrosive effects. At Blade's waist, Kivit detected his critical condition and injected him with an antidote. As the toxin was neutralized, Blade reverted to his human form. The change in size caused Blade to fall out of the wall. Whistler quickly caught him before he hit the ground. Seeing that Blade was barely conscious, his lips moving faintly, Whistler leaned in to listen. All he could hear was Blade muttering, "Run. That monster is terrifying." Even in his delirious state, Blade kept repeating the same warning, urging Whistler and the others to avoid fighting the Fongire. He knew their weapons wouldn't be enough against it. I am Voiceover. The wall separating the vampire nightclub and the server room was violently shattered, and the Fongire version of Pearl lumbered out of the hole. This massive creature was absurdly overweight, so much so that he had previously been confined to that cramped little room. Even after regaining his mobility thanks to the Amazon cells, he rarely moved around, and his movements were clumsy and uncoordinated, like a child taking their first steps. Cautious and painfully slow. Such a massive and slow target, it was practically a sitting duck. At first, the sight of this grotesque creature scared the hell out of the SHIELD operatives, but their squad leader quickly snapped out of it and roared, "Concentrate fire! Don't stop until your magazines are empty. Shoot to kill." Given that they were fighting in an enclosed space, the operatives had already put in earplugs, so the squad leader instinctively raised his voice. "Copy that." The operatives quickly spread out into a tactical formation, aiming at the Fongire and opening fire. The sound of gunfire echoed like a thunderstorm, and bullets rained down on the creature, hammering its body, only to ricochet off its hardened exterior. The shell-shocked operatives could only watch as their bullets failed to penetrate the monstrous creature's calcified armor. At best, the force of the impact slowed its already sluggish movements, even forcing it to take a few steps back. While the results were underwhelming, none of the operatives dared stop firing. As soon as their magazines were empty, they reloaded and resumed shooting, throwing ultraviolet grenades intermittently in hopes that their anti-vampire arsenal would somehow work against the Fongire. But apart from their sidearms, their ammunition soon ran dry, and the gunfire ceased. From the moment the first shot was fired to the last, the entire exchange lasted barely 2 minutes. Pearl, the Fongire, collapsed to the ground, appearing as if he had been injured. For a moment, it seemed like they might have succeeded. To put things in perspective, the interceptor body armor currently in use by the U.S. military, equipped with front and back ceramic plates, offers the highest level of protection for individual soldiers. Soldiers wearing this armor have survived AK-47 rounds with little more than bruises, even taking photos to commemorate the moment. However, the armor doesn't completely mitigate impact. It stops the bullets, but the force can still break bones. And that's withstanding just a few shots in different areas. Under the kind of concentrated fire the operatives unleashed, even the highest grade boron carbide ceramic plates would have shattered in less than a second, reduced to tiny fragments. Meanwhile, Whistler had stayed in the corner, shielding the unconscious Blade. He had his head buried against his knees, covering Blade's ears to protect him from stray bullets and the deafening gunfire. When the shooting stopped, Whistler dragged Blade out into the open. The squad leader immediately signaled for 2 operatives to assist him in carrying Blade. With his hands free, Whistler hurried over to me, speaking urgently. "We need to retreat now." This monster can't be taken down with what you've got here. You need at least an RPG to even hurt it. Whistler knew I was the one in charge here. No point in appealing to the squad leader. He came straight to me. I wasn't some brainless commander from a movie. I turned to the squad leader and asked, "You've been recording everything, right? With a creature this resilient and durable, we have all the evidence we need. Let's wrap it up and retreat. There's no point in your team staying here any longer." As we spoke, the supposedly injured Fangire began to stir, struggling to rise. Other than a few superficial marks, there was no sign it had just endured a barrage of concentrated fire. The squad leader tapped his earpiece, asking for confirmation over the comms, then gave me an okay hand signal. Their body cams were the latest models, capable of capturing clear footage even in low light. I nodded, and the squad leader immediately ordered his operatives to retreat. His orders had already outlined the team's scope of responsibility, and since I held the highest authority on site, there was no reason for them to stay. As far as he was concerned, what happened after they left, whether I managed to deal with the Fangire or got torn apart, was no longer his problem. I watched as Pearl, now moving on all fours like a beast, gave up trying to stand upright. I shook my head and sighed. What a pitiful and pathetic creature. Then, with a subtle application of my magnetic field powers, I disabled all nearby electronic devices, ensuring that no cameras or surveillance equipment could capture what was about to happen. Calmly, I reached into the pocket of my white lab coat and pulled out a pair of tactical half-finger gloves, slipping them on. My hair began to flow as if caught in an invisible wind, and my entire presence shifted, fierce, oppressive, and utterly terrifying. My research was always meant to be a trap, I said coldly. To use it on something as lowly as you is an insult to my genius. Pearl, of course, didn't care about my words. Galloping on all fours, he built up momentum with each step, his speed increasing rapidly as he charged straight at me. I lowered my stance, bending my knees and adjusting my center of gravity. Every muscle in my body tensed, fine-tuned to perfection, while my magnetic field powers surged, ready to be unleashed. As he closed in, I unleashed a devastating punch, roaring electropropulsion. Killer Whale Dominator Fist. The Killer Whale Dominator Fist was different from the Sea Tiger Burst Fist. Its trajectory was brutally direct, carrying the overwhelming force of a whale swallowing the ocean. Even though I had suppressed my power to avoid drawing too much attention, this punch was still unstoppable, especially in a head-on clash. In humans, the strongest muscle is the heart, and the hardest bone is the skull. Don't argue with me about tooth enamel. This is straight out of Sea Tiger's original dialogue. Pearl, now a Fangire, still retained these characteristics. My ferocious punch struck him squarely, sending him hurtling backward, flipping through the air. He crashed through a wall and into the server room, destroying a large section of computer cabinets in the process. However, the damage wasn't severe enough. Even though his skull had cracked, it had already begun to regenerate at an alarming rate. Pearl rolled to his feet, shaking himself off like a wild boar, then let out a furious roar. "Human, you hurt me. How dare a lowly, wretched thing like you hurt me?" Pearl had been a desk jockey before his transformation. He never hunted for himself or fought vampire hunters. His combat instincts were pitiful, and his tolerance for pain was equally low. While Pearl was stronger than I'd initially anticipated, I was still more than capable of handling him, especially since he had strength but no combat experience. I shouted back, "You should feel honored. Dealing with garbage like you personally is beneath me. Not even your so-called blood god could save you today. Mark my words." As soon as the words left my mouth, I activated my magnetic field powers. The air in the nightclub began to churn violently, kicking up debris and dust from the floor. As the currents struck the walls, they formed a swirling vortex. The friction within the storm generated crackling electricity, and I stood at the eye of the maelstrom, my white lab coat billowing around me like the robe of a vengeful deity. The sight was nothing short of terrifying. I am Voiceover. Whether it's vampires or those purposefully engineered Fangires, they're all just insignificant obstacles on my path forward. Why can't you simply accept your fate? I channeled my magnetic field power throughout my body, casually dispersing the raging vortex I had conjured earlier, and began walking toward the Fangire. In my original plan, The Kiva system I gave to Blade was more than sufficient to handle those injected with Amazon cells. After some field testing, I would have been able to move on to other matters. But Pearl's unexpected appearance completely threw my plans into chaos. The uncontrollable mutation caused by the combination of vampire physiology and magic far exceeded my calculations, and it was starting to piss me off. Pearl wasn't exactly the fearless, die-hard type. Sure, he had gotten cocky after receiving the Amazon cells, but as soon as he saw the storm I'd created and the power I was exuding, he immediately cowered. Dropping to the ground, he started begging for his life. "Please, spare me. I'm just Frost's data keeper. I know all his secrets. I know his bank accounts, his passwords, his stock options, everything. Just here in New York, half the city belongs to the vampires. Even though Frost only owns a fraction, his empire spans real estate, finance, high-tech industries. All of it adds up to a commercial juggernaut. This building itself is one of his properties. I also have the names of politicians and senators tied to his funding. Clearly, Pearl figured that someone as powerful as me wouldn't be swayed by money. So he switched his approach. The Book of Erebus, the ultimate vampire codex. I just finished translating it. I can write it all out for you. It contains the method to ascend to godhood, to gain infinite vitality and immortality. Someone as strong as you could definitely use it. The book also contains magical knowledge. It might be valuable to you. I used its magic to transform myself into this form. This pathetic Fongire was trying to bargain with me, revealing secrets about the Amazon cells and the vampire-exclusive magic within the Book of Erebus to save his own skin. He had his calculations. If I spared him in exchange for these secrets, he'd already have leaked too much information for Frost to let him live. On top of that, if I, as a human, attempted to learn vampire magic, the backlash could cripple or even kill me, leaving me vulnerable to his manipulation. Magic is a dangerous thing, chaotic and volatile. Even if you don't actively study it, just reading about it can allow fragments of power to seep into you. Pearl himself gained a portion of his magical abilities simply by working on the Book of Erebus. Magic is like a pack of jackals in the wilderness. It doesn't wait for you to approach. It hunts you down. Seeing this Fongire trying to deceive me even in the face of death, I didn't get angry. Instead, I laughed. If you'd obediently died at the hands of the knight I created, you might have gotten off easy. I was planning to end your pathetic, filthy existence cleanly. But since you dare to lie to me, get ready. What's waiting for you will be worse than hell. Pearl's heart sank. He realized there was no escaping today. Letting out a roar to bolster his courage, he charged at me. The fear of death had pushed him to his limits. With every step he took, the marble floor beneath him cracked, leaving deep impressions. This bull-headed charge might work against someone weaker, but against me? It was useless. I stopped him in his tracks with another killer whale Dominator fist, the sheer force of the blow shattering his hardened skull. But I'd promised to make him experience a pain worse than death, so I didn't kill him. His skull was fractured, but his brain remained intact, just enough to leave him disoriented and muddled. As he staggered, I delivered a knee strike to his jaw, snapping his head back and forcing him to stand upright from his previous four-legged posture. Then, with a sharp motion, I formed my right hand into a blade and unleashed a magnetic field heaven blade, severing his left arm cleanly at the shoulder. I used my magnetic field power to seal the wound, simultaneously stopping the bleeding and preventing the arm from regenerating. Thanks to his vampiric physiology, the Amazon cells, and the magic he'd absorbed from the Book of Erebus, Pearl's other injuries healed quickly, except for his missing left arm. Pearl, now more lucid, noticed that his left side felt lighter. Instinctively, he reached for where his left arm should have been, only to grab at empty air. His hand traced down his left shoulder, finding nothing, not even a scar. It was as if the arm that had been with him for centuries had never existed. Even though the wound had healed and the pain was gone, Pearl let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, driven by despair and fury, he launched a frantic, one-armed assault at me. I easily dodged his wild swings and slapped my palm against his head. Magnetic Field Heaven Lock. I activated my magnetic field power, causing the Amazon cells within him to resonate, sealing off the abilities they granted him. My magnetic field manipulation isn't truly on par with the Sea Tiger universe's abilities, but for now, it was enough. Without the support of the Amazon cells, Pearl reverted to his human form. His once muscular body collapsed into a massive flab. His joints and muscles, unable to bear his weight, gave out, and he slumped to the ground. The transformation had consumed a portion of his water and fat reserves, leaving his stomach sagging over his groin. Just kill me already. Stop dragging this out. Pearl barked, showing rare defiance. For him, death would have been a mercy at this point. Pearl had served as Frost's intelligence manager, holding countless secrets in his mind. I was leaving him alive precisely to extract those secrets. He realized this too late and regretted spilling so much in his attempt to bargain. Now he didn't even have the strength to end his own life. I let out a cold laugh. You're not getting off that easily. I stomped down on his severed arm, which still retained its manhwaer form. Channeling my magnetic field power through my foot, I obliterated the arm, reducing it to nothing. Every cell destroyed, leaving not even dust behind. Now, feel free to beg for mercy, I said with a sinister grin. Pearl's expression shifted as he threw his head back and wailed. Frost, save me. But the communications and equipment in this place, even if they hadn't been destroyed by the earlier battle, had been disabled during my magnetic field sweep. His cries for help would never reach Deacon Frost. I am Voiceover. Hidden within a dam lies a SHIELD research base, and Pearl, the captured manhwaer, is currently being held here. When Nick Fury arrived, the base's broadcast had just finished one song and transitioned to YMCA by the village people. As he walked in step with the rhythm, it almost seemed like he'd made the song his personal entrance BGM. Suddenly, Nick Fury shivered inexplicably, goosebumps rising all over his body. He had the strange feeling that he'd just stepped into a role far beyond his understanding. When he reached the room where Pearl was being held, the infectious beat and lyrics of the song seemed to have gotten to him. Seeing me standing there with my arms crossed, the first thing he blurted out, almost instinctively, was, "Hey, young man." I turned my head to look at him, a mix of confusion and suspicion on my face. Was the director of SHIELD under so much stress that he'd started losing his grip on language? I replied, "You're here. The interrogation can begin." Nick Fury asked, "Why the music?" This increases the risk of exposing the base, and it's a song from the 1980s. He didn't comment much on my unique taste. After all, I was fond of old shows like Star Trek and even enjoyed music by the Village People, a group known for their LGBTQ+ themes. I replied matter-of-factly, "The music?" I put it to a democratic vote. There were only a few objections. Most of the staff approved playing music in the base. A vein on Nick Fury's forehead visibly twitched, and it looked like he was suppressing the urge to curse. This was a SHIELD facility, and discipline was paramount in any organization of agents. Even though this was a research base where the majority of the staff were scientists, it was still a SHIELD base, and democracy wasn't supposed to matter here. He probably suspected I was deliberately making things difficult for him, because he'd secretly had the insectoid corpse transported away. Turning his attention to Pearl, Fury noticed that the vampire wasn't strapped to a standard interrogation chair, but instead suspended in midair. 7 iron chains welded to the steel beams of the ceiling stretched taut, anchoring Pearl in place. The chains were attached to leather straps, binding his right arm from wrist to shoulder. His left shoulder had iron hooks piercing through it, and his neck was secured with a collar that forced him to keep his head raised. Suspended like this, Pearl's entire weight, over 800 pounds, pressed down on the leather straps and iron hooks, creating an excruciating sensation as if he were balanced on the edge of a blade. The hooks tearing through his left shoulder added an extra layer of agony, making it feel as though his flesh was being ripped apart. Nick Fury said, "Turn off the music." Seeing his face grow even darker, I grabbed the radio and barked an order. The central control room immediately stopped the music. Fury quickly realized why the majority of the base staff had voted in favor of playing music. It was to drown out the screams. Pearl wasn't exactly the stoic type. He had a tendency to get clever during interrogations, and his willpower was shaky at best. Being suspended like this drove him to constant, ear-splitting screams of pain. His cries were so unbearable, they made the sound of pigs being slaughtered during rural New Year celebrations seem pleasant by comparison. The pitch was high, the tone piercing, and the resonance amplified by the dam's enclosed structure made it impossible to ignore. Even earplugs were useless. When Pearl spotted Nick Fury entering the room, his screams grew even more desperate. His massive body writhed in midair as he wailed, "You ING bastard! You can't! No, you can't do this!" Nick Fury resisted the urge to cover his ears, frowning as he asked me, "What did you do to him?" I replied, "Nothing really. We didn't have an interrogation chair that fit his size, so we suspended him instead. I told him you'd be the one handling the questioning, but since he's prone to being uncooperative, I said we'd punish him a bit first." I radioed the team inside the room, and one of the staff members injected a syringe into a vein accessed via a catheter already implanted in Pearl's body. Pearl screamed, "You holes! Get away from me! Get your filthy hands off me! I'll tell you everything. Just stop." 20 seconds later, the drug took effect. Pearl could no longer form coherent words. His screams reduced to pure agony. As he thrashed, the iron hooks tore further into his flesh, only for his vampiric regeneration to rapidly heal the wounds. The cycle repeated itself, leaving half his body drenched in blood. The broadcast resumed, this time with a high-energy track that drowned out Pearl's screams. I turned to Nick Fury, explaining with a hint of amusement, "This drug was an accidental discovery during my research on human emotions. It doesn't harm the body, but once it circulates to the brain, it directly stimulates the pain center, causing excruciating agony. On a numerical scale, this pain would rank at an 11 out of 10. The universally recognized pain scale only goes up to 10. A level 11? That was unimaginable." I added seriously, "Once we're done with the vampire situation, I'll need to leave for a while. The Knight's system designed to counter insectoids is ready, and the enhancements for its users are nearing completion. From here on, it's just a matter of methodically eliminating the insectoids that have infiltrated society." I had grown increasingly fond of my research work. It was the only thing that gave me a true sense of control. In terms of raw power, I wasn't nearly as unstoppable as I'd like to be. I'd only fought twice, once against the Ancient One, who used her unique magical tactics to completely overwhelm me, and the second time against Pearl. Even though I had gone in with full momentum, Pearl had claimed to know critical information about vampire industries and the Book of Erebus, forcing me to spare him just to advance the vampire cleanup efforts. Nick Fury asked, "What are you planning to do?" The Tesseract had already been taken by the parallel universe Coulson. If Fury lost me, his source of both funding and advanced technology, he'd probably be on the verge of tears. I said, "I'm going to deal with the sorcerers. I need to learn some of their knowledge to prevent certain fools from summoning extra-dimensional entities in a moment of recklessness. We don't have the means to counter gods just yet." As I spoke, I clenched my fist. Neither the Knight's system nor my own power development is anywhere near enough. I have to find another path and draw strength from magic. I am Voiceover, and in the midst of the background music and Pearl's agonizing screams, Nick Fury and I began to exchange intelligence. At this moment, the chances of being eavesdropped on were slim to none. Nick Fury said, "I've arranged a new identity for you, Project Director in SHLD's Central Laboratory. Your role will be overseeing large-scale equipment upgrades, modifications, and new research projects. This way, you'll have legitimate access to some of SHLD's classified data." He added, "Your new identity is classified as Level 10. Only a very select few will be able to look you up, and most of the records about you are fabricated." This bald-headed schemer wasn't doing this out of the kindness of his heart. SHLD's 084 secret warehouse was packed with unknown objects, ranging from biological specimens to unexplainable technological artifacts. These 084 items had been collected as far back as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D., and over the decades, their numbers had grown to an overwhelming level. Even Fury himself couldn't remember exactly how many there were. These items were officially labeled for destruction by being sent into the sun, but in reality, Fury had secretly kept them. The reason he gave me this new identity was to have me study these 084 items, extract useful knowledge, and expand SLD's technological reserves. He was even thinking about handing over the research and weaponization of the Tesseract to me. The irony was almost comical. This position was supposed to be filled by someone from within S.H.I.E.L.D., but because of the alternate Coulson's warnings, Fury no longer trusted his own people. Instead, he thought someone mysterious like me, a complete outsider, was more reliable. I gave him a skeptical look. "You're not expecting me to do all of this for free, are you?" He replied, "You'll receive a proper salary and benefits, paid on time. There's a special fund to cover things like health insurance, social security taxes, and unemployment insurance. Plus, you'll get half the patent rights for anything you develop." By the time the active ingredients in the interrogation serum were depleted, Pearl could finally catch its breath. The torture had pushed it to the brink, with agony that caused it to faint multiple times only to be jolted awake by the pain. Sweat had pooled beneath it, and it had likely lost enough fluids to shed several pounds in the process. No further torment was necessary. Nearing mental collapse, Pearl spilled every piece of information it had. As Fury looked over the compiled dossier, I could see the dread creeping onto his face. On one hand, the vampire's financial resources were staggering. Even a non-pure blood like Deacon Frost had assets, cash, stocks, patents, real estate, that, when converted to US dollars, could easily overshadow the wealthiest figures on the Forbes list. Beyond Frost, there were the pure-blooded 13 Elders, ambitious young bloods like Victor, and ancient bloodline factions operating independently of the 13 Elders. Their centuries of accumulated wealth far surpassed Frost's fortune. It was like an enormous cake, with each faction taking a slice big enough to gorge themselves and still have leftovers to take home. On the other hand, there was the matter of the Book of Blood God. I already knew that when it came to magic, nothing good ever came of it, so I hadn't asked Pearl to go into the specific details of its contents, just the general process. Setting aside the fact that the ritual required 13 pure-blood vampires, a damper, a vampire-human hybrid, and a complex ceremony prepared over a long period, the aftermath of acquiring the blood god's power was terrifying. Combat abilities aside, the true horror lay in the infectious potential. Previously, vampires could only infect humans by biting them and injecting venom, a painful and inefficient process. However, gaining the power of the blood god Mardora would change everything. Infection would become viral, requiring no close contact. Transmitted via hosts and intermediaries, the contagion would spread faster than seasonal influenza. Humans and vampires had coexisted for so long primarily because vampires were harder to identify due to their human-like appearance and because they struck deals with those in power. The human elite weren't stupid. They ensured their own families wouldn't fall prey to vampires, while the plight of the lower classes was of no concern to them. Signing peace agreements with the vampires meant sitting back and collecting payments every year for doing nothing. Why wouldn't they agree? They even let vampires handle the dirty work so their hands stayed clean. If vampires ever tried to pull something big, it wouldn't be hard to counter. Silver, ultraviolet light, and garlic were all effective deterrents. Short exposure to UV light could cause severe burns, and wounds inflicted by silver weapons were lethal to them. These methods were low cost, and just skimming a bit off the funds vampires pay to humans would be enough to arm an entire force. Even disinfecting with garlic juice would work. But if a vampire faction successfully performed the ritual, the situation would spin out of control. Large-scale infection wasn't a joke. Even the president wouldn't be immune if exposed to the source. Pearl dropped another bombshell that nearly made Fury scratch his bald head raw. After translating the Book of Blood God, Pearl had distributed it to multiple high-ranking vampires per Frost's orders. Pearl didn't know their public identities, so even if Frost were eliminated, other vampires could still carry out the ritual. With modern productivity, setting up the ceremony would only take about a month. Fury glanced at me, noticing my calm demeanor. Sensing that I had a plan, he asked, "Do you have a way to resolve this quickly?" I said, "Remember when I told you about Earth's memory, the Akashic records? This time, we'll have to rely on its power." Fury had looked into it. The Akashic records were described in traditional philosophy as a non-physical entity, a universal archive containing all thoughts and actions since the beginning of the universe. But such an abstract and grandiose concept, could humanity really harness it? I explained the Akashic Protocol is just a code name. Its true name can't be revealed yet. It aggregates big data and uses specific algorithms to analyze every individual's experiences and thoughts, accurately predicting the future. It can even preemptively judge and stop crimes before they occur, eliminating destabilizing factors that challenge order. What I have here is a weakened version. As long as the hardware is in place, it can quickly identify every vampire, allowing us to track them down and eliminate them. I am Nick Fury. When I heard Wei Xiaoming mention the Akashic records, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Can human technology really achieve something like this? If human society were truly governed by something like that, it would be terrifying. I began to wonder, would humanity have to take responsibility for actions it hasn't even taken yet? Before this, when the Coulson from the parallel world left, he gave me some documents detailing major events he had been involved in or was aware of. Although the information was from a different world and should only be used as a reference, I still destroyed all the physical copies and related data, keeping only what I remembered in my head. Wei Xiaoming's Akashic records sounded a lot like Hydra's Insight program. There were plenty of Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., including my most trusted former superior, Pierce. At the time, even though I had some understanding of the Insight program, I was misled into thinking it was a remote system designed to eliminate threats to humanity's existence. With Coulson's intelligence, I only viewed the Insight program as Hydra's way of removing dissenters. But Wei Xiaoming's exaggerated version of the Akashic records left me stunned, and my assessment of the Insight program's threat level jumped several notches. Wei Xiaoming said, "Don't underestimate humanity. We've already achieved time travel and parallel universe observation. Something like the Akashic Protocol is a small matter." Perhaps worried that I wouldn't understand, he gave me an analogy. 1,500 years ago, in that ancient country across the ocean, a sorcerer made a bet with a deity who controlled rainfall. The sorcerer calculated the time, location, and amount of the next rainfall. The deity thought it was a sure win, but as soon as they returned to their palace, they received orders from the king of the gods to make the rainfall match the sorcerer's calculations exactly. Weather forecasting relies on principles like the conservation of mass, energy, and momentum, solving mathematical equations to predict the future. But any slight change, over time, causes the accuracy to decay exponentially. This is the butterfly effect. However, if you had an ultra-high-speed parallel computing system that could simulate air changes on a molecular scale, you could predict weather by calculating the movement of all air particles on Earth. In that case, the result of the bet with the rain god would be a foregone conclusion. If we can predict weather with such precision, why not humans? Seeing my expression change, he asked, "Do you know something about systems similar to the Akashic records? If you do, don't hide it from me." In my era, S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a major blow. Some information was lost or altered. If you find any clues, you must let me know. He even reinforced his future man persona, as if afraid of being exposed. I didn't mention what I knew about the Insight program. Instead, I asked him, if you were given the time to develop a simplified version of the Akashic records, how long would it take? You don't have to worry about supercomputers. S.H.I.E.L.D. resources are at your disposal. Wei Xiaoming spread his hands. Not long at all. A simplified version of the Akashic records was already a mature technology in my era. I just need to replicate it. I've even built this supercomputer to run the program. To prevent a scenario like in Terminator, where a Terminator sent to the past triggers Skynet's creation, the hardware running this program is incompatible with modern electronic devices. Only my machine can run it. However, he shifted the topic. It seems my era's intelligence was incorrect. The transmissibility of Amazon cells isn't due to mutations. It's related to the vampires themselves. Like this one here, its body contains Amazon cells, but it gained immense power through the magical mutation from the Book of the Blood God. I said, "Doesn't sound like good news." While I didn't have the ability to sense human thoughts, I was well-versed in Wei Xiaoming's speech patterns. He nodded and started boasting. "You're right. This means that Dr. Death, the one who created the Amazon cells, had exceptional biotechnology skills. His work is incredibly stable. It wouldn't mutate unless influenced by supernatural forces like magic. Even the most advanced bioweapons from the U.S. military's biochemical labs mutate during transmission. For instance, their weapon originally designed to target specific ethnic groups ended up infecting 35 million people domestically, killing over 1 million. And that was a version from 10 years later. Realizing he had said too much, he quickly changed the subject. The vampire clearing operation can't be handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. Get the 5 permanent members involved. After all, humanity is a community with a shared destiny. Public propaganda needs to be on point. Emphasize the vampire threat to shut up those animal rights activists. As for vampires transformed via Amazon cells, leave them to me. The Kiva system has been upgraded, and the matching weapons are ready. Brooks is physically strong. His injuries should have healed. If he transforms again, he can handle the upgraded system. It's time for this warrior to shine. Learning that the U.S. was Earth's greatest destabilizing factor gave me a headache. Dealing with the World Security Council was always the last thing I wanted to do. Negotiating with those politicians for an afternoon was more exhausting than leading a team to eliminate rogue elements myself. When Pierce used to coordinate, it was manageable. But after discovering his true identity, I figured it would be more reliable to handle things myself. Setting aside my frustrations, I asked Wei-Xioming, what should we do with this pearl? The vampire specimens we'd captured earlier were highly aggressive and had been destroyed. This pearl seemed less threatening and could be a valuable sample for slicing and research. Wei-Xioming, being the expert on Amazon cells, had insisted on clearing them all out. His opinion carried weight. I didn't dare make a rash decision that could backfire. I am Wei-Xioming. I told Nick Fury, do whatever you want with it. The Amazon cells in the pearl have been locked by me using a special method. That fat fool's special abilities are gone, and it has no power to resist. Once locked, Amazon cells degrade rapidly, becoming almost inactive. Unless a large dose of radiation is used to induce mutation, they pose no threat. Moreover, once inside a living organism, the Amazon cells integrate with the host cells, so there's no real research value left. You wouldn't do something reckless just to crack these contaminated cells, would you? Nick Fury replied, tech lockdown. His single eye fixed on the pearl with a piercing glare. Looks like this is the key to breaking open the truth about Dr. Death and the Shocker organization. I gave the order for him. Stop the treatment. Continue injecting interrogation serums. Once the serum runs out, resume blood treatment, then go back to injecting the serum. Don't stop. The researchers had been injecting blood through and for to help the pearl repair its body, making sure it didn't suddenly die. Upon receiving the new orders, they swapped the blood out for the serum. The pearl's expression changed drastically, and it shouted at the researcher, "Don't come near me." But its cries and curses were useless. As the head of an espionage agency, Nick Fury could be ruthlessly cold when needed. The pearl held the intelligence Nick needed. I left the hidden research base, but didn't head straight back to the Oscorp Industrial Park. Mid-flight, my plane changed course. If it weren't for an old acquaintance, Brock Rumlow, better known as Crossbones, being there, I would have used magnetic forces to unleash a powerful strike and blow the plane apart. Rumlow said, "Someone wants to see you." Wearing a gas mask, I smiled faintly. In my mind, I thought, finally they've taken the bait. I said, no matter how my itinerary is arranged on the surface, Nick Fury is sharp. If I disappear for no reason, he's bound to notice. Rumlow replied, "There's another plane headed to the Oscorp Industrial Park. Most of the SHIELD agents on board are our people. According to the duty roster, today's shifts are all ours. The report will say you went straight back to the park and locked yourself in the lab. Whatever you do, they're not authorized to know. Hydra has been exploited by countless seasoned time travelers, so they must have some skills. Take, for instance, their infiltration into SHIELD. This branch of Hydra uses the funding provided by the World Security Council to SHIELD, gets SHIELD agents to do their work, and even incorporates the developing helicarrier into the InSight program. Truly, this Serpent SHIELD division embodies what some call the perfect exploitation, all the benefits, none of the responsibility. Moreover, Hydra takes an elite route. Its upper ranks consist of high-ranking officials, influential tycoons, and leaders in technology. While different factions may negotiate with each other, their work efficiency far surpasses that of public institutions. After all, as a villain organization, they're not bound by laws when punishing members who make mistakes. After resting my eyes for a short while, the plane landed on the helipad of an estate. Without prior clearance, any aircraft entering the estate's airspace would have been shot down by anti-air missiles. As soon as the plane touched down, a group of armed personnel surrounded Rumlow and me. Rumlow didn't care, raising his hands to let them search him. All his weapons, both hot and cold, were confiscated. However, they didn't dare lay a hand on me. After the body search, we were escorted to the estate's main building, a faux castle-style mansion. In the reception room, two old white men were waiting. One was Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other was Gideon Malik, a current member of the World Security Council and a major leader of one of Hydra's factions. These two men essentially represented Hydra's two major camps. One faction, led by Pierce, was descended from the ideology Red Skull established during World War II. Their goal was world domination, and their infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. was part of that. Due to overlapping interests, most of Hydra's newer forces either belonged to or aligned with this faction. The other faction, represented by Malik, was the originalist Hydra. They also sought world domination, but their method was to bring back Hydra's god, Hive. Tracing back to ancient history, thousands of years ago, a group of Kree arrived on Earth and conducted Terrigen experimentation on humans, aiming to create mutated warriors to serve as cannon fodder in the intergalactic wars between the three great empires. The experiment succeeded, as Earth could provide an endless supply of soldiers thanks to humanity's reproductive capabilities. To control these mutated super soldiers, the Kree created a leader called Hive. Later, the Kree abandoned the experiment, leaving the mutated warriors and some equipment behind on Earth. These mutants became the Inhumans. The Inhumans, fearing Hive, used the Kree technology they had learned to activate a spatial transport device, banishing Hive to a distant planet. Those who worshipped Hive, unwilling to lose their power, formed a secret society to bring Hive back. This was the origin of Hydra. For thousands of years, the traditionalist faction had been searching for ways to bring Hive back, investing massive amounts of manpower, resources, and funding. Even NASA's rapid development was connected to them. They led the development of new rockets and spacecraft. The spatial device used to banish Hive fell into their hands, but due to the interruption of civilization, they only saw it as a peculiar stone with strange effects. They could only conduct numerous experiments to activate it, sending their best elites as sacrifices to the distant planet. Though the two factions cooperated, their leadership regarded each other as fools, accusing the other of wasting the organization's potential on unrealistic goals. The fact that these two major leaders were sitting together today was entirely because of me. I'd said one phrase to Rumlow, "Hail Hydra." He immediately reported it. With Alexander Pierce having the highest access level in S.H.I.E.L.D., he pulled several all-nighters, combing through a mountain of information, piecing together clues, and drawing terrifying conclusions. He didn't care about factional differences. He made this meeting happen. This place was Gideon Malik's secret meeting room, and the soundproofing here was absolutely top-notch. Aside from Rumlow, who was in the know, all the other bodyguards and personnel had been cleared out. Even trusted aides were only allowed to guard the doors from the outside. As soon as I saw the two old men, I immediately shifted my aura, releasing the power of magnetic field rotation to give their hearts a good jolt. Let's cut to the chase. I've traveled back in time from the future specifically for the sake of Hydra's development. The organizational path you've been clinging to is completely wrong. Hydra has been walking down the wrong road for far too long, wasting massive amounts of time and resources. In order to correct your mistakes, such as the Insight program and the Far Star project, which are destined to be high-cost, low-reward endeavors, Hydra in my era invented a time modification device to send me back to this period, the time when Hydra had the greatest potential. By saving the manpower and resources spent on these two plans and diverting them toward the right direction, Hydra can achieve far more than ruling the Earth or bringing back its so-called god. Far Star Project. Pierce turned to look at Malik, likely thinking about how this old fox had kept secrets from him. After all, his own Insight program had been thoroughly discussed with Hydra's top brass. My approach, however, was far from conventional. In a clandestine organization like this, meetings are usually like philosophical discussions, shrouded in riddles and vagueness, forcing the other party to guess and overanalyze to understand. He had even prepared a series of questions to verify my identity, but I had thrown all that out the window by exposing myself right from the start. Malik's lips twitched a few times before he finally said, very slowly, "The Far Star project is still in the design phase. Fewer than 5 people in the world know about it. I haven't even told my daughter. The Farstar project was a plan to use modern technology to bring Hive back from the distant planet where it was exiled. A door can open both ways, and a portal is no different. If sacrifices can be sent to Hive, then Hive can also be brought back. However, the environment on that planet is harsh, and humans, with their high biological requirements, would perish in moments. It's likely that sacrifices wouldn't even survive long enough to reach Hive. If humans were equipped with spacesuits capable of prolonged survival, the chances of success might increase. The details of the plan were still being hashed out, and only a rough framework existed. The fact that I could describe it made them even more convinced of my identity as someone from the future. I pointed at Pierce and said, "You still want to rule the world? Sure, your insight program succeeded once, but do you know the price of ruling the world? Alien invasions, secret infiltrations, the source of fear, the Age of Ultron, and the Infinite Crisis. These are all disasters that will affect all of humanity. Hydra, ruling Earth at the time, bore the brunt of them. Hydra sacrificed multiple generations and still couldn't ensure Earth's safety. In the end, the final leader declared the organization's dissolution. Regional heads divided up the remains and became local kings, just like the fall of the CCCP. Pierce was probably thinking, you're selling the family farm without a care in the world. Even though ruling the world was still just a distant dream, he was already imagining the empire he'd built being handed over to successors who would squander it. A generation worse than the last. This likely firmed his resolve to focus on ideological training for the younger generation, ensuring they wouldn't lose sight of their goals in the face of a tempting and chaotic world, nor lack the perseverance to overcome setbacks. I then pointed at Gideon Malik and said, "And you? Do you really think dragging that ancient being who calls itself a god back from its exile will lead Hydra to glory? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Thousands of years ago, if you threw an ordinary flashlight into that era, it would have been considered a divine miracle. Do you even know what this so-called Hydra god really is? It's just a slave, an advanced slave that oversees other slaves like the lead sheep in a flock. It's essentially a parasitic entity that survives by taking over other bodies and memories. If you're so enamored with foreign entities, you might as well worship Cthulhu. The being that gave Hive its status wasn't any sort of god. It was just a group of technologically advanced aliens. In the future, we even repelled their invasion. About 10 years ago, their fleet was driven back in Earth's outer atmosphere. Finally, I straightened my lab coat and said calmly, I'm here not only to correct your mistakes, but also as the weapon that will defeat this so-called god. You can call me by my code name, Dr. Death. Malik asked, defeat a god? Is that even within human capability? According to Hydra's records, I pinched the bridge of my nose, exasperated. If time travel is possible, what's a god? As leaders of humanity, don't act like those idiots who treat mythology as history. If not for the limitations of the time tunnel, which can't carry too much matter or energy, I wouldn't have had to regress my state. Otherwise, if that god showed up, I'd have already taken it down. Due to constraints in basic industrial and advanced manufacturing technology, it'll take me some time to fully recover my power. In about 5 years, I'll reach a level where I can shatter a planet the size of Earth with a single full-force strike. Of course, I was being a bit crafty here. 5 years from now, I would indeed be able to destroy a planet, but it wouldn't be as simple as throwing a key blast. It would involve calculating the planet's magnetic field frequency, using magnetic field rotation to create resonance, and destabilizing the planet's core. However, in Malik and Pierce's understanding, it meant I could blow up Earth with a casual energy wave in 2 or 3 seconds. I pointed at Alexander Pierce again and said, I don't know where Nick Fury's getting his intel, but he's starting to suspect Hydra. Knowing his personality, I don't need to spell out what he'll do next, do I? Pierce nodded. I was the one who brought Nick Fury up through the ranks. He's the best man for that position. I'll need to move first and take him out before he gathers solid evidence. You ancient folks truly lack vision, I said. Do you even know what it means to whitewash? If Nick Fury wants to investigate Hydra, then give him a Hydra to investigate. You can even use him to get rid of internal dissent. Alexander Pierce immediately understood my meaning. He was probably already mentally listing Hydra branches that didn't see eye to eye with him, as well as those internal members who paid lip service, took money, and didn't do their jobs. I turned to Gideon Malik and said, I have a task for you. Since you've got influence in NASA, you're the perfect person for this. If necessary, involve the World Security Council, or even let the U.S. military foot the bill. Malik asked, What do you want me to do? After having his long-held belief in a god he had worshipped for thousands of years dismantled, only to learn that it was merely a slave, his entire demeanor had deflated. Losing his life's goal was a heavy blow, and the cliché of turning white-haired overnight didn't seem so far-fetched. But eventually, he found a new spark of hope. After all, Hydra had been spinning its wheels for millennia with little to show for it. Sure, they profited from investing in high-tech projects, but life had been dull. Now that he knew all those efforts had been in vain, he could finally let it go. I said, set up an outer space defense system, a line of 24 satellites forming an orbital defense perimeter. With it, we may not stand much chance against the invasions from the three great empires, but it'll make it a lot harder for groups like Ravagers or Wanderers to come and go from Earth as they please. If it weren't for my gas mask, they probably could have seen the look of disappointment on my face, a mix of frustration and incredulity at their lack of vision. Hearing this, both Malik and Pierce perked up. Pierce asked, What about spaceships? We can't just defend. We need to go on the offensive too. I scoffed. Spaceships? You're overestimating yourselves. Do you think Earth's current industrial foundation can produce ships capable of free takeoff and landing, breaking through the atmosphere without rocket assistance, and interplanetary travel? The high-intensity materials needed for main battleships can't even be synthesized in Earth's most advanced labs. Even if you could build long-range ships, none of Earth's current weapon systems are designed for space combat. Facing an alien spaceship would be like a wooden sailing ship from the age of exploration going up against a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. By the time you establish new projects and develop these systems, Earth will probably already be colonized. Even if I gave you the blueprints, it'd be like handing a nuclear weapon design to someone from the Steam Age. They wouldn't even understand it. With the industrial capacity of that era, they might not even be able to build a graphite reactor. Given Earth's current technological level, an orbital defense system is the most cost-effective option. Things like vacuum implosion bombs, gravity interference devices, or even basic neutron suppressors don't even dream about it. I was rather satisfied with how these two Hydra leaders responded. A few words were all it took to convince them, though even I didn't quite believe it myself. It had taken me years to dispel Nick Fury's suspicions, but here, I clearly had to be using some tricks. I had studied human psychology and the effects of hormones on emotions. I even conducted experiments on how manipulating bioelectric currents in the human body via the magnetic field abilities could stimulate nerve endings and indirectly influence thought processes. This was my first time using this ability on Pierce and Malik, and I had refined it to a degree far surpassing the original master of magnetism, Magneto. It was practically a form of alternative telepathy. However, the human body is a precise system, and the more intricate something is, the more likely it is to malfunction. By interfering with their endocrine systems, they were bound to experience physical abnormalities, possibly even severe illness. Additionally, electromagnetic abilities tend to heavily disrupt electronic devices, which could give away the game if someone noticed. Fortunately, this meeting was as confidential as it gets. Everyone had left their electronics outside the room, and neither of the old men had pacemakers, which gave me the chance to pull this off. I said, Next topic, creating super soldiers for Hydra. Given current technological limitations, embryonic genetic engineering is neither feasible nor cost-effective. I recommend pursuing cybernetic enhancements instead, standing off to the side as a silent bystander. Brock Rumlow's face immediately darkened. He remembered overhearing discussions about cybernetic enhancement projects in Nick Fury's office and thought, So I can't escape this fate after all? I said, Rumlow, this is your destiny. You're a hero of Hydra. During the Insight program, you lost most of your body and had to undergo cybernetic reconstruction. Although history has changed because of me, don't you want to consider enhancement? When you retire at 90, reconstructive surgery could restore you to a normal human form, or even give you a youthful body. I deliberately said this to provoke Rumlow. Hydra had a system for keeping its members in line, with brainwashing being a common tactic. Members were like ancient death squads, ready to take poison and die upon capture. But Rumlow's loyalty to Hydra wasn't that strong. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, when the Insight program failed, he saw the writing on the wall and went rogue, recruiting mercenaries. At that point, he adopted the Crossbones moniker and clashed with the Avengers, attempting to take Captain America down with him, only to blow himself up with his own explosive vest. If Rumlow couldn't come to terms with this, and the Hydra big shots forced the enhancement on him anyway, it would make for quite the spectacle. If I could bring him under my command, even better. I was severely lacking in manpower right now. Don't be fooled by my dealings with two major organizations. I was practically working solo. As for the so-called Dr. Death, Avatar, that's a joke. It's just a glorified cyborg that requires a specialized neural link device for remote control. Its power is pitiful. The shocker combatants I'd intercepted were originally vagrants subjected to human enhancement experiments. After successful enhancements, I intercepted them and performed brain surgeries to simplify their thoughts, turning them into obedient fighters. Equipped with combat suits and basic mechanical exoskeletons, their combined combat strength was only about 2.5 times that of an average adult male, still weak. At this point, Pierce spoke up. I have a suggestion for a candidate for the Cybernetic Enhancement Project, the Winter Soldier from Hydra's Siberian branch. His original name is James Buchanan Barnes. I am Wei-Xioming. Vampires possess extraordinary physical resilience, and Blade, the Damper, was no exception. Though grievously injured by the Pearl and further afflicted by the Kiva system's toxins, damage that would have cut a normal human's lifespan in half, he recovered almost fully after a single night of rest and the specialized nutritional supplements I designed specifically for him. After wrapping up my meeting with the two Hydra leaders, I rushed back to the Oscorp Industrial Park. I spent the better part of the day in the lab crafting upgraded tools and weapons for the Kiva system. In Blade's resting quarters, I placed a beautifully ornate longsword and a palm-sized box on the table. I asked him, "How does Kiva's power feel to you?" Blade thought for a moment before replying. "It's strong. My strength, speed, endurance, agility, and durability have all improved significantly. The neural-linked mechanical components provide a lot of useful data as well. But against mutated vampires, it still feels like I'm barely keeping up." This warrior was refreshingly honest, openly acknowledging his weaknesses without hesitation. Seeing his reaction, I could tell he already understood that the items on the table were meant to address his shortcomings. I continued, "That's not what I was asking. Have you felt like your body is being drained, hollowed out? The Kiva system you're using is just a basic version, like a hospital allergy test, to see if you'd have any adverse reactions." As I spoke, I opened the box, revealing a red syringe. "Since you're feeling fine, this neutralizing toxin serum, which counteracts side effects, won't be necessary. Take this sword. It's both a weapon designed to complement the Kiva system and an upgrade tool. Remember, you can only draw it after transforming. If you try without transforming, your body won't be able to handle it." Whistler, ever the skeptic, chimed in, "Doc, is this sword some sort of magical artifact? Like King Arthur's Excalibur. Only someone worthy of being king can draw it." With my white lab coat and gas mask, my appearance screamed mad scientist, but I hardly looked like a wizard dabbling in minerals, herbs, and mystical beings from folklore. I explained, "No, this is the perfect fusion of biotechnology and mechanical engineering. You probably wouldn't understand the specifics, so think of it as a filter. When in contact with the user, it extracts blood, filters out unnecessary components, and mixes in higher-grade toxins. This process enhances the wearer's physical capabilities by a factor of 1 or even more. However, this is only good for short bursts of power, like anaerobic exercise. The long-term effects? I don't have enough biological data to say for sure. But considering your hatred for vampires, I assume you've already prepared yourself mentally for the risks." Blade stared at the sword in silence. Elsewhere, Nick Fury returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. Reclining on a leather sofa in his office with his eyes closed, he wasn't resting. He was mentally organizing the information left by the parallel universe Coulson and planning his next move. He was surrounded by enemies and trusted no one. Among the Avengers, none were particularly prominent yet. Hawkeye and Black Widow were working under him, but given how things would play out, their combat capabilities were more akin to mascots than game changers. Tony Stark, the playboy billionaire, wasn't yet ready to become a superhero. His iconic Iron Man suit was still a distant concept. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, was still on the run, relentlessly pursued by General Ross. If it weren't for the destruction caused by his battle with Abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have had the opportunity to step in and clean up after Ross, forcing him to abandon his hunt for the Hulk. Alternatively, Fury considered sending a team to the Arctic to dig up Captain America, the old popsicle. The most pressing issue, however, was rooting out Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., a task akin to picking fish bones out of a meal. Self-auditing was inevitable, but without a definitive list, conducting the audit was a massive headache. Done poorly, it could turn into Hydra agents auditing other Hydra agents, ultimately leading to nothing or worse, Hydra using innocent S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as scapegoats. Further interrogation of the Pearl had yielded little. During its initial questioning, it had already divulged all the useful information it had, including the source of the Amazon cells, a trade between the half-blood vampire Deacon Frost and other vampires. As for the Amazon cells themselves, their creator Dr. Death, or the Shocker organization behind it all, the Pearl genuinely knew nothing. To learn more about Shocker, Fury would have to go after Deacon Frost. Having exhausted the Pearl's utility, it had already been humanely terminated. Just then, a knock at the door pulled Fury from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see his former boss, Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. branch, entering with a file folder in hand. Knowing Pierce's true identity, Fury was more cautious than ever. However, he maintained a facade of warm hospitality. "Hey, old buddy, how'd your talks with the World Security Council go? Did they approve the vampire eradication plan? How much funding and manpower are they allocating?" Pierce's expression was grave, like he'd just discovered his child bore an uncanny resemblance to Nick Fury. "What I'm about to say needs to remain completely confidential. This conversation is now classified as Level 10. No third party can know." Fury's demeanor turned serious as well. Though he didn't know what this Hydra snake was up to, he activated the office's jamming device. "What's going on?" "A ghost," Pierce replied. "A group we thought had been defeated, completely eradicated. It's back." "No, it never left." As he spoke, Pierce handed the file folder to Fury. Fury opened the folder and pulled out the documents. The first page bore a large, two-toned red and black emblem, a skull with octopus-like tentacles. Both Fury and Pierce spoke the name of the emblem in unison. "Hydra, I'm Nick Fury." Alexander Pierce began his long-winded monologue about Hydra's origins. Hydra was a secret research division created by Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, during the Third Reich. It became one of Hitler's most powerful tools, wreaking havoc during World War II. When invading Norway, the Red Skull discovered the Tesseract and used it as an energy source to develop advanced weapons, aiming to dominate the world. Later, Hydra broke away from the Third Reich and operated independently, using these weapons to conquer a significant portion of the world. To counter this, the Allies formed the Strategic Scientific Reserve. With Howard Stark and Dr. Erskine's help, they created the super soldier Captain America to fight Hydra. In the end, Captain America foiled Hydra's and the Red Skull's plans for world domination. The remnants of Hydra either ended up working for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. government through Operation Paperclip or spent centuries rotting in prison. I kept a stoic expression on the outside, but inside, my thoughts were in complete chaos. "What the hell?" I thought. Asterisk, why is the head of Hydra spilling his own organization's dirty laundry? Asterisk. Still, I maintained my composure and asked in a measured tone, "Why are you bringing up this historical organization now? Are you saying it's resurfaced to cause trouble again?" Pierce gave me a sharp look and said, "Resurfaced? Huh. Hydra never went away. It's been here all along, hidden from public view, or in some cases, it became part of us." I froze for a moment, genuinely stunned. Asterisk, what's going on here? Did the sun rise in the west today? Asterisk, this was absurd. Could it be that Hydra was having an internal power struggle, and Pierce had been sidelined, so now he was burning bridges? Or is he just throwing everything into chaos out of spite? I took a deep breath, trying to make sense of the situation. Another possibility crossed my mind. It could be due to the parallel universe. Just like the alternate Coulson had said, our world and has had many differences. Some events hadn't happened here, and some relationships were completely different. For instance, in our world, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center were still standing, and the U.S. hadn't been dragged into the endless quagmire of wars that cost trillions of dollars. When Carlson left his records, he warned me to treat them as references, not absolute truths. Maybe, just maybe, the Pierce in this world wasn't the head of Hydra. But if that were the case, this conversation definitely needed to remain classified as Level 10. If the World Security Council caught wind of it, budget cuts would be the least of our worries. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be disbanded altogether. Pierce continued to study my reaction, his face lined with concern. The truth is, even before you became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I noticed there was spy activity within the agency. Their influence wasn't small either, and it needed to be dealt with. To focus on rooting out these spies, I promoted you to lead S.H.I.E.L.D's development, while I worked from the shadows to uncover the infiltrators. But I underestimated them. These spies are deeply entrenched, and the audits are nearly impossible to conduct. After all my efforts, I've only managed to cut away some of the edges. Honestly, I even started to suspect you, the director I personally selected, might be one of them. This guy, classic Pierce, always ready to turn the tables and point the finger. He continued, fortunately, with you leading S.H.I.E.L.D., their influence has grown alongside it, but so have their exposures. I discovered that they're all connected to Hydra. Hydra isn't just in S.H.I.E.L.D. It's embedded in high-ranking officials within the U.S. government. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., there are still Hydra agents we haven't uncovered yet. Their reach into the free world runs deep. I've compiled all my findings into this dossier for you. How you handle it is your responsibility as director. At this point, Pierce's exhaustion was evident. He didn't even need to act. His sleepless nights putting together this dossier had left him looking worn out. I'm getting old, he said. Balancing relations between the World Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. while hunting down spies has drained me. I don't have the energy or motivation to fight them anymore. You, however, have the ability and the guts to risk crippling or even dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D. to root out these infiltrators. I just couldn't do it. Now, pour me some of that good liquor you've been saving. It's been too long since I've had a chance to relax. I flipped through the dossier. Besides the history of Hydra, the first name on the list of infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. was shocking. Level 8 Agent John Garrett, codenamed the Clairvoyant. His name had also appeared in the alternate Coulson's records. Pierce was clearly using Garrett as a sacrificial lamb. First, a high-ranking agent would carry more weight and credibility than some low-level grunt. Second, Garrett's recent behavior had been increasingly out of line with Pierce's expectations. Whether Garrett had his own agenda or was eyeing Pierce's position, he'd been showing signs of defiance lately, following orders selectively. To reassert his authority, Pierce had no choice but to make an example of him. I picked up the dossier and locked it in the office's safe. Then I walked over to the liquor cabinet, grabbed a bottle, and poured 2 glasses. Watching Pierce down half his drink and lean back on the sofa with his eyes closed, I said earnestly, "You've worked hard all these years." Pierce, looking utterly fatigued, replied, "Maintaining world peace is S.H.I.E.L.D's responsibility, its founding purpose. I've stepped down as director, and the best I can do now is help you manage relations with the World Security Council. The heavy lifting is on you." I said, "In that case, the vampire eradication plan will still need your help lobbying the World Security Council." Pierce chuckled bitterly, a tired smile spreading across his face. "I am Alexander Pierce. After my heart-to-heart with Nick Fury and sharing half a bottle of his liquor, I took a brief rest on his office sofa before leaving. By the time I walked out, I felt a lot lighter, like I'd shed a decade off my age, proof of how much of a toll stress can take on a person. Of course, realistically, it was just the power nap that had helped me recover some energy. Ever since learning about the Shocker organization and how it mirrors Hydra, I've been burning the midnight oil piecing together reports. During the day, I still had to deal with the endless bickering and politicking with various factions, leaving no time to slack off. Even a young man would struggle to keep this pace, let alone someone like me, an old man on the decline. Back in my office, I used Hydra's internal communications line to summon my trusted aide, Joppa Silvit. This guy, like me, wore several masks. He was an employee in a department under the World Security Council, a department head within S.H.I.E.L.D., and, Of course, a Hydra operative. It was precisely because of this layered identity that he was one of my most reliable subordinates. Tasks like embedding Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. were always handled by him. As soon as he arrived, I said to him, "Nick Fury has already picked up on signs of our organization's presence." Sylvet's face immediately froze, and his hand instinctively reached up to steady the glasses slipping off his nose. He asked in a hushed tone, "When did this start?" "It began quite a while ago. He's already followed the trail and uncovered quite a few people. Unlike SLD's hierarchical chain of command, Hydra operates in a tree-like structure where members often don't know each other unless their identities are exposed. This has its pros and cons. It allows the higher-ups to cut off compromised branches quickly, but if someone at a high level gets caught, the fallout can cascade through the entire organization." I pulled a sheet of paper from my desk drawer and picked up a pen, speaking as I wrote. If Fury didn't trust me as his former superior, I wouldn't have even known about this. If we let him keep digging, he'll uproot all of Hydra. This made Sylvet's hand tremble as he adjusted his glasses. Among all the Hydra operatives embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D., he was probably the one most at risk of exposure. Personnel work, recruitment, placements, and assignments for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra fell under his purview. He held many of the personnel lists, which was one reason he was one of my closest confidants. But it also meant that while many Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. might not know me, they probably knew him. All it would take is one weak-willed fool cracking under interrogation or a dose of truth serum, and Sylvet's name would come up. I could almost see him silently cursing those captured idiots, wondering why they didn't follow the example of their predecessors and take poison to avoid capture. I continued, "I just spoke to Fury about handling the vampire situation and the World Security Council. Before I left, he showed me a dossier. It detailed Hydra's development after its defeat in World War II and included names that made my heart skip a beat." I glanced up at Sylvet. This high-caste, bald-headed agent was trembling as he nervously fumbled to remove his glasses and tuck them into his pocket. Though his face was set with grim determination, his shaking hands betrayed his inner turmoil. I reassured him, "Relax. I've gone through the list carefully. Your name isn't on it." Of course it wasn't. I personally compiled that dossier. Why would I put my own trusted aide on it? After a moment's thought, I added, "I don't know how Fury plans to deal with the exposed operatives, but knowing his aggressive tendencies, he won't go easy on them. This list contains the names of high-level individuals who've been compromised. You know what to do." I pushed the paper across the desk toward him. That seemed to put Sylvet at ease. Though his hands were still shaking slightly, his face regained some composure. He stepped forward, took the list, and said, "Understood." "Understood?" Yeah, he understood, all right. He was going to eliminate them. Not just the names on the list, but their subordinates as well. As for how he'd do it, well, S.H.I.E.L.D. handles countless global operations every day, many of which Fury has no visibility into. Sending the compromised agents out on field assignments where they could conveniently die of food poisoning, snake bites, traffic accidents, or whatever else, that was child's play. With Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. as deep as it was, arranging these disappearances would be trivial. Personnel transfers, execution, and post-mission documentation would all be handled by Hydra operatives. Change a few dates here and there, and Fury would never find out. The people on that list were mostly later recruits to Hydra, half-hearted opportunists who had no real connections within the organization and were often planted by other factions during political exchanges. They weren't part of my direct lineage, unlike someone like John Garrett. Once this list was cleared, Hydra's S.H.I.E.L.D. branch would essentially become my personal domain. Of course, Sylvet was sharp enough to sense the implications, but he was also smart enough to shove those thoughts aside and act like he knew nothing. I rubbed my temples and activated the jamming device, identical to the one in Fury's office. Feigning anguish, I said, "They're nothing but cowards and parasites. The dregs of Hydra. Do you know how much effort I've put into Hydra's development?" I placed Fury as SHLD's director to ride his momentum and push Hydra forward. And what do? They paid lip service, abandoned the discipline of agents and soldiers, and became leeches, collecting double salaries from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. I should have followed Red Skull's example during the Third Reich. Strict training, instilling loyalty to Hydra, and ensuring they had the courage to die in the face of the enemy. especially those Hydra operatives outside S.H.I.E.L.D. They saw our rapid development and started planning their own people among us. The ones exposed this time? They're not ours. They're traitors. Disobedient, selfish, using Hydra's resources to line their own pockets. They're nothing but traitors. After venting, I slumped back in exhaustion. Notify our people. Anyone exposed must take their own life before capture. Even me. If we get through this, arrange for loyalty training as soon as possible. You'll handle the details. I am Nick Fury, sitting on the couch, my head spinning over the list of Hydra operatives embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. peers, had even speculated that Hydra had other branches scattered across the globe, which matched up with the information in my head. My mind was about to explode from the sheer weight of it all. That's when I got a call from this world's Coulson, his tone laced with the implication that something had gone seriously wrong. I shot up from the couch immediately. Coulson's mission was to escort Wei Xiaoming, also known as Dr. Clark, to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, along with transporting the supercomputer running the weakened version of the Akashic Records system. This supercomputer wasn't some trivial piece of equipment. I had arranged for 2 large transport planes specifically for the job, and even dispatched an entire squadron of fighter jets to escort them, just to make sure nothing went wrong. My plan was simple. Once that supercomputer reached S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't leaving intact. I was going to integrate it into the nearly completed helicarrier as its main control system. After all, Dr. Clark held the title of department head within S.H.I.E.L.D., overseeing large-scale equipment upgrades and research projects. The helicarrier fell squarely into his jurisdiction, and that computer would be a perfect fit. Worst-case scenario, I'd buy it from him. No matter how exorbitant his asking price, I could always request funds from the World Security Council. Whatever Dr. Clark wanted, I'd triple it, and add 2 zeros before the decimal point. Dr. Clark's technical prowess was undeniable. Anything he built was bound to be decades ahead of its time, especially that operating system of his, which was completely unlike any current computer language. With that system installed, those hackers constantly trying to breach S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets could pack it up and go home. Breaking into it would be like asking someone raised in an English-speaking environment to write an essay in Chinese. Perfect grammar, punctuation, and correct usage of the included. But then Coulson told me that the thing I'd already considered a done deal had run into trouble. That I couldn't tolerate. I pulled a can of specially formulated air freshener out of my desk drawer, thoroughly sprayed myself to cover the lingering scent of alcohol, popped 2 mints in my mouth, and headed to the director's private elevator, descending to the lower levels of the Triskelion where the helicarrier was under construction. The helicarrier project had been underway for some time. It was poised to become the most advanced piece of combat machinery in the world. Compared to it, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were nothing more than kids' toys. But building something like this was no small feat. The time, manpower, and resources required were immense. Even that country across the ocean, with all the technical references at its disposal, took over 3 years to go from cutting the first steel for its carrier deck to launching the ship. Another 1.5 years of 8 sea trials followed before it was finally commissioned. The helicarrier had no prior examples to draw from, so it was being built and designed simultaneously, with constant testing to correct mistakes. At the current pace, it would take another 3 years before it was ready. I rushed to the shipyard, trying to appear calm while suppressing my growing frustration. When I arrived, I found that construction on the helicarrier had come to a complete halt. The technical supervisors and on-site designers had gathered in a heated argument, their voices raised as if they were about to come to blows. Coulson was sitting on a wooden crate nearby, watching the commotion like it was a spectator sport. The transport planes and their fighter escorts were parked on the tarmac, but no workers were unloading anything from the planes. I walked over to Coulson and asked, "What's going on here?" Coulson, clearly catching a whiff of my air freshener-covered scent, winced and subtly stepped back 2 paces before responding. Dr. Clark and I returned to the shipyard, and when he found out his supercomputer was going to be installed on the helicarrier, he immediately requested blueprints from the technical team and started demanding modifications. Given the position you assigned Dr. Clark, he technically outranks the technical staff, but since they hadn't met him before, things escalated, let's call it a difference of opinion. Their argument eventually drew the attention of the helicarrier's lead designer, who halted construction entirely to debate the issue with Dr. Clark. I glanced over at the group of technicians, who were now shouting things like, "Rip the designer's head off and toss it into the nuclear reactor." This was far removed from what a professional discussion between engineers should look like. I turned back to Coulson. "Agent Coulson, where's the supercomputer Dr. Clark brought? Why don't I see it?" Coulson patted the wooden crate he had been sitting on earlier and said, "Director, the supercomputer is right here in this box." Before Dr. Clark started his debate, he handed it to me and said that aside from himself, only you and I are allowed near it. What? I'd arranged for 2 massive transport planes to haul this thing. And you're telling me it's just a single box? Did Coulson get scammed? Coulson, apparently noticing my skepticism, especially given that the smell of alcohol still lingered faintly despite the air freshener, tried to explain. Regarding the supercomputer, I asked Dr. Clark about it. He said human technology is always advancing. He went on, take the NIAC, the first electronic computer ever built in the U.S. It was enormous, occupying 170 square meters, weighing 30 tons, and using 18,000 vacuum tubes as components. Its computational power was only 5,000 operations per second. Later, the USSR developed its first electronic vacuum tube computer, the MESM, which used far fewer components, 6,000 vacuum tubes, but achieved the same computational power of 5,000 operations per second. Even so, the MESM still took up 2 entire floors of space. Compared to modern-day home computers, which average billions of operations per second, these vacuum tube computers are like prehistoric monsters. Yet back in their time, they were symbols of national power. Similarly, today's supercomputers, with their massive data processing capabilities and enormous storage, might someday be surpassed by household computers. Dr. Clark said the supercomputer he brought is decades ahead of its time, capable of outperforming even the most advanced systems we'll see in the next 10 years. For now, it's more than sufficient for our needs. I am Voiceover. After finishing discussing technical matters with the technicians, I began to talk about topics that Nick Fury could understand. As I approached the edge of the crowd, I overheard someone saying, to send tens of thousands of tons of aircraft carrier into the sky, you're using turbine engines to provide lift power. Aren't you afraid the engines will fail mid-air and the carrier will crash down, turning into a massive coffin? A technician responded, "We've considered that. Every time the ship sets out, it undergoes strict inspections to minimize the probability of failure. Also, the structural stress of the aerospace carrier is precisely calculated. Even if one engine malfunctions, the other 3 can share the load, ensuring altitude stability." I didn't continue along his line of thought and instead asked, who designed the carrier's propulsion system? "The cold nuclear fusion reactor is passable," a researcher whispered. "It's the work of Howard Stark. We replicated it based on the blueprints he left behind." "Not bad," I said, pointing to my head. "But with such a stable and abundant energy source, why are you still using outdated turbine engines? Based on the blueprint's power output, it's entirely capable of supporting anti-gravity engines." I pressed my right index finger against my temple and twisted it, nearly breaking down as I said, "I'm not asking you to develop propulsion systems for interstellar travel. Letting this behemoth break free from planetary gravity is unrealistic with current industrial capabilities and unnecessary. But at least create a version that can take off and land freely within the atmosphere. If you've thought about a single engine failing, don't you think enemies will think the same? Can you ensure they'll only damage one engine during an attack? With 4 engines exposed in plain sight, isn't that just telling the enemy where the critical points are? Disable those, and we're done for. Howard Stark was researching anti-gravity devices decades ago. Why haven't you upgraded those? Placing the propulsion engines under the deck for protection is much better than leaving them exposed." A technician countered, "We've researched and applied anti-gravity devices, but even the maximum output power can't support the weight of the aerospace carrier. Miniaturizing cold nuclear fusion reactors and scaling up anti-gravity devices have always been research challenges, but many technical obstacles remain unsolved." In our previous exchanges, my display of professional expertise had convinced them that I wasn't just some clueless leader giving orders, so they answered my questions honestly. I took a deep breath, the sound echoing through my gas mask, and said, "And who designed the aerospace carrier's defense system?" You can send tens of thousands of tons into the sky, but the defense relies solely on F-35s and Quinjet fighters. Conventional aircraft carriers have escort ships, destroyers, and cruisers. But for the aerospace carrier, defense is just a few planes. What about precision-guided weapons? What about close-in weapon systems? Cutting costs for SHIELD isn't supposed to be this extreme. Are you waiting for an unidentified aircraft to get close with the right access codes, only for the one-eyed director to take it down with a rocket launcher? What is this, World War I pilots throwing bricks at each other? Ahem. Nick Fury coughed deliberately. Dr. Clark, you're here to work on the supercomputer. Don't interfere with the technician's work. Oh, Director Nick Fury, when did you get here? I didn't notice earlier, I said. Like I believe he thought I didn't see him. He's so tall, his upper body practically towers over the technicians. I stepped out from among the technicians and said to Nick Fury, the person who proposed the aerospace carrier had too limited a vision. It's like using an AK-47 barrel to make a front-loading flintlock rifle. Nick Fury replied, the aerospace carrier is Earth's most advanced large-scale combat platform. It can only be improved as it's built. If you're dissatisfied, why not join the construction and improvements? With your position, it wouldn't be an overreach. I waved my hand dismissively and walked to a wooden crate, patting it as I said, forget it. I'm a straightforward person and don't have as many schemes as you. If I get involved, I'd probably end up being sold out by you. Just load Brain onto the plane. Coulson already mentioned halfway through that you might use it on the aerospace carrier, and I wasn't even prepared before it was gone. Brain, is it called Brain or the Brain? Nick Fury asked. I replied, either works. Brain is both the name of the supercomputer and the AI it houses. I opened the wooden crate barehanded, removing the shock-absorbing materials to reveal the supercomputer itself. The cost of Brain, based on current industrial capabilities, time, and technology, is approximately $500 million. Don't run this through Osborne Industries accounts. Just wire it directly to mine. Installation and operation are simple. I've already taught Coulson on the way here. Let him handle it. I'm swamped, developing the new night system, upgrading the old system, communicating with sorcerers, and even dealing with the U.S. military asking me about vampires. Don't bother me with unimportant matters. Nick Fury asked. The U.S. military. SHELD's predecessor was a national organization, and there are still high-level connections. I've collaborated with them before. Why are they coming to you? I don't know. Maybe the night system developed for combating alien insects caught their attention, and after understanding my RD capabilities, they wanted to develop new weapons. Leading them is General Ross. He's interested in the enhancements for night wearers and want me to design weapons tailored for enhanced individuals. The data shows the target is very strong, I said. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye and said, the one he wants to deal with is the Hulk. I am Wei-Xiuming. After centuries of literary and cinematic portrayals, when people think of vampires, the image that comes to mind is of medieval aristocrats in castles. Handsome men, beautiful women, and always with the iconic high-collared capes. Red on the inside, black on the outside. But today's vampires aren't so old-fashioned. Having witnessed the power of human technology, they not only don't reject it, but value it more than humans do. For example, they use genetic engineering to modify their own genes, removing their weaknesses. Vampires' resistance to garlic, silver weapons, and ultraviolet light is pathetically low. One touch can injure them, and one strike can kill them. But through genetic engineering, they can retain their longevity and other advantages while eliminating these fatal weaknesses. Moreover, high-ranking vampires no longer live in castles. Instead, they reside in the most prosperous skyscrapers and city centers. They use money or power to bribe construction departments and employ high technology to turn these skyscrapers into fortresses. For instance, they reinforce walls with alloys, install shielding devices to prevent external surveillance, equip passageways with laser-cutting defenses, and use bulletproof glass curtain walls. Even in the event of something like 9/11, the worst they'd face would be some post-incident renovations. Of course, if there were an internal explosion, that'd be a different story. Some old-fashioned, high-ranking vampires, nostalgic as they are, even install mechanisms inside these skyscrapers to decorate the interior like a castle. Deacon Frost, as a half-blooded vampire who was turned midway, isn't interested in castles. All of his skyscrapers have been transformed with high-tech modifications, and the one I'm rating is no exception. On the transport plane, I looked at Blade, who was donning his new gear, and asked, "Blade, are you ready?" I'd equipped him with a new set of gear, a Kevlar fiber combat suit with bulletproof layers. The black leather trench coat stayed, but it was now water-resistant, electrically insulated, and resistant to acid and alkali, just in case someone tried to play dirty tricks. Blade nodded while holding his sword, then glanced at the heavily armed soldiers behind him and asked, "Doctor, are they here to hold me back?" He thought these guys were even less capable than the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents from last time. They came from different countries, didn't speak the same language, and had zero experience with coordinated tactical training. I said, "They're an observation team, here to learn how to effectively neutralize vampires and prepare for the upcoming vampire purge." That was just a cover story. I didn't bother guessing what the people who sent these elite soldiers were really thinking. Most likely, they wanted to evaluate the combat effectiveness of vampires and Blade working with the Kiva system. Once the existence of vampires was exposed, interspecies conflict was on the brink of erupting. Humanity was on high alert, uncertain about the future of military weapons and tactics. One decision could change the global balance of power. A few days ago, the Night System's enhancements for its wearers were completed. In its first live combat test, it exposed over a dozen alien insects disguised as humans. The U.S. government made a big show of it, openly sharing information about the alien insects instead of covering it up. Other countries were caught off guard. When they heard about the Night System's practical application against vampires, they sent elite officers to observe, just like in Iron Man 2, when nations began replicating Iron Man suits after seeing Tony Stark's. The U.S. government wasn't too happy about it, but the observation team came under the banner of the World Security Council. Nick Fury, our one-eyed fried egg, enthusiastically received them, even lending them a S.H.I.E.L.D. transport plane. After all, other countries also contribute funds to the World Security Council, which supports S.H.I.E.L.D. Blade injected toxins into his wrist using Kivit, skipping the flashy combo punches and completing his transformation in just 20 seconds. He leaped out of the transport plane's rear hatch, using his superhuman physique to roll and absorb the impact, even though the plane was hovering just a dozen meters above Deacon Frost's skyscraper rooftop. As the plane lowered its altitude further, a group of elite soldiers equipped with silver-plated bullets and ultraviolet weapons rappelled onto the rooftop. They grouped up according to their respective forces and stormed into the building. Finally, I turned to General Ross, who was casually smoking a cigar in the cabin despite the no-smoking regulation. "The weapons designed for the Hulk are already under production. You don't need to keep staring at me," I said. General Ross blew a smoke ring and said, "I looked into you yesterday. You're both the head of research at Osborne Industries and a project director for S.H.I.E.L.D. I know Nick Fury and what kind of man he is. It wouldn't surprise me if he set me up one day. You're one of his trusted people, so I suspect he might have you play tricks on me. Like if I wanted you to enhance a few soldiers, you'd make up all kinds of excuses to avoid it." Unexpectedly, Ross turned out to be a paranoid. I shrugged and ignored him, focusing instead on the monitoring screens to observe the situation on the ground through the recorders on Blade and the observation team. Ross grinned around his cigar. His goal wasn't just high-tech weapons or the Night System for combating the Hulk. He wanted to create humanoid weapons like the Hulk. Research on the super soldier serum had never stopped, but the original version was completely destroyed. Now, the only options were to restart the project or replicate it from Captain America's blood samples. So far, the Hulk was the closest thing to a result. Ross didn't care about uncontrollability or appearance changes after mutation. What did it matter if a weapon was ugly? And if it was uncontrollable, they could always send it to enemy nations to wreak havoc. With Bruce Banner missing and the experiments forced to halt, General Ross had been searching for new options. But such matters were top secret across nations, not something easy to obtain. Until he learned about the Tooth Vampires, a kind of super vampire without the usual weaknesses, possessing immense strength, stamina, self-healing abilities, and the ability to switch forms at will. This was exactly what he wanted. I'm General Ross. Currently, there are only 2 known living Tooth Vampires, both under that damn Nick Fury's control. He even publicly claimed that both Tooth Vampires and the extracted samples have been destroyed. I don't buy that nonsense for a second. Who is Nick Fury? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a spy master. He's the kind of guy who reports completely fabricated stories to the World Security Council. Something as valuable as the tooth vampire? There's no way he'd give it up so easily. And as for the claim that the tooth vampires carry a highly infectious supervirus, I think that's just his excuse to fend off outside scrutiny. I've stationed personnel to carry out operations in the skyscraper below. Not only are they tasked with learning tactics against vampires, but if they encounter a tooth vampire, they're to find a way to obtain samples. My personal presence here is primarily for this purpose. I understand how scientists and researchers think. They're driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, but are bound by their scientific ethics, just like Bruce Banner, who ran off with my daughter. Kent Clark, who works with Nick Fury, surely shares his perspectives, insisting that the tooth vampires carry a supervirus. If it were just a group of grunts, they'd easily be fooled by him. Only my presence can keep the situation under control. Moreover, I've got another mission at hand. The night system used by the Military Intelligence Division was invented by Kent Clark. This guy, who previously had no fame and looks too buff to be a scientist, suddenly became a strategic-level figure. While I don't think he'd sell out, especially with Nick Fury keeping an eye on him, my superiors are insistent. Since this is a multinational operation, they're worried about data leaks. I'm here to monitor him and ensure he doesn't communicate privately with foreign personnel. After all, certain countries are infamous for their Sharingan-like observational abilities. Their film industry makes props that are near indistinguishable from reality. Just from a photograph of a weapon online, they can calculate dimensions based on lighting and background object size to replicate a model on a 1:1 scale. Terrifying. I am Deacon Frost. I have been preparing for the ritual in the Book of Erebus for a long time. I started translating the text ages ago. Most of it, except for the key portions, has already been deciphered. I've pre-built the equipment necessary for the ritual. The massive ritual system, the Vampire Temple, is located right within the skyscraper that I own. The materials required for the ritual are simple: 12 high-ranking pure-blood vampires and 1 hybrid, a vampire-human mix. The 12 purebloods aren't hard to find. The challenge lies in the hybrid. For thousands of years, there's only been one hybrid, Blade, aka Eric Brooks. And not only is he against us vampires, but he's also absurdly powerful. But times have changed. With technological advancements, anything can be researched and developed if you throw enough money at it. For instance, that ridiculously expensive glass that can filter out 100% of ultraviolet rays. Only a select few vampire aristocrats can afford to use it to enjoy sunbathing. I made progress on my end as well. I collaborated with a centuries-old vampire clan from Western Europe. They operate independently from the 13 pure-blood elders. Due to conflicts of interest, they provided me with a wealth of advanced genetic engineering data. In the end, I actually managed to develop something. I created a hybrid vampire that surpasses ordinary vampires. Its physical capabilities are several times greater than those of a regular pureblood. It's immune to silver weapons and garlic, has high resistance to ultraviolet light, and can move unprotected under sunlight for up to 3 minutes. Initially, I developed it as a weapon to counterblade. But after obtaining the full, translated text of the Book of Erebus, I realized this hybrid was the rarest material required for the ritual. I tricked and coerced 12 pure-blood vampires into participating, and now the ritual is about to begin. Just as everything was lined up, a low-ranking pure-blood vampire rushed in and reported, "Frost, someone is attacking the building, possibly Blade, and he's brought humans with him." "Have a security team hold them off," I said. "Once the ritual is complete and I gain the power of the blood god, Blade will be no match for me." I didn't disclose Blade's ability to transform. If the other pure-blood and non-pure-blood vampires striving to climb the ranks knew there were powerful humans and monsters among our enemies, they'd lose their resolve and scatter in fear. To buy time and crush Blade's spirit, I even left him a little surprise. "Hope you enjoy the gift, Blade," I said with a grin, then stepped into the altar, signaling for my subordinates to begin the ritual. At the top of the Vampire Temple, the genetically engineered hybrid was placed into a mold. Automated machinery began extracting its blood, which would circulate throughout the temple as ritual material. Human blood wouldn't suffice. It's too limited in volume. Even if you drain a human dry, it's not much. But the hybrid possesses the vampire's regenerative abilities, enabling it to continually produce blood until the ritual is complete. As the hybrid's blood circulated through the temple's pathways, the sky outside changed dramatically. A clear night sky was suddenly covered with dense clouds, as if an ancient demon were summoning a heavenly tribulation. A bolt of lightning struck the skyscraper's rooftop, its energy channeled into the vampire temple through the lightning rod. The powerful surge of electricity activated the temple. Ancient vampiric text painted on the walls began to glow, and the pure blood aristocrats stationed in specific positions were drained of their power, which converged at the altar into me. This power! The energy coursing through my body made me want to laugh wildly. The ritual was only halfway finished, yet I already felt so empowered. What would I be like when it was complete? Before long, a single drop of the hybrid's blood, now infused with energy from the temple, dripped down from above and struck my forehead. It seeped into my body, bestowing me with immense strength while continuing to draw power from the pure blood aristocrats to further amplify itself. Within this surge of power, the long-dormant consciousness of the blood god Magra began to stir. This ritual wasn't about me gaining power from the blood god. It was a resurrection ritual for the blood god himself. My efforts from start to finish had merely turned me into the vessel for the blood god's return. I am Daniel Drum. The Sanctum Sanctorum is part of the network of bases established by the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, scattered across the world. There are 3 in total, located in London, Hong Kong, and New York. These locations were chosen with great care, as they rest upon major magical ley lines. The 3 sanctums form a network, creating a mystical barrier that prevents extra-dimensional deities from peering into Earth. Additionally, the sanctums are protected by a veil of the idol, a magical ward that makes them invisible to ordinary people unless they are sorcerers or explicitly granted access. As the sorcerers in charge of the sanctums, our duties include not only repelling extra-dimensional gods, but also monitoring the flow of magical energy within our jurisdictions. We must prevent those curious about the occult from being misled by ancient texts. These texts are often one of 3 things: the whimsical imaginations of ancient people, forbidden knowledge imparted through dreams by extra-dimensional gods, or magical tomes intentionally left on Earth by such deities. The latter 2 are extremely dangerous. Without systematic training, anyone using the spells or rituals in these texts is far more likely to meet a tragic end than to succeed. Worse still, they could inadvertently open a gateway between Earth and an extra-dimensional space, allowing the tendrils of a god to reach into our world. After all, not everyone can be like Stephen Hawking, glimpsing the terrifying truths of the universe and emerging unscathed, though even he paid the price with his body. Having witnessed too many tragedies, the Ancient One decreed that ordinary people must be forbidden from accessing magical power. When Deacon Frost entered the altar and initiated his ritual, I immediately sensed the dark, greedy energy brewing over New York, a power unmistakably belonging to Thawne. My first instinct was to rally the other sorcerers and launch a strike to suppress it. But when I glanced at the Ancient One, calmly sipping tea across from me, I obediently sat back down. I lowered my tone and asked, "Sorcerer Supreme, you must have sensed it too. That's Thawne's power. Why are we doing anything?" About an hour earlier, the Ancient One had arrived at the New York sanctum from Kamar Taj without saying a word, as if she were simply paying a casual visit. I dared not neglect her and personally prepared tea to accompany her, even though her unique taste led to a concoction that was more soup than tea, with added pepper, salt, and powdered leaves. I forced it down with great difficulty. Yet, despite sensing Thawne's power, she remained unmoved. I had no idea what was on her mind, so I halted my actions. Thawne is one of the most infamous dimensional deities in the Marvel Universe, the antithesis of Vishanti, the god of white magic, and widely regarded as the source of dark magic. His Darkhold is legendary. Those who possess it are said to have the means to rule the world. The knowledge contained within allows one to draw energy from Thawne's dimension to Earth, overriding reality on a higher dimensional scale and even creating matter. The blood god, Magra, became an immortal being through contact with the Darkhold, which also explains the origin of the vampire race. The Ancient One set her cup down and said calmly, "Master Drum, stay at ease. This is a conflict between mortals and the vampire race. Trust in them. As technology advances, humanity sheds its ignorance and broadens its horizons. But with greater understanding comes greater challenges. We cannot play the role of caretaker forever. Moreover, this is the age of technology. Science achieves miracles that even magic cannot. Humanity will one day rely on technology to independently repel dimensional deities." I hastily adopted a humble posture and said, "I am enlightened, Sorcerer Supreme." The Ancient One added, "Soon, a unique individual will come seeking knowledge. Be generous. Grant him access to all the wisdom held within the New York sanctum. Should he wish to journey to Kamartaj and seek me, let him pass freely." I pondered her words. Could the Sorcerer Supreme be preparing to groom a successor? I asked, "What kind of person is he?" The Ancient One, ever enigmatic, replied, "You will understand when you meet him." Meanwhile, in Frost's skyscraper, the building plans submitted to the city had been tampered with thanks to bribed officials. The actual structure bore little resemblance to the blueprints. Blade, following Pearl's provided schematics, launched his attack, fighting his way toward Deacon Frost's room. Located on the highest floor, the shortest route was from the rooftop down. Along the way, Frost's forces intercepted him at every turn. After Pearl was captured, Frost anticipated an assault on the building, but relocating the vampire temple or constructing a new one was impractical, so he had only strengthened the security. However, these heavily armed vampires, looking just shy of having SWT emblazoned on their backs, couldn't last a single round against Blade. Their bullets were useless against Blade's combat suit. With his immense physical strength and vampire countering toxins, Blade tore through everything in his path. Reinforced blast doors couldn't withstand a single strike from him. The aftermath of his rampage left behind nothing but piles of clothes, equipment, and the quickly evaporating viscous remains of vampires. All of Frost's defenses had been completely wasted. When vampires are wounded by silver weapons or exposed to ultraviolet light, their bodies undergo a chain reaction, rapidly burning into ash. If a dry chemical fire extinguisher is used before the combustion reaches a certain point, the process can be halted, allowing the vampire to regenerate by feeding. Frost had invested heavily in modifying the building to minimize such risks, but he hadn't anticipated Blade directly injecting toxins into the vampires' bodies. Finally, Blade arrived at Frost's room. His detector indicated that a vampire was inside, and he assumed it was Deacon Frost. Blade used his claws to tear the door open. Someone rose from the bed, barefoot on the floor, smiling as he said, "Long time no see, Brooks. I am Wei Xiaoming," observing the situation on the ground through the live feed from Blade's body camera aboard the aircraft. In the footage, a black woman dressed in white stood calmly, her expression serene as she faced Blade. Blade removed Kivit from his waist, and without the constant supply of the cell metallizing toxin, he swiftly reverted to his human form. Turning to the international teams behind him, he said, "Stay out of this. You can't handle what's going on here. Clear the rest of the building instead." The teams exchanged glances and, without protest, left to sweep other parts of the skyscraper. They had seen Blade's unmatched combat prowess earlier and assumed that if he told them to leave, the enemy here must be beyond their ability to fight. These observation team members were surprisingly professional, unlike the overconfident and reckless teammates you see in movies, who insist on staying and end up causing more harm than good. Once the sound of footsteps faded, Blade turned his attention to the woman, memories flooding his mind. Most of them involve his battles with vampires, all of which traced back to the woman standing before him, his mother. Blade asked, "Weren't you dead? Didn't you die giving birth to me?" His mother replied, "That night, I came back to life. I became a vampire. Deacon accepted me." Blade suddenly laughed, but not out of joy that his mother was alive. Instead, it was a bitter laugh, mocking himself for the irony of his life. All these years, he had fought and risked his life, driven by hatred born from his mother's death. He despised vampires, including the part of himself that was one of them. And now, to discover that the source of his hatred, his mother, had become a vampire was almost too much to bear. From my seat on the plane, I nearly exclaimed, "Oh, come on," aloud. Vampires crossing paths with a night system. And now we've got a full-blown family drama on our hands? Who would have thought the Marvel Universe would have something like this? With a ding, one of the walls of the room slid open to reveal a private elevator. Deacon Frost stepped out with the swagger of a rogue. The blood from the ritual still clung to his forehead, dripping down to form strange patterns on his face. Patterns identical to the text in the Book of Erebus. Now imbued with the power of the blood god, Frost was brimming with confidence. Standing before Blade, he said, "I thought you'd be happy to see your mother, Blade." Blade responded coldly, "That's racist." Then he re-injected the Kiva toxin into his body. His instincts told him that Frost was far stronger now than Pearl, the last tooth vampire he had faced. Blade's retort also carried a subtle jab at the stereotype of black men without fathers, referencing his own fatherless upbringing and the respect he held for his mother. Before Blade could finish transforming, Frost was already in front of him with inhuman speed, slamming a palm into Blade's chest. The force sent Blade flying backward, crashing through the partition wall and into the adjacent room. Frost's strike seemed effortless, like a child casually pushing someone aside, but the power behind it was immense. It shattered the bulletproof layer of Blade's combat suit, broke several of his ribs, and even stopped his heart for a few seconds, delaying his transformation. Frost walked through the hole in the wall and said, "With the power of the blood god, you're no match for me. Your fate is sealed. Resistance is futile." Blade, now fully cell-metallized, struggled to his feet, fastening Kivit back onto his waist. "A duel," he declared. "Only one of us leaves here alive." The moment the words left his mouth, Frost transformed into a swirling mist of black and crimson, weaving around Blade and rematerializing behind him. Frost reached out to grab Blade's neck, a move so sudden that Blade, despite all his training and experience from his adoptive father, could not react in time. However, Frost underestimated the strength of Blade's cell-metallized body. His claws, intended to rip out Blade's spine, only managed to pierce the skin and muscle before being stopped. Frustrated, Frost flung Blade aside and said, "Blade, there's no escape. Join me." Blade's mother stepped forward as well, trying to persuade her son. "Brooks, you're half me, half vampire. The vampire world welcomes you." Frost approached Blade, kicking him to the ground and injecting a trace of dark energy to disrupt his movements. "Join me," Frost said. "I'll grant you greater power. Together, we'll make the world tremble. In a way, you could even call me your father." Back on the plane, my expression beneath my gas mask was nothing short of spectacular. If not for General Ross sitting nearby, I would have gone to the scene myself to witness this legendary moment firsthand. What is it with villains these days and their obsession with playing daddy to Kamen Riders? Frost walked over to Blade's mother and wrapped an arm around her. "Blade, the vampire who bit your mother, the one you've been hunting, is me. The vampire part of you? That's my gift to you." "I refuse," Blade shouted, climbing to his feet and drawing the long sword strapped to his back. "Mother, wait for me. I'll end your suffering as a vampire." Blade's own blood flowed into the sword, activating its mechanisms. A surge of energy coursed through his body, further enhancing his cellular transformation. On his retinal display, the words "behavioral patterns collected, initiating action simulation" lit up prominently. "I am Blade." As I drew my long sword, its blade initially retained its silver-white sheen, but as it absorbed my blood, the blade gradually took on a red hue. With each beat of my heart, the red deepened, glowing like the energy blades you'd see in a sci-fi movie. I twirled the sword single-handedly, testing its weight, length, and the air resistance as it cut through the room. Once I was accustomed to its handling, I steadied myself and said, "Come on, Frost." Frost let go of my mother and said, "Blade, I don't know where you've gained this transformation, but with the power of the blood god, I'm the strongest being in the world." With that, his figure vanished once again. I still can't see his movements. It's not just super speed. It's teleportation, disappearing from one place and reappearing in another. Even with my enhanced capabilities after drawing the sword, my doubled reflexes and dynamic vision, my eyes couldn't keep up with Frost's movements. But with the computer's assistance, I didn't need to see him. I didn't even need to rely on instinct. By giving partial control to the onboard computer, my body moved precisely as it simulated, swinging the sword at the right angle with the right force at the perfect moment. It was as though we'd rehearsed the move. The instant Frost teleported to my side and began to materialize, my glowing red blade sliced horizontally, cutting him cleanly in half at the waist. Frost froze mid-expression, his body severed. His upper half collapsed to the ground, but the blood god's power within him activated. His two halves turned into blood, rejoined, and rapidly healed the wound. Aside from the torn clothing, there was no evidence he'd suffered a mortal injury. Once recovered, Frost immediately transformed into black mist and retreated to put distance between us. He stared at my golden-hued, metallicized skin, his confidence shaken. With the blood god's power, Frost believed himself immune to silver weapons and ultraviolet light. His regenerative abilities made him nearly invincible. But after being cut by my sword, he felt an intense, primal fear of death. The memory of that instant, the sensation of the blade tearing through him, made him tremble. And in that moment of hesitation, my sword had already pierced his throat, pinning him against the wall. I had predicted where he'd reappear and struck with unerring precision. "This is impossible!" Frost screamed in terror, breaking free from the blade at the cost of half his neck. The blood god's power repaired his body, but his voice was filled with panic. Yet again, my sword struck him down, this time splitting him from head to toe. No matter how Frost tried to evade me, I was always one step ahead. When he used magic to phase through walls, I crashed through them after him, cutting him down each time he reconstituted. Frost's confidence was shattered. He had never feared me like this before. His instinct screamed that one more death at the hands of my sword, and he would be truly annihilated, reduced to nothing but ash and vapor. For the first time, Frost regretted his decisions. He remembered the deal he made with Victus for 2 Amazon cells, extracted from creatures of another lineage. Fearing the ritual might fail, he hadn't injected one into himself, instead giving one to Pearl. He had seen the power Pearl's transformation granted her. If he had used the remaining cell in combination with the blood god's power, I wouldn't have been able to stop him. But now, it was too late for regrets. "Wait!" Frost shouted after yet another resurrection, this time grabbing my mother and holding her as a shield. His claws pierced the back of her neck, brushing against her spine. "Blade, she's a vampire, but you wouldn't want her to die in front of you, would you? Or do you want to kill your own mother with your own hands?" The computer relinquished control of my body, leaving the decision to me. I lowered my sword, the tip pointing to the ground. Frost thought he had seized the upper hand and escaped death. But in the next moment, my sword impaled both him and my mother, pinning them together. Their screams of agony filled the room as their bodies began to disintegrate, melting from the wounds outwards. Even their bones dissolved into nothingness. From the pool of dissolving blood that had once been Frost, the partially awakened consciousness of the blood god, La Magra, let out a frustrated howl before dissipating completely. If Frost hadn't challenged me, the blood god's consciousness would have fully revived, using Frost's body as its host. But Frost, drunk on power, had walked himself into his own demise. Each time my sword killed him, the toxins it released seeped further into his body. Though his magic and regenerative abilities fought back, the accumulative poison eventually overwhelmed even his enhanced healing. "Lame. A moment like this needs a cool one-liner." Wei Xiaoming's voice crackled through my comms. Back on the plane, I could hear his sarcastic commentary. To him, this might have been high drama, but for me, my parents were no different from any other vampires I'd killed. They were strangers to me. I'm not one for levity. I only talk when necessary. Most of the time, I'm the strong, silent type. General Ross, on the other hand, seemed more intrigued than ever. Frost's enhanced abilities and my combat prowess clearly astonished him, and his opinion of Wei Xiaoming had also risen. If stealing talent from Nick Fury weren't such a monumental task, Ross might have already tried to recruit Wei Xiaoming for his Thunderbolts team. Were it not for his obsession with the Hulk, he might have already fixated on Wei Xiaoming's bioarmor innovations. At that moment, a voice came through Ross's communicator. "Sir, the vampires in the building have been cleared out." It was one of the soldiers from his task force. The result was unsurprising. The observation team members were elite soldiers armed with anti-vampire weaponry. If they'd been wiped out by ordinary vampires, they'd seriously need to reevaluate their training. "Well done, Francis," Ross said. Then, glancing at Wei Xiaoming, who was still glued to the monitor, he asked, "And what about the item I requested?" Francis replied, "Sir, we didn't encounter any super vampires or retrieve samples. But we did find something in a highly secure area. It might be the Amazon cells mentioned in the reports." I am Wei Xiaoming. Initially, I had envisioned Deacon Frost injecting himself with the Amazon cells, creating a hybrid monster that combined both science and magic. In the scenario I designed for Blade, he would have to face this terrifying creature, pushing himself to the limits with his sword and evolving into a new species after prolonged combat. But I overestimated Frost's power. Blade absolutely crushed him, and the battle was so one-sided that it lacked the dramatic twists I had anticipated. Wearing professional-grade listening equipment, I clearly overheard the conversation between General Ross and Francis. As expected, Ross had his sights set on the Amazon cells. I thought to myself, if I'd known this would happen, why did I go through all the trouble of sneaking in a Frost skyscraper to plant those cells for them in the first place? In a hidden, inconspicuous corner of the skyscraper, my alter ego, Dr. Death, quietly observed Ross's task force. My mechanical body was cloaked in optical camouflage and equipped with signal-blocking technology, making me invisible to their infrared detectors. In my hand was a briefcase bearing the Shocker logo, containing a single injector of Amazon cells. I was essentially playing the classic American game of being both the arsonist and the firefighter, handing Ross the cells while leaving the consequences to fate. Who knows what horrifying monsters he might create? Since 2007, the world has entered a fast lane of development. Everything has become rushed, but the most significant shift has been the war between humans and vampires. Detecting vampires has become vital. Even rogue tech enthusiasts like Whistler could cobble together decent vampire detectors from scrap materials for personal use, but scaling up for mass detection was a logistical nightmare. Spectral analyzers mounted on satellites could theoretically be tuned to specific frequencies to detect vampires, but achieving global real-time coverage would be impossible with Earth's current technological capabilities. Large-scale manual inspections, on the other hand, were labor-intensive, time-consuming, and nearly unfeasible, especially given the high mobility of the population in the United States. That's where the Akashic records came into play. By inputting vast amounts of social data and using confirmed vampires as anchors, the system could map their interpersonal relationships to narrow the search radius. Satellites would then zero in on those locations to identify vampire activity. This operation's anchor point was Deacon Frost. The primary purpose of raiding his skyscraper was to seize data on his connections with other vampires and human collaborators. Pearl, the Tooth Vampire, had also managed a data center, but during her battle with Blade, she destroyed the supercomputer. The information she provided verbally was only a small fraction of what was available. After running specific programs to process satellite feedback, the large screen in the SHIELD Data Processing Center quickly lit up with vampire markers. The map of the United States turned blood red, alarming even Nick Fury. While the proportions on the display exaggerated the scope, it was still a chilling sight. Fury had always been aware of the vampire threat, but had underestimated its severity because the intelligence he'd collected painted a less dire picture. This new data revealed just how deeply vampires had infiltrated human society. Many individuals in critical positions were entangled with vampires, shielding them and sacrificing humans to maintain the vampire secrecy. Fury turned to me and asked, "Can you identify the humans collaborating with the vampires?" This was the SHIELD Data Processing Center, while I was fine-tuning a computer shaped like a brain. This half-refrigerator-sized machine was connected to SHLD's database via cables and was processing all vampire-related data. I nodded and replied, "Of course. Most of the vampires have been identified, and Brain's algorithm can easily trace their connections back to humans. However, there's no guarantee we won't miss some, or worse, falsely accuse innocent people. Human intentions can't be read by machines. Computers lack emotions. No matter how advanced an application is, it's still just a logical algorithm. Giving it unchecked authority would be a crime." This mirrored Fury's own reservations about Project Insight, but he still tasked me with processing the data and creating detailed charts to present to the World Security Council. Eliminating vampires wasn't just about eradicating their species. It also meant rooting out the humans who collaborated with them. After all, traitors can sometimes be more despicable than the enemy itself. Within a week, the global anti-vampire campaign commenced. Cleansing units from various countries launched high-profile operations, with all resources redirected to support them. These missions were given the highest priority. In urban areas, ultraviolet weapons were deployed. Under the beams of UV spotlights and grenades, vampires had nowhere to hide. Humans were mostly unharmed, as UV light only caused minor discomfort for them. In places where vampires congregated, such as blood banks and nightclubs, entire buildings were obliterated with overwhelming firepower. Vampires attempted to fight back, using makeshift armor, modified civilian firearms, and their enhanced physical traits. But against the heavy weaponry of human soldiers, it was futile. Humanity's destructive capacity is unmatched. Just look at how many species have gone extinct due to human activity. Vampires were simply next in line. After the purges, vampires were forced to retreat to remote mountains, forests, and sewer systems, left with no place in human society. Some high-ranking vampires attempted to negotiate with humans, but after lengthy debates, nations agreed to a strict policy: no contact with vampires. Anyone caught communicating with vampires without first shooting them would be deemed a collaborator. Depending on the circumstances, they would be executed on the spot or arrested and sentenced to death after trial. As for the humans who collaborated with vampires, joint enforcement teams quickly uncovered them. Their assets were confiscated, including anything transferred to spouses or children. Collaborators faced prison sentences of at least 5 centuries. The charges were numerous, with the most common being crimes against humanity. In the United States, the IRS also got involved, uncovering widespread tax evasion tied to the cash and businesses vampires had used to bribe human officials. I am Voiceover. With the destruction of the vampires, their financial empire collapsed instantaneously. Laboratories under their control, filled with cutting-edge technology, were seized and divided among nations. As these technological reserves were assimilated, Earth's civilization was on the brink of a technological explosion. However, the global financial system, deeply intertwined with vampire capital, also suffered a devastating blow. Real estate ventures, subprime mortgage institutions, and investment funds managed by vampires went bankrupt one after another, triggering a financial storm that swept across the globe. Since the discovery of the alien insects, the United States had been retracting its overseas military bases. Without the financial benefits of foreign wars and unable to exploit its loyal cash cow, Japan, too aggressively, the domestic economy began to stagnate. The illusion of prosperity was sustained solely by an overinflated real estate market. Subprime mortgage institutions that catered to low-income groups became a critical link in this chain. Once they collapsed, it was a domino effect, bringing down the fragile prosperity built upon them. While many profited immensely from the division of the vampire's legacy, they were only interested in making money amidst the financial crisis. None cared to stabilize the faltering market. As Nick Fury had feared, eliminating the vampires was easy. Dealing with the aftermath was far more difficult. In the shadow of nuclear deterrence, the looming threat of a Third World War seemed increasingly plausible as nations sought to redirect attention from their domestic economic crises. But none of that had anything to do with me anymore. I was going to study magic. With the address given to me by the Ancient One, I arrived at 177A Bleecker Street, the New York Sanctum, located in the heart of Greenwich Village. The building's exterior was ancient, completely out of place amidst the modern surroundings. Yet, no one around so much as glanced at it. People instinctively avoided the building, taking alternate routes without even realizing their behavior was peculiar. The Sanctum Sanctorum had 3 floors, with the top floor featuring a large, circular window. 4 curved lines formed a pattern resembling the logo of a national power grid, but this was the seal of Ashani. The seal was a powerful defense mechanism, part of the magical array that protected Earth from the prying eyes of dimensional deities. In the movies, traitors like Caecilius only managed to infiltrate, because they were trained at Kamar Taj. Without such a background, they wouldn't have even made it through the front door. Before I could knock, the sanctum's door opened on its own, and a black man in wizard robes walked out, his hands clasped behind his back. Unlike his gorilla brothers, as it might be unfairly stereotyped, he had a kind demeanor and a refined air. He looked like the kind of person who could don a suit and glasses and be mistaken for an expert in any given field. He introduced himself. "I am Daniel Drum, the custodian of the New York Sanctum. The Ancient One has informed me of your arrival and instructed me to grant you access to all our knowledge. If you prefer not to stay here, I can send you to Kamar Taj, where the Ancient One will personally teach you. In the world of magic, knowledge is power. High-level sorcerers pursue the truths of the universe, while the less disciplined are seduced by raw power." I thought for a moment and said, "I'll go to Kamar Taj. Who wants to stay in New York? At least in Kamar Taj, I can escape the chaos and enjoy clean air. I wouldn't need to wear my gas mask all the time. With my constitution, I could survive even in the harshest conditions, but why settle for that when a better option exists?" Drum nodded and said, "Follow me. The Ancient One is an exceptional teacher." With a gesture of invitation, he led the way upstairs. "Thank you, master," I replied politely. We ascended to the third floor, stopping in front of a door engraved with a unique emblem. Drum didn't immediately open it. Instead, he turned to me and said, "The Ancient One told me you're special. I can't see through your soul, and the energy within your body is immense. If you choose to stay at the New York Sanctum, I would actually advise you to go to Kamar Taj instead. I can't guarantee I'd be able to guide you onto the right path or teach you how to use your power responsibly." I said, "The Ancient One told me to confront my inner self. My path is already set. No power can change that." Drum nodded in understanding. He formed a series of intricate hand signs, and magical energy coalesced into complex patterns in his hands. The door shimmered with golden energy before slowly opening. "You may enter," he said. I stepped through, feeling as though I had passed through a veil of air, and found myself in a mystical space. Waiting for me was Mordo, the Ancient One's most prominent disciple. When Mordo saw my towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, he visibly flinched but composed himself quickly. "Kent Clark," he said, addressing me by my alias. "The Ancient One has prepared tea and is waiting for you." I followed Mordo through the corridors, taking several turns before arriving at a grand hall. The exterior architecture was Chinese in style, but the interior decor leaned Japanese, likely due to the filmmakers and set designers' limited understanding of Asian cultures. Or perhaps it was because Kamar Taj had such a long history. This hall, built during the Tang Dynasty, still retained the essence of ancient Chinese aesthetics. The Ancient One sat at a low tea table, brewing milk tea. To accommodate my taste, she had prepared it simply with tea leaves and milk, without any spices or salt. I sat cross-legged, removed my gas mask, and asked, "I want to learn magic. What do I need to do?" Using the magnetic forces within my body, I could control my appearance, and I had once considered reshaping my face to resemble what I looked like in my past life. But the memory had faded over time, and I now bore a face that fit the East Asian ideal of a mixed-race individual. The Ancient One smiled and said, "That depends on what you seek. Do you wish to use magic to explore the mysteries of the universe? Or do you simply seek to grow stronger through magical power? Or perhaps you wish to study practical magic that serves your needs?" I am Wei Xiuming. In the Marvel Universe, most sorcerers cast their magic by borrowing power from other dimensions or powerful magical entities. For example, dark magic originates from Thon, the god of the damned, while the spells of Kamar Taj draw their strength from the trinity of Ishani. The Ancient One extended her life by extracting energy from the dark dimension, skillfully bypassing Dormammu, its ruler, to obtain that power. This principle isn't limited to magic. Many supernatural abilities operate similarly. For instance, Jean Grey's Phoenix Force in the X-Men is a cosmic entity, and Cyclops doesn't shoot red beams from his eyes. Rather, his eyes open a portal to a dimension filled with high-density energy, and the energy difference creates the concussive blasts. Then there's the Sentry, one of Marvel's many Superman knockoffs, who gained the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns by injecting himself with a serum that opened a connection to a singular universe. Unlike those rare, accidental mutations with near-impossible odds, magic can be systematically learned, but it comes at a cost. Whether it's organs, mental strength, soul, or bloodline, anything you have can be used as payment. In the comics, Doctor Strange is often mockingly referred to as the sorcerer of frailty because of the toll magic takes on his body. Overusing magic left him riddled with physical injuries and a fragmented soul. He could only sleep 3 hours a day. Otherwise, his soul would drift into the dream dimension's madness and drive him insane. He even coughed up fragments of his soul. His digestive system was ruined, leaving a permanent, mouse-sized hole in his stomach that neither magic nor technology could heal. He survived only by relying on Wong to make porridge out of rare ingredients. The Ancient One's strength, on the other hand, comes from several key factors. First, her lineage traces back to Agamotto, one of the trinity of Ashanti and the god of white magic. As a successor, she holds the title of Sorcerer Supreme and wields high-level authority. Second, she possesses the Eye of Agamotto, an artifact left behind by Agamotto himself that allows her to draw energy across dimensions. Third, she shares the burden of magic's cost with her many disciples. When the price of casting a spell is distributed among hundreds of sorcerers, the individual toll becomes negligible. Because she understands the hardships of learning magic, the Ancient One forbids her sorcerers from using high-cost, low-reward spells like Fireball. Beginners focus on chanting spells to draw energy and shaping it into weapons like swords and daggers for close combat. Advanced sorcerers delve into the fabric of the universe, mastering techniques like mirror dimensions and portals. Only Doctor Strange, as the Sorcerer Supreme, has enough magical energy and resources to cast the grand, high-end spells we see in the movies. The Kamartaj tradition also emphasizes physical discipline. Before learning high-level magic, a sorcerer must forge their body into steel, capable of withstanding the strain of heavy armor while dominating a battlefield. So don't scoff at the sight of robed sorcerers training like martial artists. Those exercises genuinely help. The Ancient One's methods are deliberate and well thought out. When the Ancient One asked me what I saw for magic, I replied, I just want to learn the knowledge within magic to understand this world from a different perspective. The Ancient One smiled and said, that is the best choice for you. Mordo, arrange a private room for him. He doesn't need to be assigned cleaning or kitchen duties. Mordo, who had been standing silently to the side, bowed and accepted the order. The Ancient One added, Mordo, teach Kent the methods of meditation. She then turned to me and explained, meditation is an excellent way to harmonize the mind and body. It won't burden you with unnecessary magical energy, but will prepare you to approach magical knowledge in your best state. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme, I said, drinking the milk tea she had poured for me. After putting my gas mask back on, I followed Mordo out. As we walked, I struck up a conversation with Mordo and learned that he was responsible for guiding new recruits through the basics of Kamartaj teachings. The Ancient One herself only intervened once students were ready to learn advanced knowledge. It seemed Mordo was being groomed as her successor. Had it not been for Dr. Stephen Strange's genius and Mordo's increasingly extreme personality, Mordo might have taken Wong's place as the key figure in Kamartaj. When we arrived at the room, Mordo handed me a slip of paper. This is Kamartaj's schedule. Follow these times for waking, meals, and practice. For the first few days, I'll personally wake you and help you familiarize yourself with the environment. Make sure your watch is synchronized to the local time zone. He then taught me a short incantation, carefully explaining each syllable's pronunciation and meaning. When I recited it as instructed, I felt an unprecedented sense of calm. The previously turbulent magnetic forces within my body slowed and steadied. For the first time, I felt as immovable and serene as a statue of the Buddha. Seeing how quickly I entered the meditative state, Mordo remarked that I had talent. As he turned to leave, I stopped him. Mordo, do the students at Kamartaj also handle chores like cleaning? As he turned back, Mordo felt an overwhelming yet pure force emanating from me, a pressure so immense it seemed capable of obliterating everything. Despite having fought alongside the Ancient One against other dimensional entities, Mordo had never felt such fear. He instinctively stepped back, But just as quickly as the pressure came, it disappeared. If not for his sensitivity to energy, he might have dismissed it as a fleeting illusion. Mordo, do the students at Kamartaj also handle chores like cleaning? I repeated. Of course, Mordo replied. Kamartaj is a large complex. Maintenance and cleaning are all done by us. With hundreds of permanent and visiting sorcerers, the daily workload for meals alone is significant. Even the Ancient One occasionally cooks herself. I laughed. Before I came here, I thought the people at Kamartaj were otherworldly beings, untouched by mundane concerns. With a strange expression, Mordo replied, "Why would you think that? We wield magical power, but we're still human. Handling daily necessities is perfectly normal." I am Wei-Xioming. After Mordo left, I clenched my fists and muttered with a mix of amusement and disbelief. By entering a meditative state of pure calm and then unleashing my anger and power, I accidentally triggered a force that felt like the wrathful manifestation of a Buddha subduing demons. Without even realizing it, I've stumbled upon the technique of infinite shock meditation. Because of the time difference, when I arrived at the New York sanctum in the morning, it was already night at Kamartaj. Since I don't need to sleep, I decided to use the time for meditation as my form of cultivation. This room was built with average human dimensions in mind, so the bed felt cramped for someone of my height and build. Human strength doesn't rely solely on muscle mass. The ability of the nervous system to recruit and coordinate muscles is equally important. This is what's often referred to as inner strength. It's the same with the magnetic rotational energy system. Those with higher mastery of the same level of energy are exponentially more destructive. The key lies in the concept of perfect state, which combines strategy, tactics, experience, and the precise application of power. Techniques such as concentration, compression, and finesse all contribute to this state. Take White Boring Guy, for example. His overpowered cheat abilities, driven by the perfect state electric currents, allowed him to obliterate a legion of magnetic energy users with ease. Meditation helped me gain better control over my magnetic rotational energy. The techniques that the computer simulations once calculated for me now seemed crude by comparison. My body, which had swelled to its physical limits to contain the surging energy, could now compress that energy, reducing the strain on my physique. The next morning, Mordo knocked on my door, carrying a set of training robes from Kamartaj. When I opened the door, he was stunned. Overnight, I had shrunk from nearly 2.5 meters tall to just under 2 meters, with my proportions shrinking accordingly. I bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Mordo, for teaching me the method of meditation." Mordo replied, "It was on the Ancient One's orders. Kamartaj is generous with its knowledge. You don't need to thank me." Glancing at the robes, he realized they no longer fit and said, "Please wait a moment." By the time he returned with a new set of robes, we had already lost quite a bit of time. When we arrived at the dining hall, most of the sorcerers and students were either eating or had already finished their meals. As I followed Mordo with my tray to get food, I saw an elderly man serving in the kitchen. Instinctively, I straightened my back and stood in respectful silence. That unmistakable face belonged to Stan Lee himself. With his slick-back hair, white beard, and tinted glasses, there he was, serving food as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After sitting down to eat, I asked Mordo, the elder serving food, "Who is he?" Mordo, unfazed, simply replied, "That's Master Lee. He's been here at Kamartaj since before I arrived." I nodded and decided not to mention it again. After breakfast, we rested briefly. The kitchen staff and assisting apprentices finished cleaning the dishes, and everyone headed to their respective training grounds based on their progress. Mordo was in charge of foundational training for beginners. Since I was here to study magical knowledge rather than train in combat, I simply observed from the sidelines. Even beginners were divided into levels. The group Mordo was teaching had already learned to extract magical energy. He was now instructing them on how to enhance and control that energy. As he demonstrated, his movements were concise and precise, with clear standards for speed and force. The students quickly picked up the techniques after watching a couple of times, and Mordo corrected any deviations in their movements. Within half a day, the group had mastered a sequence of dozens of actions. The scene resembled a martial arts class focused on health and fitness more than magic training. As I observed, I began to understand the underlying principles. These movements, when combined with the type of magic the Ancient One had used to defeat me, would exponentially increase their lethality. Sorcerers aren't limited to ground-based combat. The mirror dimension and artifacts like the vaulting boots of Vaulter grant them high mobility, allowing attacks from all directions. Mordo's movements, when applied flexibly, could adapt to numerous scenarios. Additionally, many of his gestures were hand signs used in spellcasting, essential for channeling magical energy and focusing mental intent. These techniques were clearly honed through the Ancient One's own battle-tested experiences. Realizing this, I began practicing Mordo's movements. As my energy flowed through my body, lines of magical energy sparked and crackled at my fingertips. With each motion, I constructed the framework of a basic magical array. The moment I started practicing, Mordo stopped teaching the others and focused entirely on me. Without the incantations of Kamartaj, it should have been impossible for me to generate magical energy. Yet, when I formed the first line of energy, Mordo froze. By the time I constructed a complex, three-dimensional magical array, both he and the students were silently staring in shock. I said, "So that's the principle, breaking down complete magical structures, physical conditioning, and practical combat techniques into foundational movements and combining them. Whoever developed this martial art is truly remarkable." I clapped my hands together, performing the finishing gesture, and the magical array dissolved into sparks. "Thank you for the compliment," said the Ancient One, who had appeared in the training ground without anyone noticing. Mordo and the students immediately bowed in respect, and I followed suit. The Ancient One said, "Your talent in magic is extraordinary. I didn't expect you to be able to cast spells without incantations." She gestured for Mordo to continue training the students, then turned to me. "How do you feel about magical energy?" I answered honestly, "Terrible." When I constructed the first line of magical energy, I felt as though I had lost something. It was insignificant, but it wasn't something I wanted to lose. And it feels like I've drawn the attention of something powerful. The moment I extracted energy from the multiverse, my instincts told me that a formidable entity was watching me. "I am Voiceover." Frowning slightly, I said to the Ancient One, "That feeling was absolutely awful. It wasn't me reaching out to draw magic, but rather magic actively entangling itself with me. It felt like high-dimensional gods were eyeing something within me, eager to exchange it for their power. If your magical practice operates like a seller's market, then when I draw dimensional energy, it becomes a buyer's market." The Ancient One explained, "This set of foundational movements serves as a complete ritual for communicating with Vishani, the gods of white magic. The incantations function like a ringing phone call. You're far too unique. Vishani and other dimensional entities have long been trying to figure out what you are, were it not for Earth's unique positioning in the multiverse." She abruptly stopped herself mid-sentence. Some truths seemed to brush against forbidden topics, things she couldn't share with me. She continued, "Since magic makes you uneasy, there's no need for you to observe or train in magical energy manipulation. You can directly move on to higher-level studies." As we walked and talked, the Ancient One led me to Kamartaj Library, which was overseen by a Nepalese sorcerer named Dashir. Dashir, who was busy organizing books, placed a heavy tome back on the shelf before bowing respectfully to the Ancient One. "Sorcerer Supreme," he greeted. The Ancient One said, "Dashir, this is Kent Clark, a guest here at Kamartaj. All the scrolls and manuscripts in the library are to be made available to him." Then, turning to me, she added, "Most of the texts here are written in ancient languages or magical scripts. If you find yourself unable to decipher something, you can consult Dashir or Master Mordo. Both are highly knowledgeable and can answer most of your questions. If even they are unsure, or if the magical knowledge inspires new ideas, feel free to discuss them with me." Dashir hesitated for a moment and said, "Sorcerer Supreme, Kamartaj shares its knowledge freely, but some of the more advanced texts can be dangerous for sorcerers who are not adequately prepared." This individual, he didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Without any visible magical energy emanating from me, I seemed far from qualified. Magic, after all, values wisdom and knowledge above all else. The Ancient One smiled and reassured him, Dashir, don't worry. Kent is here to learn knowledge, and he knows his own limits. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and left the library. Dashir, recognizing that the Sorcerer Supreme's decisions were beyond his authority to question, nodded in agreement. Once the Ancient One was gone, he introduced me to the library's layout. The library's collection is divided into 3 categories: basic texts, more advanced works, and the rare, one-of-a-kind volumes collected by the Ancient One herself. Following his gesture, I noticed several rows of books chained to their shelves, set apart from the rest of the library. Dashir warned me, the Ancient One's private collection contains many texts on dark magic and world-altering principles. They are highly dangerous, not just in their content, but in their very existence. The locks on those chains looked easy to open. It was clear the chains were more symbolic than practical, a deterrent for the honorable, but not the determined. In the movies, Caecilius had been able to borrow such texts before his rebellion. Even after defecting, he could have applied for access and likely been approved. Doctor Strange, driven by curiosity, easily acquired the Book of Cagliostro, learning time manipulation and even playing with the Eye of Agamotto to create an infinitely regenerating apple. Even when Mordo and Wong caught him, they only stopped him from further exploration. Mordo's scolding was out of genuine concern for Strange. Dashir pulled a thick book from the shelves and handed it to me. This is the Codex of the Supreme. It contains the compiled notes of previous Sorcerer Supremes, documenting extensive magical theories, but no direct applications of magic, which makes it perfect for you. Each Sorcerer Supreme came from a different era and civilization, recording their thoughts in their native languages and unique writing styles. Mastering this book is considered the first step in understanding magic. Once you've read it, you'll be able to access most of the ancient texts in the library. During my time in the cosmos, I had learned intergalactic languages such as Kree and Shi'ar, but flipping through the Codex of the Supreme left me overwhelmed. It contained Vedic Sanskrit, runes, classical Latin, ancient Greek, Old English, and even archaic Chinese characters, most of which I could barely recognize. Only a handful of pre-Qin seal script characters were familiar to me. If I could fully comprehend this book, I would have a foundational understanding of several language systems and magical knowledge. It would also open the doors to the library's other ancient texts. Dashir's recommendation was spot on. I thanked him and settled at a desk with a book. Dashir patiently guided me through it, explaining grammar and linguistic patterns in detail. The book wasn't just text. It featured intricate diagrams, magical symbols, and illustrations of magical arrays to aid comprehension. Dashir even demonstrated some of the concepts, using streams of magical energy to show how the patterns worked. Some arrays, which appeared two-dimensional on the page, were actually three-dimensional in practice. Others required real-time calculations of celestial body movements and Earth's position for accurate adjustments. A less intelligent person might have fallen asleep halfway through. Dr. Strange managed to face Dormammu within months because of his photographic memory and dual doctorates in medicine and physics. 3 days later, Dashir was astounded by my progress. I don't understand why you're unwilling to become a sorcerer, but your talent in this field is the greatest I've ever seen. I humbly thanked him and asked him to recommend another book. I began independent study, consulting him only when I encountered difficulties. However, I could feel an uncanny presence from the Ancient One's private collection. Several books, such as the Crimson Tome, the Book of Cagliostro, and the 7 Secrets of the Mystic Lord, seemed to call out to me. They radiated a strange allure, tempting me to read their words, memorize their contents, and wield the knowledge within. I am Wei-Xioming. Without realizing it, I had spent half a year at Camartage, and I can honestly say it was the happiest 6 months I've had since arriving in the Marvel Universe. Life here was simple, even Spartan. My room was old and worn, nowhere near the luxurious accommodations of the Osborne Industries base. The communal meals couldn't compare to the meticulously prepared dishes of a professional chef. If we needed supplies, we had to take a half-day trip to the nearest town. There wasn't even running water or flush toilets. But the people here, whether they were full-fledged sorcerers or apprentices, radiated an infectious sense of drive and purpose. Those who had earned the title of sorcerer were singularly focused, Exploring the truths of magic and the mysteries of the universe was just part of their daily lives, and material comforts hardly mattered to them. The apprentices were the same. Hours of grueling physical training didn't discourage them, and they found joy in studying ancient languages and reciting difficult incantations. The atmosphere reminded me of the days leading up to the college entrance exams back in my original world. Everyone was working tirelessly, pouring their youthful energy into shaping their futures. It was a time of hope and determination. As the Ancient One had said, Kamartaj shared its knowledge freely and equally, except for knowledge that was temporarily beyond one's grasp. Everyone was willing to share what they knew without reservation. Surrounded by such openness, I let my guard down and truly began to see myself as part of Kamartaj. Although the Ancient One had told me I didn't need to join in the chores, I still picked up tools to help sweep the courtyard. While I didn't possess the signature cooking skills that many travelers from other worlds seem to have, my efficiency in the kitchen was unmatched. When helping prepare meals, I could peel and slice potatoes for hundreds of people faster than 5 others combined. I even improved the milk tea recipes, introducing flavors like grass jelly milk tea and papaya almond milk tea, which won over many who hadn't been fans of milk tea before. Building monsters and riders based on the Kamen Rider template and watching them fight each other had once satisfied the darker side of my personality. But my time at Kamartaj awakened my better nature, showing me the joy of constructive, altruistic pursuits. Although I refrained from drawing dimensional energy to generate magic, I learned plenty about energy manipulation techniques. For instance, I mastered spells to forge shields and weapons, which I could replicate using my magnetic rotational energy. When it came to the apprentices' live combat training with melee weapons, that was my domain. Even Mordo, armed with his magical staff, had been defeated by me in sparring. I couldn't help it. My computational abilities let me dissect his fighting style and habits with ease. Of course, when it came to combat experience, I was no match for the Ancient One, who had lived for centuries, possibly millennia. Getting thoroughly beaten by her was just a part of life. Without the ability to wield high-dimensional energy to manipulate reality, most spells were out of reach for me. But the insights I gained into energy transformations were far more valuable than the spells themselves. My previous combat techniques had focused on raw, destructive power, but over these months, I developed a softer, more refined approach. It was akin to the fluidity of Jellyfish Fist from the Legend of White Snake. This allowed me to attack multiple targets simultaneously, bind enemies, and adapt to a variety of situations with versatility. The Ancient One also taught me how to craft a sling ring and the fundamentals of creating portals. With my knowledge base, I was confident I could develop scientific devices to manipulate space. If I had access to the Space Stone or its research data, this theoretical technology could make significant progress. When I began studying the magical tomes that had been calling to me, I came to understand the terrifying nature of magic. Simply reading and absorbing the knowledge, without even casting the spells, had already drawn the attention of several dimensional entities. In an instant, horrifying visions unfolded before me, a higher dimensional being's presence overlaying the lower dimensional world. It was a phenomenon akin to how an advanced civilization's faster-than-light particles granted alien species like the Brood anti-physics superspeed. But when a dimensional god acts directly, the results are far more terrifying. It was as if I had been thrust into Dr. Strange's shoes when the Ancient One had knocked his soul out of his body, showing him the true nature of reality. But unlike the Ancient One's gentle guidance, the dimensional gods were anything but kind. Their full-dimensional presence unfolded before me, and in that moment, my 5 senses vanished. Pure information flooded directly into my mind. Every observable and unobservable existence surged into my perception. I had to fully activate my abilities just to anchor myself in the real world and prevent my consciousness from getting lost in other dimensions. Then came the temporal dimension, past and future connected, and I saw myself in the past, a massive worm-like creature crawling across dimensions, extending toward a decisive branching point in the future. Thankfully, the Ancient One noticed the anomaly in time. Using the power of the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone, she pulled me back. Otherwise, I might have been captured by the dimensional gods. It seems you can no longer delve into deeper magical knowledge, the Ancient One said, closing the book I had been reading. Your existence is far too tempting for the dimensional gods, and advanced magic cannot avoid their interference. Dasher took the book from her and returned it to the shelf, securing it with the symbolic iron chains. Rubbing my temples, I tried to steady myself. Although the experience had lasted only a moment and my body had remained seated the entire time, the danger I had felt was real. I could have easily been erased from existence by those gods. After taking a few deep breaths, I said to the Ancient One, "Thank you for everything over these months. I think it's time for me to leave. I hope I haven't caused too much trouble for Kamar-Taj during my stay." By this point, I understood that there wasn't much more for me to gain here unless I pursued the path of sorcerer. It wasn't that I had learned everything, but rather that the knowledge suited to me was limited to begin with. Given my learning speed, 6 months have been more than enough. Kamar-Taj has become a better place because of you, the Ancient One said with a smile. At the very least, we now have milk tea in multiple flavors and Wi-Fi. Thanks to my push for technological advancement, smartphones had been introduced years ahead of schedule, and wireless internet technology had become widespread. After their training and studies, Kamar-Taj's apprentices would relax by browsing the internet, which had become a small but meaningful part of their lives. Of course, the Wi-Fi password wasn't something as silly as HHHUISL. I am Wei-Xioming. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed the Ancient One's face suddenly change. The ground beneath her feet abruptly cracked open, and a massive, menacing claw grabbed her and dragged her into the earth in an instant. Immediately after, scorching heat waves and black smoke, reeking of sulfur, erupted from the fissure and engulfed the entire library in seconds. The force of the blast was so immense that I couldn't withstand it. My entire body was thrown through the air, crashing through several bookshelves before landing in a corner of the library. Dashiell, being just an ordinary person, was hit by the toxic smoke and heat wave. The moisture in his body evaporated instantly, turning him into a dried-out corpse of bones. His clothes caught fire from the heat, and even his skeleton was reduced to ashes, which were scattered into the air by the toxic wind. When I managed to stand up, the once solemn and ancient library had turned into a ruin. Broken walls and remnants were everywhere. The neatly arranged bookshelves and the magical tomes they held had been incinerated by the heat, leaving only the main beams of the roof with smoldering fragments. It wasn't just the library. Kamar-Taj as a whole had been consumed by a sea of fire. Burning buildings were everywhere, with flames and black smoke painting the sky a blood-red hue. The screams of survivors could still be heard, mixed with the sounds of collapsing walls, trees cracking from the intense heat, and strange noises, like creatures calling out and the wet, squelching sounds of them feeding. I looked around and murmured to myself, "This is hell." This wasn't a metaphor. It was a literal description. The Ancient One had once used a spell to steal a portion of energy from the Hell Dimension to help me understand its characteristics and broaden my horizons. The energy that destroyed Kamar-Taj clearly came from the Hell Dimension. The sulfurous wind blowing out of the fissures made it obvious without much thought. The indistinct noises were the sounds of hellish creatures that had descended to Earth through the spatial rift. Protected by infernal magic, they weren't torn apart by the unstable spatial passage. The first wave of the attack caught the sorcerers completely off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. The hellish creatures then began their frenzy. Most of the sorcerers were either dead or severely injured. A few who managed to erect magical barriers had already exhausted a significant amount of their energy in resisting. As their strength waned, the hellish creatures struck again, and the sorcerers became their feast. The environment of hell is harsh. Poisonous smoke fills the air, molten lava flows everywhere, and the ground is scorching hot. The strong devour the weak as a matter of routine. To survive in this survival of the fittest environment, one must possess both extraordinary strength and tactics. Even if the first wave consisted of cannon fodder far weaker than the Hell Lords whose power rivals the gods, they were still formidable opponents. The sorcerers stood no chance. How infuriating! Kamar-Taj was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and I had never felt such rage before. I unleashed the full power of my magnetic field manipulation and charged toward the nearest hellish creature. But just as I took a step forward, the ground beneath me collapsed, revealing a molten lava-filled chasm. The heat in the air intensified even further. With no footing, I didn't panic. My magnetic field manipulation allows me to influence the magnetic fields around me. While I hadn't yet reached the level of 500,000 Gauss to achieve true anti-gravity flight, I could still use this power to fly temporarily. However, it was energy-intensive. True instinctive flight requires surpassing 500,000 Gauss. But I soon discovered that the surrounding magnetic field was bizarre and offered no support. It was then I realized the collapsing ground marked the boundary between Earth and the Hell Dimension. At that moment, I was pulled into the Hell Dimension. I landed on a cliff surrounded by rocks heated to a glowing red by the intense heat. Nearby, a river of molten lava flowed, and in the distance, countless hellish creatures swarmed the mountain ranges. The sky itself was ablaze. If an ordinary person without any resistance capabilities were here, they wouldn't last half a minute. The environment of hell is far harsher than what most earthly creatures can endure. Even I struggled to breathe in this place. The hot, dry air filled with the stench of sulfur was unbearable for my lungs. Anyone else's lungs would be scorched before the sulfur could even poison them. Even with equipment to isolate the environment, one would merely be prolonging their suffering. Beyond the extreme environment, there were countless hellish creatures and tormented souls. A living person here was a rare and precious delicacy. The only water-related areas in hell are bubbling, toxic swamps. With human bodies being 70% water, our flesh and blood are incredibly tempting to hellish creatures. Even if the Sorcerer Supreme came here, these creatures would greedily swarm forward to act as cannon fodder, attempting to deplete her magical energy. Most who enter and exit hell are sorcerers with damaged souls. Someone like me, a living person with an intact soul, is like a magnet drawing all hellish creatures toward me. In addition to the bizarre hellish creatures, there were countless souls of sinners. Their skulls had been split open, their skin flayed, and hell's scorching winds blew from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, penetrating their very bones. They were endlessly tormented. Having already died once, they couldn't die again, and their suffering would persist until their souls were obliterated. As such, their attitude toward the living was even more brutal than that of the hellish creatures. But they were facing me, and I was consumed by rage over the destruction of Kamartaj. These hellish creatures and vengeful souls might be formidable foes on Earth, resistant to conventional weapons and requiring exorcists to use tools and lengthy rituals to deal with them. But in front of me, they were nothing more than fodder. A glance from me was already giving them too much respect. A hellish creature with blood-red fur, horns, scales, razor-sharp claws, and fangs charged at me. Its bloody stench was almost overwhelming as it lunged forward. I made my move. Electromagnetic cannon. Using my X-gene innate ability, I quickly analyzed and mastered the frequency of the magnetic fields in hell, adjusting my magnetic field manipulation to the appropriate level. Several clusters of magnetic energy formed and launched toward the surrounding hellish creatures. The destructive force was far beyond that of the experimental electromagnetic cannons humans were still developing on Earth. I am Voiceover. As the electromagnetic energy cannon blasted out, the hellish creatures surging toward me were cleared away in a large swath. Severed limbs and splattered flesh flew everywhere, staining even the creatures outside the attack range. However, the gruesome sight of their kind being torn apart didn't frighten them. Instead, it provoked their ferocity, and their deafening roars filled the air. The void left by the corpses was quickly filled as countless more hellish creatures charged toward me. This was exactly what I wanted. I was only afraid there wouldn't be enough of them. With my abilities and knowledge, I could have devised a more efficient way to kill them, but only this crude and savage method of smashing their flesh and blood could quell my fury. Imperial heaven-shaking, freezing palm. I raised my hand and struck out a palm. The power of the magnetic field condensed the surrounding heat into a concentrated mass in a reverse entropy form. The creatures within the range of my palm strike were instantly frozen solid, their vitality extinguished by the extreme temperature shift. The condensed heat then transformed into a blade-like force, incinerating the hellish creatures in one direction into ashes. This energy transformation was knowledge I had gained during my 6 months at Kamartaj. See Tiger Explosive Fist. With a punch filled with murderous intent, I struck the ground. The impact destroyed the terrain, launching countless hellish creatures into the air. The explosive force that permeated their bodies detonated, tearing them apart. I had been standing on a cliff, but my punch caused the cliff to collapse. Using my magnetic field manipulation, I attached myself to the largest fragment of rock. Looking down, I saw hellish creatures recklessly leaping off the cliff to pursue me. Even those climbing the sheer walls with their claws turned around and jumped after me, and the ones with bat-like wings followed suit, flying downward. Imperial Sword Path. I slightly curled my 10 fingers, activating the X gene within me inherited from the Lady of Death. 10 sharp bone spikes extended from my fingertips, and with them, I slashed out 10 waves of sword energy. The sword energy seemed alive, wrapping around a large cluster of hellish creatures and tightening to slice them into pieces, leaving them like raw fish fillets. Rapid Bullet Fist. A high-ranking demon that had survived my wide-range attacks, battered and bloodied, charged directly at me. In an instant, it was struck by countless powerful punches, reducing it to a puddle of minced flesh. But there were simply too many hellish creatures. The areas I cleared were quickly filled again. By this time, fragments of the cliff had fallen into the lava river below. The piece I was standing on, under my control, did not sink and instead floated rapidly forward. Most of the hellish creatures pursuing me dove straight into the lava river due to inertia. Some floundered briefly before emerging and continuing their pursuit, while others sank and never resurfaced. Whether they drowned or were burned to death, I couldn't tell. Imperial World-Shaking Jellyfish Fist. Imperial Freezing Palm. I used my energy to manipulate the lava beneath me, splitting off several streams that transformed into tentacles, striking out in all directions. Those who couldn't withstand the attacks were reduced to ashes, while those who could withstand them were frozen together with the lava by the freezing palm. Finally, when a number of hellish creatures I had slain reached tens of thousands, the true ruler of the Hell Dimension appeared. Its arrival was nothing short of spectacular. The ground cracked open, lava erupted skyward like geysers, storms stirred in the air, and the sky seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Upon seeing this, the hellish creatures immediately stopped their pursuit and scattered in all directions. No matter how tempting the flesh and blood of a living human might be, when a Hell Lord steps onto the stage, there's no place for them in the battle. Unlike other dimensions that are ruled by a single demon god, Hell is divided among multiple forces. The strongest among them are revered as Hell Lords, such as Lucifer, the undercover agent sent by heaven, and Mephisto, who is active on Earth. The one before me stood over 100 meters tall, with fiery red skin draped in a black cloak. Its teeth were sharp as shears, its eyes burned like flames, and its jet black, menacing claws exuded malice. It appeared to be the one that had ambushed the Ancient One. Justice has its source, and debts have their collectors. Following the trail of the strongest life force, I had found the culprit. My rage boiled over as I gathered all my strength, vowing to take its head to honor the fallen sorcerers and Kamartaj. Enough! If you continue like this, you'll lose yourself in time. Just as I unleashed a strike with all my power, the Ancient One's voice echoed in my ear. I turned around and saw her standing there in her familiar Kamartaj attire, with the activated eye of Agamotto hanging on her chest. The green light of the time stone's magic constructed multiple magical arrays that coiled around her like armor. A magical chain extended from her waist into some unknown distance. Though we were in the Hell Dimension, the space where the Ancient One stood resembled Kamartaj. More specifically, the library I had spent much of my time in over the past 6 months. The Ancient One placed a hand on my shoulder, and the magic chain behind her pulled taut. In an instant, the scenery around us began to zoom away, as though we were bungee jumping. Clang! Due to inertia, I fell backward, but my strong control allowed me to stop myself from toppling completely. Standing behind me, Master Dashiell instinctively took a step back, bumping into something behind him. Was that an illusion? My martial training told me that my backward movement had been controlled by my consciousness, not by a loss of balance. I thought it must have been an illusion, but seeing the Ancient One closing the eye of Agamotto, I dismissed the idea. The Ancient One nodded slightly and said, "It was real, but not in our current timeline." She made a gesture inviting me to sit, then took a seat in the chair across the desk, looking like she was about to elaborate at length. I turned to check on Master Dashiell, who seemed unharmed, and then sat down as well. In front of me, the Darkhold was open to its final page, though I distinctly remembered having just opened it after taking it from the shelf. The Ancient One said, "In this world, there are only 2 timelines concerning you. Because of my choices, the current timeline has been set. But you are too unique. Countless dimensional demon gods want to interact with you, alter you, and create an uncertain 3rd timeline. Aside from dimensional energy, their medium of influence includes magical texts that record their knowledge. Other books are sealed by Vashani, so as long as you don't actively study magic, they cannot affect you. But Thon, the dark god who wrote the Darkhold, is far too powerful. He can interfere with fate, sending this book I've never collected to Kamarta's shelves, where you found and read it. I am Voiceover." The Ancient One began speaking slowly. Thon, the dark god, was the world's first black magician and the source of all dark magic. He wrote the Scrolls of Thon, which record both malevolent acts and profound knowledge. These scrolls have been passed down through history, with many obtaining them. Extracts of their knowledge became renowned magical texts. The Scrolls of Thon possess their own sentience. When someone reads them, they, in turn, are read by the scrolls. The text appears in the reader's most familiar native language, presenting knowledge that aligns with the reader's innermost desires. This is why there exist evil and corrupt tomes like the Book of the Dead, as well as ancient volumes like the 7 secret chapters of Mysterious Sovereign, which pursue truth and freedom. However, as it is dark magic, the knowledge gained is always twisted and dangerous. Later, a master of mystic arts bound all the Scrolls of Thon into a single volume, creating the Darkhold. It grants knowledge comparable to that of the gods, but using the spells within it signifies a pact with Thon, making the caster a medium for his influence on Earth. Upon death, their soul belongs to him. The core knowledge of the Darkhold is chaos magic, which can manipulate causality and rewrite reality. When you read it, you establish a connection with Thon. He found another timeline and twisted it to his will, using you as an anchor to overwrite the current timeline, forming a 3rd timeline. I said, "Thon's plan was thwarted by you." The Ancient One replied, "It wasn't just my power. I borrowed the strength of the earth, the seal of the Vashani Trinity, the eye of Agamotto, and even the corrective force of fate itself to find you in a reality that was being overwritten and bring you back to this one." Her face darkened with anger. But on the way back, the Hell Dimension intervened, attempting to accomplish what Thon could not. I recalled the towering figure I'd seen in Hell and asked, "Was it that demon?" Mephisto, one of the Hell Lords, the Ancient One confirmed. He manipulates desires with lies to harvest human souls. Through contracts, he can operate on Earth. He once obtained the Darkhold, and the knowledge he gained allows him to influence reality, creating illusions and altering history. Returning from an uncertain future is extremely dangerous. Mephisto, wielding remnants of Thon's power, could easily interfere with us. Finally, the Ancient One said, "I don't know what you experienced in Mephisto's illusion, but your strong will and refusal to be deceived by false realities allowed me to find you again. Or rather," she added, "the fact that you were able to maintain your sense of self under the cosmic secrets revealed by Thon is already remarkable." I smiled faintly, but said nothing, my thoughts turning to Mephisto. He is, after all, one of the most infamous villains. In the comics, Dr. Doom's mother's soul was in his hands. He exploited loopholes in contracts to trick people into signing away their souls. For instance, Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider, sold his soul to cure his father's cancer, only for his father to die in an accident the next day. After the Civil War storyline, Spider-Man's identity was exposed, his family was attacked by villains, and Aunt May was gravely injured. Mephisto seized the opportunity to appear, taking Spider-Man's future daughter in exchange for Aunt May's recovery. Mary Jane also sacrificed their marriage to have Mephisto erase everyone's memory of Spider-Man's identity, preventing further tragedy, but both of them lost their loved ones in the process. I couldn't think of a way to deal with Mephisto for now, and joked to myself, I suppose this is akin to the trials Buddha faced on his path to enlightenment. When Buddha awakened, the demon Mara tried to obstruct him. I gain a little high-level knowledge, and suddenly the dimensional demon gods can't sit still. The Ancient One understood the reference. Earlier, when I used the word freedom, she couldn't find an appropriate translation in English and had used the Chinese term directly. I bowed respectfully to the Ancient One and then to Dashiell, the library caretaker. During my time at Camartage, these two had helped me greatly. Respecting one's teachers is a principle I hold dear, and this courtesy was necessary. I said, it's time for me to leave Camartage. There are still many matters awaiting me in the world of ordinary people. The Ancient One replied, go pack your things. I'll have Master Mordo escort you back to the New York Sanctum. You're always welcome to visit Camartage. As I was about to leave the library, I stopped and said solemnly, Ancient One, regarding Master Mordo and Master Caecilius, I must warn you. From my interactions with them, I found that Master Mordo is highly principled, but when his beliefs collapse, he could become extreme. Master Caecilius, on the other hand, is only interested in magic as a means to pursue power. If he comes into contact with the Dark Dimension's energy, he may fall into corruption. In this world, magic and miracles always come at a price. The Ancient One nodded slightly. She understood my meaning, but this was the nature of fixed fate. I knew she had her own thoughts and decisions. Whether my advice made any difference depended on how this experienced sorcerer, with centuries of wisdom, chose to act. In the movie, the Ancient One extended her life using energy from the Dark Dimension, which led to Dormammu corrupting her consciousness. After Doctor Strange's growth, she willingly relinquished her life to avoid becoming Dormammu's puppet. Perhaps she was simply tired of bearing the responsibility of protecting Earth's dimension as the Sorcerer Supreme, and death was her release. Of course, it could also have been for narrative purposes. Doctor Strange alone was enough, so the writers decided she had to die. I returned to my room, changed out of the sorcerer's robes, put on the clothes I'd arrived in, and donned a gas mask. Using my magnetic field manipulation, I restored my physique to how it was 6 months ago. It was as if a switch had flipped in my personality. Malice, dormant for so long, surged to the surface. I couldn't wait to stir up some trouble. I Dr. Death am back. I am Wei Xiuming. In my private restaurant at the Oscorp Industrial Park, the head chef, whom I hadn't seen in 6 months, personally brought out the meticulously prepared dishes and even poured me a glass of sparkling wine. My dining habits are casual, so he didn't bother following the typical course-by-course presentation. As soon as a dish was ready, he placed it directly on the table. The head chef's skills were exceptional, fully deserving of the salary Oscorp paid him. Take the steak, for example. Most restaurants only cook it to medium well, at most to preserve its texture. But I prefer mine well done, and where other chefs would serve burnt, inedible charcoal, this chef delivered a well-done steak that was still tender and juicy, far superior to the so-called celebrity chefs who rely solely on hype. Unlike Michelin-starred restaurants that focus on refined presentation, the dishes here were hearty and plentiful, enough to feed 5 to 7 people. After introducing the dishes, the chef quietly pushed his cart away. I removed my gas mask and took the first bite of steak, savoring the flavors of mortal life that were so different from my time at Camartage. Just as I was enjoying this moment, the private restaurant door opened again. A travel-worn Nick Fury entered, pulled out the chair across from me, and sat down calmly. King Clark, you're a hard man to track down. It's been nearly 6 months with no word from you, and all our attempts to contact you failed. The last footage we have of you on surveillance was from 6 months ago. You were walking along when you suddenly vanished, leaving us to wonder if you'd completed your mission and returned to your own time. I methodically chewed the food in my mouth, swallowed, and replied slowly, I'd like nothing more than to return to my real home, but that doesn't seem possible. As I twirled some seafood pasta with my fork, I asked him, I told you before, once I dealt with the vampires and the hemivores, I'd seek out sorcerers to learn from them and guard against the dangerous things they might create. Nick Fury nodded, his curiosity evident. So what did you learn? What did you discover? Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no records on sorcerers. After my disappearance, they scoured the area where I was last seen under the guise of pipeline maintenance, even searching the sewers, but they found nothing. Naturally, he was highly interested in what he didn't understand. I said, I learned a lot and witnessed just how many hidden threats this world harbors. I even came face to face with gods from higher dimensions. But for those destined to commit crimes in the future, we can't judge them before they act. For the great director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to skip dinner just to meet with an insignificant nobody like me. Clearly a lot has happened in the past 6 months. Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. The world had indeed changed dramatically over the past half year, far beyond his expectations. After Alexander Pierce informed him of Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury began to distrust everything around him. There were matters he didn't even share with his most trusted agent, Coulson. He learned of my return through S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed at the Oscorp Industrial Park and had taken a Quinjet to see me, the one person he now felt he could trust. First on Pierce's list of Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. was Senior Agent John Garrett. During Fury's investigation, Garrett's behavior raised red flags. Garrett, terminally ill and aware modern medicine couldn't save him, used SHLD's resources to seek a cure. He even managed to obtain a sample of hemivore pearl blood. To be clear, the capture of the 2 hemivores and the destruction of all samples had been conducted under Fury's direct supervision. My earlier propaganda about the hemivores had put him on high alert, yet a sample still found its way out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. lab and into Garrett's hands. This revealed the extent of Hydra's infiltration, so deep that they could operate right under Fury's nose. When Garrett's research into the hemivore blood yielded no results, and he realized he'd been exposed, he displayed the resolve of a veteran operative. He injected the only sample into himself, transforming into a powerful monster. He then annihilated the S.H.I.E.L.D. team sent to apprehend him. In the end, it was Blade, Eric Brooks, who stepped in. After a brutal battle that left an entire building on the verge of collapse, Blade managed to eliminate Garrett. However, any plans to extract further Hydra intel from him were ruined. The vampire cleanup operation wasn't going well either. Victor and his underlings had injected themselves with Amazon cells, transforming into powerful hemivores. After consulting the Book of the Blood God provided by Deacon Frost, they mastered magic, surpassing the power levels I had originally designed for hemivores. Against such enemies, conventional human firepower was utterly ineffective. Even if they could be destroyed, the amount of ammunition required would rival that of a small-scale World War II battle, causing massive collateral damage. As a result, encounters with hemivores almost always relied on Blade. After all, only a monster can defeat a monster. Throughout the relentless battles, Blade sustained numerous injuries. Overuse of his sword's power brought him dangerously close to permanently losing his humanity and becoming a monster forever. But human greed and foolishness are boundless. After the hemivores were eradicated, some turned their sights on Blade. They believed his transformation abilities, if mass-produced for soldiers, could create a super army capable of global domination without the need for nuclear weapons. If not for Fury relocating Blade to a secret base, he would undoubtedly have become a test subject. In the end, Blade's accomplishments were claimed by others, credited to the human military, which even fabricated a few battle heroes for good measure. In truth, those who had set their sights on Blade had also been targeting me, the genius scientist who developed 2 distinct writer systems. But Fury had long since assigned me the title of project director at SHLD's Central Lab. With that position, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. I had disappeared from the public eye early on. Fury suspected I had anticipated this situation and used my quest for sorcerers as an excuse to lay low. I am Wei Xiaoming. Putting down my utensils, I sighed helplessly and said, humans always so eager to meddle with things beyond their grasp. Before Nick Fury arrived, I had a brief conversation with Alexander Pierce, and I knew far more about the behind-the-scenes truth than Fury himself. For instance, John Garrett, the exposed Hydra operative, hadn't voluntarily injected himself with the hemivore blood sample. Pierce's loyal Hydra strike team had captured him and injected him with it. Garrett, caught off guard, was subdued by them. But they underestimated the potency of the Hemivore blood. Once Pearl unlocked its restrictions using vampiric magic, Garrett quickly transformed into a Hemivore, and that Hydra Strike team didn't stand a chance. Nick Fury pulled a small, phone-sized device from his trench coat. Entering a password to unlock it, he placed it on the table, and several blue light beams formed a virtual projection screen above it. He said, "It's not just the Hemivores. The rider system you developed to deal with the worms has also drawn attention. Those 5 users have undergone full-body examinations more than once, as they try to reverse-engineer your method of human enhancement." He tapped a few times on the projection screen, swiping aside some photos of crates bearing the Shocker logo to display covert photographs of the 5 users, Sornin and the others, being scanned by medical devices. The screen then switched to images of the rider system armor disassembled into its components. A group of technicians was recording the sequence of the parts and analyzing the materials. I waved dismissively and said, "Don't worry. With today's level of technology, it'll take them at least 20,000 years to reverse engineer my tech. Just the worm cellular adaptation for human compatibility is far beyond the current understanding of genetics. As for faster-than-light particles, they can't even begin to grasp it. It's like trying to explain how a microchip works to someone from World War I. But they've enlisted a troublesome figure. Your secrets might not remain hidden for long," Nick Fury countered, switching to a new image. The photo showed a massive, silver humanoid mech, towering and rugged, yet exuding a mechanical allure and advanced technological aesthetics. At its chest was a reactor the size of a basin, clearly displaying technology far ahead of its time. The second image featured another humanoid mech, more refined and smaller in size. Its streamlined outer armor seemed designed to fit the human form perfectly. If the first suit resembled a tank that prioritized function over form, this second one was like a top-tier sports car, a luxurious toy for the wealthy. The third image showed an armor design similar to the second, but with a red and gold paint job reflecting the ostentatious aesthetic of a tasteful billionaire. Nick Fury tapped the projector lightly, bringing up a photo of the Iron Man suit I had replicated out of boredom. He smirked and said, "So, the rider system armor in your lab. I used to think you designed it. Now I know who the original inventor is." He seemed pleased to have leveled the playing field, given that I often treated him like a primitive caveman in our discussions. But even replicating someone else's work requires a considerable knowledge base and hands-on expertise. I replied, "So what?" When Hitler was rejected by the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, he wasn't yet the war-crazed maniac he became. Right now, Tony Stark might be heading down that path, but he's not ready to be a hero. He probably developed the Iron Man suit just to create the ultimate tech toy. Nick Fury fell silent for a moment. In the alternate world files left behind by Coulson, Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man wasn't just the result of being kidnapped. It was his near-death experience and subsequent epiphany that turned him from a playboy into a hero willing to carry a nuke into space. The Mark series Iron Man suits were commissioned by the military, seeking to counterbalance Oscorp Industries and prevent it from monopolizing the market. Much like how AMD's efforts made Intel's CPUs and NVIDIA's GPUs affordable for consumers. Stark, ever the showman, handed the military a half-baked Mark I suit within a month, claiming that no one but the Rider System's original developer could replicate that kind of physics-defying acceleration. The Mark I was sufficient for the military's needs. But privately, Stark upgraded the Mark I to the far superior Mark II within 2 weeks. During its first flight test, he nearly died when the system failed due to high-altitude freezing. He quickly improved the aerodynamics and outer materials, crafting the Mark III within a week. While still a brute-force flying brick, the Mark III's refined details reduced resistance during high-speed flight. The aerospace-grade gold titanium alloy eliminated freezing issues, and Stark even added a parachute. This reminded Nick Fury of my earlier quip: the harder you oppose someone, the more they'll surpass you. If today's Tony Stark were placed in the midst of the Chitauri invasion, he wouldn't have the courage or resolve to stop a nuke. A man remains a boy until he faces the trials that forge him. Without the necessary hardships, Tony Stark is just Tony Stark, not Iron Man. To put it bluntly, Blade, a dark hero who barely fits into mainstream society, is more qualified to join Fury's Avengers initiative than the current Tony Stark. I finished my meal, wiped my mouth, and used the under-table intercom to summon the dining staff. The plates were cleared away, and dessert was brought out. Looking seriously at Nick Fury, I said, "I need your help with something. I want to study the Space Stone. It's currently housed in a casing known as the Tesseract." Nick Fury knew quite a bit about the 6 Infinity Stones, but he feigned ignorance and let me explain. He took a bite of his dessert and replied, "All right, I'll make the arrangements. By the way, these past 8 years, this is the first time I've actually seen your face." I am Wei-Xioming. Setting down my utensils, I sighed with a mix of exasperation and pity. Humans always so eager to tamper with powers far beyond their reach. Before Nick Fury's visit, I had a private conversation with Alexander Pierce. Compared to Fury, I was privy to far more details about these behind-the-scenes machinations. For instance, John Garrett, the exposed Hydra operative, didn't voluntarily inject himself with a hemivore blood sample. Instead, Pierce's loyal Hydra strike team captured him and forcibly administered the injection. Garrett, caught completely off guard, became their victim. But the team underestimated the potency of hemivore blood. Once Pearl unlocked its restrictions using vampiric magic, Garrett quickly transformed into a hemivore, and that entire Hydra strike team was wiped out. Meanwhile, Fury pulled out a small device, about the size of a smartphone, from his trench coat. After entering a password, he placed it on the table. Several blue beams projected a virtual screen above it. Fury said, "It's not just the hemivores. The rider system you developed to combat the worms has also drawn attention. The 5 users have been subjected to repeated full-body examinations in an attempt to reverse engineer the human enhancement process. Even if they can't figure out the underlying principles, they're desperate to replicate the results." He tapped a few times on the projection screen. Images of crates bearing the Chakra logo were swiped aside, replaced with covert photos of the 5 riders, Sornin and the others, undergoing medical scans. The screen then shifted to photos of the rider system armor dismantled into its components. Technicians were recording the sequence of disassembly and analyzing the materials used for its construction. I waved my hand dismissively. "Don't worry. With the current level of technology, they won't be able to reverse engineer my tech for another 20,000 years. Just the cellular adaptation process for worm-human compatibility alone is light years beyond modern genetics. And don't even get me started on faster-than-light particles. They're as incomprehensible to them as microchips would have been to someone in World War I. But they've enlisted someone troublesome," Fury said, switching the projection to a new image. The first photo showed a massive, silver humanoid mech. Its design was bulky, yet exuded a rugged mechanical elegance, with a distinct technological aesthetic. At its chest was a massive arc reactor, the size of a basin, showcasing technology far ahead of its time. The second image featured a sleeker humanoid mech, smaller in size, and with a streamlined outer shell that appeared designed to fit the human form perfectly. If the first mech resembled a tank, functional but lacking finesse, this one was like a high-end sports car, a luxurious toy for the elite. The third image showed a similar design to the second, but with a red and gold paint job. It had the ostentatious flair of a billionaire's taste. Fury tapped the screen again, revealing a photo of the Iron Man suit I had recreated during a particularly dull moment. Smirking, he said, "So, the rider system armor in your lab. I used to think you designed it. Now I know who the original inventor is." He seemed rather pleased, as if he had scored a point in our ongoing intellectual sparring. Still, even replicating someone else's work requires a considerable knowledge base and technical prowess. I replied, "So what?" When Hitler was rejected by the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, he wasn't yet the maniac who plunged the world into war. Right now, Tony Stark might be on the path to becoming something greater, but he's not there yet. At this stage, he's just a playboy building high-tech toys for his own amusement. Fury fell silent, likely ruminating on the files left behind by Coulson from an alternate timeline. In that timeline, Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man was driven not just by his captivity, but also by his near-death experience and subsequent epiphany. It was these trials that turned him from a hedonistic billionaire into a hero willing to carry a nuke into space. The Mark series Iron Man suits came about partly because the military, wary of Oscorp Industries monopolizing advanced technology, commissioned Stark Industries to analyze the rider system. Much like how AMD's competition forced Intel and NVIDIA to lower their prices, the military wanted a counterbalance. Stark, however, wasn't one to give away his best work. Within a month, he handed the military a watered-down Mark I suit with deliberately downgraded features. He used inferior transmission systems, increased its height from 2.5 meters to 3 meters, replaced the repulsor base flight system with rocket thrusters, and scaled up the arc reactor to the size of a basin while keeping its output unchanged. This Mark 0.5 was a clunky, oversized prototype, a blatant placeholder. Stark smugly told the military that the Rider system's acceleration mechanisms were beyond anyone's comprehension except its original creator. He claimed the Mark I was sufficient for their needs. Meanwhile, he privately upgraded the suit, improving its performance significantly. At the Stark Industries Science Division, Obadiah Stane stood with a grim expression, facing a tall, white American man. Lieutenant Sornin, ace pilot of the U.S. Air Force. 4 years ago, you were transferred back from a base in Japan. I'm a Stark Industries shareholder and was CEO before Tony Stark took over. Our paths shouldn't have crossed. Lieutenant Sornin, tall and imposing, had once been an EP-3 reconnaissance pilot stationed in Japan. Following the worm outbreak, he was reassigned stateside. His appearance and demeanor perfectly fit the archetype of a patriotic hero in American blockbuster films. Sornin's expression darkened. I'm here under orders. A Rider system armor set was sent to Stark Industries for analysis, and, as the designated user, I'm required to accompany it. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you call me aside for a private meeting? I've found him, Sornin said, his face pale with fear. The man who boarded our ship and turned us into this. As he spoke, Sornin's body twisted grotesquely, transforming into a humanoid monster, the very image of a worm. It turned out that the real Lieutenant Sornin had been replaced at some point. My worm detection system relies on non-contact scanning to identify superluminal particles unique to worm biology. 4 riders who've undergone surgical modifications. Their vital signs are stored in a central database to avoid false detections. This fake Sornin had exploited that loophole. Obadiah's face seemed to melt, revealing the contours of a worm before quickly reverting to human form. He too had been replaced. I know. The Rider system's faster-than-light technology and its worm-based enhancements align perfectly with what he spoke of during his experiments. Enemy and ally sharing the same origin. He knew our true identities as Skrull scientists, but spared us. Obadiah continued, his voice low and laced with resentment. Instead, he forced us to teach him the languages and technology of the 3 great empires. Using the ship's resources, he conducted endless experiments. His growth was terrifyingly rapid. After mastering genetic engineering and higher-dimensional energy manipulation, he turned his attention to our brethren. That's how the worms, born from Skrull modifications, came to be. Sornin, regaining his composure, said bitterly, "We stayed as technical advisors until the end. We watched as failed surgery subjects dissolved into foam from genetic collapse, while the successful ones quickly lost their Skrull identity, degenerating into mindless monsters. When he was too busy, we had to assist, forced to work under the hateful gazes of our dying comrades." I know, Obadiah hissed, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. That's why we studied his methods and prepared. We ensured that when it was our turn, our sense of self wouldn't be erased. Those who couldn't handle the transformation took their own lives. But we survived, and what kept us going was hatred. Revenge against the planet-devouring Galactus who destroyed our homeworld, and revenge against the one who humiliated us Skrulls. With Obadiah's words bolstering his resolve, Sornin suppressed his fear and said, "I've discovered his current identity. Kent Clark, the top executive of Oscorp's largest industrial base." So it's him. Obadiah snarled. As a pseudo-high-ranking member of Stark Industries, he had extensive knowledge of Oscorp, and had even sent corporate spies to gather intelligence on Kent Clark. I am Voiceover. From the very beginning, the worm that had mimicked Obadiah Stane had already ruled out the possibility that Kent Clark was an Earthling. With Earth's current technological level, humans couldn't possibly travel to such distant parts of the universe. Judging by the physical capabilities and unique powers that person had displayed, there was no way a mere human could possess such attributes. The worm had even secretly analyzed the blade that man had used to subdue an entire spaceship's crew. The results indicated that the blade was made of the strongest alloy in the universe, something no Earth civilization, which couldn't even manufacture screws for interstellar ships, could possibly create. Now that we've found our target, my revenge begins. Obadiah, or rather the worm mimicking him, gestured towards something nearby and said, "Earth's technology may be primitive, but humans have a shocking talent for weaponry. This weapon here is my trump card." Following his gaze, I saw it, a massive Iron Man suit, none other than Tony Stark's discarded Mark I. Tony, engrossed in developing newer iterations of his Iron Man suits, had handed the Mark I over to Obadiah, telling him to add more weapons and create a Mark 1.5 to appease the military. But as a Skrull scientist disguised as Obadiah, the worm immediately recognized the potential of this suit. Instead of delivering it to the military, it had kept the Mark I for itself, upgrading it as a personal weapon. Despite the limitations posed by Earth's industrial base and advanced technology, the modified suit now boasted combat power far superior to the Mark III. Having been involved in the creation of the worms, and as a scientist specializing in faster-than-light particles, the worm had studied the structure of the Rider System armor. It successfully replicated the supervision acceleration ability onto the Mark I. "I've named it the Iron Monger," the worm declared with a twisted sense of pride. Well, the great director of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself. "What brings you to see a nobody like me?" I asked, having finished my training at Kamartaj and just wrapping up a satisfying meal. I wiped my mouth with a napkin and put my gas mask back on. "You may not be aware, but one of your incomes comes from your position as director of the Central Lab at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury responded, his tone as sharp as ever. "Technically, you're my subordinate. So, I'm ordering you to come with me." He paused for effect and added, "Tony Stark crashed two F-22 Raptors during a joyride in his toy yesterday. If not for some friends in the military covering it up with a story about engine failure, he'd already be facing a court-martial. So, I need someone smarter than him to knock him down a peg," Fury continued. "Let him know there are other brilliant minds in the world, and that maybe he should learn some humility. War and reproduction are the fundamental drivers of human technological advancement. The difference in technology before and after World War II is like night and day. During the Cold War, the US and the Soviets were neck and neck in science. But once integrated circuit CPUs emerged, the US took the lead and the USSR's defeat became inevitable. Fury clearly wanted me to stimulate Tony Stark, to push him to accelerate his technological advancements, so S.H.I.E.L.D. could back up and enhance its own reserves. While Tony's tech was indeed ahead of his time, it was often so disconnected from current methodologies that it could only be produced in costly, small batches in his personal lab. The Mark series Iron Man suits, while cutting-edge, were still within the bounds of current understanding. Once the principles were deciphered, they could be replicated. I shrugged, indifferent. "Fine, just give me a moment to upload a system upgrade package." "Upgrade package?" Fury asked, raising an eyebrow. "It's for the worm detection system. My little outing wasn't for nothing," I explained. Previously, our detection devices relied on a single method of identification. If a worm mimicking a human knew how to program, they could hack the system, plant backdoors, and bypass detection entirely. This upgrade is designed to counter that. I pulled out my phone and issued a command. Back in my dorm, my quantum computer, Optimus Prime, powered up and began uploading a pre-prepared data package to the network of detection devices. Beneath my gas mask, I grinned like a shark sensing blood. Let the show begin. I knew exactly where the worms were located. I deliberately kept them contained within U.S. borders to prevent them from endangering other countries. The one disguised as a Rider System user had been moving under my watchful eye all along. And the one pretending to be Obadiah? That was a delightful surprise. With everything in place, I grabbed a prepared briefcase from under the dining table and followed Nick Fury to the parking lot of the Oscorp Industrial Park. We boarded a Quinjet and headed straight for Tony Stark's mansion. Mid-flight, Fury's phone rang. Agent Coulson's voice came through the line. "Director, we've got a situation." Fury, ever cautious, didn't bother stepping away from me. "What's going on?" "It's Obadiah Stane," Coulson said. "He's been outed as a worm mimic. Somehow, he managed to bypass our detection systems before, but whatever trick he used isn't working anymore. The detection devices triggered an alarm, and the Worm Rapid Response Team is already en route. Fury's caution had served him well over the years. Since becoming director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had implemented sweeping reforms, compartmentalizing information to prevent lower-level agents from knowing more than their clearance allowed. Even earning his trust had taken me over a year. When it came to Tony Stark, Fury wasn't about to waste his time waiting at the beachside mansion on the off chance Tony decided to come home after partying with a magazine cover model. Fury, the so-called king of spies, processed thousands of intelligence reports every minute. He wasn't about to waste a second. Instead, he'd sent Coulson ahead to Stark Industries to scout the situation and confirm whether Tony was even at home. But these days, you can't just show up and expect to meet a high-ranking executive without an appointment. Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, had kept Coulson waiting for hours. Then, just as Coulson was waiting impatiently, the alarms at Stark Industries blared. Passing through the detection system, Obadiah Stane's mimicry had failed, and his cover was blown. Thanks to extensive combat drills, the Worm's Special Operations Unit had developed highly effective tactics. Since the alarm came from Stark Industries, a company with close ties to the military, it was treated with top priority. Every rider system armor available was being deployed to the scene. I am Wei-Xioming. What a coincidence! There happens to be a Knight system armor undergoing technical analysis at Stark Industries. Although the wearer is a mimicry of an insectoid, others are unaware of this fact. When the higher-ups issued the order, they immediately had the wearer don the armor for an emergency deployment. However, the Knight system had already been dismantled into parts, giving the mimicry wearer an excuse to delay, which gave Obadiah, who was also an insectoid mimicry, the opportunity to activate his modified Ironmonger suit. Tony Stark, even while at his mansion, maintained close oversight of the company. The moment the insectoid detection device sent out an alert, his AI assistant JRVS immediately informed him. To Tony, Obadiah was one of the few individuals he could consider family. After his parents passed away, he placed a special value on familial bonds. In a deleted scene from Iron Man 1, when Pepper overloaded the giant arc reactor at the Stark Industries Energy Center, destroying the Ironmonger suit, Obadiah slid out through an opening in the roof. Despite being almost incapacitated, Tony still desperately tried to pull him up. In Iron Man 3, when Tony's bodyguard Happy was injured by someone injected with the extremist virus, he lost his composure and publicly declared war on the terrorists by revealing his mansion's address on live television. When Tony discovered that Obadiah had been mimicked by an insectoid, he was furious. This meant that his relative, Obadiah, had likely died long ago without his knowledge. Enraged, he used his mechanical arms to equip the Mark III Iron Man suit and headed straight for Stark Industries. The three parties converged almost simultaneously, and a massive battle was about to erupt. When Coulson reported the situation to Nick Fury, Fury immediately ordered the plane to change course. He turned to me and said, "You claim you were created as a weapon. Can you handle the insectoid controlling the Ironmonger suit?" I patted my suitcase and said, "I've been prepared for this. This armor was tailor-made for me." To others, this suitcase looked just like an ordinary piece of luggage. But when opened, it revealed a leather suit similar to a one-piece biker outfit. It had metal armor layers on the shoulders, chest, back, sides, knees, and outer thighs. The accompanying knee-high boots and elbow-length gloves were purely mechanical. After donning the suit and completing a self-diagnostic, the Knight system activated. The fully enclosed helmet, gloves, boots, and one-piece suit fused into a single unit. The energy channels on the outer layer of the armor lit up with a red glow. A powerful energy source emanated from the energy core at the waist, spreading throughout the body via the channels. Apart from some joints, the entire suit solidified. The retinal display inside the helmet flashed with countless instructions and information about the various components of the Knight system. From the outside, my outfit resembled a low-budget superhero costume you'd find on an online marketplace, rather than a combat suit. However, given my current physical condition, most combat gear would not enhance my combat ability, but would instead hinder me. A suit that was both stylish and capable of concealing my identity was sufficient for now. Nick Fury, after confirming with the pilot, said, "We're 1 minute away from the destination. How much does this armor cost? And don't give me the inflated price you'd tell the military. Give me the actual cost. This bald-headed strategist was always eyeing good tech and hoping to keep a share for S.H.I.E.L.D. If the Knight System armor didn't require surgical modifications for its users, he would definitely have asked me to leave a unit for S.H.I.E.L.D. He was already envious of the suit I was wearing. I flicked the dramatic warrior skirt I had designed for effect and said, "Don't even think about it. This armor has high requirements for its user." I then explained, "This is a three-dimensional fabric armor that hardens to the strength of aerospace alloys when energy is applied. A regular person would find it difficult to even walk in it, let alone fight." To ensure portability, many functions were sacrificed due to the lack of mechanical components. A full-feature version would be unbearable for a human, but it's sufficient for the current battle. Nick Fury replied, "That's good to hear," and then asked about the situation on the ground through his communicator. The battlefield at Stark Energy Center was in chaos, with the situation worsening by the second. The fight was completely one-sided. While the Ironmonger's suit originated from the Mark I design, it had been extensively modified by the Insectoids, significantly boosting all its capabilities. The Mark I itself was originally designed by Tony as a combat weapon for the military. With the Insectoids' pathological obsession for enhancing the weapon systems, the Ironmonger became a monstrous powerhouse. After implementing micro-storage technology, the Ironmonger's pencil-sized missiles carried firepower comparable to 155mm howitzer shells. It also had rapid-fire energy weapons. A single volley obliterated half of Stark Energy Center, looking as though someone had activated God Mode cheats. Tony relied on his suit's flight capabilities to quickly ascend and escape the attack range. However, the five-Knight System armor wearers were not so lucky. To maximize future profits from upgrading products like Stark, I had deliberately stripped the Knight System armor of its flight functionality, severely limiting their mobility. Two of them, even after activating their speed enhancements, failed to evade the attacks and were instantly vaporized. Another, while unharmed, was blasted dozens of meters away by the shockwave, leaving the Knight System heavily damaged and beyond repair. Only one fared slightly better, using a teammate as a shield to pull off a defense drop. While the armor was scorched and resembled a battle-damaged version, it maintained over 80% functionality and still had combat capability. This individual was none other than Lieutenant Sonorn, the Insectoid mimic. They say you can't have your cake and eat it too, but when technology advances to a certain extent, you can have both. The Ironmonger suit had immense firepower and high defense, but was bulky and lacked mobility. Tony shared the same view. He believed the Ironmonger's control system was rudimentary, relying on gross motor control, which caused delays in the operator's inputs. Its concentrated firepower was its only frightening feature. His Mark III suit, however, was assisted by JRVS, leveraging big data analysis and tactical simulations to give him combat capabilities far beyond his own control skills. Unfortunately for Tony, his assumptions led to his downfall. He was utterly beaten. I am Wei Xiaoming, and in the world of Hong Kong comics, no matter how strong a warrior is, battles often come down to pure brute force and fistfights. The early Marvel Cinematic Universe was not much different. Iron Man was essentially a humanoid turret. During his debut in the Middle East with a Mark III Iron Man suit, its weapon systems on the shoulders, hands, and thighs were incredibly powerful, featuring repulsor blasts, flares, tank-destroying rockets, and precision miniguns. The Mark VI, with its new element arc reactor, added shoulder cannons, wrist-mounted blasters, and a laser-cutting tool on the back of the hand. However, by the later stages of the MCU, possibly due to skyrocketing actor salaries and reduced visual effects budgets, the Iron Man suits devolved into close combat gear. After replacing JRVS with FRIDAY, it felt like all the tactical mobility and combat strategies were gone, and Tony Stark no longer exuded that billionaire genius aura. In both animated series and films, the Avengers would team up to unleash a barrage of attacks on an ultimate villain before defeating them. Tony Stark, in his Iron Man suit, approached for close-quarters combat. The Insectoid wearing the Ironmonger armor was initially startled, but quickly activated a speed enhancement mode copied from the Knight System. Before Tony could react, his suit was utterly destroyed. Both arm-mounted weapons were obliterated, his helmet was deformed, and the arc reactor was ripped from his chest. Sent flying backward, Tony realized that without power, his suit became an iron coffin trapping him inside. The visual systems were broken, leaving him blind to the outside, and the breathing system malfunctioned, causing the air inside to grow stale quickly. The insectoid, mimicking Obadiah Stane, had no intention of letting Tony suffocate to death. Grabbing his throat with one hand, it lifted him up and, like opening a can of beer, ripped off his helmet and tossed it aside. Here's an important note. When insectoids and Skrulls mimic humans, they replicate not only memories but also personalities, which can lead to their consciousness being overwhelmed by their target's traits. This happened to Iron Man in Secret Invasion and to Master Scorpion Sword. A leader-level insectoid, the Fiddler Crab, mimicked Rina Mamiya and, after being injured, regained her human heart, even developing feelings for Kabuto Kazama Daisuke. This insectoid had been mimicking Obadiah for years and, influenced by his personality, sneered, "Tony, we have no personal grudge. Why did you come all this way just to die?" Tony Stark, his forehead bleeding from the deformed helmet, his face covered in blood, one eye swollen shut, glared with his remaining eye full of rage and shouted, "You killed my family. Obadiah was my family." "Dear Tony Stark," Obadiah mocked with a sneer, launching into a monologue without even opening his suit. "The original Obadiah thought you should just play the role of the spoiled rich kid, rolling out new weapons to boost Stark Industries' stock price and staying out of the company's operations. He wanted to be the CEO, but you didn't follow his plans and even suppressed him. He wanted to deal with you and seize your shares and patents more than once, but he just never had the chance." At that moment, the noise of something heavy scraping against the ground interrupted him. It was me, fully armored, dragging the corpse of an insectoid. The noise came from the chitinous exoskeleton of the dead insectoid scraping against the ground. From Tony's perspective, my armor looked flashy, yet impractical. The crown-like spikes on the helmet were unnecessary. The shoulder armor was adorned with blade-like decorations. The armor plates only covered vital areas rather than forming a cohesive whole, placing the entire burden on the wearer. Flexible materials were used for many of the joints, and there was even a seemingly useless skirt-like design. The black and white base color mixed with red mechanical patterns made the whole suit look like something out of an online game. However, the face design of the armor gave Tony some inspiration. The black circular area on the front housed a cluster of micro cameras forming a bionic compound eye structure. Its outline and paintwork matched the single-eye aesthetic, making it both functional and visually appealing. Being the genius he was, Tony quickly began mentally listing numerous optimization ideas for his next Iron Man suit model. A new knight armor? Seeing its comrade dead, the insectoid shook off Obadiah's influence. Clenching its fists, it activated the ironmonger suit's hidden blades, which extended from the fists. It immediately struck at Tony, whose brain and armor systems were still working at high speed, aiming directly for his heart and lungs. The insectoid tossed the still-breathing but gravely injured Tony Stark aside. Looking at the corpse of the insectoid I was dragging, it spoke sorrowfully. "Do you remember the one who brought so much humiliation to our kind? I'm the only one left." The dead insectoid I was carrying was the one that had been mimicking Lieutenant Sonoran. A Quinjet hovered above Stark Energy Center. I jumped down from the hatch and rescued Coulson and others who were buried in the rubble, but still showed signs of life after being caught in the explosions. I activated the stealth kill mechanism of the Knight system armor, destroying the suit and finishing off Lieutenant Sonoran. "Kent, hurry and finish the fight. Tony Stark is in critical condition and needs emergency treatment." From above, the Quinjet hovered invisibly to avoid being targeted by the ironmonger suit's long-range firepower. Nick Fury, pressed against the scanner display, shouted into the communication channel. The display showed Tony's vitals rapidly deteriorating. If this dragged on any longer, he'd be beyond saving. Fury might as well start calling the funeral home. The THITI project wasn't fully developed yet, and the Cree-derived JH-325 regeneration technology hadn't been perfected. Even if Fury wanted to use it, he couldn't. "I am Wei-Xioming." I put down my utensils and said helplessly, "Humans always love to meddle with things beyond their capabilities." Before Nick Fury arrived, I had a brief conversation with Alexander Pierce. I actually knew more about the inside story than Fury himself. For instance, John Garrett, the exposed Hydra agent, didn't inject himself with a vampire-like blood sample willingly. It was actually Pierce's loyal Hydra squad who captured him and forcibly injected it. Garrett didn't see it coming and fell victim to their scheme. However, they underestimated the power of the vampire blood. Once Pearl unlocked the restrictions with blood magic, Garrett quickly turned into a vampire, and that Hydra squad was wiped out. Nick Fury pulled a device roughly the size of a smartphone from his trench coat. After inputting a password to unlock it, he placed it on the dining table, and several blue light beams projected a virtual screen above it. He said, "It's not just the vampires. The night system you developed to deal with the insectoids has also caught some unwanted attention. Those 5 wearers have undergone full-body examinations more than once in an attempt to reverse engineer your methods for human enhancement." Fury tapped on the projection a few times, moving a photo of a box with the Shocker logo aside, and enlarged some surveillance photos. These showed Sonorn and the other 4 wearers undergoing checks on medical equipment. The images then shifted to photos of the Night System armor disassembled into parts, with a group of technicians documenting the sequence and analyzing the materials. I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry. With the current level of technology, if they want to reverse engineer my techniques, they'd need another 20,000 years. Just the insectoid cellular compatibility modifications for humans alone are far beyond modern genetics. As for superluminal particles, they wouldn't even know where to begin. It's like someone in World War I trying to understand how a microchip works. But they brought in a troublesome individual. Your secrets might just be deciphered." Fury switched the images again. The first photo displayed a massive silver humanoid mech, tall, rugged, but exuding mechanical charm and technological beauty. At its chest was an arc reactor the size of a wash basin, showcasing technology far ahead of its time. The second photo was another humanoid mech, smaller and more refined than the first. Its streamlined armor design hugged the human form. If the first mech was like an unpolished tank, this second one was akin to a high-end sports car, a rich man's plaything. The third photo showed a suit of armor similar in appearance to the second, but painted in a red and gold color scheme, reflecting the aesthetic of a tasteful yet extravagant tycoon. Fury tapped the projector again, displaying a photo of an Iron Man suit I had recreated out of boredom. With a smug look, he said, "Your Night System armor from the lab. I used to think you designed it. Now I know who actually invented it." He seemed pleased to have made a point, probably because I usually spoke to him as if he were a caveman. But even to replicate someone else's work, one still needed considerable knowledge and practical skills. I replied, "So what?" When Hitler was rejected by the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts, he wasn't yet the war maniac he became later. Even if Tony Stark is starting down a certain path now, he's not yet ready to be a hero. His creation of the Iron Man suit might just be his way of building the ultimate high-tech toy. Fury fell silent for a while. In the records left by Coulson from a parallel world, Tony Stark became Iron Man not just because of his psychological transformation after being kidnapped, but also due to a moment of profound awakening after a near-death experience. That's what turned a playboy into a superhero willing to hurl himself into space with a nuclear bomb. The Mark series of Iron Man suits were commissioned by the military, who wanted Stark Industries to analyze the Night System technology to prevent Oscorp from monopolizing the market. It's like consumers being able to buy affordable CPUs from one company and GPUs from another thanks to competition from a third player. Tony Stark half-heartedly threw together the Mark I suit for the military in a month, claiming that nobody but the creator of the Night System could decipher the physics-defying acceleration methods. The Mark I was good enough for the military. However, in private, he upgraded the Mark I into the more powerful Mark II within 2 weeks. During its first flight test, the Mark II nearly crashed due to freezing at high altitudes. He then upgraded the aerodynamic structure and outer materials, and within a week, he created the Mark III. Although still brute force-oriented, the Mark III had refined details that reduced drag during high-speed flight. Its aerospace-grade gold titanium alloy prevented icing issues, and he even designed a parachute system. This reminded Fury of my earlier quip about breaking what you're trying to imitate. If the current Tony Stark were placed in the Chitauri invasion, he definitely wouldn't have the courage or decisiveness to stop the nuke. Boys remain boys until they face the necessary trials and tribulations. Tony Stark, without these experiences, is just Tony Stark, not Iron Man. To be blunt, even Blade, a dark hero who might not be accepted by mainstream society, is more qualified to join Fury's Avengers initiative than the current Tony. I finished my meal, wiped my mouth, and used the under-table communicator to summon the staff in charge of my meals. The plates were cleared, and dessert was served. I looked at Fury seriously and said, "I need you to do me a favor. I want to study the Space Stone. It's currently housed in a casing called the Tesseract." Fury had a decent understanding of the 6 Infinity Stones, but pretended to know nothing and listened as I explained. He took a bite of his dessert and said, "All right, I'll arrange it. By the way, in these 8 years, this is the first time I've seen your face. I'm Tony Stark, wandering through this damn desert. The sand and soil here have an incredibly low heat capacity, with almost no vegetation and scarce moisture. The temperature rises ridiculously fast during the day. By noon, the ground temperature can reach 80 degrees Celsius, hot enough to cook a soft-boiled egg if you bury a raw one for a while. Even the desert's native people have to find shade during this time, or else the extreme heat and dehydration could be fatal. And don't even get me started on the sun. Without proper protection, your skin gets scorched in no time. Here I am, staggering through this harsh environment, a far cry from the glamorous image of me grinning on newspaper headlines, surrounded by beautiful women. Now I look pitiful. My hair hasn't been washed in days, clumped together in oily strands. My face is weathered with wind and sand, my once neatly trimmed goatee now a disheveled mess. The expensive suit I was wearing, wrinkled and filthy, practically unrecognizable. I have no idea when or how I ended up in this endless desert. The first night, it was freezing cold, with the temperature dropping below zero. The biting wind whooshed around me, stealing away my body heat. Without a jacket, I wrapped my high-end dress shirt tightly around me, but it was useless. I had to bury myself in the sand just to retain a bit of warmth. During the day, the heat and sunlight became my tormentors. All I had under my shirt was a tank top, and to protect my skin from sunburn and sand, I had to act like a child, undoing the sleeves of my shirt and folding the bottom over my head like a makeshift hat. Using the stars at night and the sun during the day, I tried to maintain my sense of direction. I walked during the cooler hours of dawn and dusk, hoping to find an oasis or someone who could get me out of this place. Several days without food or water left me constantly hungry and parched, but somehow, I didn't succumb to low blood sugar or dehydration. Instead, my body and mind just felt completely drained. There were moments when I wanted to give up. But deep down, I had this feeling that if I stopped, I'd be trapped in this desert forever. Especially today, when I thought I saw the edge of the desert. It felt like if I didn't make it out, I never would. So against all odds, I staggered forward under the scorching sun. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger. I kept muttering, focusing on the one thing I missed most, trying to hypnotize myself into forgetting the pain and exhaustion. But everyone has their limits. I don't know how long I endured the blistering heat, but eventually my legs gave out and I collapsed to the ground. Strangely, I still had some awareness, but I didn't feel the rough sand beneath me. Instead, there was a familiar sensation like a mattress. A mattress? In the desert. Confused, I mustered every ounce of strength to open my eyes. I saw someone standing beside me, a person in a white lab coat and wearing a mask. Seeing that I had woken up, he smiled and said, "You're awake. Congratulations. Your gender reassignment surgery was a success. The facial feminization surgery was also excellent." "Tony, oh sorry, Miss Jenny Stark. What the hell? Where am I?" I wanted to yell, but my voice came out barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, my lips trembling with the effort. The doctor ignored me and walked away. Not long after, I heard the sound of high heels approaching. Pepper Potts hurried over to me. "Pepper, where am I?" Seeing someone familiar, I felt tears well up in my eyes. I murmured, "I'm starving. Can you give me some cheeseburgers?" "Tony, you've been unconscious for 2 weeks. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. The doctor said you can only have liquid food for now." Pepper's eyes were glistening with tears, but she still refused me, decisive as ever, just like she is at work. Unconscious? What happened to me? As I became more alert, my voice grew clearer. I raised my hands and saw an 4-drip attached to my right hand and a multi-parameter monitoring device clipped to my left fingers. My ring finger and pinky were bandaged and splinted, while both arms were wrapped in thick layers of gauze. Pepper explained, Obadiah turned out to be an insectoid mimicry. After the detection system exposed him, he stole your Iron Man suit and caused chaos. You got injured and passed out while trying to stop him. Her words sparked my memory. I recalled the overwhelming firepower of the Ironmonger's suit, the insectoid mimicking Obadiah, analyzing his own psyche, and that fleeting moment before I blacked out, seeing that stylish yet questionable suit of armor. My heart, the memory of the insectoid's blade piercing through my chest, made me instinctively reach for my chest. I could still feel my arc reactor and my heart beating. At that moment, the joking doctor returned, this time holding a transparent sealed glass jar filled with liquid and a lump of mangled flesh floating inside. Your heart is right here. Want to keep it as a souvenir? When you were brought to the hospital, you were basically dead. Your heart was completely destroyed by that blade. Even the world's best surgeons couldn't have saved it. But I managed to bring you back. That's the most unprofessional thing I've ever heard. And you're joking with a patient? I seriously doubt you're even a doctor. You need to go back to med school for another 5 years. I retorted without hesitation, still remembering the nonsense he said when I first woke up. If I hadn't confirmed I was physically intact, I might have cried on the spot. You caught me. I'm not actually a doctor, he admitted, placing the jar containing my heart on the bedside table. I didn't even go to college. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Kent Clark. You're the guy who developed the Night System armor. Hearing the name, a flood of memories rushed back. I glanced at the jar holding the heart-shaped lump of flesh. My heart, the thing beating inside you now, is the latest artificial heart from Oscorp. It was still in the experimental stage due to unsolved energy issues, he explained. Someone brought me your arc reactor, so I hooked it up to power the heart. That's the only reason it's working. While it hasn't undergone human trials, and we don't know how it might affect your personality, congratulations. You'll never have to worry about heart problems again. Even at 120 years old, it'll keep beating as strong as it does now. I am Wei Xiaoming, and my words were filled with confidence in my own creations, though I also harbored a sliver of hope that I could save Tony Stark. Luckily, I had previously agreed to help Nick Fury with a stand-in robot project. Although its completion rate was less than 30%, I had already perfected the internal organ components, including an artificial heart, which ended up saving Tony. Just as I had explained to Fury, the stand-in robot I designed functions as a fully integrated system. Its energy source is a device that simulates the human digestive system, so the standalone heart wouldn't work by itself. Like Dr. Insan in the movie, I had to cut open Stark's chest and use the salvaged arc reactor to power the heart. I can only say that the inertia of this world is incredibly strong. In the original timeline, Tony Stark was betrayed by Obadiah, attacked by the Ten Rings while promoting Jericho missiles in the Middle East, and knocked unconscious by his own bombs. Shrapnel lodged near his heart, and he survived with an electromagnet powered by the arc reactor. I altered the course of events, yet Tony still lost his heart because of Obadiah and his own technology. Once again, the arc reactor became essential to his survival. I reassured him, don't worry. This artificial heart only raises your body temperature by 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius, with no other side effects. In fact, a slightly elevated body temperature isn't a bad thing. Body temperature is linked to immunity. If it drops by 1 degree, your immune system weakens by over 30%. But if it rises by just 1 degree, your immunity strengthens by 5 to 6 times. With this, your chances of catching a cold or getting cancer are significantly reduced. It's like having a vaccine in advance. Tony Stark, however, wasn't buying it. Hearing how I tried to spin the side effects into benefits, he mentally slapped a shady salesman label on me. Hey, I've read the related research reports. That's more about modern lifestyle issues, lack of exercise, high stress, and so on. I, on the other hand, do 1 hour of cardio every day and 30 minutes of stretching before bed. I only eat produce from specific farms, meticulously tested for pesticide and hormone residues. My hormone levels are perfectly balanced. As for stress, I'm the CEO of a multinational corporation capable of influencing presidential elections. Who could possibly stress me out? If I wanted to, the next U.S. president could be black, and I'd even get him reelected for 2 terms. Yikes. That's a real power move. I decided not to argue further and instead said, "You should be more worried about the arc reactor than my artificial heart. After your heart transplant surgery, you were in a coma for 2 weeks, during which the palladium levels in your bloodstream increased. While it's harmless for now, prolonged exposure will pose a serious threat to your life. You could use high-performance batteries as a replacement or drink large quantities of chlorophyll juice to suppress it. In severe cases, intravenous lithium dioxide can neutralize the palladium. But aside from changing your energy source, all of these are just temporary fixes. Among the current portable energy supply options, the arc reactor is still your best bet." Hey, that's an insult to my scientific literacy. Despite being in a coma for 2 weeks, Tony had been sustained by 4 glucose and nasogastric feeding, so he had enough energy to argue back. Let's not even talk about whether lithium dioxide is stable under normal conditions. Alkaline metal compounds reacting with water to produce strong bases? I die from the alkali poisoning before the palladium gets me. No great scientist refuses to build their scientific beliefs on solid evidence, nor do they refuse to revise those beliefs when presented with new evidence. I retorted, quoting a line I remembered about scientific reasoning. The technology for stabilizing and safely processing lithium dioxide was perfected during the CCCP era. It was developed to save the heroes exposed to high radiation doses during the Chernobyl disaster. Unfortunately, the development timeline was too long, and many of those heroes died before it could be mass-produced. After the CCCP dissolved, the technology was sold to secret organizations by scientists. Don't think you're the smartest person in the world. That arc reactor of yours? Hobbyist scientists could build one in their garage. Dr. Pepper quickly intervened to stop our escalating argument. "Mr. Stark needs to rest, and we have private business matters to discuss. Could you leave us for now?" I wasn't entirely sure what she meant, but my job was done. I grabbed the biological preservation device containing Stark's heart and left without a fuss. Outside the hospital room, I removed my mask and replaced it with a gas mask. Walking down the corridor, I entered a corner office where Nick Fury was waiting, stone-faced, as he watched a video on his monitor. It showed a tender moment between Tony and Pepper. "Hearing my footsteps," he said, "you did well. You gave Stark just the right push." With Tony hospitalized, Stark Industries' stock prices had plummeted. Fury, holding shares related to the company, saw their value drop significantly. Although the money technically belonged to SHELD's accounts and not his personal income, he still felt the sting. Following my advice, he had purchased additional shares under his own name from retail investors. If Stark didn't improve the stock value soon, Fury might have to request more funding from the World Security Council. "No, this is far from enough," I said, placing the biological preservation device on his desk. "The arc reactor in Stark's chest can last 100 years, but with his personality, he's bound to keep using the Iron Man suits, which will accelerate the palladium consumption and increase its absorption into his body. Survival and procreation are humanity's instincts. He'll be forced to upgrade the arc reactor." Howard Stark left behind a new element blueprint in SHLD's archives. It couldn't be realized at the time, so he left it for his son. "You know better than I do when to give it to him. Besides, Stark needs a nemesis to sharpen him, someone to push him beyond his limits and drive his technological advancements. I already have someone in mind for that role. I am Voiceover." When I mentioned Anton Vanko, Nick Fury responded, "Anton Vanko, a Soviet scientist who defected to the U.S. He co-developed the arc reactor with Howard Stark. Under modern patent laws, he should have been entitled to half of the patent revenue. During the Cold War, given his sensitive status, he and Howard clashed over the potential uses of the arc reactor. Howard, using his influence, had him deported and took sole credit for their work. Back in his home country, Vanko's treatment was predictable. He wasn't executed, but he was exiled to Siberia to farm potatoes. If anyone harbors the deepest hatred toward the Stark family, it's him. I asked, "Is Anton Vanko still alive?" It had been so long that I couldn't recall all the details of the story. I only remembered that the antagonist of Iron Man 2, Whiplash, was his son. If Fury hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have even remembered his last name. Fury said, "Years of hard labor and illness have left him in poor health, but he's still alive." His son, Ivan Vanko inherited his talent for physics and knowledge. However, they live in poverty, unable to afford even the most basic medical care for Anton. I followed up. When did you track their whereabouts? Without breaking his stoic demeanor, Fury said, when Tony developed the Mark I Iron Man suit, the miniaturization of the arc reactor signaled a breakthrough in small-scale cold nuclear fusion, an energy source that could revolutionize the world. Naturally, I investigated and uncovered this backstory. So, have you agreed to my plan? I asked. Fury didn't respond, but I took his silence as tacit approval and began explaining the plan. First, we need to find someone wealthy and competent, but with the demeanor of a nouveau riche, arrogant, flamboyant, and showy. Preferably, this person should be a military-industrial enterprise owner and a competitor to Tony. They'll recruit either Anton or Ivan to develop an arc reactor. Let's see if they can independently create a functional power system. If not, I can provide technical support. As soon as I finished speaking, I dismissed the idea myself. There had been a suitable candidate, Justin Hammer. He was a weapons dealer propped up by the U.S. Department of Defense to counterbalance Stark Industries. However, his abilities didn't match his status, and he could only earn a living by selling conventional weaponry. With the insectoid threat reducing international warfare, his business had shrunk to selling outdated arms to regions like Africa, India, and other chaotic areas. Hammer had pulled some strings to secure orders, but compared to his original position as the billionaire CEO of Hammer Industries, he was now a shadow of his former self. More importantly, Oscorp had taken over the role of the Defense Department's key partner and technical advisor. On one hand, Oscorp offered low-cost mass production. On the other, they had proprietary high-tech products with massive profit margins. It was an obvious choice. I pivoted and suggested, how about this? You supply the funding and personnel, and I'll provide the technology. Together, we'll establish an organization called Gear Shocker, based in your home continent, Africa. By controlling this organization, we can monitor the Vanko's technological developments in real time and prevent them from surpassing Tony's technology, which could have unforeseen consequences. The USSR was famous for its tank swarms. If the Vankos get organizational support, even if they can only replicate a Mark I-level arc reactor and mass-produce over 50 units, the balance of power could be overturned. I want to give Tony a whetstone to sharpen his abilities, not one that will break the blade. I locked eyes with Fury's single good eye and asked, have you tracked Shocker's activities recently? After the Amazon Cell transaction, Dr. Death has been off the radar. I named the organization Gear Shocker to paint a target on their back, knowing they'd likely focus on this group first. That way, we can trace them and take them down. After the vampire race was purged, a trove of sealed technologies was unlocked. I managed to obtain some of the data and was upgrading the Dr. Death persona in secret. Enhanced clones and bio-creatures took time to develop, so I had temporarily halted its activities. Fury pulled out his virtual projection device, displaying a 3D model of Dr. Death. The figure wore a high-collared black cape with a red interior, wild hair, a cheap white suit, and a slightly exaggerated build that wasn't quite proportional to the original. This is a reconstruction based on the descriptions of captured vampires, Fury said. Dr. Death hasn't been seen since the Amazon Cell transaction. He sold the cells at a high price to Victor, a senior vampire, who then sold 2 samples to Deacon Frost. According to my intel, only Deacon's records manager, Pearl, used 1 sample. The other is unaccounted for. It might have been taken by someone in the Joint Observation Group that night. Feigning outrage, I said, why are humans so foolish when faced with life and death situations? If you can't control a power, you should stay far away from it. That stuff should have been destroyed. Who knows what kind of trouble misuse could cause? Fury remained silent for a moment. That night, I had been on a mission with Blade under SHLD's name. If someone had secretly kept an Amazon cell, I might have noticed. But based on my current reaction, Fury couldn't be sure. On the surveillance screen, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts had finished their casual conversation and moved on to business. Tony said, Pepper, schedule a press conference for a few days from now. Pepper was overjoyed. That's great news. After the destruction of the Stark Energy Center and your hospitalization, our stock has been plummeting. A press conference will help stabilize the stock price. Tony, however, said no. I'm going to announce that Stark Industries will no longer produce military goods. Pepper was dumbfounded. Tony, that's not funny. Our market value has already evaporated by billions. If you make that announcement, the stock price will take a devastating hit. With a grin, Tony replied, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the stock will bounce back eventually. By the way, could you give me 2 cheeseburgers from that place I always go to?" Pepper said, "The doctor said you're still on liquid foods." Tony shot back. "That guy already admitted he's not even a real doctor." I am Voiceover. In the hospital room, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts barely discussed serious matters before Tony veered the conversation wildly off track. He began boasting about his endless talents, acting as though there was nothing in this world he couldn't achieve if he put his mind to it. He even claimed that he could bring the company's stock price back up within a week. Pepper, however, tried to reason with him. This young master had been in a coma for 2 weeks. She wasn't even sure if he could get out of bed and walk properly yet. Attending a press conference, facing the barrage of questions from reporters, and dealing with their sharp criticisms, she feared Tony wouldn't hold up under the pressure, especially with that non-original heart in his chest. What if an unscrupulous journalist provoked him and caused the heart to malfunction? As both Tony's secretary and personal assistant, these concerns naturally fell under her responsibilities. Meanwhile, back in the office, Nick Fury had been on the fence about my proposal to create a controlled villain organization. But after seeing the situation with Tony, he immediately turned to me and said, "There are plenty of forces opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll send someone to make contact, and we'll allocate funds from the S.H.I.E.L.D. budget through anonymous accounts. You'll handle the framework for the organization, but we'll need to change the name." Gear Shocker sounds shady right off the bat. Technically, Fury couldn't interfere with the operations of Stark Industries. But the moment he secretly purchased shares, Tony decided to make a move that would cause the stock price to plummet further. It was as if Tony was deliberately going against him. I shrugged and said, "Sure, we can change the name. If you don't like Gear Shocker, we have other options. Destron, G.O.D, Organization, DL's Army, or Gorgum. But personally, my favorites are Umbrella Corporation and Consortium B." Umbrella Corporation? Fury picked the one that sounded the least ridiculous to him. I gave him a thumbs up. Good eye. According to its lore, the Umbrella Corporation eventually becomes a global monopoly, dominating industries like pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, and cutting-edge defense technology. But its real profits come from secret sectors like advanced military technology, bioengineering, and biological weapons. Things like human enhancement and mechanical exoskeletons. They even have a highly trained private military force. It's not unlike Oscorp. They say the heroes are shaped by their times. With the insectoid crisis creating fertile ground and Fury's maneuvering behind the scenes, Oscorp had already grown into a massive behemoth. Even Norman Osborn himself was starting to fear the sheer size of his empire. Fury coughed lightly, clearly aware of Oscorp's strength. After all, he held absolute control over its shares. But building an enterprise of that magnitude wasn't something that could be done overnight. And if Oscorp ever decided to act out, it would indeed be terrifying. What about Consortium B? Fury asked. The infamous Consortium B? I grinned. Their primary business model is selling toys. For instance, we could get Tony Stark to license Consortium B to produce Iron Man action figures and collectibles. We could segment the market with high-end lines like True Bone carvings and S-Chef figures. They could also sell arc reactor-shaped power banks, branded phones, shoes, jackets, everything. But what Consortium B truly excels at is creating heroes. They'd partner with media outlets to produce superhero TV series, turning the heroes into merchandise. Even villain figures would sell at a premium if they're cool-looking, well-designed, and have compelling character arcs. Since they'd have access to human enhancement technology and the necessary special effects, creating scenes of flying, laser blasts, and other superhuman feats would cost next to nothing. The licensing fees from TV networks alone could cover the production costs. I've already got several scripts lined up. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, whether it's dark and gritty, saintly protagonists, feminine icons, or content aimed at niche audiences, I've got it all. If you agree, I can start contacting writers to flesh them out. I glanced at Fury's bald head and added, if you think selling toys and making TV shows is beneath us, we could also venture into the cosmetics industry. About formulas for hair growth serums and scar removal creams. Fury replied, let's go with that for now. Put the TV shows on hold. I'll set up a company that officially sells hair growth serums and scar removal creams. In reality, it'll funnel funds into covert biochemical research and also serve as a way to recruit the Vanko family. Fury's bald head was, of course, a deliberate image choice suggested by a stylist to suit his role as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But the hair growth serum and scar removal cream? Those were for his team. Take Coulson, for example, his trusted right-hand man. The poor guy dealt with so many big and small tasks that his hairline had started retreating. Then there were the female field agents. In their line of work, injuries were inevitable. While America's medical system was advanced enough to handle non-lethal gunshot wounds with quick and painless surgery, the scars left behind were hard to remove. More than once, agents had complained to their superiors about not being able to wear their favorite swimsuits to the beach in summer because of unsightly scars. I nodded and said, fine by me. Once you've decided, I'll go back and organize the technical data. You handle the personnel arrangements, and be sure to teach that young master a lesson so he knows the world doesn't revolve around him. With that, I picked up the biological preservation device and prepared to leave. Fury's gaze lingered on the lump of human heart suspended in liquid within the container. Do you still need that thing? I paused and replied, I'll take it back and see if I can restore its functionality, then maybe reimplant it into Stark's body. The effects of missing body parts on human psychology aren't fully understood. Not even in my time, but we do know it influences behavior. That's why bio-enhanced individuals undergo emotional suppression treatments. If it were just a hand, a leg, or an eye, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Tony lost his heart. What if one day he starts thinking that without his original heart, he's already dead, that the person who's alive now is just a walking shell? If he starts believing that he might stop seeing himself as human altogether. I am Wei Xiuming. Standing in the industrial park of Oscorp, I placed the biological preservation device on the workbench, pressed my palm against the transparent exterior, and softly murmured, magnetic field rotation, cellular reconstruction. A faint flow of energy, delicate like electric arcs, coursed through the nutrient solution and touched Stark's damaged heart. To my satisfaction, the shredded muscle began to contract and relax rhythmically, while the gashes carved by the blade healed rapidly. Within mere seconds, this 300-gram mass of flesh was restored to its original form, an intact human heart. The heart, with its inherent rhythmicity, can beat outside of the body for a limited time as long as there's an energy supply. Floating in a saline solution would keep it viable for several hours, let alone being fully submerged in the nutrient-rich liquid of the preservation device. As long as no external damage is inflicted, this heart of Tony Stark's can remain preserved for over a decade. By then, it would still retain the potential for organ transplantation. I gently picked up the preservation device, carried it to my custom-made office safe, and carefully placed it inside. Taking out my phone, I muttered to myself, Optimus Prime, add Tony Stark's heart transplant to the pending tasks list. The moment the command was issued, the supercomputer Optimus Prime, which controlled the entire industrial park systems, activated and responded, Sir, when should the procedure be scheduled? 5 years from now, I replied. 5 years is enough time for Tony Stark to grow into the name and responsibility of Iron Man. I closed the safe door, clenched my fist, then spread my fingers. The power of magnetic field rotation swirled in my palm, with currents formed from the cutting of magnetic fields coiling between my fingertips like a peculiar living being. The trip to Kamartaj had been my most significant breakthrough in mastering the control of various forms of energy. With Magneto's genes granting me a natural affinity for electromagnetic forces, my studies in the art of magnetic field rotation only bolstered these abilities further. Unfortunately, despite the Marvel Universe's compatibility with multiversal forces, the limitations of this world meant that the power of magnetic field rotation plateaued at a certain level. It reminded me of the centuries following the martial god era, where the strength of magnetic field rotation drastically diminished compared to the peak era of Sea Tiger's four ancestors. To make matters worse, my progress was entirely self-guided, lacking a mature system for reference. My use of energy felt primitive, akin to wielding TNT to smash someone with brute force. But after studying magical theories and relevant knowledge, I had undergone a complete transformation. Techniques that originally required the strength of 500,000 horsepower to perform, such as cellular reconstruction, were now within my easy grasp. I had even gained a certain degree of control over my own cellular structure. For instance, I could subtly manipulate my endocrine system to regulate hormone levels, allowing me to control my emotions at will. The anger I displayed in front of Nick Fury? It was no longer an act, but genuine emotion, carefully triggered and amplified. That bald-headed Fury seems to have access to some extraordinary sources of intelligence. I mused while organizing the data on hair growth serums and scar removal cosmetics at my desk. I underestimated the man. He's not just the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but the leader of the world's largest intelligence network. Even if his agency is mostly compromised, until Hydra flips the table, his agents will remain diligent. As I pondered, my phone rang. It was Alexander Pierce. Dr. Death, the person you requested has arrived. When do you plan to begin the modification process? Pierce's voice was calm, but held an undertone of urgency. Send over his body measurements, height, weight, proportional dimensions of each part. Also, include any enhancements or brainwashing procedures you've already conducted. These factors will affect the final results. I replied with deliberate nonchalance, though beneath my mask, a sly grin spread across my face, bearing a resemblance to the scheming smile of Kaoru Kaido from Kamen Rider Ryuki. The person I had requested was none other than the Winter Soldier, Captain America's old war buddy, Bucky Barnes. After Red Skull's demise, Hydra had fractured into multiple factions. The Siberian branch, which inherited the legacy of human enhancement research, had initiated the Winter Soldier experiments. Bucky Barnes was one of their subjects. Conveniently, the Siberian branch happened to fall within Pierce's jurisdiction. Given Bucky Barnes' connection with Captain America, their dynamic was bound to lead to a dramatic brother-against-brother confrontation. Most intriguingly, Hydra's records indicated that during Barnes' final mission with Captain America, he had fallen from a train, breaking his left arm in the process. The Siberian branch replaced it with a mechanical arm, and that, in itself, was quite fascinating. On the call, Pierce responded, "I'll compile the relevant data into a physical document and deliver it to you. Besides the one you specifically requested, there are 5 other failures. Their physical enhancements were successful, but they're highly violent and uncontrollable." I caught the subtext in his words. "You're suggesting we repurpose them? Total body modifications, right? Since they were experimental subjects, there was no way only one would have been created. The Winter Soldier project aimed to produce an army of super-enhanced soldiers, but only Bucky Barnes was deemed a success. A weapon that powerful, yet uncontrollable, was a failure. Instead of destroying them, it made sense to recycle them for further use." "Fine. Send me their data as well," I said as I switched to a different screen on my computer. The supercomputer in the room took over the display, showing the plans I had previously drafted. However, due to various changes in the storyline, these plans no longer fully aligned with current events and could only serve as a reference. I'll also need some special materials. The current level of technology is too primitive. Only something beyond this era can bring my designs to life. "What do you need?" Pierce asked. "Gravitonium. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. has already mined and studied it. I don't need much, just a liter will suffice. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe and its spin-off series agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., gravitonium is a unique mineral capable of manipulating gravity. In the comics, it corresponds to gravity particles, which are tied to the origin of the villain Graviton. As someone who already wielded electromagnetic powers, I found gravitonium somewhat redundant. But the sections on primal magic in Kamartai's archives had reignited my interest in it. Primal magic, though crude, operated on simple principles, like using cow hair and other materials to borrow a bull's strength. With slight modifications, these principles could easily be adapted into technological applications. For instance, by my calculations, when the upgraded Winter Soldier makes his debut, the Avengers will already be established. With just a mechanical arm that even Spider-Man could overpower, Bucky Barnes would be at a significant disadvantage against Cap's allies. But if gravitonium were used as a casting material for his enhancements, the resulting spectacle would be nothing short of remarkable. I am Wei Xiuming. In the Oscorp lab, The original team responsible for modifying and enhancing the Night System wearers had been disbanded and reorganized. Only a few individuals with access to the core technologies remained, while the rest were replaced by Hydra scientists who were now working on human enhancement projects. Hydra's control over its subordinates was absolute. Even after Arnim Zola succumbed to cancer, he uploaded his consciousness into a computer to continue serving Hydra's cause. So, there wasn't much concern about these inhumane procedures being exposed. I had full confidence in my technology, but Pierce wasn't as trusting. He still saw value in the failed Winter Soldier experiments and had been reluctant about my demands for surgical fees, equipment costs, and a large supply of rare materials. Among those materials were exotic extraterrestrial elements and metals from meteorite deposits in small towns. Pierce suspected I was inflating costs to bleed him dry, so he only provided me with one failed specimen slated for disposal to see the results before committing further. Now, the experiment was in its later stages. The subject, a female soldier named Ksenia, had been disassembled to the point where only her brain remained. Her cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem were stored in a biological preservation device, with neural endings connected to electrode pads to simulate bioelectric signals and maintain her brain's activity, preventing her personality from collapsing. Her other bodily tissues were cryogenically stored, allowing her to potentially regain a humanoid form when needed. This disassembly approach wasn't strictly necessary. Hydra's method of brainwashing Winter Soldiers was notoriously crude. It relied on a combination of drugs, optical stimuli, and verbal cues to induce a second personality. Under this alternate persona's control, the Winter Soldier would obey the individual who held the trigger code without question. This second personality was dominant enough to suppress the original consciousness most of the time, but required regular maintenance. Without it, the original personality could resurface and reclaim control. However, the method had a high failure rate. Ksenia, for example, had suffered a mental breakdown due to the conflict between her two personalities, turning into a mindless killing machine. Much like when a U.S. Department of Defense and military personnel observed the enhancement of Night System wearers, some of Hydra's upper echelons were now watching from an adjacent observation room. However, seeing a living person reduced to parts left even these seasoned individuals uneasy. Only a few war-hardened veterans managed to maintain their composure, while most couldn't suppress their nausea. Even some of Hydra's scientists, trained in the remnants of the Third Reich's methods and notorious for their inhuman experiments, found their legs trembling. Bone structure assembly complete. The lightweight, high-strength alloy skeleton, primarily made from Skrull spacecraft alloys, was finally pieced together. This alloy combined rigidity and flexibility, and preliminary system checks showed all mechanical components were functioning well. Internal organ assembly complete. Muscle tissue integration complete. Circulatory system installed. Lymphatic system installed. Injecting blood. Mechanical and bionic structures assembled. Blood circulation functioning normally. Proceeding with biological tissue integration. Once all the synthetic organs and parts formed a terrifying humanoid figure, the lab fell into a tense silence. You could hear a pin drop. Aside from the faint hum of medical equipment, the staff held their breaths, unwilling to make a sound that might disrupt the surgical team. Even the observers behind the thick glass window instinctively quieted down, as if their voices could penetrate the soundproof barrier. As the surgical team carefully removed Ksenia's brain from the biological preservation device to implant it into the bioengineered body, an ill-timed phone ringtone pierced the silence. Even though the ringtone was set at a low volume, it was jarring in the otherwise still lab, like the awkward sound of a phone going off during a dead-silent lecture just after the professor had posed a challenging question. "What's going on?" Pierce's voice crackled through the internal communication system. He had endured 3 hours of witnessing human dissection and was visibly perturbed. If something went wrong now, all his suffering would have been for nothing. Plus, the observation room didn't have any chairs, and his aging body, accustomed to long hours at a desk, was struggling to stand for so long. "It's nothing, just some idiot who doesn't know the right time to call," I replied casually, reassuring Pierce while signaling the surgical team to continue. I pulled my phone from my pocket and glanced at the screen. "It's Nick Fury," I said, locking eyes with Pierce through the observation window. Pierce immediately cut the broadcast to avoid any potential leaks. Fury was too perceptive. Until the cards were on the table, I couldn't let him suspect any connection between me and Pierce. Answering the call, I snapped. What could possibly be so urgent that you couldn't wait? Your call almost ruined a multi-million-dollar experiment. Unfazed, Fury replied in his usual calm tone. I'm in your quarters. There's something you'll want to know. Did you locate Shocker's headquarters? Or discover Dr. Death's whereabouts? I growled, annoyed that he had bypassed my upgraded security system once again. Or maybe you found someone conducting high-dose radiation experiments on Amazon cells contaminated by vampires, creating uncontrollable monstrosities. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on the ongoing surgery. Xenia's brain was successfully placed into the synthetic skull. The artificial nerves, blood vessels, and spinal connections were being meticulously linked to the brain. Next came the carotid and jugular arteries. Each step was painstakingly long and required extreme precision. The next phase involved installing the ultrasonic auditory system, which would give her hearing capabilities 4 to 10 times that of an average person. Her artificial eyes were connected to the optic nerves, granting her vision 3 times sharper than human standards. She'd be able to see in the dark like a cat, adjust focus to function as a telescope or microscope, and even mimic any human's retinal structure by adjusting her irises. Each of these enhancements required lengthy surgical procedures. It's about the insectoids, Fury said. The military captured a few and has been deploying them as weapons in foreign territories. I furrowed my brow upon hearing that. I'll head back immediately. I am Wei-Xioming. After hanging up the call, I turned to the staff, meticulously connecting the artificial organs and brain nerves, and said, I need to step out for a while. Keep following the plan. With that, I left the lab during the critical phase of the surgery. In a hospital operating room, when a lead surgeon and nurses joke around, play music, or chat, it's a sign that the procedure is routine and the surgeon is fully confident, much like the neurosurgeon Stephen Strange before his accident. Some surgeons even chat with patients under partial anesthesia, discussing topics ranging from relationships to how the environment affects the body, and occasionally even marital life, leaving single patients with nothing to contribute. If the conversation got lively enough, they'd let the patient choose a song as background music and casually discuss artists like Hakken Lee or Masayuki Suzuki. But if the medical team's expressions are grim, their breaths measured, and the room dead silent, then the situation is dire. That's the current atmosphere in the lab. Even Hydra's human experimentation experts, who've performed surgeries as extreme as transplanting an entire set of organs from one person to another, were on edge. Brain transplant surgeries had only been carried out on monkeys, part of Hydra's preparatory research for transferring the consciousness of its high-ranking members into young, clone bodies. When it came to meddling with the forbidden zones of the human brain, the success rate was abysmally low, lower than the subscription-to-chapter ratio of a struggling author. And now, they weren't just transplanting a brain, they were integrating it into a biomechanical body. The stakes were sky-high, and the entire team was laser-focused on this groundbreaking operation. But I clearly didn't share their sense of urgency. Throughout the procedure, I merely observed without lifting a hand to assist. I even brought my phone into the lab without turning it off or silencing it. And now, I left mid-surgery, removing my protective gear before I'd even stepped through the door. In my mind, the importance of creating a bio-enhanced soldier paled in comparison to the potential havoc that could be wrought by the insectoids. It wasn't even a contest. I jogged back to my quarters, only to find Nick Fury lounging on my couch, legs crossed, casually inspecting the dormant supercomputer Optimus Prime. Somehow, he cracked the lock on my door again. His suspended foot swung lazily, as if mocking my so-called security measures. Judging by his relaxed posture, I said, "Doesn't seem like the insectoid issue is that critical. Looks like I'll need to upgrade my anti-theft system again. Aren't English-American legal systems supposed to value property rights? You know, the wind can enter, the rain can enter, but not the king." "Umph." Fury chuckled with an odd tone. "You actually believe that nonsense? The so-called land of the free is just arrogance wrapped in a flag. When it suits them, they wear the mask of freedom and democracy, painting themselves as saints. When it doesn't, they rip off the mask. Citizen rights? They're meaningless in the face of capital. The Declaration of Independence accused the British Empire of cutting off trade and imposing taxes on the colonies. But when the U.S. needs to, its methods are far more ruthless than Britain's ever were. As he spoke, Fury theatrically pulled a folder from seemingly nowhere. Inside was a stack of printed documents, each stamped with Top Secret. These are files I had someone borrow from the Department of Defense. Project Codename, Rainbow Plan 2. It's a continuation of the U.S.'s global operational strategies from World War I to World War II, designed to consolidate its hegemony. The project is divided into 9 subdivisions targeting regions like Russia, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Each plan is tailored to different countries. One of the plans involves smuggling captured insectoids into foreign nations, using their mimicking abilities to infiltrate governmental leadership, tarnish public trust, or provoke wars to drain national resources. As I skimmed through the photocopied documents at lightning speed, I realized that if the Axis powers hadn't initiated World War II by demanding a redivision of global influence, it might very well have been the economically devastated U.S. that started instead. With anger simmering, I demanded, where did they send the insectoids? I despised situations that deviated from my carefully laid plans. The insectoids I had intended to use as a thorn in America's side were now being weaponized by them. It was akin to a U.S. biolab leaking a virus, causing a global pandemic, only for them to abandon solving the problem and instead implement a mass human cleansing program to eliminate the poor. Worse, they'd weaponize the infected and send them worldwide for bioterrorism, dragging everyone else into the chaos. What part of the plan are they executing? I pressed. Fury said, the country hosting the Olympics this year. What? My fury boiled over instantly. This wasn't feigned outrage. It was genuine, unrestrained wrath. Never before had I been so emotionally unhinged in this world. Never before had I so desperately wanted to see an entire nation reduced to ashes. Though I knew it wasn't truly my homeland, I couldn't help but see it as a sanctuary of shared culture and civilization. I had always hesitated to approach it, wary of drawing too close. I had meticulously ensured that none of my actions or creations would harm it. And yet, the U.S. had trampled over all my efforts. How dare they? How dare they? I'll kill every single one of those fools. My medium-length hair stood on end as if charged with static, and my white lab coat flapped wildly like a flag caught in a storm. A palpable wave of oppressive energy radiated from me, pressing down on Fury with full force. For the first time, the man who had witnessed starships exploding in space felt a chill of fear. All the advanced electronics on Fury's body short-circuited and fried as if struck by an EMP. Sparks and smoke erupted from his devices as he cursed under his breath, hurriedly ripping out his earpiece and tossing his other gadgets aside. What the hell kind of disaster did your future world face for you to build weapons this strong, and yet still have to tread so carefully? Fury shouted, his voice tinged with genuine alarm. My emotional outburst had inadvertently unleashed the power of magnetic field rotation. Not only was the room in chaos, but even the air currents outside the building had become erratic. A sunny day turned into a stormy one within moments as dark clouds gathered ominously. A disaster-class hurricane and torrential rain were brewing. The ground beneath us began to tremble, causing cracks to spread across the pavement. Tiles in the plaza shifted and buckled. Underground water pipes burst, and high-pressure streams of water shot into the air like geysers. I am Wei Xiaoming. Before I transmigrated, I was just a university student. My Mao Zedong thought and theoretical system of socialism with Chinese characteristics professor had a habit of wrapping up lectures with fascinating tangents unrelated to the syllabus. During one class, the professor discussed the United States, describing the world's sole superpower as essentially a nouveau riche, riding on the dividends of 2 world wars to dominate other countries. It maintained global hegemony with its military might, but lacked the virtues of a true great power. Looking back, it made sense. The U.S. was a country of immigrants, with a history of less than 300 years. Its territory was originally stolen from Native Americans through colonization. While the Old World was divided into multiple nations, the U.S.'s rise relied on pirate-style plundering, making it impossible for it to develop the maturity of a true nation. Rather than calling it a country, It's more accurate to describe it as a capitalist conglomerate disguised as a nation-state. The professor even posed a hypothetical scenario. If the United States were ever on the brink of destruction, whether from geological disasters, alien invasions, or a supervirus, it would launch nuclear weapons worldwide in its dying moments. Through its strategy of nuclear deterrence, it would trigger a global nuclear war, dragging the entire world into the abyss with it. I realized I might have let my emotions get the better of me earlier. I quickly reined in my power and flipped through the documents Fury had handed me, but I didn't find what I was looking for. Frustrated, I ripped off my gas mask and crushed it in my hand, then turned to Fury and asked, "Do you know the exact number of insectoids and the transportation route to the country hosting this year's Olympics?" Fury stared at me for a long moment before responding. 3 insectoids were sent to the Red Nation, but the route and transport method are highly classified. My agents don't have the clearance to access that information. Idiots! Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and they're still playing these petty games. This is exactly how the Southern Ming dynasty fell. I spat, raking my hands through my hair as I paced the room. After a long moment, I muttered, even if I build a night system armor and send it to that country right now, it'd be too late. The wearer enhancement process takes time. Looks like I'll have to handle this personally. Fury was busy picking through the remnants of his fried gadgets. Most of the small, seemingly unassuming but very expensive devices were now useless, and even his phone had been rendered inoperable. "I need a cover identity to enter that country," I told him. Fury didn't hesitate. "All right, the Olympics are 4 months away. Journalists from various countries are already heading there. Creating a plausible journalist identity won't be difficult. Journalist credentials are sometimes even more effective than a spy's cover for gathering intelligence. S.H.I.E.L.D. owns several small newspapers and news websites, sometimes deploying agents under the guise of journalists. For an event as massive as the Olympics, it would be perfectly reasonable for a reporter to be sent to cover it." Fury pulled a notebook and pen from his jacket pocket and began jotting down notes as he spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D. runs a paper called The Daily Planet. Your new identity will be as a journalist covering sports and society sections. I'll flip your name around, Clark Kent. Since you're lacking professional knowledge and skills, I'll assign a female agent as your partner. She'll handle the interviews and reporting. The way he rattled off this whole arrangement made me wonder if Fury himself might be a transmigrator. I couldn't help but quip, "I don't plan on going as a journalist. It's too restrictive. I want to cover identity as a geophysicist." Fury frowned, clearly deep in thought, then said, "If that's the case, I'll set you up with a Japanese-American identity. Those people are inherently wary of earthquakes, and their research in seismology is top-notch." He scrutinized my face for a moment before adding, "You've got features that could pass for an Asian-European mix. This identity should work well for you. Any specific name in mind?" "Keanu Reeves," I replied. The absurdity of the situation had tempered my anger somewhat. Fury raised an eyebrow. "Not bad. Sounds like a name for a handsome guy. But the question is, do you have the geophysics expertise and credentials to back it up? You'll need a legitimate reason to be in that country, or the World Security Council will give me hell." I scratched the back of my head and admitted, "That's a bit tricky. I'll need half a day to build an earthquake early warning device. That country is vast, and the boundary between the Eurasian plate and the Indian Ocean plate runs through its territory, so it's bound to experience intraplate earthquakes. If I frame it as a technology exchange and earthquake research, they'll definitely welcome it. My device can detect the buildup of tectonic stress energy in the crust and compare it against existing geological models and earthquake simulations to provide early warnings for potential earthquakes. Modern technology can't accurately predict earthquakes. The few successful predictions have been largely coincidental. But even a 1-second warning before an earthquake can save countless lives by giving people enough time to take shelter. If my invention proves effective, most countries, especially Japan, wouldn't refuse it. When it comes to geological activity, humanity is insignificant. An earthquake 50 years from now could be the aftershock of one that occurred 50 years ago. Before Fury and I could finalize the plan, my phone rang. It was the head of security at Oscorp Industrial Park, calling to check if I'd been injured in what they described as an unexplained earthquake earlier. The security chief wasn't worried about the buildings collapsing. He was more concerned about me, the park's technical director. Just then, a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents burst into my quarters, guns drawn, as if they were rescuing a hostage. They formed a protective circle around Fury, who was still lounging on my couch. "Director, are you all right?" one agent asked urgently. Fury put on a show, glancing at his watch, which wasn't even working anymore, and snarking, "3 minutes. You're too slow. If I were in real danger, you'd be planning my funeral right now." Seeing that their boss was unharmed, the agents holstered their weapons and left, one of them even being polite enough to shut the door on their way out. Fury smirked and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has made quite a few enemies lately. Some of them have impressive resources and might be tracking my movements. To avoid ambushes, I've assigned a security detail to myself." He placed a button-sized device in his palm and continued, "This is a panic alert device inspired by your ideas. If the signal is cut off, they'll come to rescue me. 3 minutes from the parking lot to here is actually pretty impressive. I'm Nick Fury." As the internal audit of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the purge of Hydra agents progressed, the list of suspected spies kept growing, and with it, so did my unease. Many of the names on that list belonged to highly capable agents, people I had intended to promote to higher ranks and entrust with greater responsibility. This only proved that numerous Hydra operatives had climbed the ranks under my nose, gaining promotions without my knowledge. In that moment, I began to truly understand the weight of former director Alexander Pierce's predicament. To discover that the people you trust the most, the ones you personally groomed for leadership, are actually spies for an enemy organization. It's an unbearable blow. On one hand, I wanted to see S.H.I.E.L.D. grow stronger, but I feared that any expansion would only allow the Hydra cells hidden within to thrive. On the other hand, I wanted to eradicate Hydra completely, but I knew that doing so could destabilize S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely, leaving the world vulnerable without its protective shield. Yet letting Hydra linger was an ever-present threat. After interrogating some Hydra spies, I managed to obtain information on Hydra's operations outside of S.H.I.E.L.D. Though the data was incomplete, it hinted at the vast reach of their network. Being cautious yet decisive by nature, I immediately assigned a team of agents who had passed lie detector and truth serum tests to serve as my personal bodyguards. Divided into 3 shifts, they provided 24/7 protection. It felt like cutting off one of Hydra's heads. Sure, they say, cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place, but losing a head still hurts, doesn't it? And with the purge of Hydra agents heating up, the flames would inevitably reach the Hydra leadership. I had no doubt I'd become their prime target, the thorn in their side they'd most want to remove. Aware of this, I made thorough preparations for my safety. In addition to my bodyguards, I carried a number of life-saving gadgets on me at all times, though most of those had just been destroyed. I pulled out a sealed bag and carefully placed the fried electronics inside. Even though the devices were now useless, some of the technology could still be salvaged. These were specialized tools patented by S.H.I.E.L.D., and every piece of equipment was accounted for. Even as director, I had to follow protocol and ensure that the remnants were returned for proper disposal. I fiddled with my phone, but it was completely unresponsive. Frustrated, I made a mental note to instruct the tech division to incorporate EMP protection into future designs. I glanced at Wei Xiaoming and asked, "Mind telling me what experiment you were running just now?" "Decoy robots," Wei Xiaoming replied, pulling a suitcase from his bedside table and donning a new gas mask. "The tricky part is perfecting the weight and infrared radiation signatures. The appearance is indistinguishable from a real person, but certain instruments can still detect the difference. I'm making gradual improvements." After ushering me out of his quarters, Wei Xiaoming returned to the mechanical lab, where he pieced together a tectonic stress detection device using the materials at hand. To me, it looked rudimentary, but it would suffice. After all, the computing power of a 2020 smartphone surpasses that of a computer from 40 years ago. Once the device, about the size of a family car, was completed, Wei Xiaoming contacted the bioengineering lab via internal communications. His assistant answered the call. "Did the earlier earthquake affect the surgery?" he asked. "Dr. Clark, there were no issues," the assistant replied. "These external personnel are quite experienced, though one of the observers did take a call and leave in a hurry. As long as the surgery was successful." "Doctor, it's best not to pry into certain matters," Wei Xiaoming said as he rummaged through a shelf piled with miscellaneous products. After the surgery, you'll be responsible for calibrating and training Bio-Enhanced Subject 1. I'll be out of town for anywhere from 1 month to 6, and during that time, all technical operations at the industrial park will also fall under your purview. Understood, the assistant said in a low voice. Wei Xiaoming had framed the project as advanced prosthetics for the disabled, with the first experiment being a full-body prosthetic replacement for a quadriplegic patient. But I had seen the pre-surgery medical reports. This so-called patient was in perfect health, with no signs of paralysis. Moreover, the body designed to house her brain was absurdly durable, practically weaponized. Unlike the late Parker couple, who supposedly perished in a plane crash due to their principles, this assistant was content to focus on their role without asking questions. Then again, who's to say the Parkers weren't silenced for what they knew? Found it, Wei Xiaoming muttered, ending the call. From an unassuming corner, he retrieved a small cardboard box. Inside, he found a necklace-like device, which he promptly put on, carefully tucking it under his shirt collar. Time to stir things up. Dr. Death's back. The Americans have been too comfortable for too long. It's time to throw them into chaos. The new consciousness transfer device was far more portable than the previous helmet model. With it, Wei Xiaoming could multitask effortlessly, operating as Dr. Death persona whenever he pleased. After receiving the payment from Victor the Vampire for the Amazon cells, Dr. Death had purchased a warehouse in a remote area. Renovating it, he opened a bar under the guise of a Shocker operative, providing his soldiers with a place to work and stay. Profits were irrelevant. These Shocker combatants, originally subjects of human enhancement experiments, were physically superior to ordinary people. When small gangs tried to extort protection money, they were swiftly beaten back. Drunk troublemakers fared no better. Against all odds, the bar, despite its remote location, began to attract business. In the bar storage area, a cryopod with blinking indicator lights opened, and the repaired Dr. Death emerged. His face had been deliberately crafted to resemble an older Magneto, though his hulking physique was far from human. He wouldn't look out of place in a live-action adaptation of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Dr. Death stretched his body, clenched his fists, and tested the power of magnetic field rotation. Not bad. This new bio-clone body can handle even more of my strength. He donned a slightly upgraded suit and retrieved a briefcase bearing the Shocker insignia from a nearby cabinet. With that, he exited through the bar's back door. Inside the briefcase was the X Serum, a product of William Stryker's research. The serum temporarily unlocked latent X genes in humans, granting them superpowers. Once the serum was metabolized, the abilities disappeared, and the subject reverted to normal. In every version of the Marvel Universe, humanity's origin is never purely evolutionary. The Inhumans, for instance, were the result of Kree genetic experiments. Similarly, humans were creations of the Celestials. To allow for future upgrades, the Celestials deliberately left a slot in their design, manifesting as a missing piece in the human brain structure. In Iron Man 3, Killian's extremist virus concept was based on this discovery, though his technology was far from mature. I am Wei Xiaoming, also known as Dr. Death. The batch of X Serum I was carrying had been modified and improved. In this world, there were no mutants, so I used a massive database of human blood samples to conduct genetic analysis, identifying shared genetic markers and redeveloping the serum based on the original concept. Of course, the serum required certain materials not found on Earth. For this batch, I had used Terrigen crystals from a Skrull spaceship. On Earth, Terrigen crystals are referred to as the obelisk, a remnant of Kree genetic experiments designed to create expendable soldiers. The crystals can detect inhuman genes in humans, activating superpowers in those who carry the gene, but causing ordinary people to turn to stone and die upon contact. Due to the disparity in civilizations and the loss of knowledge over generations, Earthlings misunderstood the nature of the Terrigen crystals. They only knew of their immense power. Red Skull even claimed they could explain death. After the discovery of the Infinity Stones, the crystals were often mistaken for one of them. This highlights the importance of technology. In the cosmos, Terrigen crystals, while valuable, are not considered rare treasures. A Skrull spaceship might carry an entire crate of them for trade. On Earth, however, Countless people spend their lives trying to unlock their secrets, hoping to use them to conquer the world. It's like a flashlight, an artifact of divine power in the era of stone tools, but something you can buy for less than $100 at a convenience store today. As for who I'd sell the X serum to, I had already decided. While exterminating vampires, I'd use the backdoor access of the supercomputer brain to collect information on a group of individuals carrying dormant inhuman genes. These people were anything but stable. This instability was a common flaw among many Americans. Their fun-first education system bred ignorance, their superpower status fostered arrogance, and their individualistic hero complex made them eager to show off. As ordinary people, these traits were only mildly annoying. But once they gained immense power, it would be like a broke, frustrated writer suddenly winning a multi-million-dollar lottery. They'd completely lose themselves. With their personalities, they'd flaunt their abilities everywhere, just like Tony Stark. And their belief that they were the center of the world would only deepen. Even if their powers were only enough to handle low-level thugs and minor villains. In their minds, they'd see themselves standing toe-to-toe with Thanos as Avengers. If this were people from a different nation across the ocean, and they found themselves transported to a world like Marvel or Naruto, their first concern upon gaining powers would be avoiding the attention of groups like Hydra or Danzo. The individuals I had picked were even more extreme. Poverty, laziness, bullying, family trauma, and societal discrimination had warped their minds. Giving them power in an era where superheroes were scarce would undoubtedly create chaos. This was my revenge. After walking for a while, I arrived at another bar. It wasn't yet dark, but the place was already packed. The patrons were burly, rough-looking men with gold chains and dark sunglasses, walking stereotypes of troublemakers. Despite their intimidating appearances, they were oddly quiet, sipping their drinks and speaking in hushed tones. Their subdued demeanor terrified the bartender, who had polished the same glass 35 times out of sheer nervousness. Everyone knows the saying, "A barking dog doesn't bite." These silent men were clearly scheming something, and the bartender no longer cared about getting paid. He just prayed they wouldn't trash the place. The bartender had heard rumors. A few days ago, a local gang tried to stir up trouble at another bar, only to encounter some serious resistance. 5 individuals, barehanded, had beaten an entire group senseless. Even knives were useless against them. That gang ended up abandoning the entire street. While they likely tried to retaliate later, the bar remained open, suggesting the place had someone powerful backing it. Of course, not everyone buys into such tales, especially gang members. After the original gang left, other groups, like hyenas smelling fresh meat, moved in. Take the group in the bar now, the Bad Ghost Gang. They were small-time criminals, engaging in petty theft, extortion, and occasionally stealing cars. Hardly a major player. When the old gang left, the Bad Ghost Gang saw an opportunity to rise in power and decided to assert their dominance. The bartender secretly hoped they'd smash up that other bar, eliminating some competition and improving his business. But the Bad Ghost Gang wasn't the first group to hit a wall there. They had returned bruised and battered, many of them visibly swollen, with some even sporting sunglasses to hide black eyes. The bartender was filled with dread as I walked into the bar in a white suit. My face was aged, but my physique was imposing. "1 Beck's beer," I said, taking a seat at the bar. The bartender leaned in and whispered, "Beck's is imported from Germany. It's 5 times the price of regular beer." I pulled out a bill and slapped it onto the counter, not bothering to argue. As the beer was placed in front of me, I glanced around the bar. My target became clear. Grabbing my beer in one hand and my briefcase in the other, I made my way to the corner of the bar, stopping beside a short black man, barely 170 centimeters tall. George Carl. The men sitting with him, all gang members from the Bad Ghost Gang, seemed ready to confront me. Though injured, they thought their numbers gave them the upper hand. But as George Carl stood up and met my gaze, eyes devoid of human emotion, their courage evaporated. They quickly grabbed their drinks and moved to another table. Even George Carl, though trying to maintain a semblance of composure, was clearly intimidated by my presence. He stammered, like a schoolboy caught unprepared by a teacher's question, That's me." I placed the briefcase on the table, took a sip of beer, and said, "I've been watching you for a long time. You're exactly the person I'm looking for. I'm George Carl, that scrawny, unimpressive man sitting in the corner of the bar, the one who never stood out. As soon as I heard those words from the old man in the white suit, I instinctively straightened my back. No one likes the idea of someone secretly observing their life. If my hidden habits or embarrassing truths were ever exposed, I'd be socially destroyed. Dr. Death didn't seem to care about my reaction at all. He spoke mechanically, as if reciting lines from a script. You have a power inside you, something that sets you apart from others. Perhaps you've already sensed it, a latent energy, a potential that gives you this awareness. Everyone has that phase of adolescent fantasy, imagining they're unique, that they're destined for something greater. But reality hits like a slap in the face, reminding you that you're just another nobody. Then again, this is the Marvel Universe, where anything is possible. Maybe you're just some addict who stumbled into a lab looking for drugs to numb the pain, accidentally drank some experimental serum, and suddenly found yourself connected to a new cosmic force, gaining the power of 1,000,000 exploding stars and becoming a superhero. His words struck a chord with the thoughts I'd buried deep within me. I looked at this stern-faced old man with wide eyes and asked, "What's my power?" "I don't know," he replied bluntly. "Your power is still dormant. It's like Schrodinger's cat, a superposition of possibilities that won't collapse into a definite state until observed. You'll only know when you open the box." As he spoke, he entered a code to unlock his briefcase. Inside, 26 neatly arranged, oversized devices that looked like USB drives gleamed under the dim bar lights. He took out one with a large A symbol on it and slid it across the table toward me. "Coincidentally, I've been researching individuals with latent abilities like yours. I've developed a device that can unlock your true potential. This is yours." I picked up the USB-like device and examined it closely. At first, I thought it was just some ordinary gadget, but within a few seconds, I felt something strange. It was alive, resonating with me, responding to my touch. How do I use this?" I asked, clutching the device tightly, as if holding on to my future. My father disappeared before I was even born. My mother worked tirelessly to raise me, but I was born premature, weak, and frail. I wasn't like other black kids who excelled in sports. I thought I'd escape the cycle of poverty in the dead end of our black neighborhood by focusing on academics. But dreams are expensive. My mom's single income wasn't enough to send me to those fancy private schools. And in public school, all we got was fun education, useless fluff. Well, not entirely useless. One black teacher with a college degree did teach us how to behave if stopped by police. Keep your hands visible, don't argue, stay alive. That's probably the most practical lesson I've ever learned. Even if public schools had taught anything meaningful, the environment wouldn't have allowed me to focus. In the black community, or really any public school, nerds were ostracized. Girls like the jocks, the football team captains with muscle for brains. To avoid isolation, I forced myself into a group, even if it meant being the clown they laughed at. I followed them in a petty theft, bullying classmates, straying further and further from my dreams until I became a hollow shell of who I once wanted to be. In school, physical contact between teachers and students was forbidden, viewed as harassment. Bullying? Nobody cared. I barely graduated high school and ended up joining the bad ghost gang with the same neighborhood kids I grew up with. My future seemed set, prison or an early grave. But the appearance of this white-suited old man felt like a turning point, a glimmer of hope in a life that had been nothing but disappointments. As I reflected, one of the gang members couldn't sit still. He slammed his hand on the table, wincing as the motion aggravated his injuries. "Hey, you white pig, trying to scam us with a fancy USB? Do you even know who we are?" In his mind, this gang member had already calculated his options. If this Dr. Death guy was a scammer, they'd just rough him up and rob him. He seemed to carry a lot of cash. And if he was telling the truth, even better. The briefcase held over 20 of those devices, enough for each of them to take one. With superpowers, they wouldn't be small-time thugs anymore. What they'd do afterward? Well, his intelligence was barely above that of a chimpanzee, so long-term planning wasn't his strong suit. The rest of the gang stood up to back him up, trying to show solidarity. The bartender, terrified, ducked behind the counter, muttering about another ruined night and bracing for more losses. "I'll give you a demonstration of my abilities," Dr. Death said coldly, not even bothering to turn around. He waved his hand as if swatting at a fly, and a surge of electricity shot from his palm. knocking the loudmouth gang member unconscious. The remaining members hesitated, cursing under their breath but instinctively stepping back. Nobody dared to charge at him now. Dr. Death finished his beer in one gulp and turned his gaze back to me, his eyes boring into mine. "Well, have you made up your mind?" "Sir, what's the price I have to pay for this power?" I asked, clutching the USB device even tighter. $50,000, he said casually. Seeing the hesitation on my face, he smirked knowingly. He could tell I didn't have that kind of money. It was exactly as he'd expected. "Relax. We're above ordinary humans. I won't make things difficult for you. Besides, this device is consumable. It only works a few times before it's useless," he explained, his tone calm and confident. "The one in your hand is a trial version. Use it to make money, then come back to me for a second one. With power, making money is easy. Paying 50 grand for power? That's a steal." I nodded eagerly. "I'll do it." "Good," he said. "From now on, I'll be here at this bar every week at this time. When you've earned enough, come find me." With that, he closed his briefcase and stood to leave. Before he walked away, I called out, "Wait. How should I address you? And how do I use this?" He paused, turning slightly. "This is a Gaia memory. Press the button on the side to activate it, then place the connector against your body. As for me, you can call me Gandalf. Gandalf the White. I'm Nick Fury." After Wei Xiaoming headed to the highest security mechanical lab, I didn't leave the Oscorp industrial base. Instead, I wandered around the complex, eventually making my way to the office area where I found the head of security, who was also a senior SHIELD agent. Inside his office, the agent was multitasking, issuing commands over his radio to conduct a full inspection of the industrial base. He was instructing his team to check for damage to pipelines and cables caused by the earlier earthquake to prevent secondary disasters. If anyone had been injured during the quake, they could also be located and sent to the hospital in time. When he noticed me, his highest-ranking superior, standing at the doorway, he immediately stood up and saluted. However, in a panic, he swiftly used his mouse to switch the display on one of his monitors. Even with my one good eye, I caught a glimpse of what he was trying to hide. On a screen separate from the surveillance monitors, an episode of My Little Pony was playing. "DD Director," the agent stammered, clearly rattled after being caught slacking off. His reaction reminded me of a certain awkward scene from Fate/Stay Night. The one where someone walks in on Shiro Amiya and Sakura Matu during a questionable moment, and the unannounced visitor happens to bring a group of relatives along. I frowned but decided not to dwell on the matter. "What's the recent activity of Dr. Kent Clark?" I asked, getting straight to business. The agent, visibly relieved that I didn't press the issue, turned to his personal computer. He unplugged the network cable, opened a triple encrypted file, and stepped aside to let me have a look. I leaned in to examine the detailed schedule that meticulously tracked Wei Xiaoming's whereabouts. It listed when he woke up, what he ate for breakfast, when he entered the lab, when he met with technical staff, when he left the premises, and when he returned. Everything was recorded down to the minute. Comparing these logs with the data I had in my head, I noticed Wei Xiaoming's rare trips outside Oscorp Industrial Base always seemed to coincide with my own activities. Based on the calculated travel times, he never appeared to delay his return unnecessarily. I finished reviewing the logs without commenting and then asked, other than Oscorp personnel, who else has met with Dr. Kent Clark recently? The agent promptly responded, General Ross from the Air Force. He placed an order with Dr. Clark for high-lethality, single-soldier weapons. While General Ross didn't specify their intended use, Dr. Clark provided him with a batch of simplified mechanical exoskeletons and white noise wave cannons. Satisfied for the moment, I gave the agent a brief lecture about professionalism before leaving in a hurry. After I left, the agent pulled out his phone and made a call. "Sir, Nick Fury was just here asking about Dr. Kent Clark's recent movements." "What did you tell him?" the voice on the other end asked. "I followed your instructions and fed him the fake data," the agent whispered. "I've sent all available agents out on errands, so unless Fury goes digging into the most obscure corners of the base, everyone he encounters will be one of ours." "Well done. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" the agent echoed before hanging up. He then reconnected his computer to the network and resumed his duties, casually watching My Little Pony as if nothing had happened. Leaving the industrial base, my next stop was 10880 Malibu Point, Tony Stark's seaside mansion. The day after Tony regained consciousness, he held a press conference while still wrapped in bandages like a mummy. At the event, he announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, throwing the defense industry into chaos and causing a massive stock market upheaval. Unfazed by the uproar, Tony retreated to his mansion to recover. I had the Quinjet land at a distance and walked to the front door of the mansion. My original plan was to wait for Tony to leave, hack into his home security system, and use my natural stealth talent to create an air of mystery. But given his physical condition, he had become a recluse, so that approach was no longer viable. The door was answered by Pepper Potts. I'd met her several times while Tony was in the hospital. "Pepper, tell the guest to leave. I'm not seeing anyone." Tony's voice echoed through Joi's speakers. Despite his injuries, he was still as obstinate as ever, lounging on a couch, sipping chlorophyll-infused drinks, and tinkering with designs for a new Mark Series suit using holographic projections. While Tony was arrogant, his learning ability was unparalleled. The ironmonger suit that the insectoid impersonated Obadiah built had given him valuable insights. Although its aesthetic didn't align with his preferences, it inspired him to enhance the firepower of his Iron Man suits. However, this new design wasn't part of the Mark Series. It was named War Machine, a gift for his friend Colonel Rhodes that also served to appease the military's interest in his technology. "Tony, it's," Pepper began but paused, struggling to recall the name of my organization. "Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division," I said, reciting the cumbersome full name before adding, "You could just call it S.H.I.E.L.D." "Tony Stark, I need you to develop a weapons system," I declared. "S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your father, and we're holding onto a gift he left for you. You might find it interesting." Tony set down his drink, visibly annoyed, and started heading upstairs. "I've already shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. Find someone else. There's a genius at Oscorp. Go talk to him." SHLD's name screamed government, and Tony had no interest in dealing with bureaucracy. By stepping away from military contracts, he'd left a lucrative market wide open, one Oscorp was undoubtedly capitalizing on. "I'm here because of him," I said, even though Tony was out of sight. "He's an unstable factor. I want you to develop weapons specifically to counter him." By his own admission, this is your specialty. Tony descended the stairs, now somewhat intrigued. "What kind of weapons? By the way, the mech you sent that night was impressive. I still haven't figured out its power source, and I doubt I can develop anything comparable to its performance in the short term." "That suit was designed by Kent Clark, and the one fighting in it that night? That was him," I explained, my single eye gleaming with intensity. "But it wasn't the suit's power you witnessed. It was his own. He has abilities that surpass human limits. I need you to develop weapons with him as your hypothetical target." "A superhuman? What kind of abilities are we talking about?" Tony asked, now fully engaged. "Superior intelligence, enhanced physical attributes, advanced knowledge of information networks, and the ability to control electromagnetism and induce earthquakes," I replied. "I'm Tony Stark." "Pepper, pour our guest a drink. Use that special bottle from my collection," I said, casually sending Pepper Potts out of the room to give me some space. With a flick of my hand, I brought up a holographic screen filled with detailed files on Voiceover. "These are files Obadiah, the insectoid version, managed to acquire through corporate espionage. I honestly don't understand why you see him as a threat. Kent Clark is a genius, a ridiculously disciplined genius. In some ways, he's even better than me, though his sense of humor can be seriously twisted. I still remember waking up from my coma, groggy and disoriented, only to hear him joking about a successful gender reassignment surgery. That one nearly gave me a heart attack." "Don't bother looking at those files," Nick Fury interjected. "They were deliberately released. While the information is accurate, it's incomplete and misleading." He continued, "I labeled Kent Clark a dangerous individual because he's too enigmatic. His background and identity are entirely self-reported. Limited verification methods confirm his claims, but that's precisely the problem. It's too convenient. Plus, he knows far more than he's letting on. On the surface, he's aligned with us, and I've even built a psychological model to track his thought patterns. But recently, his actions have deviated from the model, which means he's been faking it from the start. You came to me because you think I'm the only one who can match him intellectually?" I quipped, leaning back, clearly amused. From what Pepper had told me, S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened to mediate during my coma, preventing the company from being torn apart by shareholders. That's the only reason I had the patience to entertain a conversation with Fury. "This world is bigger than you realize," Fury said, his tone serious. "What you know is just the tip of the iceberg. But among the people I trust, you're the only one capable of rising to the challenge. Scientific advancements have made the world increasingly difficult to control. A disgraced scientist tinkering in a basement or abandoned warehouse with nothing but high school lab equipment could easily unleash catastrophic disasters. And among those threats, Wei Xiaoming stands out as the most dangerous. He's wealthy, influential, and technologically advanced. Unlike other scientists who pursue research with clear objectives, Wei Xiaoming possesses foresight and knowledge far beyond our grasp. No one can predict his true intentions. Even though he appears to be on the side of justice and cooperates with us seamlessly, Fury has never let his guard down around him. Fury had even considered cloning Wei Xiaoming using tissue samples to study his genetic sequence. But every experiment failed. The results were grotesque, twisted masses of flesh that left even seasoned researchers shaken. The project was shelved indefinitely. Fury has been searching for someone who can counterbalance Wei Xiaoming. Bruce Banner was a promising candidate, but he's gone missing, and the Hulk remains unpredictable. That leaves me. However, Fury's confidence in me is tempered by the discrepancies between the intelligence provided by a parallel universe Coulson and my actual self. For example, in that other world, the next U.S. president was a white man, whereas here, the leading candidate is black. I'm no exception to those deviations. While both versions of me are geniuses, the other version had a stronger sense of the bigger picture and proved himself reliable when it mattered most. Pushing a nuke through a wormhole? That takes guts. But me? Fury doesn't fully trust me. I haven't gone through the life-or-death trials of that other Tony Stark. Deep down, I'm still the playboy billionaire, not the true Iron Man. Not yet, anyway. Hell, Iron Man isn't even a thing yet. Fury came to me on a whim today. Wei Xiaoming's display of power had exceeded his expectations. When Wei Xiaoming claimed he was a warrior from another era, Fury had been skeptical. Now he believed it. What truly caught Fury off guard was Wei Xiaoming's visceral rage toward America's reckless actions. Normally composed and inscrutable, Wei Xiaoming had shown genuine anger over the U.S. meddling with that other nation. Fury recalled a joke he'd once made. Maybe communism really did succeed in the future, and Wei Xiaoming is here to speed things up. At the time, it was just idle speculation. Now, the thought wouldn't leave his mind. If Fury hadn't already witnessed Captain Marvel taking on entire fleets single-handedly or heard legends of future gods, he might have been more shocked by Wei Xiaoming's strength. But those things were distant concerns. Right now, he needed someone who could match Wei Xiaoming in both intellect and ability. Out of trust for Howard Stark, he chose me. At least my background was traceable, and my capitalist upbringing made betrayal unlikely. "Your father's legacy and detailed files on Kent Clark will be delivered to you," Fury said. "That includes materials on the upgraded version of your arc reactor and the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization your father dedicated his life to building." "Howard's son," Fury added, looking me straight in the eye. "Don't disappoint me." With that, he turned and left. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was drowning in responsibilities. The Hydra Purge was stretching his resources thin, and he still had to deal with the World Security Council's constant inquiries. After he left, Pepper returned with 2 glasses of whiskey. "What were you two talking about?" she asked. I took one of the glasses and said, "Nothing much. Just some small talk about global security. Oh, by the way, I'm thinking of holding another press conference in a few days." "Oh my God, do you have any idea how much the company's stock dropped after your last press conference?" Pepper looked ready to lose her mind. She practically ran the company on her own, while I couldn't even remember my social security number. The sheer number of things she had to worry about was overwhelming. "Relax, Pepper. Have a little faith in me. I'm Tony Stark," I said with a grin, taking a sip of the whiskey. "What do you think of the name Iron Man?" "Tony, what are you planning now?" Pepper asked, clearly exasperated. Unable to keep up with my train of thought, she took a sip of her drink. Admittedly, it was one of my finest bottles, and its taste was exceptional. "At the press conference, I'll make my entrance in the Iron Man suit," I said, smirking. For the opening line, I'll just say, I am Iron Man. I laughed as I turned my gaze to the holographic screen, still displaying an image of Wei Xiaoming in his gas mask. With a casual gesture, I closed the screen. I am Wei Xiaoming. With my new identity in hand, I boarded a plane to the nation across the ocean the very next day. Thanks to SHLD's assistance, all the necessary documentation, identity papers, visas, passports, have been processed quickly. I wasn't traveling alone. Nick Fury had gathered a group of scientists to form an international technology exchange team with me. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already coordinated with the authorities on the other side. The tectonic stress detection device had been arranged for shipping, and a team would handle the logistics upon our arrival. Everything, accommodation, meals, transportation, and the technical exchanges, was being taken care of. SHLD's global reach still carried weight, after all. On the plane, I held my passport, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Part of it was the returning home feeling, though I wasn't sure if I could still call it that. Another part was that in this life and the last, this was my first time on a commercial flight. In the X-Men world, and now in this one, I had always traveled by helicopter or fighter jet. Flipping through my passport to pass the time, I nearly spat out blood. I had expected Fury to give me a name like Peter Zhao or Charlie Chun, but instead, he had assigned me a Japanese identity. My new name? Jotaro Kujo. The background story for this identity was absurdly detailed, bordering on comedic. I couldn't help but wonder, could Fury also be a transmigrator? Annoyed, I crumpled up the identity background document, and with a flick of my hand, the power of magnetic field rotation turned it into dust. Hi, are you traveling to Huaxia? A young Asian woman seated next to me had settled her luggage and was now looking at me with a hint of curiosity. Her eyes lit up as she noticed my tall and mixed-race appearance, and she addressed me in accented English. This flight's heading directly to the capital, isn't it? I asked, pulling on my itinerary to double-check. Confirming it was a direct flight, I nodded and replied, yes. Oh, I'm from that country. If you're planning to travel there, you can contact me. I could be your guide, she said, her enthusiasm restrained but noticeable. She reached out her hand and added, my name is... She was under 1.6 meters tall, and compared to me in my unchanged form, she looked as petite as a child. I wasn't in the mood to remember her name, but out of courtesy, I shook her hand and replied in Chinese, my name is Kujo. You can call me Carlel. If she weren't pretty, I wouldn't have even bothered responding. She didn't meet my standards for a partner. Your Chinese is amazing. Not a hint of an accent, she said, clearly impressed. Chinese is one of the hardest languages in the world. It must have been difficult for you to learn it so well. That's because it's my native language. I gave her a suspicious glance. What made you think I'm a foreigner? Huh? Her expression froze. It's your appearance. I chuckled. There are 56 ethnic groups in my country. Can you name them all? Some of us do look like foreigners. Judging someone's nationality based on their looks alone is pretty shallow, don't you think? She muttered something under her breath, at a loss for words. Clearly, she wasn't used to being challenged like this. Haha, just kidding. Who would have thought that I, self-proclaimed expert in all things Huaxia, could fool a real local? I laughed even more brightly. She forced an awkward smile, hesitating for a long while before asking, so, what brings you to Huaxia? Oh, miss, you've been asking me so many questions. Now it's my turn, I said with a grin. Do you think I'm handsome? She was taken aback, deliberating for a moment before cautiously replying. Yes, you're handsome. You have the chiseled facial structure of a Westerner combined with the delicate features of an Easterner. I smiled without saying anything more. For the rest of the flight, she didn't try to talk to me again. She probably thought I was some kind of weirdo. Sitting by the window, I stared at the scenery outside, lost in thought about how cultural influence shapes aesthetics. The difference between Greek sculptures of women and the so-called high-fashion faces promoted in modern Western media is staggering. One is natural and refined, while the other looks like a distorted caricature shaped by artificial trends. It's a testament to how propaganda can warp collective preferences. Someone who deviates from mainstream beauty standards can be declared a peerless beauty if marketed correctly. Then there's the inferiority complex driving people to worship anything foreign. Talented locals get criticized, while foreign trash gets idolized. Even a barely competent foreigner can become a seasoned educator at a tutoring center. But these were just idle musings to pass the time. I couldn't change societal trends, and compared to what I was about to face, these thoughts were trivial. After the long flight, the plane finally landed. As the announcement played, I unbuckled my seatbelt, grabbed my luggage, and disembarked with the rest of the team. We entered the terminal, waiting for our local contacts to meet us and for the equipment to arrive. Mr. Kent Clark, correct? I was momentarily lost in the cacophony of familiar, yet distant voices when a sharply dressed man approached me directly. Hearing my real name, the agents disguised as scientists around me immediately tensed. Their hands instinctively reached for concealed weapons, only to grab at air. Fury had made them surrender all their weapons and equipment before departure, even their hidden communication devices. The phones they carried now were ones they had purchased on their own. "No need to be nervous. I'm here to escort you," the man said, holding up a piece of printed paper and waving it in front of the agents. They relaxed upon recognizing the agreed-upon code phrase on the document. The man turned to me and said, "Nick Fury has briefed me on your objectives. The itinerary has been arranged, including scheduled technical exchanges with several universities specializing in geophysics." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xian," he said with a polite smile. "I am Wei Xiuming." Zhang Xian had an unassuming appearance, but exuded a natural charisma. After confirming our identities, he seamlessly transitioned into the role of a professional host, ensuring every detail was perfectly arranged. Outside the airport, a convoy of vehicles was already waiting for us. The covert agents and select experts were assigned to separate cars, clearly indicating that our disguised identities had been uncovered. The tectonic stress detection device was loaded onto an armored transport vehicle with a full escort. As the highest-ranking member of the team, I had the privilege of sharing a car with Zhang Xian. Once the convoy left the airport, Zhang Xian casually started a conversation, as if making small talk. "Our nation has maintained a strategy of hiding our strength and biding our time for years, avoiding becoming a target for other nations looking to shift blame for their problems. But we still need to develop our economy. Many of our people still live below the poverty line, and addressing those issues is a top priority. As a manufacturing powerhouse, we need a promotional symbol to attract foreign investment, market our products, and showcase our industrial capabilities. The Olympics provide an excellent platform for that. The cost of building the main stadium and related facilities won't be recouped even in 20 years by renting out the venues, but it's a global advertisement. The higher-ups have made it clear that we cannot afford any security lapses during the Olympics. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to disrupt it. This event will shape our development for the next 20 years. Zhang Xian spoke in Mandarin after realizing I was more fluent in it than in English. He even slowed his speech to accommodate this foreigner. However, I couldn't miss the subtle undertone of threat in his words. At one point, he slightly widened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, I saw an unmistakable sharpness in his gaze, like a drawn sword radiating lethal intent. It sent a chill down my spine. Though Zhang Xian was clearly highly trained, a peak-level human by any standard, he didn't possess any superpowers. I could sense that much. Still, for a split second, I almost instinctively used my powers to counter his presence. After a moment's thought, I replied slowly, "I'm here for technical exchanges, to promote my innovations, and to handle official business. How much do you know about my purpose for this trip?" Zhang Xian's tone remained neutral. "We thought we knew quite a bit. 2 days ago, Nick Fury provided us with additional information, giving us a more comprehensive understanding of you. You're the Chief Technology Officer of Oscorp Industries and the head of SHLD's research division, as well as a successfully enhanced super soldier. Fury has a broad perspective, and while S.H.I.E.L.D. is a global organization, most of its bases are in the United States. Though the World Security Council funds the majority of its budget, the U.S. contributes the largest share, which limits his operations. Even so, he knows we're in a sensitive period. Before sending your team, he shared the personnel list with us but withheld details about your mission." Zhang Xian finished speaking and looked at me, clearly waiting for my response. I began to understand Nick Fury's strategy. He likely believed my earlier claims, the ones I used to mislead him, and had started looking for global allies to prepare for the impending crises. With its seat on the World Security Council and independence from S.H.I.E.L.D., China was a promising partner. Fury had sent me as an intermediary to build those bridges. But was I really the right person for this role? After briefly considering my options, I decided to leverage my position. How much do you know about the insectoids? I asked. Zhang Xian didn't mince words. You mean the 3 insectoids smuggled into our country by the United States? They're already on the dissection table. That fast. I was genuinely impressed by this nation's efficiency. The U.S., a global superpower, had taken 8 years to address the insectoid problem. Zhang Xian continued. 55 years ago, the U.S. airdropped fleas carrying deadly viruses, infected rats, and contaminated grain into our country. Thanks to a nationwide campaign to eliminate pests, we avoided a large-scale outbreak. For years ago, they conducted large-scale infectious disease experiments using our population as test subjects. We've since been extremely vigilant about foreign imports, especially those from the United States. I asked, how secure is this vehicle? Zhang Xian replied, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Xian, head of China's highest intelligence organization. Due to confidentiality regulations, I can't disclose the name or structure of the organization, but you can refer to us by the external code name, the Spear Bureau. As both the head of intelligence and a key diplomatic figure, Zhang Xian had facilitated this collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., bypassing the United States. He and Nick Fury were familiar with each other. I said, your intelligence should have noted that I've developed several high-performance mechanical exoskeletons and have expertise in human enhancement. My visit serves 2 purposes. First, to exchange technologies for predicting earthquakes through tectonic stress analysis. Second, from a personal standpoint, to help you establish a super soldier program. We're living in an era of rapid technological advancement. It's only a matter of time before individuals working outside the law gain access to dangerous black technologies. You'll need super soldiers to serve as a deterrent. Additionally, as you delve deeper into studying the insectoids, you'll discover that they're a branch of an extraterrestrial species. The meteorite that brought them here was actually a spaceship. This implies the existence of numerous unknown civilizations in the universe, some of which may already be capable of interstellar travel or even spatial jumps. In the eyes of civilizations with spacefaring technology, humanity's military forces would be laughably inadequate, like modern infantry facing enemies armed with flintlock muskets. They could detect us and launch devastating preemptive strikes with hypervisual precision before we even realized they were there. That's why small, elite combat units capable of localized operations are essential. Nick Fury calls this initiative the Avengers Program, envisioning a highly capable special forces unit for strategic-level, small-scale engagements. But the U.S., with its emphasis on individual freedom, tends to select people who don't prioritize following orders. I am Wei Xiaoming. Our convoy gradually left the bustling city behind, heading into the quiet wilderness. Surrounded by mountains, we eventually arrived at a basin where a cluster of plain buildings sat nestled in the valley. At the checkpoint at the entrance, the lead vehicle confirmed our identities before allowing us to proceed. Nominally, we were one group, but the accommodations reflected otherwise. Depending on our roles and identities, we were assigned to different buildings. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were housed in a heavily guarded building, with armed sentries stationed all around to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, the so-called earthquake experts that Nick Fury had thrown together were treated with less scrutiny, but were still restricted to the premises of their assigned building. Seeing this arrangement, the scientists, carrying a hint of arrogance, grumbled quietly among themselves. However, they were pragmatic enough to accept the situation without causing trouble. The agents, by contrast, were much more subdued. They didn't wander around or try to snoop. Once they were assigned rooms, they stayed inside, not even bothering to open their curtains. After seeing the printed document Zhang Xian had shown earlier, the agents had pieced together the situation. Nick Fury had essentially sold them out. Without his preemptive disclosure of their identities, their covert entry into another sovereign nation would have been treated as espionage. And spies, as everyone knows, are not protected under the Geneva Convention. Their disguises weren't meant to fool the Chinese authorities, but rather to deceive the U.S. intelligence agencies. The United States had been enforcing strict technological embargoes against this country, prohibiting high-level talent exchanges. The scientists weren't exactly top tier in their fields. At best, they were upper mid-tier. Their mediocrity was precisely why they hadn't been interrogated at the airport or had their luggage and devices thoroughly checked for technical data. It reminded me of how the Gestapo once searched Jewish homes during the Third Reich. As the sole high-level technical expert on the team, I was treated slightly better. However, I didn't disembark immediately. My luggage was handled by others, and the vehicle I was in didn't stop at the basin. Instead, it continued deeper into the mountains. The wide, well-paved road gradually became obscured by the dense canopy of trees on either side. Even during the day, the sunlight barely penetrated, forcing the driver to turn on the high beams to navigate. From above, this road would be nearly invisible, its location highly concealed. At the end of the road was a tunnel, guarded by heavily armed sentries who stopped our vehicle. After stepping out with Zheng Xian, our identities were verified, and we entered the tunnel. It was a long walk, and to break the heavy silence, Zheng Xian began to introduce the history of the Spear Bureau, within the limits of what the confidentiality regulations allowed, of course. The Spear Bureau has been around for quite some time. Its predecessor was the Sword of Wuhao Task Force, an intelligence agency responsible for counterespionage. It underwent reorganization in the 1990s. Zheng Xian explained at a steady pace. 3 major events in the 1990s prompted the nation to concentrate funding and manpower to build it. Besides the collapse of the CCSP, what other reasons were there? I asked, feeling a little disappointed in my own intelligence work. The cinematic version of a world and its more grounded counterpart are not the same. I had been too careless in conflating the two. The disintegration of the only superpower capable of countering the United States left the U.S. without a rival. That's one reason, Zheng Xian continued, speaking conversationally. The second has to do with a summer camp organized a year after the CCCP's collapse, jointly held by China and Japan. 77 Japanese children and 30 Chinese children were brought together for a grassland exploration summer camp. Initially, the Japanese side planned a 100-kilometer trek for children age 11 to 16, but considering the physical condition of our kids, the distance was reduced to 50 kilometers, with an average load of 20 kilograms per child. For context, the most elite soldiers in active service train for field marches with a standard load of 25 kilograms, covering 75 kilometers in 13 hours under normal conditions. Zheng Xian's words reminded me of an article I'd read in my previous life. It was written by someone who worshipped Japan to an absurd degree, exaggerating the story for personal gain. In that world, the writer's wife was one of the organizers of the summer camp, and the article was essentially a glorified advertisement. I asked, did the Japanese kids actually manage to do it? A 50-kilometer trek with a 20-kilogram load. Zheng Xian shook his head lightly. That target was unrealistic. Even untrained adults wouldn't necessarily manage, let alone children. After our intervention, the trek distance was reduced to 19 to 21 kilometers, with their luggage transported by carts. If the kids got tired, they could ride in the carts. None of the Japanese kids chose to ride. They seemed numb to fatigue and pain. Even when sick, they said things like, "I won't retreat. I can't face my teachers and parents if I do." They gritted their teeth and finished the trek. The next day, the Japanese organizers planned a wilderness exploration. They divided the 77 kids into groups, handing them maps and compasses, and sent them off to find their way through unmarked grasslands. At this point, Zheng Xian paused, leaving the rest unsaid. Madness. That was my immediate evaluation of the situation. A group of middle schoolers participating in a summer camp was being treated like special forces recruits. The only word that came to mind was madness. Madness, indeed. But it was also a tactical display meant to influence public opinion, Zheng Xian said. They wanted us to believe that developed countries had superior methods for raising the next generation, that their kids were physically several times stronger than ours. It was a psychological tactic to erode our national confidence, to make us think we were falling behind from the starting line. I was one of those 30 Chinese kids. I thought for a moment and reached a conclusion. Were they conducting human experiments on their children? Zheng Xian nodded. Human enhancement technology. The United States leads in this field. After World War II, they absorbed the research of the Third Reich and Imperial Japan, even protecting war criminals to gain their knowledge. Both Germany and Japan conducted extensive human experimentation and produced many trained specialists in this area. Those Japanese kids were essentially soldiers in training. Their upbringing and education were entirely focused on preparing for future wars. By controlling the flow of information, they misled us into making poor judgments. That's one of the reasons the Spear Bureau was established. As we neared the end of the long tunnel, I asked, what was the third reason? I am Weishioming. Zheng Xian said to me, the third event occurred in the 1990s. An alien warship approached Earth's atmosphere, but was repelled by an unknown force. Although the threat was neutralized, the decision-makers included preparation for warfare against extraterrestrial civilizations in their strategic plans. This is the true reason for the establishment of the Spear Bureau. Welcome to the Spear Bureau. At the end of the tunnel lay a massive space. I was astounded by the scale of what I saw. The Spear Bureau had hollowed out an entire mountain, reinforcing it with steel plates and concrete to create a base. The interior wasn't empty. The space was divided into multi-level structures supported by steel frameworks, maximizing every inch of space. The base was brightly lit, and scattered throughout were pieces of technology that clearly didn't belong to Earth. Based on their design and style, I immediately recognized them as Skrull and Kree technology. The objects scattered around were originally parts of complete machinery, but had been disassembled into components for analysis. Groups of researchers were studying their material composition, manufacturing techniques, and other details. Even if they couldn't reverse engineer advanced technology, breakthroughs in material science alone could drive significant industrial progress. However, just as Terrigen crystals were misunderstood as deadly obelisks, the gap between civilizations made studying these objects extraordinarily difficult, like asking a primitive agricultural society to forge satellites and nuclear bombs by hand. Still, for these researchers, the impossible wasn't entirely out of reach. Their predecessors had achieved countless miracles, and these new generations carried on that spirit. From my perspective, their research seemed rather rudimentary. While the technology they were studying was advanced, it wasn't impossibly far ahead. It wasn't the kind of black box technology that could backfire catastrophically. At least they were far more cautious than the disaster-prone Americans. Of course, Zheng Xian hadn't told me the true name of the Spear Bureau, always using the code name instead. Bringing me into the base for a tour was already an exceptional gesture. They weren't about to let me access their core secrets. This way, please, Zheng Xian said, leading me through the base. As we walked, I observed their various research projects, memorizing the components being analyzed by their instruments. In my mind, I began piecing the parts together, simulating their assembly and function. Midway through the tour, I exclaimed, "You've managed to get your hands on a space warship." Even though the structural systems were incomplete, the components I'd seen were enough for me to recognize the silhouette. Just like a seasoned Pokemon trainer identifying a creature by its shadow, I immediately knew it was a Skrull warship. The other pieces belonged to Necrocraft, the Kree starfighter. Zheng Xian paused, seemingly unsurprised by my recognition of their research. This is the true reason the Spear Bureau was founded, to analyze extraterrestrial technology and build a beyond next-generation military force to defend our homeland from invasion. Back in the 1990s, during that extraterrestrial conflict, we didn't even have the means to observe what was happening. The wreckage from destroyed alien warships and fighters fell through the atmosphere and scattered across the globe. The debris within our borders was collected, and experts nationwide worked together on technical disassembly, analysis, and reverse engineering. The primary efforts were entrusted to the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian was clearly referring to the Kree warship led by Ronan the Accuser, which Captain Marvel had repelled. I hadn't expected that event to have such far-reaching consequences. As we approached one of the compartments, I noticed a suit of iron armor under construction. Unlike Tony Stark's Mark II, which was sleek and elegant, or the brutish bulk of the Ironmonger, this suit had a rugged, utilitarian aesthetic reminiscent of Soviet-era engineering. Practical, yet imbued with a certain romanticism. However, the deep purple alloy shell made it look a bit less sophisticated. Using my magnetic field manipulation ability, I discreetly probed the armor's internal structure. Its performance was roughly on par with Tony Stark's unrefined Mark I, lacking the immense power of the arc reactor and hampered by technical limitations in its components. However, in certain areas, its capabilities were already approaching the level of Stark's Mark III. "It's called the Destroyer Armor," said a voice behind me. I turned to see a figure in a white lab coat. Judging by the ID badge on his chest, he was a senior technical supervisor. But his entire body was green, with wrinkled skin, a long chin, and elf-like ears, clearly not human. A Skrull. I instinctively tensed up, my muscles coiling as I adopted a combat stance. I didn't attack immediately, though. I was on their turf, after all. Wait. Didn't you explain my identity to him?" The Skrull, sensing my hostility, stepped back in alarm and looked to Zheng Xian for help. Smiling, Zheng Xian positioned himself between us. "His name is Callus. We found him as a survivor when we were collecting spaceship wreckage. After recovering, he stayed here to teach us alien technology and oversee technical analysis. He has no ill intent toward us." "I thought I was going to die back then," Callus said, pulling aside the collar of his lab coat to reveal a horrifying scar on his neck. "In the universe, Earth's reputation isn't great. It's synonymous with barbarism and backwardness. When they found me, I thought I'd be dissected or eaten. But this nation's culture is remarkably inclusive. After recovering, I used my species' abilities to understand the spirit of the people here. I was moved by their emotions and decided to stay and help them build a future where their civilization could survive the threats of alien forces. Although I received higher education, I'm not a scientist, so there's only so much I can do." "You're too modest, Dr. Callus," Zheng Xian said. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. To change the subject, I remarked, "This armor has decent performance, but while it was cutting edge 6 months ago, it's already outdated given the pace of technological development. I can help you upgrade it." Callus scrutinized me with a skeptical expression. Based on his knowledge of humans, I didn't seem like the intellectual type. "I'm Kent Clark, the developer of the Knight Armor system," I declared with confidence. "Not only can I create advanced single-soldier armors that surpass their time, but I can also help you build super soldiers capable of rivaling starships. I am Voiceover. The depth of talent cultivated by this ancient civilization is incomparable to the Anglo pirates. From its inception, the Spear Bureau, along with Zheng Xian, has never confined its vision to Earth. They truly embody the phrase, 'Our destiny lies among the stars and seas.' Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., whose primary focus is global security, the Spear Bureau is far more open to external collaboration. The decision-makers here understand that when faced with extraterrestrial threats, no single nation is enough. Not even the United States, with its global dominance in military spending and its reliance on the dollar to extract wealth worldwide. A civilization that struggles to send a handful of astronauts into space cannot compare with one where spaceships are as common as family cars." Zheng Xian brought me to the Spear Bureau's base with the hope of aligning S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Spear Bureau toward a common goal. While the great powers of the world are constantly at odds over their interests, when it comes to the survival of human civilization as a whole, the stance remains consistent. However, my existence, my soul, goes far beyond anyone's expectations. I said, "Weather weapons. Let's call it the Weather Wish." By implanting electromagnetic cells, one could gain the ability to influence planetary magnetic fields and control the electromagnetic forces in the air, thereby manipulating atmospheric airflows. This would allow control over global weather patterns, turning hurricanes, torrential rain, hailstorms, and droughts into weapons. The energy contained in a hurricane surpasses that of human nuclear weapons. The weather which doesn't create the energy but harnesses it, leveraging solar radiation, Earth's rotation, and the moon's tidal effects on the atmosphere. To truly complete this project, however, you need a comprehensive global meteorological model, at least 100 meteorological experts working in unison, data feedback from weather satellites around the clock, and a supercomputer capable of processing enormous calculations. It would take the combined effort of an entire scientific corps to concentrate all that power into a single individual. As for super soldiers, I can take full responsibility for their creation. I can even design armor to help them process data and control their abilities. In truth, creating a super soldier isn't difficult for me. It's just a matter of method. Fully cybernetic transformations would also qualify as super soldiers. With my abilities and technology, I could complete the Weather Witch project on my own. But I'm not inclined to simply hand over a finished product to the Spear Bureau like some arms dealer. I want their technical personnel to learn from me, to teach them and pass on the knowledge. After all, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. The people of this nation are exceptional learners. Even if I don't intentionally teach them, they'll figure out most of it just by observing. Only by cultivating a team of skilled technicians can they truly keep up with the times. The second super soldier project I propose is the Saber. By implanting nanoscale genetic weapons into cells, one could achieve superhuman physical attributes and resistance. These genetic weapons would be sensitive to electromagnetic forces, enabling the individual to manipulate Earth's magnetic field for levitation and flight. With control over electromagnetic forces, they could also harness plasma to create weapons. I suggest developing a suit of flexible armor with optical camouflage capabilities to complement the Saber's electromagnetic disruption, allowing them to infiltrate undetected. These two types of super soldiers are the ones I've researched most extensively, given that I rely heavily on the electromagnetic manipulation abilities derived from Magneto's powers. The related technologies are well developed in my simulations and are more reliable here than in the hands of the United States. As for this armor, I pointed to the destroyer armor developed by Callus. It's clearly assembled from parts of alien spacecraft, but the component's full potential hasn't been utilized. I can help you optimize it. The next day, the tectonic stress detection device was activated and detected that a major earthquake would strike central China in a little over a month. Emergency measures were taken to evacuate people and property from the affected areas, and earthquake safety education and training were conducted in other regions. A month later, the earthquake hit, magnitude 8.0 on the Richter scale. The tremors were felt across many Asian countries. Fortunately, thanks to the timely evacuation and preparation, casualties and losses were minimized. With the Olympics approaching, had there been widespread casualties, the event would have been doomed. Delegations from multiple countries began visiting Oscorp Industries, inquiring about the price and sales plans for the tectonic stress detection device. Norman Osborn had no idea what they wanted to buy, but it was clear that it was one of my inventions. The Japanese delegation, in particular, bowed so deeply they were practically at a 90-degree angle, a clear indication of how critical this technology had proven to be. Because of its connection to S.H.I.E.L.D., the report quickly landed on Nick Fury's desk. Fury, with his single eye, flipped through the documents repeatedly. Coincidence, he muttered to himself. Unable to think of a better explanation, Fury could only continue believing that I was a man from the future. I'd never paid much attention to the nation across the ocean, and this exchange program was only made possible by the U.S. Department of Defense's poorly played hand. If they hadn't dumped the insectoids into that country, I'd probably still be in the lab working on my research. The earthquake detector that had proven so successful was something I'd hastily thrown together after learning about the situation from Fury. I hadn't expected it to be so effective. The earthquake affected tens of thousands of people and caused nearly $100 billion in damages. Given the U.S.'s disaster relief capabilities, the affected areas wouldn't recover for at least a decade. Just then, there was a knock on Fury's office door. He closed the file and casually placed it in a drawer. "Come in," he said. The visitor was his trusted subordinate, Phil Coulson. During the Hydra Purge, Coulson had been tasked with forming a special operations team to track down Shocker and Dr. Death. This time, he had returned to report on his findings. A month ago, the NYPD responded to a report from a bar owner about a murder in his establishment. Upon investigation, the victim turned out to be a member of a low-level street gang, the Bad Ghost Gang. Coulson began. Fury frowned. A low-level gang wouldn't typically warrant SHLD's attention, unless it involved someone like Kingpin, who controlled the majority of New York's gangs and even had influence across the U.S. It seemed like a waste of resources for Coulson to get involved. If Coulson had taken the time to report this personally, there had to be more to the story. Fury gestured for Coulson to pause and activated the office's signal jamming device. Only then did he motion for him to continue. "I am Phil Coulson." Watching Nick Fury trying to give me signals with his expressions, I couldn't help but feel baffled. I wanted to complain, but held my tongue. After all, with his perpetually stern face, Winking and signaling didn't exactly have much effect. Continue, Nick Fury said after activating the office's security measures. He leaned back in his chair, waiting for me to speak. I couldn't blame him for being so cautious. Ever since the Hydra incident, he'd been like someone suffering from PTSD. He saw potential Hydra agents everywhere. These precautions had become second nature to him. The victim count wasn't just one, I began. The Bad Ghost Gang, while low-level and insignificant, had over a dozen members. All but one were killed inside that bar. I pulled out a tablet and brought up the case files, handing it to Fury. Fury placed the tablet on his high-tech desk, which immediately synced with the data. Thin blue beams of light projected a 3D simulation of the crime scene, reconstructing the bar's layout, the positioning of the bodies, and even their causes of death based on the police's findings. No signs of a struggle at the scene, Fury observed. Unless they were killed elsewhere and moved here, eliminating over a dozen people in an instant, could this be the work of a mutant? Exactly, I said. The police's investigation identified the perpetrator as a man named George Carl. He's a black man who dropped out of school and joined the local community gangs. Later, he and a group of others formed the Bad Ghost Gang. He's the sole survivor of this incident and has since disappeared. As I finished speaking, the system projected an image of George Carl alongside a timeline of his life. Predictably, he had a criminal record. His mugshot popped up, complete with the height measurement background and the identification placard he held during his previous arrests. What about the bar owner who reported this? What does he know? Fury asked, swiping past the details of George Carl's life, stopping at the last recorded location, the bar in question. Apparently, the Bad Ghost Gang had been trying to claim territory and collect protection fees. However, they'd encountered someone they couldn't handle and left with injuries before heading to the bar to drink away their frustrations. The bar owner said the gang had a conflict with a wealthy patron before the incident occurred, I explained. Fearing for his safety, the owner hid behind the bar and survived. He didn't see much of what happened. I handed Fury the investigation footage from the police, which was included in the tablet's files. Fury tapped the controls, and the footage replaced the 3D projection of the bar. The video showed two officers questioning a lean middle-aged man, the bar owner. Fury skipped the parts already summarized in the written report, fast-forwarding to the description of the mysterious wealthy patron. The guy looked to be in his 60s, but was brimming with energy. He was stocky, like he might have been a bodybuilding champion in his younger days, the bar owner said in the footage. The bar was packed with Bad Ghost Gang members at the time, and I told him to leave. He didn't listen and even ordered an imported German beer, paying $20 up front. His suit looked expensive. The gang members, still nursing their bruises from earlier, probably saw him as an easy target to extort. Did he get into a conflict with the gang? One of the officers asked. The bar owner nodded. Yeah, he did. He seemed like some kind of salesman, carrying a briefcase with him. He tried to sell something to one of the gang members, but they thought he was a scammer, and an argument broke out. I didn't see what happened after that. I was hiding under the bar. A salesman trying to sell something to gang members. Was he dealing illegal substances? The officer pressed. It was hard to imagine what else he could have been selling that would interest gang members. Besides, targeting low-level gangsters seemed more likely to result in robbery than a sale. The bar owner shook his head uncertainly. I couldn't see clearly from where I was, but it looked like some kind of USB device. The salesman said something about unlocking hidden potential, like he and the gang member weren't ordinary people and the device could awaken their powers. And then, the officer asked, then they started fighting? I stayed hidden and didn't see much, only heard the sounds of tables and chairs being overturned and people screaming. When it finally went quiet, I looked up and saw bodies everywhere, the bar owner said. Oh, and the salesman said he'd be back. He told the gang members the first device was free and that they could use its power to make money and come back to buy more. He said the next transaction would take place at my bar. The killings were probably the work of that gang member who used the device. The salesman left while the gang members were still cursing at him. The useful part of the footage ended there. Fury didn't bother watching further and instead brought up the police sketch of the salesman based on the bar owner's description. Dr. Death, Fury exclaimed. That face, it wasn't the first time he'd seen it. During SHLD's vampire clearing operations, his team had captured humans working for the vampires. Some of them had participated in deals between the vampire leaders, like Victor and Dr. Death. To reduce their sentences, they had provided information, which gave Fury his first leads on Shocker and Dr. Death. Dr. Death ordered a beer. What about the bottle? The cash he used? The table and chairs he touched? Anything that could give us a trace of him. Even a single fingerprint. Needs to be secured, Fury said in a low, commanding voice. The unknown was always the most terrifying, and Shocker fit that description perfectly. Ever since Wei Xiaoming had crossed time and space to warn him about Shocker's existence, Fury had gathered very little useful information. Sometimes he even doubted whether Shocker was real or just a fabrication by Xiaoming. But the actions of Dr. Death had revealed a potential threat, and Fury was desperate to gather more intelligence, even if it wasn't immediately actionable. By the time we became aware of the situation, the scene had already been compromised. The furniture and broken bottle shards were collected and processed by the police, I said, pulling out a transparent evidence bag containing cash. This is all I managed to retrieve. I am Nick Fury. Coulson placed a dollar bill on my desk and began his report. This is a freshly circulated bill. Based on its serial number, it was last handled by an arms dealer. The only fingerprints on it belonged to the bar owner. Molecular scent analysis came up empty. There's no sweat residue left by the person who originally handled it. Though the results weren't ideal, I nodded, signaling Coulson to continue. Coulson started detailing the background of the arms dealer. Victor Von Doom, an overseas arms smuggler with ties to the vampire syndicates. He's one of their more significant operatives, responsible for supplying weapons to fuel regional conflicts. This bill was part of a payment from the vampire Victor to him, presumably for goods sold by Dr. Death. The product? Amazon sells. My expression turned intense the moment I heard that. Where's Victor Von Doom now? Do we have more detailed information on him? Judging by his surname, he's German, isn't he? The investigation into Shocker is classified at the highest level. Only a handful of people know about it. I've never included it in SHELD's official files. Everything is conducted in secrecy, with Coulson reporting directly to me. No electronic or written records are kept. Both Shocker and Hydra have deep ties to the Third Reich, and a Von in Doom's surname indicates noble German lineage. Coulson clarified, no, he only has German ancestry. He hails from the small Eastern European nation of Latveria. His grandfather was a soldier for the Third Reich during World War II. After being injured, he stayed in Latveria, married a local woman, and settled there after the war. Victor Von Doom's education was funded by the Victor Foundation, a front for the vampire Victor. This support allowed him to escape the poverty of Latveria. He earned multiple doctorates in physics, biochemistry, and other fields from New York State University. After graduating, he began working with Victor, facilitating arms deals. Despite the wealth he accumulated through arms trafficking, Von Doom didn't use it for personal indulgence. Instead, he established educational programs to improve Latveria's education system, giving more children access to quality education. After hearing this, I came to a conclusion. Von Doom was marked by the vampires from a young age and groomed to be their pawn. For creatures with lifespans as long as theirs, waiting 20 years is nothing. Where is he now? According to military operations reports, he was on the target list for elimination. He's likely dead. Coulson hesitated before adding, however, his arms trade was undoubtedly connected to high-level U.S. officials. Normally, he would have been able to clear his name quickly after being apprehended. But with the current anti-vampire sentiment, someone with extensive knowledge like Victor Von Doom couldn't be allowed to live. Some people didn't want him to survive the cleanup. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, though it wasn't clear if I was directing it at Doom or the politicians involved. I took a deep breath to steady myself. What about your team? How are they handling things? And what about the mutant? Have you identified his abilities yet? Coulson replied, I've stationed agents near George Carl's home, rotating shifts to keep watch. If he shows up, we'll know immediately. We've also investigated the places he frequents. Aside from reports of him suddenly spending generously, we haven't found any other useful information. As for the bar, after the murders, the owner was desperate to sell it. I had someone buy it at a low price, and we're continuing to operate it. The crime scene is old now, and we're still unsure whether Dr. Death and George Carl had any direct contact. If they didn't, the bar might have been just their transaction site. But considering how severe the incident was, it's unlikely they'd be too cautious to keep using it. Coulson paused to catch his breath before continuing. The autopsy reports on the victims are back. They were killed by high-speed impacts from blunt objects. Something accelerated to subsonic speeds, killing them instantly. What's the motive? I flipped through George Carl's file, trying to spot anything we might have missed. Unless the guy's a psychopath, a violent maniac, or mentally unstable, there's no reason for him to suddenly massacre his gang members. From his records, he's just a petty thief, too cowardly to commit arson or murder. So why did he turn on his own crew? We're still investigating, Coulson admitted, with no new leads in that regard. One more thing, I added, this guy's extremely dangerous. Your team won't be able to handle him alone. I'll assign a rapid response unit for backup. Thank you, sir, Coulson replied before heading out to carry out his mission. Left alone in my office, I rubbed my temples and resumed reviewing George Carl's file. If only Wei Xiaoming were still in the States, I thought. He'd probably know exactly what Dr. Death was selling. Unfortunately, U.S. politicians have a knack for screwing things up. And Victor Von Doom, if we'd managed to capture him alive, we could have extracted a wealth of useful information. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, George Carl was hiding in an abandoned house occupied by homeless squatters. Dressed in a hoodie, he clutched a beer bottle in his trembling hand, though his face was lit with manic excitement. George Carl was never a good person, just weak, uneducated, and lacking in strength or intelligence to act on his inner malice. But now, that man who had called himself White-Suited Gandalf had given him power, the ability to do whatever he wanted. The first time he used the Gaia memory, George Carl discovered just how strong he had become. When he activated his power, everything around him slowed down, while he moved at normal speed. He decided to test his newfound abilities on the gang members who had always treated him like a joke and try to steal the memory from him. He left none of them alive. For the first time in his life, George Carl had killed, and not just one person but many. Panicked and overwhelmed, he fled the bar without even thinking to silence the bar owner who had witnessed the aftermath. I'm George Carl. It wasn't until 2 days later that I finally realized the truth. It wasn't that others had slowed down. It was that my nervous system and body had accelerated to an extreme degree, creating the illusion that everything around me was moving in slow motion. In this accelerated state, my physical strength was greatly enhanced. I could punch and shatter the neck of a fully grown, muscular man without sustaining a scratch myself. As for why I slaughtered every last member of the Bad Ghost Gang, it wasn't just because a few of them had tried to rob me of the Gaia memory. It was also because of the years of suppressed rage I unleashed upon them. I never wanted to end up like this. I wanted to stay in school, get an education, and make something of myself. But people like the members of the Bad Ghost Gang forced me down this path. If you didn't fit in, it wasn't just about being ostracized. You'd get beaten up, and I learned it the hard way. The bullies might forget their actions, but the victims carry those scars for life. All the humiliation and pain I endured growing up, I remembered it all, every single incident. So when I gained power, I started with those closest to me. In my accelerated state, before I killed each of them, I recounted every moment they had humiliated me, from schoolyard taunts to their time forming the gang. Then, with a single punch, I ended them. In normal time, those words I said probably lasted only a second. After fleeing the bar, my first instinct was to go home, my safe haven. But even I had the common sense to realize that I'd just committed a massacre and needed to vanish without a trace. Yet the overwhelming confidence my newfound power gave me made me reckless. I stayed in the neighborhood, using my super speed to take whatever I wanted, wallets and phones from pedestrians, cash from store registers, items off store shelves. I could have lived without money, but my hunger for it drove me to commit these unnecessary acts. Experiencing the changes that power brought to my life also began to change my mindset. For instance, there was an abandoned house I wanted to use as a hideout. It had already been claimed by a homeless man who had cleaned it up after going bankrupt following a divorce. I decided to assert my dominance. Grabbing him, I dragged him onto the city's highway and ran at full speed. Before we even completed half a lap, his body was shredded by the friction with the air, reduced to a heap of unrecognizable remains. A month passed, and I was still enjoying the indulgence of my superpowered life. But one day, without any warning, I suddenly realized that the guy in memory only had a few uses left. It was an instinctive feeling, as if the device itself was telling me. That's when I remembered what the man who sold it to me had said. The guy in memory wasn't permanent. I needed to gather enough money to buy the next set before it ran out. Was it $50,000 or $70,000? I muttered to myself, like a student who had partied all summer and forgotten what day it was. I couldn't quite recall the exact price, only that it was expensive. I counted up the cash I had taken over the past few weeks. It didn't even add up to $10,000. I can't lose this power, I thought. I had grown too accustomed to the feeling of having superhuman abilities. The thought of losing it and returning to being a nobody was unbearable. I had to gather enough money to buy the next guy in memory before this one ran out. But I wasn't smart enough to come up with a proper plan. The only idea I had was to rob someone. But where could I find a large cash transaction in a short period of time? In America, people love living on credit, and most large purchases are made with credit cards. So I set my sights on gangs that dealt in white powder. As a superpowered individual, I boldly appeared in front of both sides of a drug deal. Before their nervous systems could even register my presence, I had already snatched the bag full of tightly bundled cash they were using for the transaction. The guys holding briefcases filled with cash were the real bosses, but I was just a low-level thug. I didn't have the connections to find them. After pulling off the job, I returned to my hideout in the abandoned house, trembling as I cracked open a bottle of beer. Even with my powers, I only dared to bully weaklings like homeless people. Robbing a drug-dealing gang was a major step up for me. Counting all the cash I had scraped together, I finally reached $50,000. I checked the time. Tomorrow was the day that white-suited Gandalf said he would return to the bar. My guy in memory only had one use left. I couldn't wait any longer. The next morning, I grabbed my bag and headed to the bar. New management? I immediately noticed the changes in the bar's decor. The sleazy, miserly owner who was always wiping glasses behind the counter had been replaced by a balding, middle-aged white man. The new owner greeted me with a warm smile. The bar changed hands recently. The previous owner was eager to sell after what happened here. I bought it and gave it a makeover. The bar had undergone a complete transformation. What used to be a dingy, run-down dive frequented by street thugs and homeless drunks was now bright and refined. The walls had been freshly painted, adorned with tasteful artwork. Smooth jazz saxophone played through the sound system, creating a relaxing atmosphere. The new environment made me uncomfortable. My deeply ingrained sense of inferiority left me feeling out of place. The other patrons were clearly middle-class professionals, not the kind of crowd I was used to. I awkwardly ordered a drink and retreated to a corner seat. The upgraded bar now offered a wider selection of drinks, with higher prices to match. The drink I ordered was a cheap one, kept on the lower shelves behind the counter. The owner bent down to fetch it. Using the bar as cover, the owner, none other than Phil Coulson, spoke quietly into his comms channel. Target 1 is here. Repeat, Target 1 is here. Target 2 is likely to appear as well. Prepare for engagement. Copy that. Came the responses from SHIELD agents stationed in the surrounding streets and the Rapid Response Team's commander. The field team leader instructed his agents, check your gear. Stay alert and ready for action. Meanwhile, the Rapid Response Team, led by Brock Rumlow, received the same orders. Rumlow, a high-ranking Hydra operative, gave his Hydra Line team members a stern warning. Whatever you do, don't rush in too far during the next phase of the operation. None of the agents, aside from Coulson, knew who the enemy was. Before the mission, Rumlow had been briefed by his contact, Sylvia Hill. Acting on orders from former Hydra leader Alexander Pierce, she revealed that the enemy was a prototype of the man obsessed with becoming a cyborg, Kent Clark. The codename? Dr. Death. Dr. Death's appearance was a deliberate distraction meant to divert Nick Fury's attention. Fury was too dangerous. Without this diversion, he would undoubtedly continue digging into Hydra after exhausting their decoys. And when that happened, their survival would be at risk. Asterisk, asterisk, I am Brock Rumlow. Asterisk, asterisk, dealing with someone like Kent Clark is no joke. Forget about his potential status as a future super soldier. He's the guy who developed the advanced weapons I'm holding right now. And if this so-called Dr. Death is one of his creations, even just a puppet, there's no way he's simple. The rumors I've heard about Clark's experiments on bioengineered humans paint him as cold and ruthless. Even if it's just an act, he doesn't hold back, not even with his own people. Due to Hydra's strict secrecy protocols, I couldn't share too much with my team, but I've dropped more than enough hints. Whether SHLD's people want to charge in head first or not is their problem. I am George Carl. As I took another sip of my drink, regret began creeping in. I shouldn't have killed those guys, I muttered to myself. If I let them live, the bar wouldn't have changed hands, and maybe I wouldn't feel so out of place here. Thankfully, Dr. Death didn't keep me waiting long. He entered the bar wearing the same pristine white suit, carrying his signature briefcase. He ordered a German beer without even glancing at the bartender. Actually, Carlson disguised as the bartender and casually placed a dollar bill on the counter. Grabbing his beer, Dr. Death slowly walked over to my table. His calm demeanor was almost unnerving as he sat across from me, placing the briefcase by his feet. My anticipation was written all over my face. Despite knowing an arrest was imminent, Carlson remained cautious, using tweezers to discreetly pick up the dollar bill and sealing it in a transparent evidence bag before tucking it away. "Thank you for waiting, Mr. George Carl." Dr. Death greeted me in a salesman-like tone, his voice smooth and relaxed. "How's my product working out for you? Has it improved your life?" I instinctively touched the Gaia memory in my pocket, its familiar shape reassuring me. The memory's amazing. It's made me stronger than I ever thought possible. I've never felt better. Dr. Death clasped his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly, his posture utterly at ease. "I'm delighted to hear that. It's my honor to provide you with something so life-changing. Now, are you ready to purchase the next product?" At his words, I pulled the bag of cash from under the table, my eagerness barely contained. Carlson caught my movements from the corner of his eye and immediately signaled the rapid response team and field agents waiting nearby. "I really want to buy your product," I said, unzipping the bag and showing him the neatly bundled cash inside before quickly zipping it back up. $50,000. Every penny accounted for. Dr. Death didn't reach for the bag. Instead, he took a sip of his beer as if savoring the moment. "I understand your urgency, Mr. Carl, but I'm afraid our transaction may need to be canceled." What? What? I slammed my fists on the table, causing the beer to jump. Anger surged through me. Who would turn down $50,000? I thought he might be toying with me, deliberately withholding the product. My frustration boiled over. Dr. Death frowned and glanced at me, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through my soul. My mind went blank, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped me, making me forget how to breathe. "Mr. Carl," he said slowly, his voice calm but laced with menace, "this deal falling through is entirely your fault. You acted recklessly, and now we're being watched. With your abilities, you had plenty of time to clean up the bodies after the murders." Before he could finish, the door burst open, and SHIELD field agents stormed in. "Police! Everybody down on the ground!" The lead agent shouted, his weapon trained on us. Instinctively, I wanted to drop to the floor. It was a reflex born of survival, but the cramped corner I was sitting in made it impossible to move quickly. From experience, I knew that any sudden movements would make these armed agents open fire without hesitation, emptying their magazines if necessary. "Hands on your head. Get on the ground. Now!" The lead agent barked again. Raising my hands high, I shouted, "I hear you, officer." "I'm complying. I'll do it right now." Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Dr. Death. He remained seated, casually sipping his beer as if he were untouchable. Then it hit me. He's white, of course he's calm. Meanwhile, I stayed still, obediently getting on the ground. "Mr. Carl," Dr. Death said, setting down his empty glass, "you have superpowers now. Why are you still using old habits to deal with these weaklings?" As if to emphasize his point, he suddenly reached out with superhuman speed, grabbing me by the back of my neck and hauling me upright like a rag doll. With his other hand, he yanked the Gaia memory from my pocket, activated it, and stabbed it into my neck. The device hummed as my powers surged back to life. "Open fire," the lead agent ordered. Before he could finish the word fire, the room erupted with gunfire. Bullets rained toward us like a deadly storm. "Ah!" I screamed, instinctively trying to run. With my enhanced speed, I could see each bullet's trajectory and dodge them with ease. But Dr. Death's grip on my neck was unrelenting, holding me in place as a human shield. The pain I expected for being torn apart by bullets never came. Instead, it was like being hit by a water gun as a kid, just a mild sting. The agents on the other side, however, weren't so lucky. One by one, they fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. "Idiot," Dr. Death snarled, throwing me to the floor like a sack of garbage. "Even with superpowers, you're useless. Two objects in contact exert equal and opposite forces. That's Newton's third law. When bullets hit you, they generate a reaction force. You can accelerate that reaction force and send the bullets back to their origin." I stared at Dr. Death in horror. The sleeve of the hand he'd been using to hold me had torn away, revealing a grotesque metallic appendage. A biomechanical tentacle coiled around his arm, glinting with a metallic sheen. "What the hell are you?" I screamed, trembling. "I'm the Grim Reaper Doctor." When I heard George Carl's exclamation of "monster," I couldn't help but burst out laughing and retorted, "Oh, so in your eyes, anyone with superpowers is a monster? That's some textbook superpower discrimination you've got there." He stubbornly shot back, "Hey, after you used a memory drive, didn't you also join the ranks of monsters? To put it bluntly, you're just a monster disguised as a human. The memory drive just stripped away your disguise completely." I rolled my eyes at him. "Not everyone's as lucky as you, retaining their original form after gaining powers. Do you think I wanted to end up looking like this? I had no choice but to transform into this robot mode just to borrow your power. The Kree's genetic engineering is nothing more than a half-baked product. Once the genes of Inhumans are activated, all sorts of side effects emerge like they're on some kind of drugs. For example, Quake's powers fracture her arms, and Black Bolt can't even open his mouth to speak. These two are considered mild cases. Then there's Lockjaw, who started as a pure-blooded royal child of the Inhumans. After being exposed to the Terrigen crystals and activating his abilities, he directly transformed into a giant dog, a textbook case of genetic mutation gone wild. I opened my briefcase, took out a memory drive, and tossed it to George Carl, who was lying on the ground. "Take this back for $50,000. This memory drive's on me. It's an authentic, unlimited use version. Tell me, isn't that a sweet deal?" I gave him a kick and added, "Hurry up and thank the Grim Reaper Doctor. Stop pretending to be mute." George Carl grabbed the memory drive and, while his powers were still active, used his speed boost hack to bolt, not forgetting to snatch the $50,000 on his way out. What a sly little rascal. I turned around, ready to leave, a smug grin plastered on my face like a kid who just pulled off a prank without getting caught. That whole nonsense about recoil accelerating rebounding bullets in this mostly unscientific Marvel universe for someone like George Carl, pulling that off is as impossible as trying to lift yourself to the sky by stepping on your own foot. A pure fairy tale. My body doesn't even have the kind of superpower that lets me control others' bodies. What I just did was classic Magneto-style metal manipulation, though I did push the biological aspect to its limits. In that split second, I tracked multiple high-speed targets, nearly tearing myself apart from my mechanical frame. Luckily, my self-healing ability saved my life. Rebounding bullets can't kill SHLD's field agents. Their advanced bulletproof vests are like turtle shells. The bullet heads can't even penetrate them. As for railguns, those are high-end tech with a ton of issues like data computation and energy requirements. Just the recoil alone could knock me flat. The agents lying motionless on the ground weren't dead, just in pain, a result of their experience. S.H.I.E.L.D. has so many enemies that field agents getting ambushed is almost routine. Even when the mission has nothing to do with others, as long as it ticks off S.H.I.E.L.D., people are happy. Over time, the agents summed up survival tactics, passing them down through generations. Those that didn't learn, well, they got written out of the story. It's not like I could pull out a dagger and go melee against people who are immune to firearms. Charging at them knowing I'd lose, that's not bravery, that's stupidity. Elite agents don't do such dumb things. Coulson had taken cover behind the bar and escaped unscathed. He even marveled at how the Solidwood bar was the real MVP, saving the lives of 2 bar owners in succession. After I left, he called into his comms, "Rumlow, where are you?" For this operation, Nick Fury had approved high-tech gear for Rumlow's rapid response team. If they had been there, the field agents wouldn't have been taken down so quickly. Rumlow made an excuse. "Sir, the bar space is too small to fit that many people." He said it with a straight face, though his expression betrayed his unease. He couldn't help it. His team was too obedient. While the field agents charged recklessly, the combat team hesitated and spread out to find cover, as if they were preparing for some team battle. It made Rumlow regret hinting at them about the target's location. In less than a minute, the sniper reported that all the field agents were down, while I walked out of the bar unscathed. Rumlow thought to himself, "Cowardice has its justification." Coulson emerged from behind the bar. Seeing how the bar's tables, chairs, and the agents occupied all the space, he agreed with Rumlow's explanation. After all, these guys were combat pros. Sometimes having too many people was just a burden. Rumlow asked, "Sir, we've located the target. Should we kill or capture?" Coulson knelt to check on the agents, only relaxing after feeling a pulse on their necks. He replied, "Capture alive if possible." From a personal standpoint, Coulson wanted me dead. But Nick Fury made it clear how important I was for intel on HYDRA. From a strategic perspective, capturing me alive was far more valuable, even if it came at high cost. Coulson reminded, "Be careful. The target can probably deflect bullets. Don't use firearms." He hadn't seen how the agents were taken down, but a quick analysis of the scene led him to this conclusion. He also alerted logistics to prepare for medical support. This operation had been thoroughly rehearsed. Nick Fury provided ample support, arranging for the injured to be rescued. When I entered the bar, they sealed off the streets to prevent collateral damage, any chance of my escape, or reinforcements arriving. As the fight outside began, the snipers received orders to capture me alive. They put away their sniper rifles and pulled out grenade launchers, calculating my movement trajectory before firing 6 rounds. I knew there was an ambush outside, but my skills breed confidence. I strolled leisurely down the empty street as 6 black eggs landed around me. I playfully added sound effects. Boom! The moment the sound dropped, the 6 rounds released powerful electric currents, forming a large net that trapped me. I couldn't help but cheer softly. 666. Nicely done. The sniper on the upper floor truly lived up to being Hydra's ace elite. With just one move, he managed to completely subdue Dr. Death, something the S.H.I.E.L.'s field agents had been struggling to resolve for half the day. He handled it with ease. Those 6 specially crafted rounds, called Static Expander, sounded incredibly cool just by their name. After being fired, they could release a high voltage of up to 100,000 volts. The sensation was akin to countless people wielding electric shock devices from lighters and relentlessly zapping you. What creature could withstand such an electrotherapy package? Within moments, the target would be left questioning their life choices and rendered incapable of action. Compared to it, Professor Yang's anti-internet addiction electrotherapy was like child's play, completely outclassed. Moreover, the current intensity of the static expander wasn't too high, staying within the range of human tolerance. It just caused excruciating pain without significant side effects. Though, of course, for individuals with pre-existing vascular or neurological conditions, it might be a different story. This device could even function as an EMP. As long as the voltage was high enough, no level of insulation could withstand its power. Originally, the static expander was developed by Wei Xiaoming for combating alien insects. This time, it was brought along specifically to deal with George Carl, a mutant with super speed capabilities. Logically speaking, the best weapon against someone like George Carl would be the Knight system, since the best weapon against a speedster is another speedster, after all. However, the trouble lay in the battle at the Stark Energy Center. Out of 5 Knight system users, 4 killed. The one survivor barely clung to life after emergency medical treatment, but the accompanying Knight armor system was nearly wrecked, just missing a few key components to complete its final blow. Military tech personnel tried to reverse engineer and repair the Knight armor technology themselves, but they were far from the level of the everyone's a genius with unlimited resources crowd across the ocean. In the end, they only managed to vaguely figure it out before patching it back together. Since they couldn't fix it themselves, they had no choice but to send it back to the original manufacturer for refurbishment, which was sure to be a costly affair. Unlike electronic devices, the Knight armor system didn't come with a 2- or 3-year warranty. To make matters worse, the Department of Defense made a blunder by sending Wei Xiaoming, The technical director oversees with a geological force detection device for a technology exchange. The remaining tech personnel could handle basic maintenance, but repairs were beyond their capabilities. "We just can't do it," as they would say. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoming had a conscience. Before leaving, he developed the static expander as a backup. After all, with such a vast territory in the U.S., who knew where alien insects might pop up when the Knight armor system and its users were out of commission? This would be their life-saving straw. As I watched Dr. Death trapped, I immediately led my team out from behind cover, cautiously advancing toward him with our new weapons as he writhed like an electric hedgehog tangled in currents. In my mind, I couldn't help but wonder, according to the intel, Dr. Death shouldn't be this weak. But regardless, I reported to Carlson over the comm channel, "Sir, we've subdued the target." But then Dr. Death suddenly revealed a sinister smile and said, "Electromagnetism has won. Don't you understand?" Hey, wasn't that the exact line Magneto used to casually dissolve Storm's lightning? It fit this situation surprisingly well. Bang, 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 bang. 6 explosive sounds in succession erupted as all 6 static expanders burned out and began smoking. Dr. Death clenched his right fist, and from between his ring and middle fingers, a long blade emerged as he shouted, "Sword of Hell!" Wei Xiaoming had inherited half of Lady Death's genes. Lady Death, aside from her regenerative abilities, also had the power to extend spikes from her fingertips. When Wei Xiaoming upgraded Dr. Death's clone body, he combined this ability with the Hell Sword of one of the original 4 progenitors, Hell Yuan Hai. This resulted in a technique where man and blade became one, allowing the clone to extract metallic element from mechanical parts and manifest blades from any part of his body. I quickly issued tactical orders. "Sniper, take the shot. Everyone else, find cover. Lethal force authorized." The team immediately scattered. The sniper on the upper floor, after firing the static expander, raised his sniper rifle and aimed at Dr. Death. Upon receiving the order, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The nail-shaped metallic projectile, propelled by an electromagnetic acceleration rail, shot out of the gun with a whoosh, heading straight for Dr. Death. This new electromagnetic rifle, with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters, had nail-shaped bullets accelerated by an electromagnetic force field, giving it power comparable to anti-material weapons. It could tear through the front armor of a main battle tank, assuming it wasn't equipped with reactive armor, which was more than enough to deal with a mutant. As the sniper pulled the trigger, Dr. Death raised a briefcase emblazoned with the Shocker emblem as a shield, shouting, "Magnetic field rotation, electromagnetic shield." The magnetic field rotation made the briefcase nearly indestructible. The bullet from the electromagnetic rifle pierced the first layer of the briefcase's shell and the foam padding, but got stuck in the outer shell on the other side. Dr. Death tossed the briefcase aside disdainfully and sneered, "They're actually using this junk against me?" Nick Fury must think highly of Dr. Death. As he spoke, his regenerative ability began to take effect, rapidly healing his biological components. Clenching his left fist, another long blade emerged from between his fingers. With a single step, he dashed forward like a phantom, reaching the sniper before he could fire a second shot. With a swift slash, he split the sniper's face right down the middle. After taking out the sniper, Dr. Death lunged toward another team member who hadn't yet reacted. His robust figure, augmented with metallic limbs, moved with the lightness of a ghost. With one swipe of his left hand, he severed the gun in the soldier's hands, and with his right hand, he plunged a blade straight through the soldier's body. After swiftly eliminating 2 operatives, Dr. Death stepped back slightly, casting a sideways glance in the sniper's direction. Almost simultaneously, a nail-shaped bullet landed on the ground between him and his next target. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, the bullet would have hit him. This brief delay gave the well-trained operatives a chance to counterattack. A white energy beam shot out from a futuristic-looking gun, sending Dr. Death flying. This was the white noise sonic cannon. It utilized high-frequency vibrations to create air resonance, producing sound waves imperceptible to humans. This weapon had been custom-made by General Ross from the Osborn Group, designed to counter heavyweights like the Hulk. It bypassed their muscular defenses to directly attack internal organs, replacing the bulky vehicle-mounted sonic cannons. The infantry version of the white noise sonic cannon was just as powerful as its vehicle-mounted counterpart, and in some aspects, even more effective. I immediately shouted, "It works! Alternate fire! Don't give him a chance to catch his breath." Whoa, is this what they call digging your own grave and jumping into it? I performed a mid-air Thomas spin to adjust my angle and landed steadily. The damage caused by the white noise sonic cannon was instantly auto-repaired by my regenerative abilities, though the mechanical parts still took some battle scars. But I had no intention of stopping. I bolted straight toward the operatives who were frantically firing at me. Previously, due to the angles, only one sniper could target me. But there wasn't just one sniper hidden in those high-rise buildings. There were more. They were just limited by their line of sight and angles, so they couldn't lock onto me precisely. As I sprinted, nail-shaped projectiles exploded on the ground in front of and behind me, as if they were free. The snipers were rapidly adjusting to my speed and movement patterns, as well as the electromagnetic rifle's muzzle velocity and trajectory. The bullets were landing closer and closer to me. That nonsense in movies about protagonists zigzagging to dodge sniper fire? Total scriptwriter fabrication for dramatic tension. A competent sniper, having fired tens of thousands of rounds at moving targets, would see through human movement trajectories like they were transparent. The only reason they were missing now was that they were still getting used to the electromagnetic rifles and unfamiliar with this new weapon. Add to that the maze-like complexity of the urban environment, and their hit rate was embarrassingly low. Unfortunately for them, their buffer time was as short as opening a blind box. By the time they were confident in hitting me, I had already reached the area where the operatives were stationed. The snipers hesitated, unable to fire anymore. The operatives weren't clustered together. They were tactically spread out behind cover, providing mutual support with their weapons. But I wasn't just any human. I had Magneto's powers as my cheat code. By slightly interfering with the angles of their gun barrels, their hit rate plummeted like a sheer cliff drop. Additionally, the white noise sonic cannon was developed by that guy Wei Xiaoming, so I knew its parameters inside out. This included the firing intervals deliberately designed to reduce recoil's impact on accuracy. By the time I reached the operatives, most of them had just fired one shot and were still charging up their second, leaving them powerless to retaliate. I slashed through their weapons with one strike and incapacitated them with another. Against me, these operatives were like fragile chickens, unable to last even a single round. Even if the other operatives disregarded their comrades' lives and fired indiscriminately at me, I could use the still-breathing ones as human shields to block the bullets. Those regular operatives basically became wall decorations. Before long, I reached Rumlow. This guy, well, he surrendered faster than France in World War II. He immediately gave up resistance. Hiding in a corner formed by the protruding outer wall of a building, shielded on both sides, he thought he was safe. I grabbed him and dragged him out into the open, using him as a human shield. The snipers and other operatives didn't dare fire recklessly anymore. I snarled, "The static expander was something I was still researching. Who finished it and handed it over to you? And who the hell are you people?" Thinking I hadn't been informed, Rumlow quickly identified himself, Hydra. "We're Hydra." He then frantically tried to signal with his eyes that he was one of us, while sneaking glances at the communicator, implying that Coulson was still listening and begging me not to blow his cover. On the other end of the communicator, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, praising Rumlow's tactical planning and quick thinking. Not only had he avoided exposing himself as a SHIELD agent, but he also successfully redirected the blame, attempting to incite conflict between me, Shocker, and Hydra. The previously incapacitated field agents began getting back on their feet. None of them were seriously injured. Despite the unfavorable situation, they didn't dare slack off. After checking their firearms and ammunition, they raised their weapons and charged back into the fray, leaving Coulson stunned. Unfortunately for them, before they could rejoin the fight, a dark figure descended from the heavens, scattering the field agents like bowling pins. A few unlucky ones were crushed so badly that their bones snapped and tendons tore. The figure was a corpse, clearly a sniper from the rapid response team, based on his attire. His neck had been twisted before he fell from the high-rise. The person responsible for his death soon revealed themselves. Several burly men dressed in black bodysuits and wearing black masks leapt down from above. Their enhanced bodies, augmented with exoskeletal armor designed to align with human skeletal structure, effortlessly absorbed the impact with a slight bend of their knees. These were Shocker operatives. To ensure Shocker as an organization stood tall, I, Wei Xiaoming, in my Dr. Death persona, unleashed all the power at my disposal. Shocker operatives, who had been lying in wait in nearby buildings as ambushers, had already dealt with the snipers and were now officially entering the battlefield. Half an hour later, Nick Fury stormed onto the street like a firefighter in a frenzy. Coulson was seated in a chair, having his forehead and cheek wounds disinfected and bandaged by medical personnel. His suit was shredded to the point of resembling beggar attire, and one of his arms was in a sling. Upon seeing Fury, Coulson told the medics to pause and stood up to report. Fury raised a hand, signaling him to remain seated, and asked, "The mission failed?" The answer was obvious. The number of personnel sent for logistics was as large as the combat team itself. Most of the logistics personnel were busy stuffing corpses into body bags, loading them onto trucks, and preparing them for transport. They even had to apply makeup to the bodies, fabricate a plausible cause of death to inform the families, and then arrange funerals and burials. A few others were scraping bits of remains off the walls with shovels. Meanwhile, others, clad in work uniforms, rubber boots, and gloves, were scrubbing bloodstains off the ground and walls with a mixture of cleaning agents, flushing the dirty water into the sewers. Bullets were being painstakingly extracted from walls and floors, one by one, and bagged. The shop Coulson had rented had gone from a fully furnished property to a bare-bones shell. "Yes, sir," Coulson replied in a low tone. The target was a mutant, with several mutant subordinates equipped with rudimentary mechanical exoskeletons. Based on eyewitness accounts, they appear to have undergone artificial enhancement. Their strength, reflexes, and physical toughness have all reached terrifying levels. What are the casualties? From the scene, Fury could already tell it wasn't good. He had equipped this mission with high-grade weaponry. Under normal circumstances, his team could have taken out a tank platoon with minimal losses. Yet the casualties here were severe. Coulson took a deep breath. 25 members of the rapid response team. 5 are still undergoing emergency treatment, but their condition is critical. Captain Rumlow suffered severe blood loss and fell into a coma. After transfusions and stitches, he's temporarily out of danger. The rest are all dead. 13 field agents. None survive. I'm Coulson. I just gave a brief report to Nick Fury, that bald-headed egg, on the operation. Starting from George Carl entering the bar, all the way to a field agent being knocked out by a Shocker operative with one punch, which caused the poor guy's muscle spasms to pull the trigger wildly, even accidentally injuring himself. I laid out every single detail for Fury. By the time I finished the report, my injuries had mostly been treated. Fury and I were walking and chatting, sneaking around like thieves to avoid running into others. Previously, Wei Xiaoming had explained Shocker's organizational structure to Fury. From top to bottom, it goes: the enigmatic Shocker Supreme Leader, the 3 top executives, the monstrous freaks as their main force, and finally the cannon fodder level Shocker combatants. Even at the cannon fodder level, these combatants effortlessly wiped out several times the number of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents. Agents who had been meticulously trained and tested through life and death situations. Fury immediately elevated Shocker's threat level, placing them on par with Hydra and skipping over all those other big and small underground organizations. Now Fury finally understood Wei Xiaoming's constant warnings about the Shocker threat. That guy, who didn't even take alien beings like the Chitauri seriously, would turn into a completely different person at even the slightest mention of Shocker. Shocker had mastered and even popularized human enhancement technology, making them a priority concern. Think back to World War II, when Dr. Erskine was developing the Super Soldier program. The initial goal wasn't just to create one Captain America, but to mass-produce an entire army of super soldiers to crush the enemy and end the war. Imagine an entire platoon of Captain Americas in an era with far less advanced technology. They'd have marched straight into Berlin, dragged Hitler out of his bunker for a beatdown, and planted the U.S. flag on the Reichstag. Unfortunately, Dr. Erskine was assassinated by a Hydra agent. The prototype serum was deliberately destroyed, and the formula was lost. The current serum formula was reverse-engineered from blood samples taken from Captain America himself. Even now, an army of super soldiers would be a massive threat. Compared to mutants with wildly varying abilities, the uniformity of Shocker combatants makes them even scarier. They're essentially bioengineered hybrids, fully disposable. As long as logistics keep up, they can be mass-produced like an assembly line. The only way to stop them would be to resort to extreme measures, such as weapons of mass destruction. And that's just their lowest tier of power. Imagine how terrifying the higher tier freaks must be, especially Dr. Death. Wei Xiaoming once mentioned that Dr. Death is the only technical specialist among Shocker's 3 top executives. Yet this so-called desk job, others took a direct hit from a white noise sonic cannon without flinching and single-handedly wiped out a heavily armed rapid response team. These Shocker executives might as well have come from the M78 Nebula, each one stronger than the last, like their cosmic sword masters or planetary civilization observers. The most critical part is that Dr. Death possesses the technology to turn ordinary people into mutants and sells it as a product for just $50,000. That price speaks volumes about how low the production costs must be. Fury now feels that the current era of peace is under an unprecedented threat. If he had any hair, he'd probably be losing it in handfuls. Speaking of which, didn't Wei Xiaoming promise some hair growth serum and scar removal products? Still no sign of those. Privately, Wei Xiaoming has almost finished setting up the framework for Foundation B. Once funding is injected and products are launched, the organization will be able to sustain itself financially without depending on Fury's blood transfusions. The next step is to reach out to factions that don't get along with S.H.I.E.L.D. and recruit some yet-to-rise power players. Fury adjusted his train of thought and asked me, "Anything else to add?" I pulled a cash evidence bag out of my shirt pocket and said, "This is money handled by Dr. Death. It has his fingerprints on it." Before Rumlow was attacked, Dr. Death grabbed him and questioned us about our identity and the origin of the static expander, saying it was one of his unfinished projects. Rumlow claimed to be from Hydra, and then he was attacked. Fury took the evidence bag and praised Rumlow for his quick thinking. I remember Wei Xiaoming privately commending the captain of the rapid response team as well, saying he was still active in his era. When Wei Xiaoming first met Rumlow, he even rambled on about a human modification plan, clearly tailored for Rumlow. Fury said, "Take 2 weeks of paid leave and rest up. After your vacation, the workload will be heavy. Shocker has only revealed the tip of the iceberg, and your mission is to uncover the entire thing." I replied, "Understood, sir." On the way back, Fury sat in the back seat, staring at the cash evidence bag in a daze. His agent instincts and experience were telling him that something wasn't right. Apart from the ferocity of the final battle, Dr. Death's actions seemed like something out of a middle schooler's fantasy novel, juvenile and illogical. When all was said and done, the only tangible outcomes were that George Carl, a street thug, gained supernatural powers. Shocker showcased a bit of their strength, and S.H.I.E.L.D. lost some personnel. None of it seemed beneficial to anyone. Unable to figure it out, Fury called Wei Xiaoming. It took half a minute for Wei Xiaoming to answer, and he sounded annoyed. "Oh, come on. I'm hiding behind cover, trying not to get spotted. I should have put my phone on silent." Just from the tone, I could tell he was mocking Fury for not picking a better time to call. Before Fury could speak, Wei Xiaoming continued, "Director Fury, what made you think of calling me so late at night?" Fury glanced out the car window. It was still broad daylight here, but it was probably nighttime on the other side of the ocean. Adjusting his phrasing, Fury said, "We've discovered. No, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have had contact with Dr. Death. Do you have any intel you can share?" Wei Xiaoming's tone immediately turned serious. "Encrypted comms, good. So what's been leaked? Did one of Dr. Death's inventions get out?" Aside from his research and human modifications, he loves selling mass-market products to ordinary people, letting them make illegal money to buy follow-up upgrades. That way, he can draw official attention and analyze the real-world data from his new research projects. He even mocked free test subjects plus a way to recoup costs. Where else are you going to find a deal like that? This is Nick Fury speaking. On the other end of the line, Wei Xiaoming's tone suddenly shifted, slightly mocking as he asked, "By the way, Shocker usually operates with multiple executives together. Typically, another executive would accompany Dr. Death, tasked with analyzing official forces, their weapons, personnel, and tactics to gather intel. You didn't actually make a move against Dr. Death, did you? If you're planning to, I'd suggest you pump the brakes. The Supreme Leader, as much of a non-combatant as he is, places a great deal of importance on Dr. Death's security. Without your Avengers team fully assembled, sending your people in would just be handing out free kills. Maybe if everyone was wearing Tony Stark's Iron Man suits or my Knight System armor, you'd have a fighting chance. Otherwise, with the firepower S.H.I.E.L.D. has, you're just handing them an XP farm. Don't tell me you acted impulsively. Hearing this, I momentarily forgot the reason I called in the first place. My brow furrowed so deeply it nearly formed the character Chon. He pressed further. You didn't actually send people to capture Dr. Death, did you? I remained silent for several moments, which only made him press harder. Narrowing my one eye, I asked, "How's your mission going over there? Smoothly, I hope? That seismic detection device you brought should have been a big help to them. They're a civilization that respects reciprocation after all, right?" Wei Xiaoming, clearly noticing my abrupt topic shift, chose not to press further. Instead, he replied, "To be honest, this country has surprised me more than I expected. Are they really a so-called third-world country? I should have figured. Any nation that can hold a permanent seat on the Security Council isn't going to be as backward as the media makes it out to be. The U.S. government loves its propaganda, after all." He added, "The alien insect crisis has been handled thanks to their help. Now all that's left is cleanup, disposing of the bodies, and tying up loose ends. In a few days, I'll be able to return to the U.S. above board." Then, with a hint of ridicule, he continued, "If I don't hurry, they might just reverse engineer the geological stress detection tech. After all, this is the same country that repelled an invasion in just 3 months, the fastest war conclusion among participating nations." After exchanging a few trivial remarks, I ended the call and rubbed my brow with the side of my right index finger knuckle. Regret was beginning to sink in. My lack of trust in Wei Xiaoming had been the real reason this mission failed. If I had asked him for insight when Coulson first reported on Dr. Death, instead of keeping him in the dark, things might not have turned out this disastrously. Not only did we gain nothing, but we also suffered heavy losses, not to mention nearly losing Coulson, one of my most capable agents. This bitter pill was one of my own making, and now I had no choice but to swallow it. I've worked with Wei Xiaoming for years. His so-called predictions have come true time and time again. I shouldn't have been so suspicious of him. When did I become this paranoid? Closing my eye, I leaned back in my seat. Outwardly, it seemed like I was resting, but in reality, I was replaying the events of the past few weeks in my mind, searching for discrepancies. Hydra. The words surfaced in my thoughts, along with the hidden forces and varied individuals lurking behind them. I know Alexander Pierce's capabilities. He couldn't root Hydra out of S.H.I.E.L.D. after decades of effort. He could only quietly gather intel. Yet when the task fell to me, though there were some hiccups, the cleanup wasn't nearly as difficult as I anticipated. That's suspicious. It's like when I had a psychological team model Clark Kent's psyche to determine if he was lying. Hydra's been embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, they'd certainly have analyzed me. They'd know that once exposed, I'd be subjected to all sorts of external manipulations to cloud my judgment. I glanced out the window, then at my watch, silently calculating the time difference on Wei Xiaoming's end. At this hour, shouldn't it be midnight there? The explanation of a vast landmass didn't quite add up either. This is Wei Xiaoming. After hanging up the call, I had the urge to crush my phone in a fit of frustration, but I held back. I wasn't in the Spear Bureau's base, nor was I in my residence, or even within China's borders. I'd made my way to Eastern Europe. Earlier, I had handed over the complete technical data for 2 super soldier projects to the Spear Bureau staff and finished upgrading the destroyer armor. After that, I stepped back, much like a university professor who oversees the big picture but doesn't spoon-feed knowledge like a primary school teacher. The details were up to them to figure out on their own. There's plenty of knowledge in their textbooks and libraries. These were top-tier talents, experts at surpassing their masters. The real value of these projects lay not in the projects themselves, but in expanding their horizons and ways of thinking. It's like giving a group of craftsmen blueprints for muzzle-loading cannons and breech-loading rifles while they're still figuring out how to make more accurate and faster-firing crossbows, and then guiding them through the production of the first batch of firearms. With my responsibilities largely wrapped up, I've had time to relax. Every day, I've been exploring, sampling local delicacies, and enjoying guided tours arranged by the Spear Bureau, all paid for with a generous expense fund. One afternoon, while I was enjoying a state banquet reserved for important foreign guests, my long silent phone suddenly rang. The number was unfamiliar. Very few people had my number, so it had to either be someone significant or a sleeper agent I planted. I answered the call, and the voice on the other end introduced himself. Dr. Death, this is Doom. Victor Doom. I was the one who represented Mr. Victor during our dockside transaction. You gave me your business card back then, saying you admired me and wanted me to work for you. Controlling my voice to mimic Dr. Death's tone, I replied, "Ah, yes, I remember you now. I recall you turned me down at the time." I had been intrigued by this individual, whose name and background bore striking similarities to Dr. Doom and Victor Von Doom. On a whim, I'd given him my card, though I'd assumed he'd die during the vampire eradication operation. Sounding desperate, he said, "Dr. Death, I'd like to work for you now. Please save me